Chapter 1 Rainy Night. A rainy night. In a narrow wally. These ando framing led with thespo radi crackliuf electricity. Calling Ellie, can you ham, just hold on for vivemore mini teswell Beth June. Scattered across the ground laser roar life les bodies. A humanoid creature, cover red and long hair, crouched bephorethicopses, digging thrushran sides. The drumming of the rain, these end of water rushing into the drain, the creature shooing, and the hissing goof electricity combined to create a azuril atmosphere. In the corner, a graceful figure leaned against you all, slowly rising. Silver hair. Her features were exquisitely fined, a perfect blend of Eastern and Western beauty, talons lander, clad in a tight leather root fit that accentuated her alluring form. In her hand, shelled a peculiar blue longsword, its intricate patterns resting against he ground. The woman took her deep breath, gripping the blue sword which shimmered faintly with a soft glow. The creature's glow reached toward Dunnieth Forlan, woe-still breathed, weak and terrified, pleading, Captain Ellie, help 'em, please. With gritted teeth, Shine hailed sharply, enduring the pain, and swung her sword at her creature. Without turning, the creature retaliated with a punch. The women were sent fleeing, crashing into the puddles, splashing water everywhere. A strange watch on Harris beeped, and the three of its displayed on it shouldn't lie transformed in Topher. Elias lips trembled as she struggled, but ultimately, Shekelap said to the ground, despairing Heres, pressing her earpiece, she whispered, Level 4, a Level 4 mutant. A voice in Theathrin gasped, What? Level 4? Ellie, Wuriel Reedy in Norway. Just holding a littlinger. Well better soon. Ellie removed her earpiece and lay on the ground, her gazefficant, hairish bluey eye staring at the Konetsky above. She murmured, It's too late. In her peripheral vision, she noticed someone hard appear beside her. Her heart tightened, instinctively reaching for her sword. The newcomer held an umbrella. Raindrops battered against the umbrella, creating a cacophony of sounds. Elias Ortha the newcomer seemed to be wearing Gorney form from the nearby second high school. Shekweekly grasped Teeperson spant leg, weak and frantic, urging, Don't just stand there, hurry and run. The creature, momentarily pausing in its gruesome feast, turned its gold, slitted ears toward the newcomer. A blood-stained, elongated tongue flicked out from its mouth, licking its lips, and it wiped its mouth before standing, its greedy gaze fixed on the newcomer ossify that spotty day delectable dessert. Suddenly, it lunged forward. Mud splattered. The creature charged at the holding the umbrella. Fangsin stood like a mountain, unyielding. Elliot Hort Fangsin had been paralyzed by fear, struggling to find herd, but ultimately, Shin Liminigid Tosco opu power handful of water. Run! Eliash hearted with her last ounce of strength. The creature was no more moments away. Its glow sweep headward Fangsin chest. The umbrella slowly lifted, and beneath them, hidden behind a fringe of air, Fangsin's darky suddenly transformed into vivid crimson. One hand rose. Crimson, bloodthirst eye runes emerged on the skin of his fingertips. Fangsin Sharnd moved with incredible speed, seizing the creature by the throat. Everything happened so fast that the creature remained frozen in its previous motion. The rain seemed to Portia Thatistant. Fangsin bent his knees lightly, gathering strength. Then he exploded forward. With a thunderous crash. The creature was smashed into fuel. The plaster crumbled, bricks flying out, creating a concave crater. The creature coughed up blood-and internal organs, sliding down the into the puddle, motionless. Thrain resumed its relentless fall. Fangsin raised hissed, grasping through. A barely perceptible glimmer of blood shot from the creature's body, disappearing into the crimson runes in Fangsin's fingers. The Unes flickered for an instant before vanishing, leaving his slender fingers looking like an ordinary hand. His crimson eyes returned to their original Daku. Fangsin turned his head. Ellie, lying in the rain, wore an expression of unprecedented astonishment in her exquisite face. Her blue eyes reflected Fangsin's masked visage. Fangs in caster dispartiona taglants, asser fluking our tamer spectre, and without further inquiry walked her way into the distance. Still reeling from shock, Ellie weaclickled out, badly injured, called Eldrick Mova that o voice rain. Fangs in paused, tilting his head slightly, Yuri asking me for help, yet you want even our dressing properly. Ellie hesitated, then said, please cool deal me over there. Fangsin approached, and Ella reized Ederum, bracing herself for Princess Scary. However, Fangsin was pragmatic. Ella hardiskid him to take care of Earth. Fangsin simply grabbed her back off her collar and dragged her to her show pat Theli's entrance to escape the rain. Hara hid a step, causing a slight pain, and Ella pouted but did not complain instead. Shezen Sorella said, thank you. Fangsin to Ned to leave, but Elia quickly added, my name is Ellie. May I ask your name? Jinju and how? Is that you real name? Fangsin nodded, I won't change my name or me surname, I'm Jinju and how. Before Ella could ask anything further, Fangsin had finished into the torrential rain. Before long, several vehicles converged on Theria. First to jump out was a man in a tough tent trench coat. Upon seeing the scattered corpses, his expression turned anxious. He raised his wrist to kick the distance he displayed in his watch between himself and Ellie, then hurried over. Up and reaching her, he quickly assessed her injuries, pulled to Tavial, and injected Ellie, her final eye again needs a mechalor in her pale face. What about the level 4 mutant? Captain Xiao, over here, a team member shone a light in a specific direction. Captain Xiao, upon seeing, exclaimed in astonishment, Ellie, who did this, to kill a freshly promoted level 4 mutantina's null place like Clan City, it must be someone formidable. It was her high school student. High school student, Captain Xiao was to Kenneback, area. Is or him wearing gorny form from second high. My goodness, if this is true, he must pass as SS level talent, and among SS talents, he will be monkeyship. Captain Xiao quickly inquired, did you ask his name? I did hazard his name is Jinju and how. Captain Xiao sparkled with excitement. Oh me goodness, I'll have some money check if there is a student but that na meet second high. I thought this is true, whoever struck gold. This kind of genius is rarefied not just in the districts but nationwide. Perfect timing, first round of talent stingies about a begging in a couple of days. I must see this for myself I can tell t'other factions snatch him away. Especially that despicable 9th division. Thule were seem to get a good in his first. Jinju and how I'll remember that name. Ellie, with Harris bluey eyes figured on the vast rain a night, rub out Harris light lies o rear indeed remembering him. Fangsin shooks a raindrop Sophie's umbrella. Just as she opened the door, a voice came from within them. P.S. The narrative flows smoothly. The opening exposition is a lightly lengthy. Just read 10 chapters, and the owl be soaring with excitement. Chapter 2 The Potion. In the kitchen. Fangsin's aunt, Fang Huelan, sat with her familiar four. On the table, alongside his impala cooker dishes, laid up cuely light blueveals. Fang Huelan's younger daughter, Jiang Xiu, glared at the twoveals, fuming. Mom, there were 3 of us, yet in Litwovials, the talent is just around the corner. How can we manage without this passion? My classmate's dad pulled strings to buy her 10 veals, own life when a class come from really poor families. And Fang Hulan replied apologetically, Siriu, this potion is scarce, we in Limonija Toakai Retha set with rough considerable connections, and the area trageously expensive. Your father and I have discussed her to rest liang, so you should skip this talentist. Let your sister and your cousin Fangsin participate. Next time, we'll get at Wovials, okay? Jiang Xiaoya slammed her hand on the table. No. Soyeri saying Thini that should have been mine way stay can be function, right? What can Doftal kiss that? Jiang Xiu, enraged, stood up. Am I wrong? You're just favouring that orphaned nephew of yours. He'd so food use a sour sauces, and know he's trying to take who it should belong to him. He has no shame. Are you going toaster stop? Jiang Xiu, holding back tears, turned to her father, Jiang Guidong, and pleaded, Dad, speak some easance. Weiss hold Fangs ingot what belongs to him. If her family hadn't taken him in, he'd have a to death by now. Jiang Guidong glanced at the Tovials, Hualan, White Antwig of Fangsin's Vialto Xiu. After all, Shairis o euro tor. Fangs in eat sorfu dandu zezare sources we veal ready been generous. No way, Fang Hulan immediately countered, the talentistis crucialit determine s wethero necken securiga job in the future, if thetalentis gudner, they might even receive special training from the state. My brother and sister-in-laws of it are country when they were realive. If Fangzin could follow in their footsteps, they would surely be proud. Jiang Guidings lamethetable, why can't it be Doni, your nephew is precious, but medultricent, horrors this household, Miriu, I feet were and forus, Fangzin would have been a lost cause long ago. Unonizid of Theatable, the eldest daughter, Jiang Shochar, looked up from her meal, adjusting her reverse eyeglasses. Strictly speaking, everything we use, and if in a living space was left o Fangzin be his prince, without us, Fangzin might believe in Jevon better while he were wreath a true lost cause. If I'm not mistaken, Thermonia seed to Bythis or Tovial Sulsar came from Ian Clendornt, didn't it? Jiang Guidong was momentarily speechless. Jiang show you precedent his parents' money is long gone and has been leaving with us for so long that the expense of a long since of set an I debt. I don't carry that vealis mean. I don't want to be laughed by my classmates for not being gobleto for the potion. I feel ready bragged to them that my parents will definitely buy me the potion. Asha spoke, Jiang Xia seized Dunny of the vials, claiming it for herself. Just as Aunt Fang Huilan was about to speak, Anoisa came from the doorway. The family turned to look. Aunt Fang Huilan stood up to greet, Fangzin is back. It's so darn grosser tat night were so late. Fangzin changed his shows, I was at the book story reading for a bit. Come eat. Jiang show you shot Fangzin a hostile egler, muttering under her breath, what a shameless thing. Fangzin paid nom indy had her dever I word spoken by his aunt's family. When his parents passed away, the left behind a considerable fortune, attracting the envy of many relatives who sought to take advantage. It was during Thatimer that Fangzin saw three few manager. Later, he lived with his grandfather for a while, during which his grandfather shared many stories had never heard before. In the early 20th century, a mad scientist discovered that you old had changed, human genies underwent a dramatic transformation under some indescribable force. Initially, people thought it was just a rambling sophomardman. Then on a day, someone he called lift her tone with on hand, Simeon called summon storms, someone he called become invisible, and Sermani called up who shops without using the hands. From that momentum, everything changed. With their surge of power, human desires also escalated. Awakened individuals gradually divided into two camps, known as the Holy Light Army and the Eternal Night Army. Conflicts ensued continuously. By the end of the last century, the legendary Gods' War took place. Ultimately, it concluded with Holy Light faction emerging victorious, albeit at a great cost. Years passed, and the awakening process became more regulated. The government strictly controlled awakened individuals, requiring talentists from Ikulan wood to determine potential awakenings. Talent levels were categorized for easy of memory, ranging from E to the highest SS level. The higher the level, the rarer it became. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, during annual talent tests, there were rarely more than 20 SS level talents among millions of candidates. Each one has our promising future ahead. Fangzin was uncertain about his exact talent, but according to the standards for awakened individuals, has hold beat level 4 on Machadamangaspores. Previously, Fangzin had researched and found that in the history of Dragon Kingdom only two individual Shadrach Edelvul for Ratzer Karawagage, and both possessed SS level talent. The disparity in talent ultimately determined the upper limits of growth. Thus, the higher the level, the better their benefits and welfare, attracting various powerful factions and forces. Fangzin awakened his skilling talent after his parents' death. He could enhance his overall strength for killing. This talent also awakened his power talent. When he informed me Disgrin further about this, Fangzin vivid liar member Disgrin further astonished expression. That night, his grandfather stayed awake, sitting in the yard, smoking all night, muttering about destiny, the twilight gods, and layers of gods. The next day, his grandfather announced Eduard believing for a long rip, repeated lie advising Fangsin to avoid revialing the stalen tan giving a marna muletto ear around his neck to ever detection. After that, his grandfather dies appeared without a trace. During that time, his grandfather's dies are peer and secker inside dead with Jiang Guidong's business troubles, leaving family deep in debt and the brink of starvation, ultimately seeking refuge with Fangsin. Back then, Jiang Guidong still acted like her decent person. Fangsin helped settle the debts, and since Aunt Fang Hulan's family had no heritage day, Fangsin allowed him to live in his parents' house. Aunt Fang Huilan served Fangsin a below fris, ruffling hair. Xiaoshen, I heard from Xiao Feng's mother teacher in Kitzakondant the month likes him, right? Fangsin nodded. My little Xin is truly impressive. Aunt Fang Hulan lurky dath him with pride. Jiang Xiria scoffed disdainfully. What good is being good at studying? The Temesheva change either wakening talent is more a powerful turn anything. Jiang Shochar, still eating, chimed in, if you're not smart, even if you awaken you'll just be cannon fodder. Aunt Fang Hulan gestured for her daughter to stop bickering and continued, Xiaoshen, the talentis disca mingu panafu days, avil so bara potion. Siryu, give her kiss and xiaos in the potion. Jiang Xiru took it the potion into her embrace. Wise hold I? This is min. Just as Aunt Fang Hialan was about to speak, Jiang Xiru repeated her mouth and pershet the potion in front of Fangsin. Brother, this is yours. Im don im going back to Myram. Siu Cha, Aunt Fang Huilan Kaladite, but Jiang Xiru had already retreated to Aram. Jiang Xiru gleefully remarked, Mom, if she doesn't it, then sabate. Aunt Fang Hulan gazed at the closed door with a complex expression. Jiang Guidong set down his utensils, turned slightly, and shot Fangsin a harsh look, picking up the newspaper and coldly declaring. Fangsin. Fangsin looked up. This person he earned. Oh. Seeing Fangsin's demeanor, Jiang Guidong shook the newspaper forcefully, tapping it against the table. Do I have any idea my connections I had to ever rejet or jet this boshin? Where? Jiang Guidong, now furious, shouted, Im telling you, don't waste my efforts. If I can produces my results, Euro you tof my house. Hey, Ivy never heard of that. Jiang Guidong was infuriated, slamming Thete Bleisha stood up. Pointing at Fangsin, Hajabet there, Thunslam the newspaper onto the table. Jiang Guidong stormed off to his room, kicking Thetrash cane in frustration as she passed by. Aunt Fang Hulan gritted her teeth and seat after him, slamming the bedroom door shut. Jiang Guidong, what drew me on by this? Jiang Guidong's verse baimed, deliberately ludina for Fangsin to hear, what drew me in, what called it possibly me in, look at him. Hes an ungrateful wretch. Is that though you be actoy elders? I want to see if he can awaken any talent after stealing my daughter's boshin. Jiang Siryu, biting her chipsticks, swayed her head triumphantly. Fangsin is specifically as good upper class men about this. Being good at studying doesn't guarantee our good awakening. There have been several top students in our cool here didn't awaken at all. If I are in duper awakening the most pathetic eleveltland, illo fate you for 2.5 years. Chapter 3, Who is Jinju and how Fangsin took a bite of his meal. Comparatively speaking, Fangsin preferred his cousin Jiang Shechar, who was cultured, polite, and eager to learn, embodying the kindness of her mother. In contrast, Jiang Xiu had perfectly inherited her father's despicable traits of judging others by their wealth and status. Hearing Jiang Xiu's words, Fangsin chuckled, rest assured, even the dead skin on my heels is superior to your talent. How disgusting. Jiang Xiu looked at Fangsin with disdain and huffed again, I am eager to see what level of talent you can awaken. With that, she picked up the potion and retreated to her room. Aunt Fang Huilan emerged from her room, her eyes slightly red, clenching her apron tightly as she cast an apologetic glance towards her elder daughter Jiang Shechar's door. After hesitating for a long while, she approached and knocked gently. Shechar. Is it convenient for me to come in and speak with you for a moment? From inside, Jiang Shechar's voice came, Mom, I'm going to sleep. Let's talk tomorrow. Fang Huilan sighed and returned to the dining table, glancing at the potion laid out before her. Currently, the world belonged to the awakened, with many crucial jobs monopolized by them. Non-awakened individuals like Jiang Weidong and Fang Hualan were left to seek meager jobs to support their households. Xiaoxin, don't take offense at what your uncle said earlier. Show him some accomplishments to prove that my nephew is no ordinary person. Fangshan looked at his aunt with a twinge of sympathy. It is often said that a great man has a poor wife, while a scoundrel marries well. The fact that Jiang Weidong could marry such a virtuous and kind woman as Fang Hualan was almost miraculous. Fangshan frequently felt a pang of empathy for his aunt. Ever since his parents passed away, she had taken meticulous care of him. It's all right, aunt. I'm full. After placing his dishes in the sink, Fang Hualan gently patted Fangshan's shoulder. You go study in your room, I will wash up. Fangshan returned to his room, where his phone buzzed incessantly in his pocket. The class group chat had reached a staggering 99 messages. The homeroom teacher had announced that the talent test would take place over the next 2 days, and families with the means were advised to purchase a potion in advance. This potion, known as SpaceX, was designed to maximize the awakening of human potential, developed by a renowned international company, Leon Corporation. However, nearly 80 of these potions ended up in the hands of wealthy conglomerates and powerful families, leaving a meager 20 for the ordinary populace. During the talent test, the success rate for those who injected the potion would increase by 10 to 15%, akin to adding points to an examination score, which is why many families were willing to invest in such potions for their children. This year's testing format had undergone reform. Talent assessments began as soon as students entered high school. Each student had 2 opportunities before graduating from their senior year, allowing first and second year students to participate early. Because of this dual opportunity, some would use one chance early, and if their talent proved outstanding, they could enjoy generous benefits ahead of time. This was precisely why Jian Xiaoyu, only in her second year, was eager for the talent test. Since the homeroom teacher Cheng Wenjin announced the news, the chat had been non-stop. The most active participant was a boy named Qin Juanhao, whose nickname was Ordinary Rich Second Generation. He was mediocre in academics and appearance but came from a well-off family, his father being a prominent local businessman. From the moment Fangshan met Qin Juanhao, he had dedicated himself to being an exemplary cog in the inflated ego machine. He could not bear to go a second without showing off. A year ago, Qin Juanhao had bullied and driven a financially disadvantaged student to despair, yet he faced no repercussions due to his family's connections. Since then, Fangshan had lost all respect for him. Qin Juanhao posted several photos of a meticulously arranged box filled with potions. Sigh, my dad is unbelievable. I told him I didn't want any, yet he insisted on buying 20 potions for me. Don't get it twisted. This wasn't taken in my bedroom, it's in the bodyguard's room. My room is not that shabby. Qin Juanhao Chu Xinyao, have you secured your potions? If you need more, I can send 2 from my bodyguard team to your home. The class beauty, Chu Xinyao, replied coldly, no need. Qin Juanhao, feeling snubbed, immediately turned his attention to Fangshan. Fangshan came from a good background, was handsome, and excelled in academics, which irked Qin Juanhao, who always felt overshadowed by him. Qin Juanhao Fangshan, I heard from someone that when purchasing potions, they saw your aunt and uncle. They only managed to buy 2 potions. You see, having money isn't everything, you also need connections. I heard you have 2 younger sisters, 3 of you with only 2 potions is clearly insufficient. Why not beg me, I could sell you 1. Just as Fangshan was about to retort, his phone buzzed again. It was a message from Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao Fangshan, Xiao Fang, I happen to have some extra potions. You can come pick them up at my house, or if you're too busy, I can deliver them to you. The underlying flirtation in her words caught the attention of many. Fangshan smiled slightly. It was serendipity that this cute girl with a round face had been his classmate since kindergarten, continuing through high school. No need, Xiao Chu. Qin Juanhao Chu Xinyao, if he doesn't want them, I do. I want them, give them to me. Qin Juanhao was muted by the administrator, Chu Xinyao, for half an hour. It is said that what one cannot have stirs desire. Despite being a typical rich kid, Qin Juanhao's inadequacy in winning Chu Xinyao's attention left him disheartened. Witnessing her kindness towards Fangshan only fueled his desire to undermine him. With Qin Juanhao absent from the chat, the atmosphere quieted significantly. Someone redirected the topic. I heard from an old classmate that at their school, which happens to be the nearby First High School, a student awakened an A-class mental talent. Several special departments are vying for them. How enviable. My expectations aren't high. If I can just test as a B-class, I would be satisfied. I wonder who in our class can achieve the best talent. I believe it should be Fangshan. With his academic prowess, his talent cannot possibly be lacking. Not necessarily, though. There have been cases where top students tested poorly for talent, and some who excelled in cultural exams ended up with nothing, failing even to achieve E-class. The speaker was none other than Qin Juanhao's devoted lackey, Xu Xiaoqiang. I believe my brother Hao is the most impressive. The results will reveal all once the talent test is concluded. The homeroom teacher, Cheng Wenjin, sent a message: Dear students, please remain calm and composed. Regardless of the final test results, we must face them with grace. This is the first talent test of your senior year, and even if this one isn't ideal, we have specialized training to prepare for the second test. It's getting late, everyone should get some rest. Fangshan set down his phone, raising his hand. He gazed at the back of his palm, his pupils gradually transforming into a crimson hue, with a dozen blood-red runes manifesting on his knuckles, 4 of which glowed particularly bright. They resembled a hand of slaughter. When his grandfather opened a small restaurant in the town, Fangshan assisted and awakened this talent while slaughtering chickens. As he engaged in killing, his overall abilities steadily increased, strength, speed, agility, and sensory perceptions all enhanced, with his self-healing ability being the most formidable. Later, he encountered others known as others, who were also awakened but whose desires morphed into insatiable greed, committing heinous acts. After being compelled to act once, Fangshan discovered that these others could significantly amplify his abilities. Since then, he had focused on them, continuing his path of slaughter until now. Presently, Fangshan's combat prowess was unparalleled among his peers. Furthermore, as long as he did not actively display his slaughter talent, no one would be aware of it. Since his grandfather advised him against revealing this lethal talent lightly, he opted to utilize the strength talent awakened through slaughter instead. Although the strength talent was inferior to the slaughter talent, it was still formidable. The following morning, after breakfast, he headed to school. Today, his classmates arrived unusually early. As soon as he entered the classroom, the beautiful homeroom teacher Cheng Wenjin, wearing a lovely dress, arrived. Students, do not be nervous. Relax your minds and wait for my signal before injecting the potion. By the way, is there anyone without a potion? Qin Juanhao flicked his center-parted hair and immediately turned to Fangshan, feigning a smile. Fangshan, the teacher is asking you. Before Fangshan could respond, the pretty girl sitting in front of him, with her round face, opened her backpack and produced a potion. Teacher, I brought a potion for Fangshan. She placed it on Fangshan's desk, flashing a sweet smile that revealed her adorable little canine teeth. Qin Juanhao's expression darkened instantly. Cheng Wenjin smiled slightly. As I said, everyone should remain calm. A relaxed mindset greatly influences the test. I believe our class is filled with exceptional talent, and we are likely to achieve remarkable results. There's even a chance for an S-class. A classmate remarked, that must be Fangshan. He says that the S-class is definitely going to be my brother Hao. Xu Xiaoqiang, Qin Juanhao's sidekick, immediately chimed in. Amidst the commotion, a voice interrupted. Teacher Cheng, could you step outside for a moment? Everyone turned to see the principal at the door, accompanied by 2 others, one clad in a trench coat and wearing a hat, the other with silver hair and ice blue eyes. What is it, principal? The principal gestured to close the door, peering through the window into the classroom, and inquired curiously, Teacher Cheng, which one is the student Qin Juanhao? Chapter 4. The test commences. Cheng Wenjin was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she turned to glance at the position occupied by Qin Juanhao. The principal, with his hands clasped behind his back, was bending slightly to peer through the window. The 2 individuals accompanying him hailed from a specialized department. It was evident that the principal would want to assess any student who had caught the attention of such a department in advance. Cheng Wenjin first scrutinized the two behind the principal before gesturing towards Qin Juanhao's direction. That is Qin Juanhao. Team leader Xiao, adorned with a top hat, bent forward to follow Cheng Wenjin's, looking into the classroom. He then turned to the striking woman with ice-blue eyes beside him. Ellie, take a look, is that him? Ellie's frosty blue gaze fixated on Qin Juanhao through the window. He was wearing a mask before, and I was on the verge of fainting, so I couldn't see his features clearly. However, his height and build match. Cheng Wenjin, puzzled, inquired, Principal, who are these two? Principal Ji chuckled, hands still behind his back. Teacher Cheng, these two are from the 7th Division, this is Mr. Xiao Wutong, and this is Ms. Ellie. Cheng Wenjin was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed in surprise, the 7th Division, they are looking for Qin Juanhao, has he been selected ahead of time? Xiao Wutong immediately raised a hand, signaling for confidentiality and discretion. Yet, one could clearly see the gleam of triumph in his eyes, reveling in the prospect of securing a talented individual before others could. After a brief exchange, Xiao Wutong and Ellie turned to leave. Just before departing, Ellie's gaze suddenly landed on a figure seated by the window. Fang Shen, upon Ellie's arrival, muttered to himself about how small the world was, swiftly brushing his bangs aside and donning his deskmate's glasses. What's wrong, Ellie? Ellie snapped back to reality, it's nothing. As they exited, Xiao Wutong, in high spirits, remarked, the folks from the 9th Division have reported to higher-ups, requesting a one-day postponement for the test results. They aim to use this tactic to snatch up gifted students ahead of time. Good grief, they may be distinguished and backed by old Master Yi, but this is utterly domineering. However, luck is on my side. I found a gem ahead of time. As soon as the talent test concludes, we shall promptly approach Qin Juanhao to sign the contract. The mere thought of the 9th Division sour faces at that moment makes me want to laugh. Inside the classroom, once Principal Ji had summoned Cheng Wenjin outside, chaos erupted. The students seated in the front row had clearly heard the principal inquire about Qin Juanhao. Subsequently, the two seemingly important figures had turned their attention toward him. What the hell, what is going on? Who are those people? A student by the door strained to listen. Did they mention something about the 7th Division? No way, the 7th Division. I have a distant cousin who works there, the legendary Qian Dun Bureau's 7th Division. My cousin was discovered early, took a glance outside the classroom, and right after the test, signed a contract. Now he is quite impressive. Many were left in shock, some whispering in confusion, Qian Dun Bureau. The Qian Dun Bureau is a prestigious organization established specifically to deal with extraordinary individuals. It oversees 9 special operational divisions. Although the 7th Division may not rank among the top 3 in overall strength, it is part of the Qian Dun Bureau. Moreover, their entry requirements are exceptionally high, only recruiting at least B-level. B-level entry requirements. That is nothing. The most prestigious is the 9th Division, which my cousin refers to as the Monster Room. It is exclusively for geniuses, with an S-level entry requirement. S-level, so only geniuses can enter. We can only watch from the sidelines. The sycophant Xu Xiaoqiang immediately chimed in, wow. Brother Hao, you've hit the jackpot. Who cares which division it is? Being discovered ahead of time is the most impressive thing. I told you Brother Hao is the best. You all didn't believe me. Who here dares to challenge that? Qin Juanhao was somewhat bewildered. Qin Juanhao, how were you discovered? Share some tips with us. We need to grasp any opportunity. A classmate inquired. To be honest, Qin Juanhao himself couldn't quite articulate it, and Xu Xiaoqiang quickly defended him. What is there to say? Brother Hao, your family is so influential, you must know someone from the Qian Dun Bureau, right? Upon hearing this reasoning, Qin Juanhao's eyes lit up with realization. Right, my dad knows people, I remember now. He had dinner with someone from there. Did you hear that? That is the family background. Even if Brother Hao is sharing this with you, can you all replicate it? Xu Xiaoqiang fawned over him. A smile crept onto Qin Juanhao's lips. Xiaoqiang, we're all classmates, let us not put it that way, it's too damaging to everyone's dignity. As he spoke, his peripheral vision caught sight of Chu Xinyao. Xu Xiaoqiang, being somewhat perceptive, remarked, Chu Banhor, have you seen Brother Hao's prowess? Chu Xinyao scoffed. He merely glanced. Who knows what actually transpired? It's possible that Qin Juanhao's father committed a crime, and they came to apprehend him. Xu Xiaojiang was momentarily silenced. In terms of family background, Chu Xinyao was not lacking either. Everyone knew her mother was the director at the Electric Bureau. However, her father's profession was shrouded in mystery, rumored to be a high-ranking official, thus leaving Qin Juanhao's claims unconvincing to her. Chu Xinyao waved her hand in front of Fangshan. You don't need glasses, why are you wearing them? Fangshan chuckled, returning the glasses to his deskmate, just trying to see what it feels like to wear glasses. Glancing outside, he noticed Xiao Wutong and Ellie had already walked far away. He hadn't anticipated encountering her at all. Thankfully, it had rained heavily that day, and he wore a mask, otherwise, he might have been discovered. His talent was quite peculiar. Fangshan had searched online, and there wasn't a single relevant entry. He knew whether it would lead to being taken for research purposes. The classroom buzzed with whispers, the classroom door swung open, and the homeroom teacher Cheng Wenjin walked in, casting a significant glance at Qin Juanhao. Teacher, what did those people say just now? Nothing important, Cheng Wenjin replied with a smile. Did Brother Hao get specially recruited by the 7th Division? Xu Xiaojiang immediately inquired. Cheng Wenjin raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Seeing the smile on Cheng Wenjin's face, the classmates in Class 2, Year 3 erupted once again. Brother Hao is amazing. Qin Juanhao felt a rush of excitement. After the test concludes, if I really get recruited by the 7th Division, let us all celebrate. Whatever you want to eat, drink, or play, it's on me. Wow, Brother Hao is so impressive. Xu Xiaojiang shouted, his voice cracking. Fangshan observed the jubilant Qin Juanhao, realizing that if the results of the talent test were poor, the higher he soared, the harder he would fall. In the front row, Chu Xinyao turned around, resting her chin on a stack of books on Fangshan's desk. Fangshan, let them have their fun, we'll do our own thing. After the test, do you have time? A new ocean-themed museum just opened in our city, and I'd like to go. Would you accompany me? Let us see, I'm not sure. All right then, we can go when you have time. Sure? Chu Xinyao smiled sweetly, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth. It's a promise. You mustn't back out. Okay. Cheng Wenjin glanced at her phone. Students, make sure you have your student ID and potion ready, and let us proceed in an orderly manner. The talent test is about to begin. Chapter 5. Fangshan, 9th Division. A long queue had formed, with many students visibly anxious. After all, this was a significant moment in their lives. In the current world, only those who awaken possess absolute authority. It is exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to make a living. However, a mere degrade in the talent assessment could ensure a stable job, as long as one refrains from engaging in criminal activities. The talent assessment was divided into 3 zones, 1 for first and second year students, and 2 for third year students. Chu Xinyao stood behind Fangshan, her delicate fingers tracing patterns on his back. Occasionally, she would poke him, urging him to guess what she had just drawn. In the distance, numerous individuals in uniforms were stationed around the talent assessment area, relaying information through some astute classmates. Most of these uniformed individuals were officials, with a portion hailing from prestigious families and various large organizations. Currently, those who had awakened were highly sought after, and every faction was eager to recruit promising talents. Qin Juanhao tilted his chin, searching for the 2 individuals from the 7th Division he had spotted earlier outside the classroom. Many classmates looked at him with envy. The sycophant Xu Xiaojiang rubbed his hands together like a fly, exclaiming, Brother Hao, over there. The people you're looking for are that way. Following Xu Xiaojiang's, Fangshan saw Xiao Wutong and Ari Li standing side by side. How impressive, Brother Hao, you'll surely become like that in the future. Don't forget about me when the time comes. Qin Juanhao draped an arm around Xu Xiaojiang's shoulders, reassuring him, don't worry, I won't forget you. Just as they were speaking, 2 figures approached from afar. One was a tall, slender, white-haired man wearing sunglasses, his hands casually tucked into his pockets as he walked past the officials, followed by an attractive girl holding a lollipop and carrying a suitcase. Upon seeing these 2, Everyone stood at attention, non-official members nodded in greeting while official members saluted in succession. Even Xiao Wutong and Ari Li from the 7th Division stood straight and saluted the pair. However, the white-haired man remained oblivious, hands still in his pockets, as he strode through the crowd and directly into a classroom. Who is that, so arrogant? All official members have to salute. The 9th Division. The legendary 9th Division. Did you see the beautiful sister carrying the suitcase? The dragon totem on it is the emblem of the 9th Division. No wonder it's the 9th Division. They offer the best benefits, and their members are ranked one level higher than those from other divisions. In emergencies, they can mobilize members from all 8 divisions without regard for anyone's status. If I could join the 9th Division, I would gladly marry the school beauty. Fangshan observed the white-haired man and the beautiful girl entering the classroom. Despite their lack of any apparent aura, Fangshan, having experienced countless battles, could acutely sense the danger emanating from them, especially the white-haired individual. Fangshan felt as if he could be dispatched in an instant. Based on his previous online assessments, Fangshan's power talent was likely an S-grade. If he were indeed S-grade, it was highly possible that the 9th Division would take notice of him. Given their strength, if they discovered his killing talent, he might end up being dissected for research. In fact, Fangshan had resolved the previous night not to use any potions to avoid attracting the attention of higher-ups. Jiang Xiaojar was scheduled for testing in the afternoon, and he intended to administer the potion to his sister later. The reason he had refrained from doing so yesterday was simply to irritate Jiang Guidong. Students whose names are called, please bring your student ID and, if you have potions, administer them in advance before orderly entering the testing area for the talent assessment. Zhang Yuxuan, Wang Zihan, Li Sini, each zone had several classrooms, where a few cabinets over 2 meters tall were set up for the testing. Once inside, the students would only need to wait 3 to 5 minutes. However, Zheng Wenjin had just announced that this year's test results would not be disclosed on the same day but postponed by a day, causing considerable distress among the students as they awaited the results. Qin Juanhao's gaze shifted to Xiao Wutong from the 7th Division. Xiao Wutong looked over and smiled, nodding at Qin Juanhao. Brother Hao, he nodded at you, the sycophant Xu Xiaojian exclaimed excitedly. Did you all see that? The 7th Division member nodded at my brother Hao. Xu Xiaojian boasted to the surrounding classmates. Qin Juanhao's smile was harder to suppress than an AK, but he advised Xu Xiaojian, be a bit more low-key. We still don't know what talents or levels will be revealed. Glancing over at Fangshan and Chu Xinyao, he noticed that they were engrossed in a game of Guess What I Drew, completely ignoring him. Qin Juanhao cast a sidelong glance at Fangshan, musing, I wonder what talent will be revealed in the end. However, I've heard that sometimes, academically gifted students, having overdeveloped their brains, end up with disappointing results in talent assessments. There was a senior who was top of the class, but ended up with an A-grade excavation talent. Fangshan, I think you might also end up with something like that. Fangshan nodded in agreement, saying, that would still be better than an A-grade licking dog talent. The saying goes that lies do not harm, but the truth is a sharp blade. With just a simple statement, Fangshan struck a nerve with Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao's expression shifted dramatically. Xu Xiaojiang hurriedly patted Qin Juanhao's chest to calm him down. Brother Hao, let's not get worked up over someone like that. We will be members of the 7th Division soon. Once you join, it will be easy to deal with him. Qin Juanhao scoffed, you'll see how I handle him then. Chu Xinyao poked Fangshan in the lower back. What about the potion I gave you? I forgot to bring it. You. Chu Xinyao frowned, pouting, how could you be so careless at such an important time? With that, she shoved her own potion into Fangshan's hands and turned to rush back to the classroom for the potion she had intended for him earlier. Fangshan gently pulled her back, smiling softly, we're about to go, there's no time to go back now, if we fail to arrive within the allotted time, it will be considered an absence. Why are you like this? Chu Xinyao exclaimed anxiously. It's fine. If it doesn't work this time, there's always next time. Up ahead, Zheng Wenjin's voice rang out, students whose names are called, please bring your documents and orderly enter the testing area. Qin Juanhao, Xu Xiaojiang, Zhang Haoyu, Li Bowen, Fangshan, Chu Xinyao, Fang Shen offered Chu Xinyao an assuring expression as they proceeded toward the testing area. In the distance, Xiao Wutong noticed Jin Juanhao heading toward the testing area and immediately smiled, turning to Ari Li, quick. The contract, as soon as he comes out, we'll sign him right away. Har har har, the 9th Division has been dominant for so long, it's time for our 7th Division to be assertive. Fang Shen entered the enormous white testing apparatus, placing his student ID in the sensing area. After identity verification, a continuous red light scanned over him. Fang Shen touched the pendant his grandfather had given him. Inside the classroom, the white-haired man sat on a chair, swaying back and forth. The girl with the lollipop opened her suitcase, revealing a precision control keyboard and a display screen. A camera protruding from one end projected images from various testing zones onto the wall. Time ticked away. Suddenly, a piercing sound interrupted the white-haired man's movements. He turned his gaze to the wall, where a box appeared on the screen displaying Fang Shen's results. Moments later, several lines of text materialized. Name: Fang Shen, talent, power type talent, SS grade, no potion, talent, perception type talent, S grade, no potion, talent, beast mastery talent, S grade, no potion, talent, light type talent, A grade, no potion, talent, mental type talent, A grade, no potion, comprehensive combat power assessment, level 3. The girl raised her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling with astonishment, to achieve an SS grade talent without using potions, and to possess so many talents. If he were to use potions, all of his talents could potentially increase by a level. Moreover, he is classified as level 3 in combat power. Such an individual is a rarity among students. The white-haired man slowly adjusted his sunglasses, revealing eyes that glimmered with a blinding white light, as if harboring two terrifying thunder pools. A smile gradually spread across his lips. Fang Shen, the 9th Division wants you. Chapter 6, Our family owes him. Ding, the test has concluded. Candidates, please ensure you take your identification and exit the testing chamber. Fang Shen emerged from the test chamber, clutching his student ID. According to what their homeroom teacher, Zheng Wenjin, had said, the test results would be announced school-wide the day after tomorrow. However, in reality, the results could be known the same day. Thus, in the coming 2 days, various influential organizations would undoubtedly seek ways to access the scores early and seize the promising candidates. Naturally, everyone would have to stand behind the 9th Division. The 9th Division held the privilege of first selection, and other organizations had protested, claiming that the 9th Division's actions were excessively unfair and domineering. After much negotiation, it was decided that each cohort from the 9th Division could select a maximum of 3 candidates with S-rank talents or above. Fang Shen reached up to touch the pendant around his neck. With this pendant, his innate killing talent could evade detection. Based on the knowledge he had gleaned online, he estimated his power talent to be at S-rank. Without the injection of any drugs today, the results would likely show as A-rank. It was possible that organizations like the Sky Shield Bureau would take an interest in him, but he would certainly not be admitted to the 9th Division. To Fang Shen, the individuals from the 9th Division were terrifying. Mingling among such monstrous beings could lead to his quick exposure. He exhaled deeply and then noticed a commotion among his classmates. Qin Juanhao had just exited the classroom when he was pulled into another classroom by Xiao Wutong, eliciting gasps of astonishment and envy from many. Xu Xiaoqiang, brimming with excitement, whistled, "Brother Hao is incredible." This sparked a minor uproar on the playground. Qin Juanhao completely dropped his facade, his lips curling into a triumphant smile as he waved to the cheering classmates. Inside the classroom, a white-haired boy glanced out the window. "What is that fool Xiao Wutong up to?" A beautiful girl replied, "He has signed a student early." "Did we miss any promising candidates?" "None." "Then what is he doing?" The beautiful girl casually tossed her hair back, revealing her exquisitely delicate, fair ears adorned with a lovely ear cuff. "I overheard Xiao Wutong saying he found a good candidate and was trying to intercept us." The white-haired boy scratched his nose and gestured towards the box in front of the girl. "That fool, doesn't he know we brought the most advanced detection equipment this time?" The girl rested her chin on her hand. The news of the equipment upgrade hasn't reached the 9th Division yet. It's not surprising that he is unaware. What level is the person he intercepted? The girl glanced at Qin Juanhao's test results. Originally C rank, but he bulked it up with numerous drugs, barely reaching B rank. The white-haired boy yawned, trash. By the way, prepare the contract, let's head to Fangshan's house tonight to sign it. We can go at dinner time and snag a meal. Fangshan made his way towards the class group, where the buzz of conversation revolved around Qin Juanhao, with everyone expressing their envy. This was no longer just a stable job, it was a golden opportunity. Securing a position in the Sky Shield Bureau, even if not in the 9th Division, was an unparalleled honor. Chu Xinyao approached Fangshan and tugged at his arm. Xiao Fang, let us sit over there, it's too noisy here. Fangshan hesitated. I need to return to the classroom first, then I'll swing by class 8 to find my sister. What do you need her for? To give her some drugs. Chu Xinyao pouted. So you didn't use the drugs to save them for your sister? You really don't want to use my stuff. If you're short on drugs, just use what I gave you. Xiao Fang, we've known each other since kindergarten, you should feel free to ask me for anything. As long as I have it, you will never go without, do you hear me? While speaking, Chu Xinyao stood on her tiptoes and playfully poked Fangshan's forehead. Fangshan raised an eyebrow. Anything? Oh. Can you give me a kiss? Fangshan. Chu Xinyao fiercely pinched Fangshan's side. HMPH. After retrieving the drugs, he found his way to class 8. Since there were no classes today, the atmosphere was quite chaotic. Through the window, he observed many students chattering animatedly about the talent test, with almost every desk sporting a vial of drugs. Jiang Shaoch was engrossed in a book with her headphones on. Jiang Shaoch. Fangshan called out. Jiang Shaoch was nudged by her desk mate, looked up towards the door, adjusted her glasses, and quickly walked out. Brother, did your test finish? Yeah, here, this is for you. Fangshan handed her the vial. Upon seeing the vial, Jiang Shaoch paused, recognizing it as the one from last night. You didn't use the drug? I forgot, just take it. Jiang Shaoch lowered her head, biting her lip. Brother, thank you. Why are you being so polite with me? Jiang Shaoch looked up at Fangshan, her eyes slightly red. I know you didn't use it to save it for me. Oh, come on, if I didn't need it, I would have returned it to you last night. You didn't give it to me last night just to upset Dad, right? Fangshan awkwardly scratched his cheek and flicked Jiang Shaoch's forehead. Stop talking nonsense. My classmates are watching. Jiang Shaoch glanced at Chu Xinyao, who was also looking at her, and they exchanged slight nods. Upon returning to the classroom, Qin Juanhao stood at the podium. Classmates, since you've seen it, I won't pretend anymore. I have indeed been recruited by the 7th Division. I told my dad about this, and he said he would donate a building to our school in the name of our class to thank everyone for taking care of me over the years. Also, my dad has instructed the butler to arrange a venue. The day after tomorrow, I will send the family driver to pick everyone up. The entire outing will be on me. At this point, Qin Juanhao turned to Chu Xinyao. Chu Xinyao, you must come. Sorry, I've made plans with Fangshan to go to the ocean theme park. You all enjoy. Qin Juanhao faltered for a moment, wanting to say something, but Chu Xinyao put on her headphones. Seeing her refusal, Qin Juanhao sat down, his face darkening with anger as he glared at Fangshan, as if wishing to flay him alive. Qin Juanhao pulled out his phone and sent a message. Dad, book the entire ocean theme park for us. I want to have a gathering there with my classmates. The talent test continued until just before school let out when an unexpected event transpired. Someone had leaked the test scores of certain students, causing the results to spread like wildfire throughout the school. Upon seeing the scores, some rejoiced while others despaired. Fangshan too received the test results. After opening and perusing them for a moment, he did not find his name but was astonished to see Jiang Shaoch and Jiang Xiaoyun's results. Name: Jiang Shaoch. Talent: Mental System Talent, A rank, Drug. Talent: Healing System Talent, C rank, Drug. Name: Jiang Xiaoyun. Talent: Beast Control Talent, C rank, Drug. Upon returning home, Fangshan found his aunt busy in the kitchen, her face radiating joy. His uncle, Jiang Guidong, had even brought out a treasured bottle of wine he had kept for years, drinking and cheerfully patting his thighs. Jiang Xiaoyun lounged arrogantly on the sofa, her legs crossed. exuding an air of authority as if today was her day to call the shots. Jiang Xiaoch sat at the table, absorbed in her book. Xiaoshen is back. Aunt Fang Hualan cheerfully wiped her hands on her apron and greeted Fangshan with a bright smile. Fangshan inquired, "Aunt, have you made something delicious? Chicken, duck, fish, and meat. I've prepared all your favorites." Jiang Xiaoyun rolled her eyes, sitting up. "Mom, what does that have to do with him? My sister and I are the real heroes of the day." Aunt Fang Hualan was in high spirits, especially proud of her daughter's excellent results, particularly Jiang Xiaoch, whose achievements would surely attract many organizations. "All my precious darlings." Jiang Xiaoyun scoffed. "Who knows if your big nephew will turn out to be trash or a treasure?" Aunt Fang Hualan retorted, "You child, what are you saying? Pish posh, your brother will definitely do well. Today is a day of celebration. Don't say such things, Xiaoshen, just sit for a moment, dinner will be ready soon." Jiang Weidong cleared his throat vigorously, placing his phone on the table, which displayed the electronic report cards of his two daughters. "Come, Fangshan, take a look at your two sisters' results." Fangshan glanced at them and smiled, "Very impressive." Jiang Xiaoyun scoffed, "Impressive or not, do you need to say that?" Jiang Weidong took another sip of wine and pointed at the table. "Fangshan, look again at your elder sister, Xiaoch, a rank talent. Do you know what that means? Many organizations will be vying for her, other children are chosen by organizations, but your sister Xiaoch gets to choose which organization to join. That's the difference, understood?" Fangshan flattered, "Uncle, you couldn't be more right." Jiang Weidong slammed his cup down on the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Fangshan, "Fueled by drink, if it weren't for you taking Xiaoch's drug, her results would be even better. Remember, Fangshan, you owe my daughter a debt for a lifetime." Aunt Fang Hualan immediately defended Fangshan, "Jiang Weidong, it's a day of great joy, and to say such heartless things is too much." "Too much." Jiang Weidong slammed the table, standing up and pointing at Fangshan, the alcohol emboldening him. "Listen here, Fangshan, remember well, my daughter is magnanimous. She gave you the drug. If she hadn't given it to you, her talent might have been S-rank, and her future accomplishments would be even greater. You have robbed my daughter of a bright future. You owe her, you'll never be able to repay this debt." Suddenly, Jiang Xiaoch slammed her hand on the table. Jiang Weidong jumped in surprise and turned to Jiang Xiaoch, smiling ingratiatingly, "What's wrong, Xiaoch? Did Dad scare you? My bad, I was just worried that Fangshan's results might be mediocre and that the drug would go to waste." Jiang Xiaoch glared at Jiang Weidong, holding up an empty syringe and shouting, "My brother gave me the drug. I owe him, our entire family owes him." Chapter 7, Encounter with the Commander. The gaze of the entire family was fixated on the vial of medicine. Jiang Weidong suddenly fell silent. He recognized that vial and was entirely convinced that Jiang Xiaochar could not possibly be lying about this matter. Therefore, Fangshan had not utilized this medicine at all and had instead given it to Jiang Xiaochar. Aunt Fang Hualan swiftly seized the syringe, turned around, and clasped Fangshan's arm tightly with both hands, her eyes reddening as she gently patted his arm. "Why, dear child? You could give me a heart attack. This is yours. What are you doing giving it to your sister?" As she spoke, Fang Hualan's lips trembled, and tears streamed down her cheeks. "Aunt, it's fine. I can manage without the medicine," Jiang Xiaochun said, wiping her tears. "Aunt, I'm so sorry, I truly am." Jiang Xiaoyu, chewing gum, interjected, "Mom, why are you crying? You've ruined my good mood. Even if Fangshan used that medicine, it doesn't necessarily mean he is better than my sister, right? Moreover, your nephew voluntarily gave the medicine to Jiang Xiaochar, no one forced him. Jiang Xiaoyu, have a conscience, will you?" Jiang Xiaochar retorted angrily. Jiang Xiaoyu rolled her eyes. "He said himself he can do without the medicine, so why are you worrying for him? Besides, he is using our family's resources, shouldn't he be the one with a conscience?" Smack! Jiang Xiaochar delivered a crisp, resounding slap across Jiang Xiaoyu's face. The blow was clean and decisive, leaving Jiang Xiaoyu momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, she burst into tears. "Dad, you need to control her. She is turning against our own." Jiang Weidong held Jiang Xiaoyu, soothing her cheek. Xie, what are you doing? How could you strike your sister, your own flesh and blood, for an outsider? Jiang Xie glared coldly at Jiang Weidong, outsider. We are the outsiders, don't forget that it was my brother who took us in. Now, I implore you to apologize to my brother for your earlier behavior. Xie, I am your father. Jiang Weidong insisted. Jiang Xie repeated coldly, apologize. If you don't, I will renounce joining any organization. Jiang Weidong grew anxious. Xie, you. Jiang Xie's gaze was icy. With her recent academic achievements, she was undoubtedly the pillar of the family, and Jiang Weidong himself recognized his own shortcomings. Glancing at Fangchen, he said, I apologize, Fangchen, my words were indeed excessive. Please persuade Xie not to abandon the opportunity to join a major organization. Fangchen gently flicked Jiang Xie's forehead, thinking how much better she was than Jiang Xiaoyu, the ungrateful one. I'm hungry, Xie. Oh, all right, I'll serve you some food. Jiang Xie headed towards the kitchen. Fang Huilan, with red-rimmed eyes, looked at Fangchen apologetically. Xiaoshen, aunt, I'm hungry, let us eat. Fang Huilan squeezed Fangchen's arm. All right, I'll prepare a couple more dishes before we eat. Jiang Xiaoyu, nestled in Jiang Weidong's embrace, complained, Dad. It hurts. Jiang Weidong patted Jiang Xiaoyu's back, massaging her cheeks, casting a fierce glare at Fangchen, whom he deemed the culprit. With a huff, he took his daughter to find an ice pack. He whispered to Jiang Xiaoyu, remember, your sister is still family. Fangchen is to blame for this slap. I've never heard of a child achieving excellent grades without the medicine. He clearly intends to wait for the next test, at which point he'll still need my connections to acquire the medicine. Just wait, Dad will surely repay him for this slap. Jiang Xiaoyu glared at Fangchen. All right, Dad. A knock echoed through the room. Who is it? Aunt ran to the door. Standing at the entrance was a rotund man, beaming and carrying a heap of gifts. Is this Jiang Xie's home? You must be Jiang Xie's mother. We are from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. We've come specifically to discuss her joining us. Without waiting for Fang Huilan's invitation, the man freed a hand to shake hers and ushered in his assistant. Fang Huilan stood there, bewildered. But she quickly regained her composure and called into the kitchen, Xie, they are looking for you. Jiang Xie emerged from the kitchen, wiping her hands. Hello, Jiang Xie, I am Tong Fengwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. The man greeted her with a broad smile and extended his hand for a shake. And you are? Jiang Weidong hurried over. The man, adept at navigating social situations, bowed slightly and trotted over. You must be Jiang Xie's father. I am Tong Fengwu from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. You know, we are the largest business association in the entire district. Jiang Weidong nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Greetings. Please have a seat. You've come regarding our Xie, Haven TU. Indeed, Jiang Xie's exceptional performance has prompted the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce to send me, as the Lan City representative, to invite her to join us. Should she accept, we will provide her with a top-tier apartment in the most expensive area, Baohu Yuan, along with a luxury car for her transport. In her first year with us, she will earn an annual salary of 800,000, which will double in the second year. After 3 years, she will receive stock options based on her contributions to the association. Tong Fengwu elaborated on the numerous benefits in one breath, leaving Jiang Weidong's eyes glistening with anticipation as he swallowed several times. He turned to Jiang Xie, thinking of the adage that a rising star elevates all connected to it. If she soared, he would surely benefit as well. So, Xie, what do you think? Tong Fengwu inquired again. Before Jiang Xie could respond, another knock sounded at the door. Fang Huilan opened it to reveal a professionally dressed woman wearing glasses, flanked by 2 assistants bearing gifts. The woman extended her hand. You must be Jiang Xie's mother. Hello, I'm Li Yinqiao, the representative of the Li family from the provincial city. We've come for Jiang Xie. Welcome, welcome. Fang Huilan exclaimed eagerly, her eyes fixed on the woman, who exuded a commanding presence, embodying the essence of a powerful woman as she stepped inside. Li Yinqiao strode in, her high heels clicking on the floor, casting a glance at the rotund Tong Fengwu, who returned a harmless smile, only to receive a dismissive huff in return. You are Jiang Xiao's father, I presume. Li Yinxiao extended her hand toward Jiang Weidong. He licked his lips, feeling a sense of elation. Finally, after years of feeling downtrodden, he could hold his head high. He had witnessed the neighbors gossiping about their family earlier. Hello. Jiang Weidong quickly shook her hand. Li Yinxiao turned to Jiang Xiaochar with a smile. Hello, Jiang Xiaochar, I am Li Yinxiao from the Li family in the provincial city. I am delighted to meet you. I assume this friend from the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce has already presented an offer. We from the Li family are prepared to match their offer, doubling their terms to demonstrate our sincerity. Tong Fengwu's eyes widened in disbelief. I must say, Li, that seems rather unfair. Li Yinxiao replied composedly, I believe Jiang Xiaochar deserves it. As the two factions vied for Jiang Xiaochar's attention, Jiang Weidong felt as though he were floating on air. This was exhilarating. Let us all sit down and discuss, he suggested, attempting to mediate. However, another knock interrupted them. Fang Huilan opened the door again. This time, the newcomers were dressed in uniforms, and their gifts were modest, lacking the flamboyance of the previous visitors. The leader was a square-faced man with a serious demeanor. Hello, Tiandun Bureau, 4th Division, Captain Chu Gang, here for Jiang Xiaochar. Fang Huilan quickly opened the door wider. Please, come in. Chu Gang stepped inside, surveying Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao. Both wore smiles. Captain, you've arrived. Yes, Jiang Xiaochar, have you made your decision? Not yet. Oh, well, the 4th Division also wishes to extend an invitation for you to join us. You may choose now. Jiang Weidong, overwhelmed with excitement, found his voice trembling with anticipation. This was the pinnacle of his life. Captain Chu, please, have a seat. Chu Gang took his place. You may all sit as well. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao followed suit. Li Yinxiao was the first to speak. Regardless of how we compete, the final decision rests with Jiang Xiaochar. It ultimately depends on her choice. Jiang Xiaochar, somewhat bewildered by the sudden turn of events, had only heard of how those with exceptional talent were coveted by various factions. She hadn't anticipated such a direct contest for her allegiance. After a brief hesitation, she declared, I'll follow my brother's advice. Fangshan was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Jiang Xiaochar to say that. All three factions turned their gaze toward Fangshan. Li Yinxiao smiled, you are Jiang Xiaochar's brother, where do you think she should go? Jiang Weidong promptly interjected, why listen to him, I am her father, and I make the decisions in this household. Can't any of you recruit my daughter as well? As he spoke, he pulled Jiang Xiaoyu closer. May I ask, what is your daughter's talent? Sea-level beast mastery. Chu Gang replied matter-of-factly, that talent is too low. The 4th Division will not accept her. Tong Fengwu's eyes darted around, weighing the pros and cons. We will accept her. Li Yinxiao added without hesitation, we will also accept her. The terms will still be double that of the Tiannan Chamber of Commerce. I must say, Li, why are you always trying to undermine me? The rotund man exclaimed in exasperation. Li Yinxiao ignored him and continued to look at Jiang Xiaochar. The decision ultimately lies with you. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xiaochar responded, whichever organization is willing to accept my brother, I will go with them. This statement left everyone momentarily speechless. Chu Gang was the first to speak, maintaining his professional demeanor. The 4th Division has a high threshold, we do not accept those with too low a talent. Tong Fengwu weighed his options, sensing a potential loss. Li Yinxiao replied, we from the Li family can accept him, but the benefits may be somewhat limited, given his low talent, and he, before she could finish, yet another knock echoed through the room. More visitors. Huilan, please open the door. Jiang Weidong exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Fang Huilan moved to the door and opened it. Standing there was a white-haired man in uniform, wearing sunglasses, accompanied by a beautiful young woman. You're here for Xiaochar, right? Who's Xiaochar? I am looking for coffee. Is Fangshan home? He is, and you are? His friend. With that, the white-haired man and the beautiful woman strode inside. We're looking for Fangshan. Upon seeing the white-haired man, Fangshan felt a twinge of anxiety. Why had the 9th Division come? At that moment, Jiang Weidong, still riding high on his earlier excitement, noticed the white-haired man entering. Fangshan, as a student, why are you associating with such dubious friends? You bring them home. Before Jiang Weidong could finish, Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao stood up respectfully, bowing slightly. Commander Zhuge. Zhu Gang immediately rose and snapped to attention, saluting. Captain Zhu Gang of the 4th Special Operations Division, reporting to you, Commander. Chapter 8. The true identity of grandfather. The most chilling silence descended abruptly. Just a moment ago, Jiang Weidong had been brimming with arrogance, but in the next instant, the smile on his face froze in place. Tong Fengwu of the Qiannan Chamber of Commerce and Li Yinxiao from the provincial capital gazed at the white-haired man with utmost reverence. Most strikingly, Zhu Gang, a representative from a governmental agency, stood up to salute and addressed him as commander. Jiang Weidong swallowed hard, completely taken aback by the revelation of the white-haired man's identity. However, a lingering doubt gnawed at him. What could this individual possibly want with Fangshan, who possessed no more than a sea-level talent? What brings you to seek Fangshan? Jiang Weidong promptly adjusted his tone, forcing a smile as he inquired. The white-haired man paid no heed to Jiang Weidong and extended his hand towards Fangshan. Greetings, I am Zhuge Hang from the 9th Special Operations Division of the Qian Shield Bureau. Fangshan hesitated for a moment before reciprocating the handshake, filled with confusion. He had not utilized any enhancing agents, so how could he have been detected? Could it be that the 9th Division employed some extraordinary means? What do you require of me? A charming smile graced Zhuge Hang's handsome visage. 2 matters. Firstly, I extend an invitation for you to join the 9th Division. Secondly, I wish to partake in a meal. Join the 9th Division. What exactly is the 9th Division? Do they accept individuals with talents below sea level? Jiang Weidong, like an inquisitive child, bombarded them with a flurry of questions. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinxiao regarded Jiang Weidong as though he were a fool. Zhu Gang retained his stoic demeanor, explaining, the 9th Division is the most formidable special operations unit within the Qian Shield Bureau. It exclusively recruits members with S-level talents and above. But did Mr. Tong not just state that Fangshan is not listed on his transcript? Tong Fengwu retorted with irritation. Those selected by the 9th Division have their information encrypted. We lack the authority to access it, hence, his name does not appear. Jiang Weidong's eyes widened in astonishment, rendered speechless. Jiang Xiaoyu mirrored his disbelief. Meanwhile, Fang Hualan and Jiang Xiaocha were filled with excitement, their hearts racing from the exhilarating highs and lows of the revelation. Does this mean my little Shen possesses exceptional talent? Zhuge Hang made himself comfortable as if he were at home. He has awakened 5 talents, achieving a maximum talent level of SS without the use of any agents. Here is his transcript. As he spoke, Zhuge Hang produced a slender black device, which he unfolded into an L shape, revealing a virtual screen displaying Fangshan's information. Fang Hualan eagerly accepted it, her hands trembling with excitement. Jiang Weidong quickly leaned in closer. Upon reading the list of awakened talents, he was struck dumb, utterly shocked. There was 1 SS-level talent, 2 S-level talents, and 2 A-level talents. Even the lowest among them could secure a stable position. Most alarmingly, he had not even used any enhancing agents. Had he done so, all talent levels would have increased by 1. Fangshan, upon witnessing this information, furrowed his brows in concern. Jiang Weidong felt a tightness in his throat and a dryness in his mouth, as though a hand had grasped his neck. Noticing a button on the right side of the display, Jiang Weidong pressed it. The second page revealed an overview of Fangshan's family background. Fang Yingtai, grandfather, information encrypted. Fang Jinping, father, information encrypted. Yi Ruger, mother, information encrypted. Upon seeing this, Fangshan was momentarily taken aback. It was understandable that his parents, who had worked in research for a government agency, would have encrypted information, but why did his grandfather's information also remain encrypted? Jiang Weidong continued scrolling, revealing Fangshan's current family situation with the Jiang family. However, this page 4 handwritten remarks. Jiang Weidong, uncle, a complete fool. Fang Hualan, aunt, a good person. Jiang Xiucha, cousin, a kind person. Jiang Xiaoyu, cousin, a little troublemaker. The expressions of Jiang Weidong and Jiang Xiaoyu shifted dramatically. With a snap of his fingers, Zhuge Han retracted the device, closing it as though nothing had occurred. Little dear. Zhuge Han snapped his fingers again. A beautiful young woman produced an exquisite and hefty box, presenting it to Fangshan. Zhuge Han swayed in his seat, instructing, open it, register the information, and then we shall dine. After a moment of silence, Fangshan asked, must I join the 9th Division? Upon hearing this, everyone in the room fell silent. Those unfamiliar with the 9th Division could grasp the implications, but Tong Fengwu and Li Yinqiao, who were well aware of its significance, stared wide-eyed at Fangshan, bewildered by his audacity. Zhuge Han paused momentarily, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. Others would rejoice at the prospect of joining the 9th Division, celebrating as if they were setting off firecrackers at their ancestors' graves. You are the first person in history to decline such an offer. Fangshan pondered for a moment. Perhaps the history of your 9th Division is simply too brief. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinqiao exchanged glances, silently acknowledging his bravery in addressing Zhuge Han in such a manner. Little did he know the stature of this individual. Zhuge Han chuckled at Fangshan's remark. What you say is not without merit. The 9th Division was established during the turmoil at the end of the last century, originating from the notorious Divine Court organization before merging into the Qian Shield Bureau. In total, it has existed for a mere 92 years. By regulation, those chosen by the 9th Division may opt to refuse, but while others might decline, you cannot. Fangshan's heart sank, and he speculated whether his talent for slaughter had been uncovered. Why not? Zhuge Han flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly whites. Let us converse elsewhere. With a snap of his fingers, Zhuge Han suddenly transported Fangshan and himself away. Where did they go? Jiang Weidong exclaimed, stunned at the empty space before him. The young woman referred to as Little Deer explained, Mr. Zhuge possesses a powerful spatial talent. Certain matters are not suitable for discussion in front of outsiders, so he has created a temporary realm to speak privately with Fangshan. Jiang Weidong's family was utterly fascinated. Tong Fengwu and Li Yinqiao also displayed shock, while Zhu Gang's expression shifted for the first time. Has Mr. Zhuge grown even stronger? Little Deer replied, Mr. Zhuge is becoming more formidable with every passing moment. Fangshan looked around, realizing he had entered an isolated realm, surrounded by rippling waters that could induce a sense of vertigo if stared at for too long. Do not be alarmed. It is just the two of us here. We can discuss some private matters. Zhuge Han's voice resonated from behind him. Fangshan turned to face Zhuge Han, who, despite not exhibiting any overtly dangerous demeanor, emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure that felt suffocating. Are you aware of who your grandfather is? Zhuge Han inquired. My grandfather. Indeed. Fangshan replied earnestly, my grandfather is my grandfather. Zhuge Han clicked his tongue. Such remarks could lead to your demise. After a brief pause, he returned to the crux of the matter, stating directly, your grandfather, Fang Yingtai, likely never disclosed his true identity to any of you. He is, in fact, the foremost of the 4 divine generals of the former Divine Court organization, the predecessor of the 9th Division. He is Fang Qingdi. Chapter 9. Matters. Fangshan was momentarily taken aback. Upon observing Fangshan's subtle expression, Zhuge Han affirmed that Fangshan was indeed unaware. Fangshan himself was astonished, never anticipating that the old man possessed such a formidable identity. In retrospect, the minutiae surrounding the old man now seemed to hint at deeper insights. He had consistently claimed to be a retired soldier, yet never disclosed his military unit's designation. Whenever questioned, he would merely state he was an ordinary soldier from a common troop, wishing to enjoy a simple life after laying down his armor. When Fangshan's parents passed away, he spent time in his hometown with his grandfather. During that period, his grandfather regaled him with countless stories from the last century, including intricate details about the Holy Light Army and the Eternal Night Army, which were barely touched upon in textbooks. Yet, the old man recounted them with remarkable clarity. Moreover, upon reflecting on the old man's demeanor when he learned of Fangshan's talents, it appeared that the old man indeed harbored significant knowledge. Although Fangshan endeavored to maintain a composed facade, his heart surged with tumultuous emotions. He feigned calmness while gazing at the striking white-haired Zhuge Han. Fangqingdi, I have never heard of him. Of course, you haven't, Zhuge Han replied with a smirk. His name is Taboo. Your grandfather, Fangqingdi, defected from the organization, delivering an unprecedented blow to the divine court. To put it plainly, the gods' rebellion merely caused minor injuries to the divine court, but your grandfather single-handedly inflicted severe damage. Fangshan's heart stirred again. He had never imagined that the kind and gentle elder had once been so formidable. However, his expression grew serious. So, does that mean you intend to capture me? Zhuge Han chuckled, not at all. After all, I am but a devoted admirer of your grandfather. Furthermore, the reason your grandfather defected was due to the internal strife within the organization, where factions emerged with significant discord. Someone falsely accused your grandfather of colluding with the enemy, intending to eliminate him, the great benefactor of the nation. Eventually, the faction that framed him fell from grace, and the divine court exonerated your grandfather. So, is that the reason I must join the 9th Division? Fangshan inquired once more. Zhuge Han raised 2 fingers. There are 2 primary reasons I hope you will join the 9th Division. First, your grandfather was a founding member of the 9th Division, a key figure in the Divine Court. The current leader, Elder Yi, shares a deep bond of friendship with your grandfather. By joining the 9th Division, you will be under his protection, ensuring a smooth path ahead. As long as you achieve military merit, no one will obstruct your rise. In other words, you would rightfully be regarded as the prince of the 9th Division. The second reason, which is equally significant, concerns your parents. They were top-tier researchers, and their recent accident appears to be more than a mere mishap. It resembles a calculated murder. Your parents discovered something, a method to enhance genes at minimal cost. Someone is fixated on this discovery, orchestrating the accident to eliminate your parents and conceal its whereabouts. There are speculations that it might be linked to you. Innocent people suffer when they possess something valuable. Thus, joining the 9th Division is not solely for your future, but also for your safety. Of course, you may choose to refuse. I can grant you 3 days to consider. Here's something for you. If you come to a decision, simply crush it, and I will appear. Should you find yourself in danger, you may also crush this item, and I will come to your aid. Zhuge Han flicked his finger, and a nearly transparent sphere flew towards Fangshan. Fangshan held the object in his hand, feeling its lightness. He resolved to find a way to contact his grandfather to verify Zhuge Han's claims. He tucked the item away. Are you truly powerful? Before the gods' rebellion, the realms of combat prowess were classified into 14 levels, including summoning, source, pulsation, grounding, well observation, harmonization, mirror breaking, virtual response, and spirit platform, among others. Later, for convenience, they were simplified to levels 1 through 3. As for my combat strength, under current classifications, while wearing glasses, my strength is at level 11. Fangshan regarded Zhuge Han, who had been wearing sunglasses since their first meeting. What about without glasses? Zhuge Han, without specifying a level, placed his hands in his pockets and flashed a confident grin. Very strong. Even without specifics, Fangshan could sense an overwhelming air of self-assurance emanating from Zhuge Han. Logically speaking, someone of your caliber should occupy a high position and rarely make appearances, shouldn't you? Fangshan questioned. Zhuge Han grinned, revealing his pearly whites. I have a nickname, the street rogue of the 9th Division. However, this journey has been worthwhile, as I encountered my idol, Fangqingdi. As for your grandfather's whereabouts, according to the information you provided, he went to your hometown but did not locate anyone. I don't know. Did he say anything before leaving? Nothing. Zhuge Han interlaced his fingers behind his head. Well, the item that little Lu gave you earlier is a self-developed Heaven Shield intelligence connector from the Heaven Shield Bureau. Only newly joined members of the 9th Division receive it. Members from the other 8 divisions must undergo a year-long assessment before being equipped. Once your identity is authenticated, you can use it to contact teammates, access information, and even check others' talent and combat levels. As for additional functionalities, those will be introduced to you once you decide to join the 9th Division. Do you have any further questions? If not, we can head out. I'm starving and came specifically to scrounge a meal. Why have I never sensed my other talents? Because you have yet to achieve a true awakening. It's akin to a sharpshooter who hasn't touched a gun. They wouldn't know their talent for marksmanship until they handle one. After talent testing, the 9th Division will provide targeted training to hone your abilities. Any other questions? None for now. Snap! Zhuge Hang snapped his fingers, everything before them shattered like a broken mirror, and when it reassembled, they found themselves back in the living room. Fang Shen marveled at the extraordinary nature of this talent. Yet, it was undoubtedly intertwined with the prowess of the individual known as the street rogue of the 9th Division. Upon their reappearance, everyone in the room immediately turned their attention to them. Zhuge Hang boldly took a seat. Aunt Fang Shen, serve the dishes. Fang Huilan momentarily struggled to comprehend, as Zhuge Hang unceremoniously headed to the kitchen to fetch the food. It smells amazing. I told you it was wise to come during mealtime. Zhuge Hang placed the dishes on the table and glanced at Tong Fengwu, Li Yunqiao, and Chu Gang. What are you all still doing here? Are you here to mooch off the meal as well? Tong Fengwu hurriedly shook his head. No, we are here to recruit Fang Shen's sister, Jiang Xiechar. And you are? Mr. Zhuge, I am Tong Fengwu from the Qiannan Chamber of Commerce. Zhuge Hang responded with a casual "oh," adding, so you are the unscrupulous merchant of the Qiannan Chamber of Commerce. You've surely exploited many students from less privileged backgrounds with your contracts. Be gone. Understood. Zhuge Hang turned his gaze to Li Yunqiao. And you are? From the Li family of the provincial capital, another unscrupulous merchant. You can leave too. Li Yunqiao didn't dare to show any displeasure and politely bowed. Goodbye, Mr. Zhuge. The Jiang family stood in stunned silence. The Qiannan Chamber of Commerce and the Li family of the provincial capital were both large entities, well known among ordinary citizens. To witness such significant figures act so humbly before the white-haired man was astonishing. Zhuge Hang then turned to Chu Gang. And you? 4th Division, Chu Gang. I know you. Zhuge Hang served himself a bowl of rice. Let her head to the 1st Division. They need someone for the mental system there. If she doesn't adapt, she can come to your 4th Division. Understood, Mr. Zhuge. Do you have any objections? Zhuge Hang inquired of Jiang Xiechar. Jiang Xiechar felt dazed, instinctively looking towards Fang Shen. Listen to him. Fang Shen replied. Jiang Xiechar nodded. No objections. Jiang Weidong, eager, interjected, could I also send my daughter to your 9th Division? During the time Zhuge Hang and Fang Shen had disappeared, Jiang Weidong had inquired about the 9th Division, growing increasingly astonished at its formidable reputation. Which daughter? Both. Zhuge Hang took a seat. Your eldest daughter is marginally acceptable, but your youngest daughter is even less so. Even the guards at the 9th Division possess B-level fire attribute talents. Any further questions? If not, may I begin eating? I'm famished. Jiang Weidong's expression faltered, yet he dared not oppose Zhuge Hang, hastily inviting him to dine. Throughout the meal, Jiang Weidong frequently served Fang Shen, beaming with a smile that suggested he might kneel before him in gratitude. Here, Xiaoshen, this is your favorite braised fish. Mr. Zhuge, my Xiaoshen has been clever since childhood. Please take good care of him in the future. Xiaoshen, what would you like to drink today? You are our family's great benefactor. Let your uncle pour you a drink. After the meal, Zhuge Hang grabbed an apple and munched on it as he made his way outside. 3 days. Remember to give me your answer. Once Zhuge Hang departed, Jiang Weidong resumed his obsequious demeanor. Xiaoshen, would you like another drink? This is the fine wine your uncle bought. No, thank you. Fang Huilan, with a satisfied gaze, seemed to recall something. Xiaoshen, I almost forgot. This afternoon, a package for you arrived at the door. I've placed it in your room. All right. Fang Shen returned to his room with the Heaven Shield intelligence connector. On his desk sat a parcel. Upon opening it, he discovered a mobile phone. Recognizing it as his grandfather's, he quickly retrieved it. The phone was dead, so he found a charging cable. After powering it on, the photo album was prominently displayed in the center of the screen, almost like a foolproof prompt. He opened the album and found a video. As he clicked on it, darkness enveloped the screen, and the camera wobbled. Moments later, his grandfather's hurried voice echoed through the chaos. The frantic footage indicated that his grandfather was seemingly fleeing. Amidst the tumult, a piercing voice emerged. Xiaoshen, I am your grandfather. You must remember the two matters I am about to disclose. Chapter 10, The Reflection. Firstly, join the 9th Division. With your talents, it will not be difficult to integrate. The current head of the 9th Division is an old friend of mine. He will undoubtedly look after you. Secondly, before midnight, gaze into the mirror and channel your vitality to activate your slaughter runes, sustaining it for half an hour. Xiaoshen, there are many matters that are inconvenient to discuss at present. Do not discard this phone. I will be in touch with you. The scene froze at this point. Fangshan found himself unable to calm the turmoil within. In the video, his grandfather appeared to be evading something. However, the dim lighting rendered it impossible to discern the specifics of his surroundings. Fangshan replayed the video but still failed to uncover any useful clues. Reflecting on his grandfather's sudden departure, he sensed deeper implications at play. Recalling his grandfather's words, it became clear that he could indeed join the 9th Division, confirming the white-haired handsome man's assertions. As for the second matter, gazing into the mirror at night, what purpose does that serve? Fangshan glanced at the time. It was just past 8, leaving him with some time before his grandfather's appointed hour. After scrutinizing the phone several times, he concluded that the only clue his grandfather had left was this video. Unable to extract any further value, he set the phone aside. His gaze fell upon the Qian Shield Smart Link device on the table. Upon opening it, he found it to be the very device Zhuge Han had used to review documents earlier that afternoon. It was L-shaped, with a virtual screen emerging from its corner. This device was not particularly heavy. In fact, it could be described as quite light. Once powered on, the virtual screen displayed two buttons: identity registration and account login. After a moment's contemplation, Fangshan clicked on the identity registration option. Please face the center of the screen to complete facial recognition. Fangshan positioned himself accordingly. Facial recognition complete. Please enter the invitation code or name of the inviter. When prompted to input the name, Fangshan found himself at a loss. The white-haired man had only mentioned his name as Zhuge Han, without indicating the final character of his surname. Moreover, the dialog box indicated only one opportunity for input. Zhuge Han had not left Fangshan any contact details upon his departure. As soon as Fangshan had prepared to ask, the white-haired figure had vanished with the deer, using his spatial abilities. All that remained was a small orb that could summon him. However, Zhuge Han had mentioned that in times of danger, Fangshan could shatter this orb to call for assistance. Fangshan was determined not to squander this fortuitous opportunity to benefit from the white-haired man's abilities, and he also wished to gauge his true strength when the moment arose. His phone vibrated incessantly. Qin Juanhao, having been accepted into the 7th Division, was over the moon, with his father purchasing him a luxury vehicle worth 7 million, and he was currently flaunting photos in their group chat. Xu Xiaoqiang was like an overzealous admirer, incessantly praising him. Fangshan regarded the exchange as mere entertainment, observing the two as they endeavored to impress each other. Half an hour ago, Zhu Xinyao had also sent a message: Xiao Fang, I wish to visit the Ocean Theme Pavilion. Will you accompany me, I beg you? Remembering that Zhu Xinyao had once brought him medicine, Fangshan felt a sense of obligation and purchased 2 tickets for the following day, sending a screenshot in response. Zhu Xinyao replied joyfully, Wow, I knew Xiao Fang was the best. By the way, Xiao Fang, the results were originally scheduled to be released the day after tomorrow, but they have leaked early, and the school has decided to announce them tomorrow. Fangshan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the results would be revealed early, but for him, the outcome was already known. Understood. Shall we play some games? Fangshan glanced at the time. His grandfather had instructed him to gaze into the mirror before midnight, and there was still a while to go. He decided to pass the time. Logging in. Xiao Wutong was in a frenzy, pacing like a monkey that had consumed wasabi, repeatedly examining Qin Juanhao's report card. Each glance brought him closer to tears. This cannot be. How could this happen? Ari Li, are you certain that Qin Juanhao is the same person you encountered in the alley that day? Ari Lee, with her icy blue eyes, was fixated on the screen of a white-framed smart device. It should be, but I can't recall clearly. Xiao Wutong rubbed his temples vigorously, donning a mask of anguish. This cannot be right. Someone barely reaching B-level talent cannot possess 4th level combat power at this age. I thought I had struck gold and rushed into intercept, and now I am the laughingstock. Moreover, Qin Juanhao is throwing a grand banquet, promoting this far and wide. My heavens, I cannot endure this. I truly want to kick his backside with my size 42 leather shoes. Ari Lee abruptly closed the smart device, shifting the topic. Their higher-ups have assigned us a mission. The 7th Division is to protect someone. Who? Chu Xinyao, specific details have been sent to you. Xiao Wutong shook his wristwatch, from which unexpectedly emerged a smart device. After facial recognition, he accessed the latest information. Good heavens, this girl is the daughter of that prominent figure. How dare the remnants of the Eternal Night Army attempt to kidnap his daughter? Ari Lee continued, that notable individual is involved in a confidential matter. The remnants of the Eternal Night Army intend to use his daughter as leverage to extract secrets. However, it must be noted that the infiltration by the remnants of the Eternal Night Army is alarmingly severe. The early leak of results was orchestrated by them, as they seek to create confusion and disguise themselves as a formidable force, aiming to recruit exceptionally talented individuals to bolster their ranks. Xiao Wutong shook his head in resignation, suddenly exclaiming, they dispatched an 8th level combatant to kidnap this girl. Ari Lee nodded, thus, our leader will personally oversee the operation. We must set out immediately to covertly protect her. Fang Shen set down his phone, noticing that it was nearly midnight. No more gaming for now. All right, I'm tired too. Get some rest. Sure, good night, see you tomorrow. After placing his phone aside, Fang Shen rose and walked toward the bathroom. He gazed into the mirror at his own reflection, channeling his vitality. The crimson slaughter runes on the back of his hand glowed menacingly, yet, the reflection revealed nothing unusual. What precisely did his grandfather want him to observe? Fang Shen continued to stare into the mirror as time ticked away. At midnight, he remained transfixed, his mind racing with bizarre legends, yet ultimately, nothing appeared amiss. Following his grandfather's instructions, he had gazed for over half an hour, yet still saw no anomalies. With a sigh, he concluded that today had yielded enough and that he would have to wait until tomorrow for further insights. As he turned to leave the bathroom, a sudden stiffness gripped his body, and a cold sweat broke out along his spine. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror. His reflection was embracing its arms, a smile dancing upon its visage as it stared back at him. Chapter 11, The King of Slaughter. In that fleeting moment, Fang Shen's hair stood on end. A chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. He turned his head slightly, gazing into the mirror. The reflection of Fang Shen remained motionless, arms crossed, observing him. Finally, Fang Shen discerned the visage of the figure before him. It bore an uncanny resemblance to himself, save for the striking crimson hue of its eyes, reminiscent of the moment he unleashed his killing prowess. The two stared at each other through the mirror. The reflection of Fang Shen leaned back slowly, and suddenly, a blood-red throne materialized behind him. The mirror image settled upon the throne with an air of composure, one hand formed into a fist propping his chin, his scarlet gaze fixed intently on the Fang Shen outside the glass. A hint of regal disdain curled at the corners of his mouth, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominion. Surprised? A voice echoed suddenly in his mind. Fang Shen's body tensed once more, disbelief washing over him as he beheld the scene before him. Was his reflection speaking? It was indeed hard to remain unperturbed. The shock within him simmered, refusing to subside. At last, Fang Shen mustered the courage to pose a profound inquiry. Who are you? The mirror's Fang Shen, perched upon the blood-red throne, responded with a languid, condescending tone that resonated in his mind. Who am I? Now, that is a question worth exploring. I bear many titles: the Zero Judge, the first among the 7 kings, the King of Slaughter, the Godslayer, or perhaps you may refer to me as the Destroyer of Gods. Yet, there exists one title that resembles a name, Fang Shen. If you insist on knowing who I am, then I am you. A tempest of turmoil surged within Fang Shen, as if his very CPU were on the brink of combustion. What unfolded before him transcended the limits of his understanding. The mirror's Fangshan wore a knowing smile. You are me? Fangshan found this notion utterly implausible. He considered himself merely an exemplary student, possessing both intellect and physical prowess, someone of ordinary merit. The imposing presence of the figure before him was far from his own. The reflection continued its repose on the throne, propping its chin with a hand. This question is not one worth pondering at this moment. Do not squander your time on it. With your current strength, you may perceive me for only 3 minutes. 1 minute and 47 seconds have already elapsed. Allow me to impart some knowledge unto you. As a godslayer endowed with the talent for slaughter, it appears you do not fully comprehend your gift. You merely understand that killing enhances your power, but do you realize that through slaughter, you can also devour the talents of others? You may slay opponents with the same abilities to elevate your existing gifts. The talents you currently possess, save for the light attribute, have all been acquired through killing. This capability is the true terror of the killing talent. Furthermore, you possess another ability. Through slaughter, you can nourish me. I am akin to a contracted king of slaughter, and when you face peril, you can summon me. I can seize control of your body for 3 minutes, and at present, I can exhibit peak level 5 combat prowess. To summon me, simply activate the killing rune, place your hand upon your heart, and silently recite Sayer, and I shall descend. By the way, you must be wary of one individual, someone who wishes to. The voice abruptly cut off, as if the signal had been lost. The image in the mirror warped, resembling a television screen devoid of reception. Who? Fangshan hastened to inquire, leaning closer to the mirror, mirroring the actions of his reflection. Their gazes met, both equally bewildered. Time slipped by, and the 3 minutes elapsed. Everything returned to normal. Fangshan steadied himself against the wash basin, grappling with the surreal events of the day. After washing his face, he stared into the mirror. The reflection had warned him to be wary of someone, but who? The thought lingered, interrupted mid-sentence. What was this individual intending to discuss with him? The first name that sprang to mind was Sugar Hang, the only person in reality who could truly pressure Fangshan, being the striking white-haired youth from the monster room. Should he remain cautious of him, who else could he possibly guard against? It seemed he would have to wait until the following night to inquire further. Before the mirror, from outside the restroom, his aunt's concerned voice floated in. Shinshin, are you all right? Do you feel unwell? Why have you been in the bathroom for so long? Fangshan quickly replied, just playing on my phone for a bit. You child, hurry and get some rest. The voice of Jiang Weidong chimed in, almost sycophantic in nature. What is wrong with playing a bit? Shinshin has the capability to enjoy himself. Let the child have his fun. Jiang Huilan scoffed dismissively, disapproving of Jiang Weidong's obsequiousness. Once back in his room, Fangshan's gaze landed once again on his grandfather's delivery box. There was no indication of its origin, only Fangshan's address and name as the recipient. He tucked his phone into a drawer, gazing out at the full moon, pondering what he had witnessed and heard. Looking at his hands, he marveled at the prospect that his talent could indeed be enhanced. Yet, he had never heard of such a notion before. Early the next morning, Fangshan was roused from sleep by the cries of Jiang Xiaoyu. Jiang Weidong had risen early to procure Fangshan's favorite buns but had forgotten to buy the milk tea Jiang Xiaoyu desired. Feeling emboldened by her commendable performance the previous day, Jiang Xiaoyu pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Weidong, berating him. Why do you buy for Fangshan and not for me? You went all that way. Fangshan is only a bit better in grades, and look at what you've turned into since his grades came out. I am your own daughter, he is just an orphan. Why are you spoiling him like this? You truly have no backbone. I am your father. How can you speak to me in such a manner? Just because you gave birth to me doesn't necessarily make you my father. Jiang Xiaoyu screamed. Smack! Jiang Weidong, unable to endure any longer, delivered a resounding slap. Being an adult, the force behind his strike was considerable. Jiang Xiaoyu's beast-taming talent did little to bolster her defense, and the slap left her face askew, rendering her momentarily subdued. After finishing his grooming, as Fangshan sat down to eat, he caught sight of Jiang Xiaoyu glaring at him, her teeth grinding audibly, yet she dared not voice her anger, instead banging her spoon against the bowl, producing an irksome clanging sound. Xiaoyu, what happened to your face? Fangshan inquired feignedly, knowing full well. Jiang Weidong quickly interjected with a grin, This child speaks without thought. I had to teach her a lesson. Fangshan seized Jiang Weidong's hand. Oh, uncle, are you all right? I'm fine, I'm fine. Jiang Weidong beamed at Fangshan's concern. Fangshan turned back to Jiang Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, how old are you now? How can you be so thoughtless? You should not be using your face to collide with your father's hand. Look at what you did to my uncle's hand. Yu skewed his career line. Jiang Weidong's expression froze. Tears streamed down Jiang Xiaoyu's face as she covered her mouth, sobbing as she dashed back to her room. Look at how delighted you've made the child. Jiang Xiaochai stifled a laugh. Jiang Huilan lightly tapped Fangshan on the forehead. Why are you so mischievous? Jiang Xiaochai chuckled. Mom, my brother has been sharp-tongued for as long as I can remember. Jiang Weidong immediately corrected. It's not sharp-tongued. Your brother has a sense of humor. Fangshan shook his head, recalling a book he had read over 400 years ago, featuring the story of Fan Jin's successful examination. At this moment, Jiang Weidong's every action bore a striking resemblance to Fan Jin's father-in-law. Brother, there's no class at school today. Where are you going? Jiang Xiaochai inquired. I'm meeting some classmates to go out. As they conversed, Fangshan's phone vibrated, and a voice message from Chu Xinyao followed promptly. Calling student Fang, I have left home and am feeling great. Where shall we meet? Xiao Wutong pressed his earpiece. Everyone prepare, Chu Xinyao has departed. We are heading to the ocean-themed pavilion. The enemy has already mobilized. We must protect her at all costs. Suddenly, Ari Li raised her head. Captain Xiao, one more thing. Qin Juanhao has also booked the venue for the gathering at the ocean-themed pavilion. Chapter 12, The Oceanarium. Upon emerging from the subway station, Fangshan immediately spotted Chu Xinyao across the bustling street. Her enchanting eyes were fixed intently on the exit, and upon catching sight of him, she waved eagerly. Have you been waiting long? Fangshan inquired as he approached her. I just arrived, she replied. Then let us be on our way. Today, Chu Xinyao was adorned in a charming JK short skirt, her delicate, fair calves gracefully swaying as she walked. Her petite shoes and lace-trimmed white socks added an innocent allure. The ocean-themed venue had only opened at the end of last month, but its promotional efforts had been commendable, attracting quite a crowd. In the mid-20th century, after humanity had awakened their innate talents for over a decade, it was discovered that many animals, including marine life, had gradually developed intelligence as well. This newly inaugurated oceanarium was distinguished by its collection of marine creatures that had awakened unique abilities. From an exterior perspective, the entire structure resembled a majestic orca lying dormant upon the earth. As they entered and presented their tickets, a staff member greeted them with a smile. Welcome. Today, you may enjoy all the services and performances within the venue complimentary with your tickets. Inside the themed hall, a myriad of marine species could be observed. Dolphins leapt from the water, flapping their fins while exclaiming, "Hey there, buddy." An octopus played both the clarinet and the piano simultaneously, and for reasons unbeknownst to him, Fangshan felt an underlying rage emanating from the melodies it produced, as if it were poised to append the piano at any moment. There were singing jellyfish, starfish racing along the seabed in their tiny shorts, and king crabs waving their large pincers to snatch tips from unsuspecting tourists. Additionally, individuals with awakened water attributes donned fishman costumes, frolicking amidst schools of fish. Yet, the most exhilarating spectacle within the oceanarium was the underwater animal gladiatorial arena. At this moment, a seahorse clad in armor and wielding a spear was engaged in combat with an electric eel crackling with arcs of electricity. The seahorse exhibited remarkable fighting prowess, inflicting considerable damage upon the eel. After several bold charges, the audience erupted in cheers. Fangshan marveled at the unprecedented sight of a seahorse and an electric eel clashing in such a manner. At either end of the arena, two seals drummed enthusiastically to rally the crowd. Had he not witnessed this with his own eyes, Fangshan would have surely thought he had consumed too many mushrooms. Amidst the excitement of the duel, a voice rang out, "What a coincidence, you are all here too." Following the sound, Qin Juanhao appeared, accompanied by several classmates. Upon spotting Fangshan and Chu Xinyao, he feigned surprise. Chu Xinyao wrinkled her brow, as if confronted with something distasteful. "Are you following me?" Qin Juanhao quickly deflected the accusation onto his father. Not at all, this is truly a chance encounter. My dad mentioned that this ocean-themed venue is quite intriguing, so he booked the place for me to bring my classmates for some fun. Fangshan, what brings you here? Fangshan replied with mock seriousness, I came across a promotional video that mentioned numerous performances, including a turtle that can throw its shell. The audience dubbed it the turtle tossing the blame. I was curious, so I came to see for myself. Qin Juanhao's expression shifted between irritation and disbelief. Chu Xinyao stifled a laugh. Although Fangshan often chose to ignore Qin Juanhao, he relished in delivering a retort that would surely discomfort him. Loyal sycophant Xu Xiaoqiang immediately leaped forward, indignantly demanding, Fangshan, are you calling someone a turtle tossing the blame? Fangshan pointed toward a thick glass barrier, where indeed a turtle was performing. It swam rapidly, its shell lagging behind, and with a comical flourish, it flailed its front flippers and dove back into its shell, eliciting laughter and photographs from the audience. I was referring to that turtle. Who else would I mean? Are there other turtles tossing blame here? Xu Xiaoqiang faltered, and Qin Juanhao sneered in response, Fangshan, with results being announced in 2 hours, why are you here instead of waiting at home? Exactly. My brother Juanhao has already been recruited by the 7th Department, with a bright future ahead. It is only natural for him to indulge in some leisure. Xu Xiaoqiang chimed in enthusiastically. Fangshan maintained his serious demeanor, retorting, did I not just say I came to see the turtle tossing the blame? What could be more entertaining than results? Qin Juanhao clenched his fists, a forced smile plastered on his face. There are only 2 hours left until the results are revealed. I heard you didn't even use any potions yesterday. I am keen to see if you will still find amusement after the results are out. Xu Xiaoqiang smugly added, I fear that soon, Fangshan will become a source of entertainment for brother Juanhao. Just as they spoke, a piercing scream erupted from the direction of the gladiatorial arena. The electric eel, engaged in combat with the seahorse, suddenly unleashed a brilliant surge of electric light. The front row of spectators was instantly transformed into charred remains. Chaos erupted throughout the oceanarium. With a resounding crash, the turtle that had lost its shell, clutching its legs, revealed a fierce glint in its eyes, reminiscent of human malice. One of its flippers grasped the shell, and with the force of a discus thrower, it hurled it away. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the glass barrier separating tourists from the marine creatures shattered, sending torrents of water surging into the themed venue. The turtle's shell soared back into its grasp, and it flung it again, a cacophony of sounds echoing as glass walls shattered all around. The marine creatures escaped into the fray, and the visitors found themselves in a state of utter panic, desperately trying to flee. Yet, the exits were suddenly locked tight. The seahorse in battle slowly turned, its spear pointed ominously towards Chu Xinyao. Disguised as a staff member, Xiao Wutong stood in shock, cradling his head in disbelief. Oh my, this group of remnants from the Eternal Night Army are truly madmen. They have not only deployed an 8th level combatant, but also utilized a holograde artifact shaped like the oceanarium, all to capture an innocent little girl. Xiao Wutong, stay composed and protect that girl, a voice called from behind. Turning, he saw a man in a tailored suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. The man was stout, his gaze icy and composed. Leader! Xiao Wutong exclaimed. The man adjusted his tie, instructing, you all go protect Chu Xinyao. I will locate the 8th level combatant among the enemy. Understood. Xiao Wutong immediately rallied his companions, heading towards Chu Xinyao. At this moment, the themed venue had descended into utter chaos. Fangshan's gaze swept across every corner of the arena, his hand clutching the small spatial orb given to him by Zhuge. Should the situation demand it, he could summon the strikingly handsome Zhuge to intervene. In the instant the pandemonium erupted, several figures in black surged forward, shielding Qin Juanhao. He turned to Chu Xinyao, saying, Xinyao, do not be afraid. Come to my side. My bodyguards are skilled experts hired at great expense by my father. This captain of the bodyguards is a 3rd level master. Chapter 13, A Single Punch. Qin Juanhao concealed himself behind his bodyguard, gesturing towards Chu Xinyao. In response, Chu Xinyao grasped Fangshan's arm, a hint of panic flitting across her delicate face. Indeed startled, Xinyao, come here quickly. Why are you hiding behind Fangshan? Can he truly protect you? Qin Juanhao urged again, exasperation tinging his voice. Zhu Xinyao's pallid visage revealed her trepidation. Noticing Fang Shen's immobility, she bit her lip, resolutely remaining behind him. Qin Juanhao, in a fit of frustration, addressed several bodyguards, "Do not engage unless absolutely necessary. I must show them who truly holds the upper hand. They need to understand that I am the most reliable. Moreover, prioritize the protection of Zhu Xinyao. Fang Shen is of no concern." Fang Shen's gaze was fixated on a seahorse wielding a spear, its weapon aimed directly at Zhu Xinyao. Suddenly, the seahorse lunged towards her, slicing through the water with a snowy white streak. In mere moments, it was upon them, thrusting its spear towards Zhu Xinyao. Though the attack was not aimed at a critical point, it was sufficient to incapacitate her. Fang Shen swiftly pulled Zhu Xinyao back, and in the blink of an eye, several figures emerged beside them. Leading the charge was Xiao Wuzong, who elegantly deflected the seahorse's spear with a swift stroke of his sword, positioning himself as a barrier. Ailey stood before Zhu Xinyao, declaring, "Miss Zhu, we are here to protect you." Fang Shen paused, glancing at Zhu Xinyao in surprise. It was astonishing that the 7th Division had come to her aid. What was her true background? While her mother held some authority, it hardly warranted such protection from the 7th Division. This indicated that Zhu Xinyao's father was indeed someone of extraordinary stature, as rumored. As Fang Shen lifted his gaze, he found Ailey staring directly at him. Their eyes met, and Ailey smiled and nodded. Fang Shen reciprocated the gesture politely. In addition to Xiao Wuzong's team, another group joined the fray, with their leader engaging in combat with an electric eel. Upon spotting Xiao Wuzong and Ailey, Qin Juanhao excitedly waved and rushed over. "Team leader Xiao, Sister Ailey, are you here to protect me?" Qin Juanhao exclaimed with enthusiasm. Ailey replied coldly, "No." Embarrassed, Qin Juanhao forced a smile, attempting to shift the topic. "So, is our 7th Division on a mission?" "Indeed," Qin Juanhao eagerly offered. "Can I join? I have my bodyguards with me. My captain possesses 3rd-tier combat strength. I wish to fight alongside you." Xiao Wuzong glanced at Qin Juanhao, his expression one of utter dismay. Each encounter with Qin Juanhao left him feeling exasperated. He had eagerly anticipated the mission, only to be burdened with this nuisance. Moreover, if they were to terminate their contract after signing just yesterday, the 7th Division's credibility would plummet. To Xiao Wuzong, Qin Juanhao was a living reminder of his humiliation. "Let us avoid seeing him," he muttered. "Ailey, escort them to the exit. Ensure Miss Chu's safe passage." "Understood. Escort Miss Chu." Qin Juanhao looked bewildered, shock evident on his face as he turned to Zhu Xinyao, astonished that her status could summon the 7th Division's protection. The other students also displayed expressions of disbelief. "Follow me," Ailey instructed, leading the 7th Division's team, encircling Zhu Xinyao and heading towards the safety route. Clang, clang, clang. In the distance, the octopus playing the clarinet and piano suddenly pounded the keys furiously, producing a maddening cacophony that heightened anxiety, while the clarinet emitted a shrill wail, grating on the nerves. The marine creatures that had launched attacks became frenzied, eyes glowing crimson, seemingly empowered by the music, charging heedlessly into battle, oblivious to pain, refusing to relent until every last drop of blood was shed. Meanwhile, a singing jellyfish floated through the water, its melodious tones inducing a drowsy sensation. "Not good." A psychic octopus and jellyfish, Ailey, form a formation to protect Miss Chu. Xiao Wuzong, embroiled in combat with the seahorse, wore a grave expression. Ailey flicked her wristwatch, releasing a Jilian device, which she pressed to the ground as the other 3 team members mimicked her actions. The device emanated crimson rays, intertwining to create an octagonal barrier, effectively isolating the encroaching water and sound waves. This wondrous scene sparked curiosity among several students. Qin Juanhao, brimming with excitement, explained to his classmates, "This is called the Qiandun Jilian device, a treasure developed by the Qiandun Bureau, exclusive to formal members. One must serve a year in the Bureau to obtain it. Brother Hao, I envy you. After a year, you'll possess this marvelous gadget." Xu Xiaoqiang chimed in, showering compliments. The other students gazed at him with envious eyes. With a smirk, Qin Juanhao surveyed Fang Shen and Zhu Xinyao, flaunting his perceived superiority. Fang Shen, however, returned a disinterested glance. As he scrutinized the Jilian device, he recalled that the white-haired figure had given him one as well, initially believing it merely a communication tool for information retrieval, unaware of its remarkable capabilities. While he anticipated it would hold for a while, the very next moment, the previous sea turtle launched a powerful attack. Its shell spun violently as it hurtled toward them, crushing into the barrier with a resounding boom. The barrier reverberated with a thunderous crack, nearly transparent now, showing signs of fracture. Everyone's expression shifted in surprise. They had not anticipated the turtle's strength. Almost instantaneously, a chilling wave swept over them. The water outside the barrier froze in an instant, and the barrier succumbed to a myriad of cracks, shattering completely. The turtle's shell whirled back to it before it launched another assault, intent on smashing through the barrier and annihilating everyone within. However, before the shell could collide, a man in a suit kicked it back with tremendous force, sending it crashing into the sea turtle. The turtle, propelled through the water, struck the wall and struggled momentarily before falling silent. A man in a suit stood resolutely before the barrier. With a powerful stomp, the ice beneath him cracked, and waves retreated, revealing a vacuum space. Adjusting his glasses, he commanded, "Lead them out through the southeast corner." Ailey nodded, understood, Captain. Upon hearing this title, Qin Juanhao felt as though he had struck gold. He is actually a captain. What about it, Brother Hao? Xu Shiqiang played the role of the eager questioner. Qin Juanhao, filled with admiration, gazed at the back of the suited man. The highest rank in the 7th Division is the division chief, followed by the captain, then the major, and finally the squad leader. Sister Ailey is a squad leader, requiring 3rd-tier combat strength, while team leader Xiao is a major, requiring 5th-tier strength. As for the captain, one must possess 8th-tier strength to hold that position. Xu Shiqiang gasped, "Wow, in our small city, we don't even have 8th-tier powerhouses, and now we see one alive." Fang Shen, glancing at Chu Xinyao, pondered the significance of deploying a captain of at least 8th-tier strength for her protection. What kind of existence was her father? The man in the suit adjusted his tie, his cold gaze piercing through the fish swarm towards a scuba diver garbed in a fish costume. "Friend, work is already a burden. Hiding in the shadows and employing underhanded tactics makes it even more vexing." The fish parted, revealing the diver with a smile. It is the esteemed Captain Sheng from the 7th Division. "I never expected a captain to be dispatched." The suited man unwound his tie, wrapping it around his arm. "Such a magnificent sacred-grade artifact, and you wield it so ineffectively. It truly is a waste." "Then let us see you try." The diver's expression darkened as he raised his hand, causing the surrounding ice to reform into a frozen realm, the fish swirling around him like icy projectiles aiming for the suited man. The tie around the suited man's arm radiated a brilliant golden light, resembling an icebreaker as it charged towards the diver. The ice surface was instantly shattered, creating a massive fissure. "Stop gawking, move," Ailey urged. The students, roused from their astonishment, realized the magnitude of the clash between the strong. Ailey led the way, but unexpectedly, their path was obstructed by a dolphin. The dolphin, gazing at the newcomers, fixed its eyes on Qin Juanhao, speaking in a thick accent. "What are you staring at?" Qin Juanhao, shrinking behind the bodyguards, retorted, "What is it to you, you little brat? Who do you think you are?" The dolphin roared in fury. Fang Shen observed the talking dolphin, aware that many animals possessed high intelligence and could articulate speech when endowed with certain talents. The dolphin circled around and charged towards them. Ailey swiftly positioned herself in front, her blue patent blade shimmering as she engaged the dolphin in combat. The dolphin, possessing water-based abilities, clashed evenly with Ailey, who specialized in assassination techniques, both at 3rd-tier strength. Qin Juanhao and the others watched nervously, but Fang Shen, seasoned by countless battles, remained unfazed. The dolphin's flank bore wound, and it bellowed, "Ouch, you little tigress, I'll make you pay." "Leopards, what are you two doing? I'll keep this nasty woman occupied. You two go capture the target, and we'll report back." From the side, 2 seals, previously drumming in the arena, emerged alongside several shrimp and crab minions, charging towards Chu Xinyao. "Protect Ms. Chu," Ailey shouted, turning back. 3 team members formed a protective circle around Chu Xinyao, immediately engaging the attackers. However, the opposing numbers overwhelmed them, and the 2 seals were both at peak 2nd-tier strength. Qin Juanhao licked his lips, sensing an opportunity. "Xinyao, don't be afraid, I'll protect you." But in the next instant, the 2 seals opened their mouths, unleashing deafening drumbeats that echoed through the air. In the chaos, 1 team member was obliterated into a mist of blood, while the other 2 sustained injuries. The 2 seals turned their focus toward Xu Xinyao, and the scene left many students in shock. It was their first encounter with death so close. As the seals closed in, Qin Juanhao's bodyguard captain, following his earlier instructions, attempted to shield Chu Shinyao. However, Qin Juanhao seized the captain, exclaiming, "What are you doing protecting her?" "Protect me." The two seals were now nearly upon them. Ali, attempting to turn back, was fiercely held back by the dolphin. Har, "You pathetic little thing, I'm about to make a grand achievement." Fangshan positioned himself behind Chu Shinyao, twisting his torso, with a single punch. Chapter 14. Is he really that powerful? This punch, it is a ferocious blow forged through countless trials of life and death. It is a strike from a prodigy capable of attaining SS-level strength without any enhancements. It is a domineering punch, straightforward and unadorned, that shatters all barriers. With a single fist, the arm sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing sonic boom. The fist struck the seal's chest directly. One punch was enough to penetrate the breast of the foremost seal. Blood gushed forth from the seal's heart, and after a brief struggle, it collapsed to the ground. Fangshan did not pause. He leaped, his legs clamping around the head of another seal. His elbow struck down like a blade. A resounding crack echoed as the seal's skull shattered. Blood surged from its mouth and nose, and it fell lifelessly to the ground after a few futile convulsions. Though this tale may seem lengthy, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Fangshan's expression remained impassive as he washed the blood from his fists in the knee-deep water. Eli's ice blue eyes sparkled. The dolphin let out a shriek. "What the hell? How is there another hidden master? And this little brat is just a student." After cleaning his hands, Fangshan turned to face the astonished expressions of Qin Juanhao and his fellow classmates. "I've loved boxing since childhood and have learned a bit of martial arts. Isn't it normal to take down a couple of seals?" Qin Juanhao swallowed hard. Normal? Those were no ordinary seals. They were seals of peak level 2 combat strength. Even the most mundane seal couldn't be defeated with a single punch. Qin Juanhao's hair stood on end, transitioning from shock to fear. How could Fangshan be so powerful? If he wanted to kill him, it seemed his bodyguards would be no match. A group of classmates stared at Fangshan in utter disbelief. The usually studious and well-mannered Fangshan was astonishingly formidable. Chu Shinyao patted her chest, exhaling a sigh of relief, and offered Fangshan a sweet smile. "Thank you, little Fang." Fangshan initially intended to inquire why these individuals had attacked Chu Shinyao, but reconsidered with so many classmates around and chose not to ask. Eli's assault intensified, and the dolphin was gradually losing ground. "What the hell? This is ridiculous." The dolphin spun its body, blending into the water, vanishing like a fleeting shadow. Beneath the knee-deep water, a dark shape surged rapidly. A hand suddenly shot up from beneath the surface, reaching for Chu Shinyao's ankle. She let out a startled cry as half her body plunged into the water. A gust of wind rushed through the distant corridor, stirring the water's surface. A blinding golden light surged toward them. A man in a suit wielded a 1-foot-long machete, aiming it at the hand that was dragging Chu Shinyao down. A piercing scream erupted from the water. A severed hand floated to the surface, and a whirlpool formed nearby as the earlier diver emerged, his face pale. The suited man exploded with radiant golden light, and when it dissipated, the diver was bound and thrown to the ground. The suited man adjusted his tie, meticulously placing it into his pocket. Others from the 7th Division began to converge on the scene, including Xiao Wutong. The suited man adjusted his glasses and regarded the still-shocked Qin Juanhao. "Xiao Wutong, is this the person you wasted a spot on for our new recruit in the 7th Division?" Mentioning this caused Xiao Wutong to grimace as if he had swallowed a fly. "Captain, I just misjudged, okay. But at least this kid has met the standards, right?" Their conversation was laden with implications that anyone could comprehend, even the dolphin could understand, clearly expressing disdain for Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao's previous pride and self-satisfaction were utterly shattered by the words of Captain Sheng and Xiao Wutong. His classmates now regarded him with expressions of mixed emotions. So it turns out he had misjudged. Captain Sheng turned to Fangshan. "What is your name?" "Fangshan. With a talent in the power system capable of slaying peak level 2 combatants, your potential is at least an A, perhaps even an S." These words left Fangshan's classmates in stunned silence. Fangshan possessed such remarkable talent. Qin Juanhao appeared utterly defeated. His previous advantages had vanished. "Which organization have you joined?" I haven't he joined any organization yet. That's unusual, hasn't he anyone approached you? They have, but I haven't he agreed yet. I am still considering. Captain Sheng paused, still considering, so, no organization has managed to persuade you. What about the 9th Division? Wait, if the 9th Division had approached you, given their domineering nature, they wouldn't have offered you any time to think. Why don't you join our 7th Division? After the probationary period, I can promote you directly to team leader. This statement left the surrounding classmates momentarily speechless, and some gasped in disbelief, being personally invited by the captain of the 7th Division, with a promise of direct promotion to team leader after the probation period. Captain, we've already filled our quota. Xiao Wutong interjected. Captain Sheng removed his glasses, exhaling heavily while wiping them. Then we'll just recruit one more. I'll speak to the department head about it. What do you say, Fang Shen? No, thank you. Huh. Captain Sheng's actions faltered momentarily. Xiao Wutong and the other classmates were equally stunned. Only Ellie, with her icy blue eyes, fixed her gaze on Fang Shen, as if she had deduced something. The captain of the 7th Division personally invited him, and Fang Shen outright refused. Just like that, Qin Juanhao felt a wave of envy and resentment. After being recruited by the 7th Division, he had celebrated and boasted, eager for the world to know of his inclusion. Yet, Fang Shen publicly rejected the captain's invitation, especially given the generous offer of promotion to team leader. Such an opportunity was unprecedented. Is there no law or decency left? Captain Sheng adjusted his glasses. So, do you have other intentions? Young lad, you could come with me. A sudden elderly voice echoed. Everyone was taken aback. Captain Sheng instantly radiated golden light, entering a combat-ready state, as if facing a formidable adversary. Turning around, they beheld a 2-meter wave of water surging, atop which sat an elderly man on a turtle shell, smiling warmly at them. Captain Sheng gripped his machete, his eyes flashing with astonishment behind his lenses. In a small place like Lancheng, a level 10 powerhouse has emerged. You remnants of the Eternal Night Army are truly willing to invest. The elderly man smiled lightly. Since your Bureau of Celestial Shields has dispatched a level 8 peak captain, we must show sufficient sincerity, mustn't we? Captain Sheng scanned the area, suddenly furrowing his brow. The scenery outside the theme pavilion rushed by as if they were soaring through the sky. All communication devices failed at that moment. The elderly man maintained his smile. Since this holy artifact has been activated, we naturally must fulfill our mission. Do not think of escape. No one can rescue you now. You will all become nourishment for this artifact. As he spoke, the elderly man's gaze shifted back to Fang Shen. Except for you, young lad. How are you considering this? I see your strikes are decisive and clean. At your age and with such skills, you are a rare find. Now, I present you with 2 choices. Either join us in the 9th Division, or, well, I may have to take more drastic measures, for you will undoubtedly become a formidable rival if you grow. Qin Juanhao looked at Fang Shen with envy and jealousy. The 7th Division might want him, but even the antagonists sought him. Was there no respite? Fang Shen regarded the elderly man, gripping the spatial orb tightly. Can I choose option C? The elderly man burst into laughter. Young lad, not many dare to jest with me. Qin Juanhao whispered urgently to Fang Shen. Fang Shen, join him, even if it's a ruse. Find a way to appease him, speak softly, that way, he might spare us. Do you want to watch so many classmates perish? The elderly man pointed at Qin Juanhao. This young lad has good awareness and sound reasoning. He then turned his gaze back to Fang Shen. Young lad, I haven't he asked your name yet? Fang Shen replied earnestly, my name is Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao froze for a second. Fang Shen. You recalling yourself Qin Juanhao? What am I supposed to be called? Don't set me up, old man. His name is Fang Shen. Har har har. Fang Shen, young lad, you're amusing. I'm growing fonder of you. If you join us, I can let your classmates go, but if you dare refuse, I can have them killed right now. Fang Shen, why are you still hesitating? Save everyone. Qin Juanhao urged in a hushed voice. There are many ways to save people. It doesn't he always require groveling? Then what other options do you have? Captain Sheng shot an irritated glance at Qin Juanhao. Qin Juanhao managed a smile that resembled a cry. Fang Shen turned to the elderly man. Are you truly a level 10 powerhouse? Indeed. Mid-level 10. Are you really that formidable? No one present can defeat me, including this captain of the 7th Division. Then can you defeat him? With a crack, the spatial orb shattered, space warped, and a white-haired figure with hands in pockets materialized behind Fang Shen, flashing a characteristic grin. The elderly man's expression changed dramatically. He leaped to his feet, exclaiming in disbelief. Zhuge Heng. Chapter 15 in cello. Hey, 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 old tortoise, is it really necessary to be so excited upon seeing me? Zhuge Heng said, hands tucked into his pockets. Only when everyone turned to look did they realize that his feet were no longer on the ground. He was suspended in mid-air. As he moved forward, it appeared as though transparent steps had materialized beneath him. As he descended from these steps, the water that had overflowed on the ground parted to either side, leaving him standing on dry land. Observing the elderly man's panicked expression, his classmates, including Qin Juanhao, wore looks of sheer bewilderment. They recalled how this silver-haired figure had previously appeared at school, exuding an air of superiority. Everyone knew he was formidable, but none had anticipated the extent of his terrifying power. Even a level 10 powerhouse was flustered in his presence. However, it did not take long for Qin Juanhao and his companions to realize another pressing question: how had Fang Shen summoned someone from the 9th Bureau? Could it be? They instantly considered the possibility. Disbelief etched on their faces. Had Fang Shen recruited for the 9th Bureau, that was the most powerful division of the Heavenly Shield Agency, often referred to as the Monster Room. In that moment, all of Qin Juanhao's arrogance crumbled, his mindset shattered. Xu Xiaoqiang, the loyal sycophant, was equally taken aback. He had never imagined that Fang Shen would be connected to the 9th Bureau. With a sharp clap, Zhuge Heng struck Fang Shen on the back of the head, causing him to lurch forward slightly. Damn it, you're freeloading off me, you're the first to do so. Although it was a slap, there was no hint of reproach. It felt more like a playful interaction between good friends. Mr. Zhuge. Team leader Sheng turned around, and upon seeing Zhuge Heng, he visibly relaxed, as if Zhuge Heng's mere presence signaled that the crisis of the day had been averted and the situation was under control. Zhuge Heng, hands still in his pockets, strolled over to team leader Sheng. You have underestimated the situation, and there were significant gaps in intelligence retrieval, which nearly led to the annihilation of both teams. You are to be suspended for a month of self-reflection. Team leader Sheng nodded, not daring to refute. Understood. Zhuge Heng slightly raised his chin to regard the elderly man seated upon a turtle. Will you come over and have me make you weep, or shall I approach and leave you half dead? The elderly man's expression twisted with rage. Zhuge Heng, I will fight you if it comes to that. Then I shall come over and leave you half dead. The elderly man stretched out his arms, and everyone present felt an icy chill radiating from their bodies, as if their blood were beginning to freeze. With 70% of the human body composed of water, this elder, possessing a water element affinity, could naturally manipulate the moisture within each person. Raising a finger, he pointed forward once more, and the walls of the corridor began to secrete a highly corrosive and pungent slime, seemingly intent on dissolving everyone present. You will all die, the elder bellowed. But in the next instant, the elder's body stiffened. In his peripheral vision, he saw Zhuge Heng had somehow appeared beside him. One hand remained in his pocket while the other gripped the elder's neck, drawing back as if to deliver a crushing blow. The two figures flickered in midair before vanishing entirely. In the next moment, they reappeared in front of the wall, and with a resounding crash, the elder was slammed into the wall, as if embedded within it. Blood spewed from his mouth and nose, his expression one of sheer terror. Level 11 peak, truly worthy of being the most likely prodigy to achieve divinity in the past decade. Zhuge Heng slowly loosened his grip on the elder's neck. Thank you for the compliment, but you are mistaken. He adjusted his sunglasses, revealing eyes that resembled two stormy seas. It is the past 30 years. With a single punch, Zhuge Heng struck the elder squarely in the abdomen, the blow seeming to tear through the very fabric of reality. The elder hunched over like a shrimp, coughing up blood mixed with internal organ fragments, collapsing helplessly to the ground the moment he hit the floor. The wall behind him, seemingly impenetrable, was shattered, leaving a massive 2-meter-wide gaping hole. Walls beyond that were also obliterated, creating a series of concentric circles of varying sizes. Miraculously, the walls appeared to writhe, as if alive. Zhuge Heng, hands still in his pockets, bent over to examine the undulating walls, marveling at the spectacle. This Holatir artifact is quite impressive. It would be a shame to waste it on you. I shall take it to the Five Elements Palace's little dragon girl later. It might earn me a favor. Thanks, old tortoise. The elder lay curled on the ground, his gaze vacant, face pale, utterly devoid of hope. Zhuge Heng turned and approached Fangshan. Have you made up your mind? Are you certain you wish to join the Ninth Bureau? I'm ready. Where is the device? Fangshan replied, bewildered. What device? The Heavenly Shield intelligence device I gave you yesterday. I left it at home. Where did you leave it? Zhuge Heng inquired. After a moment of confusion, Fangshan nodded. On my desk. Why? At that moment, to the astonishment of Fangshan and all present, Zhuge Heng plunged one hand into the void. When he withdrew it, he held an apple, which he promptly bit into. He then reached back into the void, emerging with the Heavenly Shield intelligence device he had given Fangshan the day prior, tossing it to him. Zhuge Heng took another bite of the apple. When you get home, explain to your aunt that I took the apple. I may have startled her earlier. Fangshan's mind buzzed. It was all too surreal. Fangshan, you have joined the Ninth Bureau. You have entered the division known as the Monster Room. One classmate broke the silence, and others looked at Fangshan with envy. Team leader Sheng smiled. Earlier, you mentioned you hadn't made a decision yet. I thought you were considering which organization to join, but it turns out you were contemplating the Ninth Bureau. You are the first student to consider joining the Ninth Bureau during recruitment. Fangshan smiled nonchalantly. Someone has to be the first to do anything. Team leader Sheng chuckled. Xu Xiaoqiang gazed at the Heavenly Shield intelligence device in Fangshan's hands. Brother, how didn't you say you couldn't get this until after a year in the Heavenly Shield agency? How did he get it early? Team leader Sheng interjected. Because he has been selected by the Ninth Bureau, it's as simple as that. Qin Juanhao appeared utterly deflated. Captain Xiao, your newly recruited member chose to compromise when faced with the enemy. His mindset is severely problematic, and you must address this. Our 7th Bureau cannot harbor weaklings. Team leader Sheng adjusted his glasses, his tone cold and serious. Xiao Wutong, on the verge of tears, responded weakly, looking toward his shameful subordinate, Qin Juanhao. Understood, team leader. He spoke while casting a resigned glance at Qin Juanhao. Later, ensure you memorize the rules and regulations of the 7th Bureau. Qin Juanhao felt as though the sky had fallen. Xiao Wutong turned back to gaze at Fangshan, finding him increasingly appealing. Team leader Sheng looked at Fangshan and extended his hand. I'm Sheng Tianqi. From now on, we shall consider ourselves colleagues. Fangshan shook his hand confidently. I am Fangshan. I look forward to working with you. Team leader Sheng glanced at his watch. The danger has been averted. Prepare to wrap up. As the members of the 7th Bureau prepared to depart, Ailey stepped forward, extending her delicate, pale hand towards Fangshan. Her striking blue eyes fixed on him. I am Ailey. Hello, Fangshan. Chapter 16, the results were not suppressed. Ellie's use of you was laden with significance. Fangshan was momentarily taken aback, captivated by Ellie's striking blue eyes. Upon hearing her words, Fangshan quickly realized that Ellie had recognized him. However, judging by all that Xiao Wutong had done, it was evident that Ellie had not disclosed the matter to him. Hello, Captain Ellie. Just call me Ellie. As their gazes locked, Ellie broke the silence first. Shall we exchange contact information? Certainly. After sharing their details, Ellie departed with her team. Fangshan tucked his phone into his pocket. After the day's tumultuous events, although his arm had been cleaned, the water he used earlier was not particularly sanitary. He planned to take a shower at home. Chu Xinyao approached him with a sweet smile. Thank you so much today, Fang. Then why don't you give me a bow? Pouting in annoyance, Zhu Xinyao playfully poked his stomach with her finger. You're incorrigible. The results are out. A classmate received the news and everyone eagerly pulled out their phones to check their scores. Among the entire school, the top overall score was none other than Fang Xin. Upon seeing Fang Xin's impressive results, the classmates erupted in excitement. What? Someone whose talents haven't awakened yet, and Fang has awakened 5 talents. He's already this strong without potions. If he used potions, wouldn't he all his scores skyrocket, an SSS level strength talent? I told you Fang is the best. Wait a moment, Zhu Xinyao is second in overall rank, an SSS level light talent. An SS level healing talent, what? Fang Xin looked at Zhu Xinyao with mild astonishment. Zhu Xinyao raised her chin. Impressive, right, Sister Yao? Indeed, I underestimated you. Fang Xin. Zhu Xinyao, feeling irritated, glared at him while poking his stomach again with her finger. Xu Xiaojiang scrolled through the score sheet. How GE, I found you B-level Earth attribute talent. All the classmates turned their attention to Qin Juanhao. Although Qin Juanhao's talent scores were among the top in the school, they paled in comparison to Fang Xin and Zhu Xinyao, like fireflies competing with the bright moon. At that moment, Qin Juanhao felt utterly deflated, devoid of the arrogance he once exuded, casting envious glances at Fang Xin. Fang Xin ignored him, glancing at the time. He said, Xiao Chu, I wish to go home. All right. Let's go together. After bidding farewell to their classmates, they rode the subway side by side. With your exceptional talents, why didn't the 9th Division find you? Fang Xin inquired, perplexed. Zhu Xinyao hesitated for a moment. I didn't, because of my father. I had to go elsewhere. Your father is. Before he could finish, Zhu Xinyao placed her hand over his mouth. Xiao Fang, can we avoid discussing this topic? Seeing the look in his eyes, she elaborated, Xiao Fang, my father's identity is rather special, and I cannot disclose it for now. But rest assured, if I can share it one day, you will be the first to know. All right. Zhu Xinyao tilted her head, her beautiful eyes pleading with Fang Xin. All right. I knew Xiao Fang was the best. Upon returning home, Fang Xin was greeted by his aunt Fang Hualan and uncle Jiang Guidong, who were suspiciously huddled together. Fang Hualan wielded a rolling pin while Jiang Guidong held a mop. The sound of the door startled them. What are you two doing? Fang Xin asked, puzzled. Xiao Xin, you wouldn't believe it. Something strange happened today. It was terrifying. I was cleaning the room when suddenly a hand appeared in the living room, groping around, and then it grabbed an apple and vanished, Fang Hualan recounted, visibly shaken. Fang Xin immediately remembered that this was something Zhuge Hang had done earlier. Aunt, that was Zhuge Hang. He took the apple while fetching something for me. He said it might have startled you and asked me to explain. Zhuge Hang. Fang Hualan momentarily failed to comprehend. The white-haired one from the 9th Division yesterday. Fang Xin reminded her. Fang Hualan quickly connected the dots, patting her chest. So it was him. You scared me, but the people from the 9th Division are truly terrifying, able to retrieve items from afar. Fang Xin chuckled to himself, thinking that they had yet to witness the more astonishing things, which would leave them in awe for a lifetime. After taking a shower, Fang Xin looked at the fogged-up mirror, wiped it clean, and resolved to inquire further with his reflection about whom he should be wary of. After changing into fresh clothes, he returned to his room and noticed the Qian Shield Smart Link device on his desk blinking with a light. Upon opening it, he saw a nickname, Little Deer, inviting him into a group chat. The group was named 9th Division Red Lotus District Taiyang District Training Class. There were not many members in the group. Including Fang Xin, there were only 8 people, comprising Little Deer and Zhuge Hang. Fang Xin noticed that Zhuge Hang's avatar was a yin-yang fish image and promptly clicked to add him as a friend. Messages started popping up in the group. One member, a muscular man with the nickname Chitai Lang, asked another newcomer, Fang Xin, is she a girl? What's her height, weight, measurements, what talent? Stop it, you fatso, don't scare the girl away. Fang Xin, please introduce yourself. Another member, Zhang Yaozu, who had a small yellow chick with a basketball avatar, chimed in. Chitai Lang retorted, all right, Zhang Yaozu, Girls appreciate straightforwardness. Fangshan, do you like muscular guys? Fangshan pondered for a moment before responding, hello everyone, my name is Fangshan. My biological sex is male, but I experience gender dysphoria and perceive myself as a girl. Moreover, I identify as a lesbian, so I only like women. After a prolonged silence in the group, a handsome anime avatar named by Yulin remarked, well, here comes another oddball. Is it a requirement for new students in the 9th division to be eccentric? Shatai Lang quipped, Bai Yulin, are you a brother or a sister now? Bai Yulin replied, I am my brother. Shatai Lang continued, great, your split personality has worsened. Now you have a brother. The 9th division is not a freak show, it's a damn asylum. Zhang Yaozu changed the subject. Did you guys see, after this year's national talent test results were released, there were 18 SSS level talents across the 12 districts. Our Red Lotus district alone produced 3. Since the chaos of the gods, the territory of Long Country had expanded by half, vast and extensive. To enhance coordination and management, it was divided into 12 districts, with Lancheng being a small city under the jurisdiction of the Red Lotus district in Qingju province. Zhang Yaozu remarked, isn't it surprising that a place like Lancheng produced an SSS-level talent? Apparently, it's a light attribute talent. Light talents are notoriously difficult to awaken, let alone at the SSS level. Shatai Lang interjected, to protect personal information, the score sheet concealed names, but I heard it's a particularly beautiful girl. Wait, Fangshan's profile indicates he is from Lancheng, right? No way, Fangshan can't possibly be that girl who awakened the SSS level light talent. Fangshan was taken aback. Hadn't he anticipated that Chu Xinyao had garnered some recognition? That's not me. The mentally fractured Bai Yulin mused, in such a small place as Lancheng, to produce an SSS level talent is truly remarkable. Unexpectedly, Little Deer chimed in, strictly speaking, Lancheng actually produced 2 students with SSS level talents. 2. The SSS level statistics only show 1, right, Instructor Little Deer. Little Deer explained, the other student didn't use potions, so their test score was SS level, that SR Fangshan. Wow, those who don't use potions are all remarkable. Shatai Lang exclaimed, astonished. Zhang Yaozu echoed the sentiment, oh my goodness, I barely made it to SS after using potions, and this big brother is SS level without them. Why don't you use potions? Fangshan humbly replied, I heard the 9th division has high pressure, so I thought I'd avoid potions and keep my scores modest to get by elsewhere. Unfortunately, I couldn't suppress them. Chapter 17, The Old Case. After a prolonged silence in the group chat, Shatai Lang sent a message, I can't take it anymore, I'll offer 500,000. Who will go to Land City and give him a beating? I'll add another 100,000. I'll contribute 200,000. I'll pitch in another 100,000. Several members who had been quiet also chimed in with their increased stakes. Xiaolu shifted the topic, all right, everyone, let's settle down for a moment. After the results are released, you will have a week's break. 1 week later, someone will specifically come to escort you all to the youth training camp. See you in a week. Fangshan's Jillian device vibrated again. It was a friend request from Xiaolu. After accepting it, Xiaolu sent a message, Fangshan, please sign the contract and send it back to me. Do I need to print the contract myself? Align the virtual screen of the Jillian device with the table. Following the instructions, a radiant light flickered, and a contract materialized on the table. Once you've signed the contract, click the plus sign in the lower right corner to find a transfer button and send the contract to me. Fangshan gazed in astonishment at this marvel. It was truly extraordinary. This device seemed to be a spatial artifact, though its exact grade remained unknown to him for now. After completing the necessary steps, Xiaolu sent Fangshan a user manual for the Jillian device, along with the regulations of the 9th division. Additionally, she transmitted a plane ticket and a bank card that had yet to be password protected. Fangshan, please be sure to read the regulations of the 9th division carefully. The bank card contains 1 million, which is a bonus for joining. Lastly, welcome to the 9th division, and we shall meet in a week. Fangshan replied, see you in a week. He perused the regulations, committing the key points to memory. Subsequently, he went through the user manual for the Gillian device. To his astonishment, he discovered that it also had a nickname, the Treasure Machine. When used individually, it could emit a laser resembling a sword. In coordinated team combat, 2 or more individuals could form a barrier and even execute short-distance teleportation. This device was a precious artifact developed at great expense by the Celestial Shield Bureau. The grades of artifacts ranged from the initial 1st tier to the 9th tier, with levels beyond that being Spirit tier, Earth tier, Holy tier, Divine tier, Rule tier, and the legendary Forbidden tier. The thematic pavilion they encountered today was a terrifying Holy tier artifact. The Gillian device in Fangshan's possession was a 4th tier artifact. According to the regulations, new recruits to the 9th division were typically issued 1st tier devices, but Zhuge Heng had opened a backdoor for Fangshan, granting him a 4th tier one. As Fangshan's abilities advanced after joining the 9th division, he would be assigned even more powerful Gillian devices. Following the instructions, Fangshan activated the Gillian device, pressing a button at a designated spot. A beam of crimson laser shot forth, resembling a tang sword, exuding an air of dominance. However, while this laser sword was formidable and could cut through iron like mud, it required the user's vitality, which deterred many from using it. Only those with robust physical attributes, such as those with strength-related talents, would not mind the costs and wield it. It felt as though this device had been tailored for him. Fangshan waved the laser sword, appreciating its excellent balance. He sensed that, should he unleash his killing talent, he could contend with opponents of early 5th tier strength. As he was engrossed in examining the laser sword, his phone vibrated multiple times. Picking it up, he discovered messages from Ari Lee. Fangshan. Do you have some time? Let's talk. Fangshan toyed with his phone, uncertain of Ari Lee's intentions, and replied with a non-committal message, "What's up?" Ari Lee responded swiftly, "Thank you for saving me that day." "Oh, I almost forgot. I should say, thank you for saving me." Fangshan inquired, "When did you realize?" Ari Lee replied candidly, "I noticed when I visited your classroom that day." Fangshan, still puzzled, asked, "Why didn't you inform Captain Xiao?" "Because various signs indicated that you did not wish to be exposed, so I kept silent." Fangshan looked at Ari Lee's messages. "You've said so much, but your ultimate purpose isn't just to express gratitude, is it?" "It is indeed gratitude. You are my savior, and I shall never forget that. However, today I genuinely seek your assistance." Though Fangshan and Ari Lee had only met 3 times and spoken just twice, their relationship was not particularly close. Her immediate request felt akin to asking for a loan from a newly acquainted friend. After a lengthy pause, he remained silent. Ai Lee sent another message, "Fangshan, are you still there?" After contemplating for a moment, he replied seriously, "My brother is asleep." The other party was typing. After an extended interval, Ari Lee sent another lengthy message. "Fangshan, I truly need your help. My parents were murdered many years ago, and my sister went missing in her early years. This case was classified as unsolved, yet I have been pursuing the truth and searching for my sister all these years. Her name is Ariko, and I recently uncovered a clue about her. However, the adversary possesses a 4th tier combatant, and I am at a disadvantage, being merely a squad leader without the authority or means to mobilize my team for personal matters. I have only hired a few bounty hunters, but they are not reliable since they aren't part of my team. Therefore, I implore you, could you assist me? If you doubt me, you may retrieve the case file through the Gillian device." Fangshan looked into Ari Lee's claims and found the case file indeed existed. It detailed events from over a decade ago. Ari Lee's parents were both doctors who died in a car accident. The case file even contained a childhood photograph of Ari Lee, a miniature version of her now, her disheveled hair and tear-streaked face portraying an expression of bewilderment and despair, her small figure evoking a sense of pity. Reviewing the entire case, he noted that Ari Lee's twin sister had gone missing 6 months after their parents' death, amidst a period when hundreds of children were reported missing. Somehow, the case lost all leads and became a cold case. Suddenly, Fangshan's gaze sharpened as he realized something. He pulled up the file on his own parents' car accident. It contained only a few brief descriptions and a couple of photographs, with the rest being encrypted documents. His attention suddenly fixated on the image of the vehicle that had struck his parents. He sat up abruptly and retrieved the photograph of the car that had killed Ari Lee's parents. Enlarging the image, he noticed both cars had a charm of a sunny doll hanging from the rearview mirror, both adorned with an eerie smile. Was this a coincidence or something sinister? A flurry of questions swirled in Fangshan's mind. Who could have harmed his parents? It seemed that he had no choice but to get involved. After much deliberation, Fangshan messaged Ari Lee, "All right, send me the time and place." Ari Lee appeared somewhat surprised, evidently not expecting Fangshan's prompt agreement. "Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, at the cafe located at 122 Qiannan Road. As a token of gratitude, all spoils will belong to you, and I will also gift you a perception fruit to help you awaken your perception talent before heading to the youth training camp. See you tomorrow morning." Fangshan sat up, reflecting on the car accident involving his parents. The file was encrypted, and accessing it would require either seeking Zhuge Heng's assistance or meeting the requisite position standards. He retrieved his grandfather's phone from the drawer, finding no new messages, and remained unaware of his grandfather's current whereabouts. Time swiftly approached midnight. Fangshan entered the restroom, stood before the mirror, and summoned his vitality point for crimson killing runes gradually emerged. Fangshan stared at his reflection in the mirror. Chapter 18. Do not hold us back. It was midnight. Fangshan had been gazing at his reflection in the mirror for a full 45 minutes, yet, today, he did not see the familiar visage of Fangshan staring back at him. With a furrowed brow, he scrutinized his own image, having even pretended to turn away as he had done the previous night. However, from the corner of his eye, he discerned no anomalies. Last night had been perfectly normal. What was amiss tonight? Was it possible that some triggering mechanism was absent, recalling everything from the previous day? Fangshan could not help but ponder whether it was due to his failure to watch the video of his grandfather. The critical moment had already passed, and he would have to wait until tomorrow night to try again. Fangshan returned to his bedroom, lying on his bed while contemplating the events with Ellie for the next day. The following morning, after breakfast, Fangshan received a message from Ellie. They had agreed to meet at a cafe. Upon his arrival, he found Ellie already waiting at the entrance. Her silvery hair was tied into a short ponytail, and she wore a cap, a baseball jacket, and form-fitting jeans that accentuated her elegant figure. "Over here." Ellie waved him over. Fangshan had also donned a cap for this occasion. As he approached, Ellie remarked, "There is still a certain degree of risk involved. Are you absolutely certain you are prepared for this? Are you sure the other party is only at level 4? I have been scouting for half a month. Then there should be no issue. What about the others you hired?" Grasping Fangshan's arm, Ellie replied, "The people you hired are not exactly saints, so we must use false names and information. I will be Zhao Yaomai, a newcomer from another city. You should adopt a different name as well. Then I shall be Qin Juanhao. Let's choose another name. Qin Xiaojiang, your cousin." As she spoke, Ellie handed Fangshan a mask and then produced a delicate small box. "Put this mask on. It will alter your appearance. This is the sensory fruit I promised you." Fangshan was momentarily taken aback. "You are giving it to me even before we begin. I am simply delighted that you could come. Do your captain and teammates not assist you?" Ellie donned the mask, which, once applied, transformed her appearance seamlessly. Even her facial structure and hair color changed. Upon hearing Fangshan's question, she replied helplessly, "They have helped before, but this time, due to an error in communication, Captain Xiao recruited Qin Juanhao, wasting a spot. He is currently in confinement writing a reflection, and you know that my other teammates were injured during yesterday's mission." Feeling somewhat guilty, Fangshan scratched the side of his face, realizing that if they had not hastily enrolled, Captain Xiao would not have prematurely chosen Qin Juanhao, and consequently, he would not have been confined. Fangshan placed the mask on his face, and his features transformed. He took a look at himself in his phone, finding no trace of his original identity. Opening the exquisite small box, he discovered a vibrant red fruit inside. "You can eat it now," Ellie urged. Fangshan took a bite. The juice was abundant and crisp, and within 2 bites, he had swallowed the sensory fruit. A refreshing sensation coursed through his body, akin to indulging in a mouthful of peppermint candy, rendering him remarkably clear-headed. His already acute perception abilities were instantly heightened. Previously, his senses of sight, sound, taste, and touch had already surpassed the ordinary, but after consuming this sensory fruit, he found he could perceive every movement of those within a 30-meter radius, including the insects and ants on the ground, all of which materialized in his mind, creating a translucent, three-dimensional picture. Within that 30 meters, he could discern precisely what everyone was saying and doing. Even the sounds of a waiter hiding in the restroom of the cafe were crystal clear to him. Fanchen opened his eyes and exhaled. So this was what it meant to awaken a sensory talent. Indeed, this gift was remarkable, allowing him to perceive all activities around him with clarity, enabling him to scout for potential threats in advance. However, such perception was taxing. If he prolonged it, his head would begin to feel dizzy. Still, I am grateful you could come to assist me, Ellie said, tilting her head. With her appearance transformed by the mask, her ice-blue eyes had turned to black, and she looked earnestly at Fanchen, enunciating every word. Helping you is also helping myself. Let us proceed. Ellie was momentarily taken aback but did not say much more. Leading the way ahead, Fanchen followed closely, observing Ellie's figure. She was only a year older than him, a senior from the previous cohort, and had become the captain of the 7th Division right after the youth training camp, a testament to her extraordinary effort. They crossed the street and entered a grocery store. At the counter lay a burly man with a fierce countenance. As they entered, the bell at the door rang out a clear chime. Ellie stepped forward and handed over a card. The burly man glanced at it, then replied, "Go inside, right-hand side, 4th room." Fanchen followed the indicated direction, only to find a wall. Ellie reclaimed the card and led the way, with Fanchen trailing behind. Suddenly, the wall rippled with waves, and Ellie pulled Fanchen forward, leading him into the 4th private room. Fanchen was slightly bewildered, not expecting the grocery store to conceal such an entrance. Once seated, Ellie explained, "Every city has its own black market trading spots. This place is the black market for Land City. Here, one can seek or publish tasks, exchange goods, and purchase information. Everything that can be done in a black market can be accomplished here. The bounty hunters I hired will arrive shortly, and once they do, we will set off to our destination." Ellie produced a small orb and tapped it, causing it to emit light, projecting a holographic image of a standalone villa, with its structure clearly displayed. "From what I gathered yesterday, it seems you have linked your parents' car accident with your sister's disappearance." Ellie nodded. "I stumbled upon a clue that revealed the driver of the car that killed my parents and the individual who abducted my sister both bore a 6-point star tattoo on their arms." Fanchen was taken aback. "Have you found the driver who caused your parents' accident?" "I discovered him a year after my parents' accident. However, by the time he was found, he was already deceased, leaving many leads severed." In the silence that followed, the door swung open, and 3 individuals entered. One was a towering man, resembling a titan at 2 meters tall. Another was a middle-aged man with long facial features and a golden beard, and lastly, a voluptuous woman with dark skin and wavy hair, dressed in a low-cut outfit and ultra-short shorts, accentuated by fishnet stockings. "Why are there others?" the burly man grumbled as he settled down, casting a glance at Fanchen. Ellie replied, "He is my cousin, he won't take a share of your commission." The burly man scrutinized Fanchen with a sidelong glance, assessing him up and down before stating, "Your cousin, he looks as frail as a chick. Can he manage? Don't hold us back." Chapter 19, Is the Younger Brother Fierce? Fanchen cast a glance at the 3 individuals before him. His perceptive talent had now awakened. This talent possessed an additional ability. The foresight of impending danger, commonly referred to as the 6th sense, the pinnacle of this talent, classified as SSS grade, could even predict future crises. Fanchen's perceptive ability, without the aid of any elixirs, was at an S grade. However, in a world where everyone relied on such potions, Fanchen's talent could be considered SS grade. Moreover, the King of Slaughter in the mirror had previously informed him that his talent could be enhanced by eliminating foes with similar abilities. Through his perceptive talent, Fanchen discerned that the 3 individuals posed no threat to him, confirming that their combat prowess was at level 4 or below. "Rest assured, he won't hold us back. Now that everyone is here, let's formulate a specific battle plan," Ellie stated with a serious tone. The burly man scratched his bald head. "What plan? We can just charge in and take them out." "Absolutely not," Ellie interrupted sharply. "There are 7 individuals inside the villa, and the 2 sentinels outside are both at level 1. Black Pearl, you possess a mental talent. Coordinate with me to confuse those two sentinels while I eliminate them. Ellie turned her attention to the sultry woman who had been playing with her hair since sitting down. The alluring woman twirled a strand of hair around her finger. Is this a joke? You want me, a peak level 2, to take down 2 level 1s, and I have to coordinate with you? Do you think so little of me? Ellie continued, caution is paramount. After we dispatch the sentinels, there are 2 guards on the first floor, one at level 1 and the other at level 2. On the second floor, there are 2 more, one at level 2 and the other at level 3. You will utilize your mental talent to confuse the enemies on both floors. Black Pearl and my cousin, Qin Xiaoqiang, will engage the enemies on the first floor, while Jin Rui and I will tackle those on the second floor. Ellie then looked at the blonde man. Little brother, stay behind your sister, Black Pearl said, crossing her voluptuous legs and throwing a flirtatious glance at Fangshan. Slut, the burly man exclaimed. Fangshan chose to ignore him. Then, Ellie added, our primary target is on the 3rd floor, a level 4 expert with mental abilities. Therefore, while we attack, Baru, you need to assault that level 4 expert on the 3rd floor. As long as you can hold out for a moment, we will come to assist you. The burly man named Baru scratched his head, but the opponent is a level 4 mental expert. Won't Black Pearl's mental attack be sensed? Ellie explained, the opponent usually calls a lady over to relieve himself around noon every day, making him particularly vulnerable during that time. We will strike then, significantly lowering his sensitivity. Baru grinned widely, then I'll scare him stiff. I love doing this kind of thing, har har. Prepare to move out. Ellie concluded, retracting the holographic sphere. The group exited the convenience store, splitting into 2 teams, with Ellie leading Fangshan to a vehicle. After more than half an hour, they arrived on the outskirts, 500 meters from their destination, concealing the car within dense foliage. Soon after, another vehicle approached, and Baru along with 2 others disembarked. The 5 of them focused intently on the villa. After waiting for a while, Ellie glanced at her watch. It was already 11:45. She murmured, it's about time. A taxi pulled up outside the villa. A woman clad in a form-fitting dress with voluminous waves stepped out, her long, snow-white legs accentuated by red high heels that clicked enticingly against the pavement, her curves swaying seductively as she walked. The 2 sentinels in the yard immediately approached to investigate, and during the check, their faces lit up with lewd grins as they groped her. The woman showed no resistance, laughing and playfully bantering with them. Baru rubbed his bald head and licked his lips. She is definitely a gem. It'll be a real delight. I must ask about her rates later. Ellie maintained a stern expression, glancing at the time again. In 10 minutes, we'll be ready to strike. Time passed slowly. Fangshan adjusted his ears. His hearing was already exceptional, and after consuming the perception fruit Ellie had given him, it had heightened further. Just as Baru had said, the woman was quite vocal. Fangshan swiftly redirected his listening focus elsewhere. Attack! Ellie commanded suddenly. Black Pearl dashed forward, followed closely by Ellie, who adept melded into the shadows on the ground. Fangshan was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, she possessed assassination talent. Kid, don't lag behind. I wonder why we brought along someone who hasn't even sprouted hair yet. Baru slapped Fangshan's shoulder heavily, grinning as he charged ahead, melding his body with the earth, an earth attribute talent. The blonde man, appearing rather lethargic, hunched over and rushed towards the villa at an odd speed, revealing a wind attribute talent. Fangshan followed closely behind. Black Pearl extended her hand towards the 2 sentinels. In an instant, their pupils dilated, and their gazes became vacant. Within moments, Ellie emerged from the shadows on the ground, a cold blue light flashing as she swiftly severed one sentinel's throat, then vanished back into the shadows, slipping through a second-floor window. With a powerful leap, the blonde man crashed through the second-floor window. The ground suddenly quaked, and an earthen dragon propelled Baru upward, enveloping him in a layer of yellow light as he charged through the third-floor window. The sound of shattering glass echoed, followed by startled shouts. Black Pearl, chewing gum, strutted towards the first floor, casting a glance at Fangshan. "Little brother, isn't he your sister fierce? If you get hurt, I'll be heartbroken." As she spoke, she swayed her hips, bumping against Fangshan before entering the villa's first floor. The 2 individuals on the first floor stood up, initially intending to head upstairs. In an instant, the Level 1 sentinel was dispatched, while the Level 2 guard held his head in agony, his expression one of despair. "Little brother, isn't he your sister fierce?" Black Pearl winked at Fangshan. However, unexpected trouble emerged. Descending the stairs from the second floor was a Level 3 enemy, rushing towards Black Pearl with a menacing expression. Black Pearl's face paled instantly, swallowing her gum in fright as she unleashed a mental attack to impede his advance. The enemy's expression shifted, clearly affected by the mental disruption, but being a Level 3 and possessing a strength attribute, he charged recklessly towards her. Black Pearl shouted, "Jinrui, save me!" A gust of wind rushed from above. But in that split second, a figure flashed in her peripheral vision. Fangshan delivered a flying knee strike to the enemy's face, instantaneous. Black Pearl stood in shock. The blonde man froze on the staircase between the first and second floors. Fangshan turned back, smiling gently at Black Pearl. "Sister, is your brother fierce?" Chapter 20, Embracing the King's Judgment. The Black Pearl stared blankly at Fangshan. Although Fangshan's appearance had changed, his transformed visage still exuded a youthful charm. This was precisely why Black Pearl and her companions had harbored doubts about Fangshan's abilities. However, just a moment ago, Fangshan had astonishingly dispatched a formidable adversary of third-tier strength, prompting them to reassess their perception of him. Snapping back to reality, Black Pearl, with a hint of trepidation, patted her ample bosom, teasingly ran her fingers across her lips, and remarked, "You truly are impressive, little brother. I wonder if your prowess extends beyond this." Fangshan responded with a smile, thinking to himself, "Dream on, you wish to feast upon the young." The upper floors reverberated with the sounds of chaos. Fangshan deftly maneuvered past the golden-haired man and ascended the stairs. Black Pearl, having dealt with another foe, approached Jinrui's side, exclaiming, "I underestimated him." The golden-haired man replied gravely, "So young, yet possessing at least third-tier strength. His innate talent appears to be of the power type, likely SS rank. He must be a young master from some elite organization undergoing training." Black Pearl licked her lips. Then I must savor him all the more." On the third floor, destruction reigned. Baru radiated a yellowish glow, his body encased in earthy armor. On the bed lay the beautiful woman from earlier, now huddled in fear, clutching the blanket and revealing a generous expanse of pale skin. A slightly overweight man, clad in tattered shorts, fled amidst the sudden emergence of earthen hands. His visage was grotesque as he clawed at Baru in desperation. A nearly transparent hand materialized, reaching for Baru's head, attacking his mind. Ellie stood in a corner, gripping her blue-patterned knife, poised to strike at the opportune moment. Following Fangshan's arrival, Black Pearl and the golden-haired man also ascended. The fleeing overweight man let out a furious roar. Rolling on the ground, he rubbed his ring, causing a transparent raincoat to materialize, which he donned instantly. In that moment, his body became invisible. Fangshan's heart raced as he activated his perception ability. Everything in the room manifested in his mind. The perception talent countered the invisibility cloak. He spotted the plump figure, armed with a peculiar revolver, aiming at Baru's head. "Be careful. He has a gun." Fangshan shouted urgently. With a deafening bang, the shot rang out. The yellow glow surrounding Baru shielded his head, heart, and groin. After the gunfire, the glow dissipated, and a small yellow ball fell to the ground. Baru's face turned pale, a split forming on his forehead, blood trickling down. He had barely escaped death. Turning to Fangshan, the disdain he once held vanished, replaced by profound gratitude. Fangshan had saved his life. If the circumstances allowed, he would have gladly bowed in thanks. The overweight man turned his gaze toward Fangshan, a sinister laugh escaping his lips. "So there's another with a perception ability." As he spoke, the dark barrel of the gun was aimed directly at Fangshan. Though Baru could not see the man, he surmised his position and raised his hand. A wall of earth erupted before Fangshan. Bang! The gunshot shattered the earthen wall, but Fangshan had already evaded to another location, his hand bearing the faint glow of killing runes. "Little brother, reveal your position, and I'll take him down," Baru shouted. Fangshan bent low, his gaze fierce, fixated on the direction of the overweight man. "Can't you turn the ground into sand, then his footprints will reveal his location." Fangshan barked, smacking his forehead in realization. Baru exclaimed, "Damn! How did I not think of that?" With a stomp, the ground transformed into sand, and the overweight man's movements left a trail of footprints. "Har har, little brother, you truly are my dear brother." Baru laughed heartily. "I was blind to underestimate you. Without you, I would surely be dead today." The overweight man's expression twisted with rage as he aimed his gun at Fang Xin. Fang Xin dodged just in time, his awakened perception allowing him to anticipate the trajectory of the next shot, narrowly avoiding the second bullet. Baru clasped his hands together, summoning two earthen hands that rose from the ground, grasping toward the overweight man. "Har har, gotcha." The grip of the earthen hands tightened, causing the raincoat that rendered the overweight man invisible to slip away. With a horrified expression, the man's eyes bulged. Ellie and the golden-haired man simultaneously attacked, aiming to incapacitate him, yet unexpectedly, the man let out a furious roar, and a green light erupted from his ring. He consumed a fruit, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, driving him into a frenzy. A powerful aura surged forth. "Forbidden fruit!" Baru shouted in shock, the overweight man's smile contorted into madness. "I would rather lose 3 years of life than not gain temporary 5th-tier strength to destroy you." Baru yelled, "Run!" The overweight man reached out, a nearly transparent hand appearing behind Baru's head, crushing down upon him. Baru screamed in agony, stumbling and collapsing to the ground, blood pouring from his orifices. The golden-haired man and Black Pearl fled in haste. Ellie, her expression icy, shouted at Fang Xin, "Run!" However, the overweight man's ring glimmered, and he produced a foot-long object resembling a command baton. He pointed it at the fleeing golden-haired man, Black Pearl, and Ellie, then turned it toward Fang Xin. The three, having leaped from the window into the courtyard, seemed to be ensnared in an invisible force, crashing to the ground, unable to move. Their faces reflected sheer terror. The overweight man's gaze settled on Fang Xin, who had remained in the room, noticing that Fang Xin had not fled. Moreover, Fang Xin placed one hand upon his heart. A sinister smile crept across the man's face as he glared at Fang Xin. "Damn it, it's because of you that I was forced to consume the forbidden fruit. For each fruit consumed, I sacrifice 3 years of life. I won't kill you. Since I have lost 3 years, I will torment you for 3 years. I will start by cutting out your tongue." As he spoke, the overweight man advanced toward Fang Xin, intent on severing his tongue. With one hand pressed to his heart, Fang Xin contemplated that rather than flee, he would confront this foe. Moreover, he had the King of Slaughter as his trump card. Fang Xin silently invoked Assizia. As the overweight man approached, Fang Xin slowly lifted his head at that critical moment. His eyes glowed crimson, his face adorned with an innate expression of royal disdain. One hand rose slowly, encircled by rings of killing runes, 5 in total. "Mortal, look upon me, embrace the king's judgment." Chapter 21. Spoils of War. Fang Xin's palm was directly facing the corpulent man, the killing runes on the back of his hand gleaming a deep crimson. 5 runes of slaughter coalesced into a circle, rapidly revolving around Fang Xin's arm. The overweight man fixated on Fang Xin's blood-red eyes, his mind shaken. He had never witnessed such a talent, nor felt an aura as overwhelmingly powerful as that of a sovereign's descent. His visage contorted in terror as he yearned to flee, yet his legs felt as heavy as lead. Immobile. It was he who had used a treasure to immobilize Fang Xin, yet now it was he who found himself ensnared. Fang Xin's palm faced the corpulent man. Boom! The encircling ring of slaughter struck decisively against the man. He staggered back 5 steps, 5 crimson concentric circles appearing on his chest, resembling a target. The bullseye was precisely aligned with his heart. Fang Xin raised his hand once more, the 5 rings of slaughter swirling frantically around his arm, the outermost circle the smallest, while the rings on his arm grew increasingly larger, akin to a deadly spear. Fang Xin thrust towards the man's heart from a distance. The spear of slaughter pierced through his chest. The man bowed his head, mouth agape, as blood streamed forth, revealing a gaping, fist-sized hole that traversed his torso. He struggled to lift his head, gazing at Fang Xin in disbelief. What on earth, what talent is this? Thud! The man collapsed to the ground, his body crumpling. Fang Xin reached out with an ethereal grasp, a glimmer of blood flying into his palm. Visible to the naked eye, the 4th rune of slaughter on the back of Fang Xin's hand became even more vivid. The mental affinity talent could use a boost. His gaze shifted, locking onto the woman cowering by the bedside. The woman was paralyzed with fear, having never encountered such a bizarre scene. In her panic, she knocked over the bedside table and discovered a gun within. Grasping it with both hands, she aimed it at Fangshan. Realizing he was looking her way, she surmised that escape was unlikely and decided to fight back. Without a second thought, she fired a shot at Fangshan. He tilted his head slightly, the bullet grazing his cheek, leaving a thin trail of blood. Fangshan's crimson eyes fixed on her as he wiped the blood from his face. Almost in the next instant, the wound miraculously healed. This grotesque self-regeneration left the woman dumbfounded. Fangshan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the arm entwined with the rings of slaughter rose once more, aimed at the woman. Boom! A sound of explosion erupted, and a blood hole appeared in her chest, causing her to collapse limply to the ground. Fangshan's gaze roamed, his arms extended. A faint glimmer of blood emanated from the corpses scattered throughout the first and second floors, as well as the courtyard, quietly merging into Fangshan's arm, the fourth rune becoming increasingly vibrant, the fifth seemingly on the brink of activation. The rings of slaughter around his arm deepened in hue. Fangshan casually waved his arm, the rings retracting into his limb, the crimson tide within his eyes gradually receding, transforming into black. Fangshan pressed a hand against his chest, gasping for breath, crouching down, one hand bracing against the ground. As he regained his senses, his heart raced violently, feeling as though it might leap from his throat. His complexion turned pale, a fine sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. Just moments ago, as his body had been overtaken, he had perceived everything from a divine perspective, watching the deeds of the King of Slaughter unfold. Gazing at the two lifeless bodies on the ground, Fangshan had never anticipated that the slaughter talent he possessed could manifest such horror. Looking at the man's corpse, a thought flickered in Fangshan's mind. He needed to devise a way to lure Ari Lee and the others over. Sensing the absence of surveillance cameras in the vicinity, he finally exhaled in relief. With the demise of the corpulent man, the restraints binding Ari Lee and the others outside were similarly lifted. The blonde man and the Black Pearl exchanged astonished glances, cautiously turning towards the third floor. Neither dared approach the villa, first fleeing to a safe zone, even helping the severely injured Baru as they ran. Ari Lee glanced back, realizing Fangshan was still inside. She had brought him here, and with his fate uncertain, she could not simply abandon him. Now that the restraints were lifted, it could only mean the corpulent man was dead or had voluntarily released them, but the latter possibility was nearly non-existent. However, if the first scenario held true, the corpulent man had reached level 5 through the broken restraints. Could it be that Fangshan had killed him? Ari Lee found this likelihood slim, yet recalling her first encounter with Fangshan, when he had effortlessly dispatched an early level 4 anomaly, made her consider that perhaps killing the corpulent man was not entirely impossible. Regardless, she could not leave Fangshan to his fate. Gritting her teeth, she activated her assassination talent, slipping into the shadows and ascending the stairs. Upon seeing the corpulent man's corpse, Ari Lee froze in shock. He was indeed dead. Her gaze shifted to Fangshan, who lay on the ground, pale as a sheet. Ai Lee hurried over. "Fangshan, are you injured?" Fangshan pressed a hand to his chest, laboriously shaking his head. "What just happened? Did you kill him?" Ari Lee inquired again. Fangshan, with a straight face, fabricated a tale. "I don't know. I was immobilized, then suddenly felt a sharp pain in my heart and fainted. I have no idea what happened afterward." Ari Lee reached out, feeling Fangshan's heart racing violently, sensing he was not lying. Confused, she wondered who had slain this man. Noticing Fangshan's rapid heartbeat, Ari Lee quickly scooped him up. "I'll take you to the hospital. Then you must hurry." "If I go to the hospital later, I'll be fine." Ari Lee hesitated, unsure of how to respond. Ever since their first encounter, Fangshan had exhibited a knack for making infuriating remarks. Fangshan gestured that he was fine. "I just need a moment to rest." Glancing at the now corpse of the corpulent man, he added, "He is dead, the trail is cut off, and we can't gather any clues." After a brief silence, Ari Lee reassured him, "It's all right, as long as you are alive, we can slowly search for clues. I remember you possess a mental affinity talent. Once it awakens and your power reaches a certain level, you can use it to force enemies to reveal the truth." Fangshan was taken aback. The mental affinity talent had such a function. "Are you suggesting we team up again next time?" he asked. "Is that possible?" Ari Lee's voice was soft, cautious, and slightly pleading. Fangshan regarded her. During their first encounter in the alley, all her teammates had perished. During their second meeting at the ocean-themed venue, she had lost one severely injured and 2 others. And now, at their third encounter, the tall fellow was gravely injured and had been rendered drooling even after healing. Fangshan couldn't shake the feeling that Lee might possess some peculiar talent, perhaps one that was detrimental to her teammates. Such a talent could indeed serve well as an undercover agent in enemy camps. Observing Lee's demeanor, Fangshan rubbed his gradually calming chest and asked, "When shall we team up next?" "The exact timing is uncertain, but I have another lead. The fastest results could emerge in 2 weeks." After pondering seriously, Fangshan replied, 2 weeks. "That might be difficult. I have matters to attend to. My uncle is getting married for the 2nd time, and I must serve as the best man." Lee pouted, offering a faint smile. "It's my fault for not gathering sufficient intelligence. This time, we nearly lost our lives. I'm sorry." "No need for apologies, just reimburse the medical expenses." Lee pursed her lips, picking up the immobilizing baton from the ground. She also retrieved the gun that had nearly killed Baru, shedding her invisibility cloak, and took the ring from the man's hand, handing it to Fangshan. "This is for you. As promised, all spoils belong to you." Fangshan gazed at the ring, feeling a pang of desire for the items, yet he had suffered losses in the past due to such temptations. Earlier, when he had targeted anomalies, he had come across equipment, but these items were bound to their previous owners. If the opponent had backing, they would track him down using the lingering aura of the equipment. After suffering a loss once, Fangshan had refrained from collecting equipment ever since. "There's his aura within. What if I take it and they come after me?" All other spoils must be reported, but the 9th sector has a special passage to erase the auras of spoils for members. You only need to scan the spoils with the smart link. Fangshan picked up the items, noticing the silent black pearl and the blonde man slipping in from outside. They were both taken aback upon seeing the man's corpse, staring incredulously at Fangshan. "Did you kill him?" Fangshan shook his head. "I don't know." "Don't know." He recounted the fabricated narrative he had shared with Lee, leaving both of them skeptical. The group dispersed, inspecting the room thoroughly. The Black Pearl remarked, glancing upstairs, "How could a level 5 die?" The blonde man pondered, his conviction solidifying. "It must be as I suspected. He was a young master from a super organization, and either a senior intervened, or he carried some devastating treasure." The Black Pearl licked her lips. "I'm increasingly tempted to give him a taste." As they parted ways, the Black Pearl slipped a small note into Fangshan's pocket and made a gesture for him to remember to contact her. Fangshan pulled out the note. It bore a contact number, which he tossed aside. He bid farewell to Lee in a park outside his home. Upon returning home, Fangshan retrieved the smart link device. Indeed, he found an option for a spoils processing room. Holding the ring, he sensed it contained a substantial space, akin to a room, filled with a considerable amount of items. Aside from the immobilizing baton, revolver, and invisibility cloak, there was also a pile of cash, totaling over 7 million. Fangshan suddenly gasped softly, sensing something within. Chapter 22, The Diary. The diary was an antiquated notebook. Fangshan retrieved it from within the vast confines of his spatial ring. Its presence amidst a collection of strikingly handsome individuals was akin to a goblin seated among a throng of beauties, impossible to overlook. Upon opening the notebook, a tattered newspaper clipping fluttered down gently. Fangshan deftly caught it between his fingers. The fragment was no larger than the palm of his hand, its edges charred as if scorched by fire. It bore a news article dated from the mid-20th century, which read, "After a decade of relentless dedication from the research team at Leon Corporation, significant advancements have finally been achieved in the Primordial Project. The newly developed Primordial Number 1 is heralded as a groundbreaking material. It has the potential to greatly enhance the overall capabilities of animals that have awakened their innate talents. Beasts of high talent can, under the influence of Primordial Number 1, even rival the legendary primordial divine beasts. For those endowed with beast mastery, this is a revolutionary boon. The project's remarkable success in achieving 3 transformative leaps in a short period is attributed to Professor Zhang and his dedicated team." The subsequent content was unfortunately missing. Turning the newspaper fragment over, Fang Xin encountered an old photograph adorned with the colossal logo of Liang Red Corporation, a behemoth in the field of biotechnology today. A sense of bewilderment washed over him. He had never heard of Liang Corporation developing any potions to enhance animals. He searched online for the newspaper but found no related entries. Subsequently, he scoured the Chen Shield intelligence network for keywords from the article, yet still encountered nothing. There were no records of the Primordial Project or Primordial Number 1. Fang Xin's curiosity deepened, sensing that there might be some unspeakable secret behind this matter. Considering the timeline, the emergence of Primordial Number 1 predated the Divine Cataclysm by several decades. His gaze returned to the notebook. Upon opening it once more, he discovered it filled with intricate biological diagrams and an array of complex formulas, spanning dozens of pages. Through some inscriptions, Fang Xin was astonished to realize that this notebook seemed to contain the core secrets of Primordial Number 1. As he flipped through the pages, he stumbled upon several diary entries, though many pages had been torn out, rendering them incomplete. August 2nd, 2158. Overcast. These selfish scoundrels are even attempting to threaten my teacher's family to seize the core formulas of Primordial Number 1. My teacher burned the most vital laboratory, and I heard their leader is furious, vowing to torture my teacher to death. I am terrified, yet I must heed my teacher's words and never yield to such people. September 4th, 2158. Cloudy. Madness. They have gone mad. My teacher has been captured for half a month. Today, in their frenzy to obtain Primordial Number 1, they even murdered my teacher's wife. They claim to be the righteous army, yet they engage in such heinous acts, unworthy of being called human. December 1st, 2158. Heavy rain. My mood reflects the dismal weather. It is utterly wretched. My teacher has been imprisoned for over 3 months, and despite my efforts to leverage connections, I have been unable to free him. I heard a young man named Fang Qingdi spoke up for my teacher, otherwise, he might have been killed today, April the 12th, 2159. Overcast. During my visit to the prison today, my teacher revealed a secret to me in a code only I could understand. Before announcing Primordial Number 1, he had injected it into a fierce beast, and the experiment was a resounding success. He named that beast Qilin. Currently, that fierce beast has not yet matured, and my teacher urged me to escape with the young creature. September 19th, 2162. Sunny to cloudy. It has been over 2 years since I escaped that place. The past is vividly etched in my memory. Countless times I have awoken from nightmares of that fateful day of flight. Had it not been for the young man named Fang Qingdi sparing me, I might have perished 2 years ago. My teacher has been gone for over a year now, and that fierce beast has gradually grown, awakening for innate talents of wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. It is no wonder they tormented my teacher so. If Primordial Number 1 fell into the hands of those hypocrites, the consequences would be unimaginable. My time is running short. I lack the beast mastery talent to form a bond with this young Qilin, and I cannot find a suitable candidate. That young man with the surname Fang seems promising, yet alas, he is not of the beast mastery talent. December the 18th, 2162. Heavy snow. I can no longer hold on. I have placed the Qilin into the divine and demon ruins, instructing it to seek out a person of integrity and kindness with whom to form a bond. I have used the last remnants of my witchcraft talent to bestow a blessing and curse upon this notebook. Should a virtuous and righteous person acquire it, they may bond with the Qilin. However, should it fall into the hands of an evil and treacherous individual, they shall meet a most unfortunate end. The diary entries ended there. Suddenly, Fang Xin felt a sharp pain in his fingertip, as though pricked by something. Without hesitation, he cast the notebook aside and inspected his finger. Discovering a small red dot had appeared. He gazed at the notebook he had thrown onto the table. What sort of person writes such a diary, filled with blessings and curses? Truly, who writes diaries in earnest? Fang Xin rubbed his fingertip, sensing an inexplicable presence within him, yet no discernible changes manifested. Nevertheless, his thoughts returned to the contents of the diary. The diary had mentioned his grandfather's name. This implied a connection between his grandfather and the author of the diary, suggesting that the latter had been spared a few additional years of life due to Fang Xin's grandfather's mercy. Furthermore, the elusive Primordial Number 1 had given rise to a creature referred to as Qilin. The diarist had concealed the Qilin within the divine and demon ruins, where a person of integrity and kindness could forge a bond with it. Fang Xin pondered, coincidentally possessing the beast mastery talent himself. If he could tame this Chileen, he would indeed soar. He researched the divine and demon ruins noted in the diary, which were marked as a forbidden zone. Fang Xin reflected inwardly. Aside from a tendency to speak harshly, he considered himself rather benevolent. Resolutely, he resolved to assist elderly individuals across the street daily starting tomorrow. He mused upon the connection to his grandfather. At this moment, he felt ensnared in a web of mysteries, akin to an entangled ball of yarn: the talent for slaughter, his parents' car accident, the tragedy befalling Ailey's family, her sister's disappearance, and now this diary. All seemed interconnected, yet the nature of their connection eluded him. As his thoughts gradually coalesced, he found the option to process the spoils of war. To ensure caution, Fang Xin first scanned the invisibility cloak, which vanished into thin air. Moments later, the intelligence device's indicator light flickered, and the cloak was ejected. Upon examination, he discovered it had become a possession without an owner. He then methodically placed the immobilization rod, revolver, and various other items into the machine. After thoroughly processing each item, he finally felt a sense of relief, claiming everything as his own. Among these, his curiosity was piqued most by the immobilization rod. Earlier, the intelligence device had evaluated these items. The invisibility cloak was a 4th-tier treasure, the revolver also a 4th-tier treasure, possessing only 3 bullets capable of eliminating a level 4 combatant without any treasure defense in a single shot. However, the immobilization rod was a remarkable 9th-tier treasure, usable only by those with combat prowess of level 5 or higher. It was no wonder that the individual had held onto such an item, waiting until after consuming the forbidden fruit to reveal it. At level 5, one could only immobilize opponents of the same level or lower, and the number of uses would increase with the enhancement of one's combat power. Fang Xin waved the immobilization rod, marveling at the excellent quality of this weapon. He had not anticipated such extraordinary equipment. As the clock struck 11, Fang Xin sat up in bed. He retrieved his grandfather's phone from the drawer and perused the videos in his grandfather's album. Afterward, he turned and entered the bathroom. Facing the mirror, he activated the slaughter runes. Chapter 23, The Ninth Prince. 12:30, Fang Xin gazed into the mirror, surprised to find himself unchanged from the night before. Regardless of how flamboyantly he adorned himself, the reflection bore no additional response. Contemplating deeply, he pondered which aspect of his routine had faltered. Today, every step he undertook before facing the mirror was a meticulous replication of the previous scenario, yet the formidable king of slaughter within the mirror remained dormant. Returning to his bedroom, Fang Xin lay on his bed, ruminating over what triggering mechanism he might be lacking. Despite his restless thoughts, he could not pinpoint the missing element. Sleepless, he recalled the mention of a mythical relic housing a Chileen in his journal. The beast, aptly named Chileen by Professor Shang, had awakened for elemental talents: wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. If he could forge a pact with this creature, akin to the legendary beasts of antiquity, it would provide him with substantial support. Fang Xin perused the information. The origins of the mythical relic were shrouded in ambiguity, the area was perpetually enveloped in fog, and few who ventured inside returned alive. Those who did emerge often exhibited signs of madness. Even renowned warriors had entered, only to vanish without a trace. Fragments of incoherent tales from the survivors hinted at ancient statues of deities standing sentinel within the relic, though many were in a state of disrepair due to their age. Moreover, the relic was rumored to contain numerous rare treasures. Despite being a forbidden zone, it opened its doors twice each year. Historical accounts, gleaned from the experiences of countless fearless adventurers, indicated that the higher one's realm, the greater the restrictions imposed. Conversely, those of lesser realms found the environment considerably more accommodating. Each year, midterm and final assessments for the training camp were conducted on the periphery of the relic. A spark ignited in Fang Xin's eyes. If that were the case, could he not seize the opportunity to enter and seek the Chileen through these assessments? The mere thought sent a thrill coursing through him. However, the curse inscribed in the notebook was rather troublesome. The man he had slain earlier that day served as a prime example of its dire consequences. To a certain extent, he too had fallen victim to the notebook's curse. Fang Xin retrieved the notebook once more, this time thoroughly scrutinizing the intricate formulas at the beginning. Though he struggled to comprehend several sections, many were annotated with notes. After diligently reading through them, he sat up on his bed, a surge of excitement coursing through him. The Chileen, injected with the primordial serum by Professor Shang, possessed for talents of SSS grade. If it were to mature, it would indeed rival the ancient divine beasts. Calculating the passage of time, he realized that many years had elapsed since the awakening of talents. Awakeners enjoyed significantly extended lifespans compared to ordinary individuals. As far as Fangchen knew, some of the first batch of awakened ones were still alive. Logically, the Qilin should also be thriving. If it had survived to this day, its combat prowess was unimaginable. Stowing away the notebook, Fangchen's gaze sharpened with determination. He must devise a means to contract with the Qilin. His phone vibrated persistently, and upon checking, he discovered that Qin Juanhao had resumed his ostentatious display in the class group chat. He had sent several extravagant red envelopes. Xu Xiaoqiang, being the ever-loyal sycophant, promptly seized the first envelope and replied, "Brother Hao, why haven't you gone to bed yet?" Troubled, came the response. "What could possibly trouble you, considering you're heading to the 7th Bureau soon?" "I'm about to attend the training camp, and my father bought me a private jet. He insisted I fly there. Honestly, I initially wanted to take the train to experience life, but after hearing my family's maid say that the train is filled with smelly laboris, I abandoned that idea. I wanted to make a low-key entrance to the training camp, but I can't decide whether to drive my $7 million sports car or my $12 million supercar. The former is slightly cheaper, but I've always favored its design. The latter has no flaws aside from aesthetics. I'm torn between the two," Qin Juanhao lamented. As he continued to lament, he sent another message, "Qin Juanhao Chushen Yao, could you help me choose?" He attached several photos of the cars. Seizing the opportunity, Fangchen swiftly claimed several envelopes. Noticing the notification for the red envelopes, Chushen Yao messaged, "Xiao Fang, you're still awake?" "Not really, just troubled." "What troubles you?" "I have too many awakened talents, and their levels are mediocre. I am unsure which one to practice first, which leaves me restless." After Fangchen expressed his concerns, Qin Juanhao fell silent, and the group chat quieted considerably. A moment later, Fangchen's phone vibrated again. It was a private message from Chushen Yao. "Xiao Fang, my father wants to thank you for saving me last time. He mentioned wanting to meet you." "Sure, have him schedule a time with my secretary." Fangchen. Chushen Yao sent an exasperated emoji. Her father had always been a mysterious figure, and the sudden request for a meeting caught Fangchen off guard. Truth be told, he was quite curious to discover what kind of person he truly was. "When?" Fangchen inquired earnestly. Chushen Yao replied, "Yes, quite busy lately. And with the training camp starting soon, we won't have time until after the midterm exams. There will be a week off then, so that should work." Fangchen agreed. All right." Chushen Yao responded with delight. "You mustn't go back on your word." "I won't." She continued, offering a precautionary note. "One more thing, my father has a bit of a peculiar temperament, and due to his work, he can be rather sharp-tongued. Just a heads up." "Oh, it's nothing to worry about. I have some knowledge of self-defense." "Xiao Fang, don't joke around." Chushen Yao playfully chastised. "I'm just kidding, I wouldn't actually resort to violence." Chushen Yao added, "Xiao Fang, my father has some connections in official circles, including within the Sky Shield Bureau. Once you enter the training camp, remember to train diligently. I'll keep an eye on you. When you come to my house, speak respectfully to my father. I'll plead on your behalf, ensuring that your advancement in the 9th Bureau faces no obstacles. Otherwise, in that environment, without a solid backing, even with merit, rising through the ranks will be exceedingly difficult." Fangchen paused for a few seconds, taken aback. This topic had also been broached by the silver-haired Zhu Gerheng previously. However, Zhu Gerheng had specifically mentioned that the esteemed Elder Yi at the 9th Bureau was a lifelong brother of Fangchen's grandfather. As long as Fangchen joined the 9th Bureau and avoided any major blunders, his achievements would facilitate a smooth ascent, free from hindrances. In other words, Fangchen was the heir apparent of the 9th Bureau. Chapter 24, The Decapitation Operation. "Xiao Fang, why aren't you responding? Have you fallen asleep?" "Fangju, HMPH, remember to reply to me tomorrow. Good night." Fangchen paused for a moment before responding, "No need to bother your dad." Chushen Yao mistakenly believed that Fangchen's pride had been wounded. "Xiao Fang, we are about to step into society, and such matters are quite normal. To thrive in this world, having connections is crucial. I understand your perspective. You possess ample capability and pride, aspiring to carve out your own path through sheer effort. However, if you work hard and have support, it will save you from numerous detours, she continued. Fangshan smiled. He understood the reasoning behind Chu Xinyao's words. Regardless of the circumstances, to grow strong and enduring, one must not only have robust personal abilities but also a solid backing. Chu Xinyao elaborated. I take Zhuge Heng from the 9th Division. For instance, my father mentioned that someone as formidable as Zhuge Heng undoubtedly has a powerful Zhuge family backing him. Fangshan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the white-haired prodigy boasted such formidable connections. Indeed, comparisons could be disheartening. Chu Xinyao seemed to recall something. There's another matter, you can listen. But whether to act on it is up to you. My father said that Zhuge Heng is highly likely to become the head of the 9th Division in the future, or even take over as the leader of the Qiandun Bureau. At the very least, he is expected to be the third in command. Moreover, the Zhuge family is a well-known influential family throughout Longwu. If possible, it would be advantageous to cultivate a good relationship with Zhuge Heng for your future. Fangshan glanced at the lengthy message from Chu Xinyao. To be honest, he had never been fond of ingratiating himself with others. He held a disdain for individuals like Xu Xiaoqiang. Even though such people often fared well in reality, it did not prevent Fangshan from looking down upon them. Additionally, whether it was the white-haired Zhuge Heng or Chu Xinyao's father, he was ultimately just an outsider in their eyes. They could not be expected to wholeheartedly assist him. Any help would require a reciprocal exchange. Thus, seeking their protection felt akin to imploring the ancestral dragon for favor. Yet, Fangshan understood Chu Xinyao's intentions. Her mother worked within a government agency, and thus, she was frequently exposed to the reality that society operates on connections, prompting her desire to lend a hand to Fangshan. Noticing Fangshan had yet to respond, Chu Xinyao sent another message. Xiao Fang, it's perfectly fine not to feel obligated to compromise. Just know that you have my support. If you dislike this approach, I can handle these matters. I'm your strongest backing. Fangshan chuckled. He and Chu Xinyao had known each other since kindergarten. The reason Chu Xinyao treated him so well was twofold. They shared a genuine connection, and during her childhood, she was not as beautiful as she was now. In elementary school, she was chubby and innocent, often bullied for her love of food, yet Fangshan always stood protectively behind her. At that time, her parents were not yet successful. Both were workaholics, providing little attention to Chu Xinyao. Fangshan recalled a time when she fell gravely ill. Her father never paid her a visit, and her mother came once but left after answering a phone call. During that period, Fangshan's parents, who were still alive, took care of Chu Xinyao. Fangshan replied, Then I shall focus on being the ornament on Sister Yao's leg from now on. He. All right, Xiao Fang, I'm feeling tired and want to sleep. Good night. After exchanging good nights, Fangshan lay in bed, glancing out the window. The tranquility of Lan City tonight was almost surreal. Due to frequent activities by anomalies at night, Lan City enforced a curfew, prohibiting anyone from venturing outside after midnight. Yet, even with such restrictions, there were usually disturbances, and patrols from the police would occasionally be heard. Unlike the eerie silence of tonight, observing the blinking lights of the Qiandun intelligent connection device, Fangshan picked it up and noted new messages in the 9th Division's training camp group. The topic was initiated by a user named Shatailang. I heard that this year's training camp will have a preliminary exam. Are you all aware of it? Zhang Yozu quickly replied. And not just this year. It happens every year. Shatailang continued, Damn, my brother said that in the preliminary exam, we will face puppets ranging from level 1 to 3 based on our combat strength. However, the 9th Division's preliminary exam is dubbed the Devil's Trial, with each level of puppet representing the pinnacle of its respective strength. To put it plainly, our level 1 puppets can contend against level 2 puppets from other regions' preliminary exams. I've heard that very few manage to pass the 9th Division's exam without injury, unless the trainees reach level for combat strength. Level for combat strength? Is that a joke? Inquired a user named Xinyu. It's not a joke. Those who awaken an SSS level talent early might reach level for combat strength. There have been individuals like that in history, Zhang Yaozu responded. Shitailang quickly replied, laughable, you mentioned history. In all of Longwa, since the discovery of talent awakening nearly 2 centuries ago, only 2 high school students of this age have awakened SSS level talents and achieved level 4 combat strength. Fighty, will you die if you don't argue with me? Zhang Yaozu retorted angrily. After a teasing hehe, Shitailang asked, by the way, have you all awakened your talents? What level of combat strength are you at? I'll go first, I'm at early level 2 combat strength. Damn, I'm at peak level 1 combat strength. You fatso are at level 2. Zhang Yaozu exclaimed. I'm at peak level 1 too. Shen Yu added. Shitailang exclaimed in frustration, damn it, are we all doomed? Remember to bring various medicines when we go. What about the 3 of you? What level of combat strength are you at? Fang Xin observed the messages in the group. The current training camp is akin to the universities of yore. However, it is said that previous university students had a relatively easier time, while today's training camp, under the same name, is grueling. Fortunately, upon graduation, the training camp ensures job placement with generous stipends and benefits. In contrast, previous university graduates often faced unemployment, becoming mere laborers upon entering society. The earlier talent tests were merely assessments. Naturally, those with higher talent levels awaken sooner. Currently, Fang Xin's strength-based talent allows him to exert peak level 3 combat strength, while his slaughter talent enables him to reach peak level 4. If he were to summon the King of Slaughter, he could achieve peak level 5 combat strength. Thus, one could say he barely qualifies to rank among the top 3 in the history of Longwa. Suddenly, Bai Yulin diverted the conversation with a new message. Tonight in Honglian District, there is a decapitation operation targeting anomalies. Did you know? Bai Yulin. Fang Xin, Brother Xin, you are also involved in this operation in Lan City. How is the situation over there? Fang Xin was momentarily taken aback, rising to gaze out the window. No wonder tonight was so eerily quiet. Just as he was about to respond, a hand appeared out of nowhere, grasping at him before firmly seizing his arm and yanking him away. Fang Xin vanished from his spot. Chapter 25. The white-haired figure brought me here, and Fang Xin felt utterly dazzled. As everything settled, he discovered the white-haired individual standing beside him, hands tucked in his pockets, sporting a pair of sunglasses even at this late hour. Fang Xin glanced downward and realized he was hovering approximately 500 meters above the ground. Instantly startled, he instinctively grasped the white-haired man's arm. The white-haired one flashed a signature smile, revealing his small white teeth. Good evening. Fang Xin steadied his nerves and retorted, brother, if you wanted to speak with me at this hour, you could have just come to my house instead of dragging me out here. What if I were in the midst of using the restroom or taking a shower when you pulled me out? I would be left in quite an embarrassing state. Zhuge Han tilted his chin towards the ground. I brought you here to help with some odd jobs, to earn some points, making it easier for you to acquire supplies once school begins. Fang Xin was bewildered and looked down. He realized he was presently hovering over Lan City, with the entire cityscape laid out before him tonight. Lan City seemed far from tranquil, suspended in midair. He gazed downwards and noticed that the entire city was enveloped beneath a massive hemispherical barrier, with the residences of the inhabitants shielded by a nearly transparent luminous membrane. This served a dual purpose: to prevent enemies from escaping, thereby facilitating their capture, and to muffle sounds, thus avoiding disturbances to the populace. Various skirmishes of differing magnitudes were occurring throughout Lan City. Fang Xin quickly pieced it together. This was indeed the decapitation operation that Bai Yulin had mentioned in their group chat. Are you the person in charge of this decapitation operation targeting the aberrants in Lan City? Zhuge Han, elevated in the night sky with hands still in his pockets, shook his head. I am not the overall head of Lan City. I am the provincial head of this operation for Qingju. Fang Xin clicked his tongue, once again impressed by the white-haired man's demeanor. Zhuge Han looked down and continued to explain, most of these aberrants are remnants of the Eternal Night Army, which you may have encountered in your history textbooks. I need not elaborate further. These individuals seek to restore the Eternal Night. The aberrants are numerous, some organized, others not, but all of them pose a threat to ordinary citizens, and thus are targets for the Celestial Shield Bureau. Fang Xin recalled Zhuge Han's earlier mention of points. What did you say about points? After enrolling in the training camp, the authorities will provide students with a portion of resources. However, for a student to truly develop, relying solely on these resources is insufficient. The authorities aren't engaging in charity, so they assign tasks to allow students to earn points, which can later be exchanged for necessary resources. Killing a level 1 enemy earns 100 points, level 2 earns 200, and the calculation continues similarly for those below level 5. If the enemy is officially wanted, additional points are awarded. Of course, one can also exchange real-world currency for points, but 1 million can only be exchanged for 100 points. As for you, considering your assets, the tens of millions left by your parents would only suffice for a few thousand points. Some scarce resources and treasured items require thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of points for exchange. Your current assets simply wouldn't suffice and would not be worth it. Moreover, many resources are controlled by the authorities and major factions, meaning that wealth alone cannot guarantee acquisition. Thus, in the realm of awakened ones, points constitute a hard currency, far more valuable than cash, primarily because they represent the true strength of an awakened individual. What if I had 100 million points and spent them all? Wouldn't my strength then be quite lacking? Zhuge Han flashed his small white teeth in a smile. Among the awakened, there exists a point ranking system. Each level corresponds to a different star rating. When you accumulate 100 million points, your star rating will be significantly high. Others will immediately discern your strength merely by glancing at the card in your hand. Fangshan nodded in understanding. Does the card Xiaolu sent you also include your smart link device? I didn't bring it. It's on my desk. Zhuge Han extended his hand, and one of his arms vanished into the void. Moments later, he produced a card containing 1 million in cash, which he handed to Fang Xin. Every new student in the 9th division has a card with 1 million cash, equating to 100 points. Upon defeating an enemy, the system will automatically update your points. Fangshan accepted the card and also took the smart link device from Zhuge Han's hand. So, when I eliminate enemies, will my points increase? That is indeed possible, but you must scan the defeated enemies after combat. If the information is verified and confirms the individual as an aberrant, your points will increase. However, scanning enemies defeated by others will not yield any benefits, so do not entertain any dishonest thoughts. How do they determine that I wasn't the one to slay them? Zhuge Han explained, when the smart link device scans a corpse, it captures the deceased's aura. The back-end reviewers typically possess perception-based abilities, allowing them to access the memories of the deceased from moments before their demise and cross-reference this with your database information. If verified, your points will be increment. Fang Xin examined the smart link device in his hand. It was no wonder it was referred to as a treasure machine. It was genuinely powerful. Are there any other questions? Zhuge Han inquired. If I team up with someone to kill an enemy, how are the points allocated? Points will be distributed based on the proportion of damage each of you inflicted upon the enemy. Fangshan nodded. Understood. Then let us commence. Wait a moment. Could I please have a pair of shoes? Fangshan quickly asked, realizing he had been dragged from his bed and was still wearing his pajamas without any shoes. Zhuge Han flashed his small white teeth. If enemies were to ambush you while you were on the toilet, do you really believe those ruthless foes would wait for you to finish your business before attacking? As he spoke, Zhuge Han gently patted Fangshan on the back. Good luck. Fangshan blinked and suddenly found himself within a barrier. Inside the barrier stood 3 level 2 aberrants and 1 level 3 aberrant. The Celestial Shield Bureau had sent a 5-member team. Upon seeing Fangshan materialize, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Clad in pajamas and barefoot, Fangshan stood between the two factions, as neither side could ascertain to which he belonged. The ground was slick with dirty water, forcing Fangshan to adopt a precarious stance. One of the aberrants, with a grotesque visage, fixed his gaze upon Fangshan. From the heights to the depths. Fangshan hesitated momentarily. Both realms are shrouded in darkness. The aberrant sneered coldly. Incorrect password. As he spoke, a massive hand reached out towards Fangshan from a distance. A chill surged from beneath Fang Shen's feet, and he watched as a nearly transparent hand emerged from the murky water. It was, astonishingly, an ability related to vengeful spirits. In a flash, the team leader of the Celestial Shield Bureau wielded a laser sword, transformed from his smart link device, slicing through the transparent hand. "Protect him," the team leader commanded. A team member stepped in front of Fang Shen. "Do not move. How did you arrive here?" Fang Shen pointed skyward, beneath the crescent moon, where a figure loomed above the world. "That white-haired one brought me here." Chapter 26. Battle. The team member assigned to protect Fang Shen was momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze towards the sky. Upon spotting a certain figure, he was struck dumb once more. "Are you the new recruit brought by Instructor Juger? Are you a new student from the 9th Division?" "Yes." Just as he spoke, a new round of combat erupted between the squad and the three extraordinary individuals. The captain of this squad possessed an electrical affinity and was at level 3 in combat strength. The opposing muscular man, endowed with a vengeful spirit affinity, was also at level 3. The confrontation was evenly matched. In the midst of their fierce clash, the muscular man staggered backward, pressing one hand against the ground. A bizarre pattern emerged on the surface. With a tug and a pull, the ground split open, and a corpse resembling a zombie crawled out, oozing repulsive and foul-smelling slime. This cadaver was also at level 3 in combat strength. The muscular man grinned malevolently. "They all shall perish. Retreat." The protective squad member positioned himself in front of Fang Shen, recalling that Fang Shen had claimed to be brought by the white-haired instructor. However, seeing Fang Shen still clad in pajamas, the squad member speculated that this new recruit from the 9th Division had been yanked from his bed by Instructor Juger and thrown into the brutal battlefield prematurely, as Instructor Juger was known for his unconventional methods. It was not unusual for an uninitiated recruit to be tossed into combat in the 9th Division's monstrous training grounds. "Stay behind me," the squad member admonished Fang Shen. New recruits from the 9th Division were all promising candidates, and he did not dare to take chances. If one of them were to die within their ranks, they would be unable to bear the consequences. This was as much a trial for the new recruits as it was for the seasoned members from other divisions. Unexpectedly, Fang Shen suddenly charged forward. The squad member shouted, "What are you doing?" The level 3 muscular man who had summoned the zombies grinned wickedly upon seeing Fang Shen rushing towards him. "You have a fine physique. Turning you into a zombie would be an excellent choice." The squad captain, Yu Guang, noticed Fang Shen rushing toward the level 3 muscular man and called out, Hey, what are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Shen leaped into the air. With elbows like blades and knees resembling spears, his knees struck the muscular man's face with immense force, causing him to reel back. The muscular man's face was instantly blooded. Fang Shen wrapped his arms around the muscular man's head, clamping his knees tightly, twisting his torso with a decisive crack, snapping the man's neck and resulting in instant death. The action was clean, efficient, and utterly devoid of hesitation. As the muscular man fell, the summoned zombie hung its head, as if abruptly cut off from power. Before the muscular man's corpse even touched the ground, Fang Shen propelled himself off, his intelligent device firing a crimson laser blade that pierced through the forehead of another extraordinary individual. As the blade was drawn, Fang Shen deftly turned it, executing a swift maneuver. With his back against the last extraordinary foe, the laser blade extended from under his arm, piercing the heart of the individual behind him. This series of events, though lengthy in description, transpired in an instant. In the sky, Zhuge Heng gazed intently in Fang Shen's direction, a smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. Impressive. Fang Shen tucked his intelligent device into the pocket of his pajamas and crouched down to pilfer a pair of shoes from a fallen extraordinary individual whose size closely matched his own. He took a whiff and immediately gagged. Discarding the shoes aside, turning back, he found the entire squad staring at him in shock, their faces painted with disbelief. Is this truly the combat prowess of a new recruit from the 9th Division? No wonder they are destined to join the monstrous training grounds. A single new recruit, is this terrifying? Is there no law or justice left? However, to possess level 3 combat strength prior to enrollment is indeed exceptional within the 9th Division. Although his peculiar habit of smelling shoes seemed odd, it was of little consequence. What genius lacks some eccentricity? The squad captain approached Fang Shen and saluted. "Greetings, I am Qian Junhui from the 6th Division. Fang Shen quickly rose to his feet, noticing a badge on Qian Juanhui's chest, depicting a swirling cloud with the character Lu at its center. "Hello, sir. I'm Fang Shen." Fang Shen saluted back. The other team members followed suit, saluting Fang Shen as well. Qian Junhui hastily gestured for Fang Shen to stop. No, brother, don't call me sir. You are a new recruit from the 9th Division, right?" The other squad members wore smiles. Fang Shen, somewhat puzzled, nodded yes. Qian Junhui laughed. "As a new recruit from the 9th Division, you are on par with the squad leaders from other divisions. Just don't refer to me as sir. I truly cannot bear that." Fang Shen was momentarily stunned. It seemed the treatment in the 9th Division was indeed remarkably high. Qian Junhui continued, "If so, will you be joining us now?" Fang Shen maintained a stance akin to a golden rooster standing tall. "Yeah, I'm fine with that, but I first need to find an extraordinary individual with non-odorous feet to provide me with a pair of shoes." The others then noticed that Fang Shen was barefoot. No wonder he had just tried to steal a pair of shoes and sniff them. Initially thought to be some strange quirk, the corpses on the ground vanished upon being scanned by the intelligent device. A light flashed from the pocket of Fang Shen's pajamas. When he retrieved it, he saw numbers appearing on the bank card. It flickered from 100 to 520. Among the 3 extraordinary individuals previously encountered, 2 were level 2 and 1 was level 3. The 3 could be exchanged for 700 points. Qian Juanhui's squad had sustained 40% of the damage, while Fang Shen bore 60%, thus entitling him to 60% of the total points. Fang Shen felt somewhat guilty. "I've taken your points, how about this? You follow my lead to rack up damage, and we can quickly clear the level together. Once the numbers add up, the points will follow, right?" Qian Junhui looked at the others, and they all nodded in agreement, having witnessed Fang Shen's strength. As long as the numbers increased, they could easily rack up damage. Points were not an issue. Absolutely. Raising his wrist, the holographic display of his watch projected a 3-dimensional map of Lan City, with numerous red dots representing extraordinary individuals in motion. Fang Shen curiously examined the watch, recalling that Ellie had possessed a similar device when he first encountered her. "What is this?" Fang Shen inquired. Qian Junhui explained, "This is a Qian Shield watch, essentially a basic version of an intelligent device disguised as a watch, equipped with storage capabilities. It is issued after completing the training camp and serves as a symbol of identity. However, after you complete the training camp in the 9th Division, you won't receive a watch but rather a Qian Shield ring, which is of higher grade than ours." Fang Shen nodded in understanding. "I see." Qian Junhui pointed at several red dots and asked, "There are a few extraordinary individuals fleeing here. Shall we pursue?" "Certainly." Noticing Fang Shen was still barefoot, Qian Junhui turned his watch and produced a pair of shoes from his hand. "Here are some new shoes. If you don't mind, I'll give them to you." Fang Shen accepted gratefully. "I appreciate it immensely." "How could I possibly mind?" After donning the shoes, he declared, "Let us set off." The squad charged towards the location of the red dots. Half an hour later, Qian Junhui and the others wore expressions of delight. In just half an hour, under Fang Shen's leadership, they had swiftly dispatched 4 enemy squads. They handled the damage while Fang Shen executed the finishing blows, splitting the responsibilities evenly. Fang Shen observed that his point total had surged from 520 to 1,570. After Qian Juanhui's explanation, he learned that to check the balance on the card, one merely needed to place it on the intelligent device. The extraordinary individuals had yet to be cleared. Qian Junhui once again selected an enemy squad but sought Fang Shen's opinion afterward, clearly regarding him as their core figure. Upon spotting the enemy, Fang Shen noted that the squad consisted of 5 members. 2 at level 3, 2 at level 2, and 1 at level 1. Engage. Having encountered extraordinary individuals on numerous occasions, Fang Shen felt no psychological burden in eliminating them, as they were notorious for their heinous deeds. Minutes later, Fang Shen led the team into confrontation. In a single exchange, he heavily injured 1 level 3 opponent, prompting his squad to rush in for damage while he remained poised to strike at the opportune moment. Just when everything appeared to be proceeding smoothly, the lowest-ranking member, A level 1 youth with a grotesque appearance and triangular eyes shouted desperately, Grandpa, Grandma, save me. A wave of her knees washed over Fang Xin. Under the influence of a perception-type ability, a sense of imminent danger surged within him. He swiftly dodged. Just as he did, the ground where he had stood split open, revealing a massive centipede that emerged from below. Its gaping maw, lined with sharp fangs, aimed to bite where Fang Xin had just been. Missing its target, the centipede coiled its body and lunged at the nearest squad member. Just as that team member prepared to flee, a voice rang out, "Dare to run, and you shall be tripped." Immediately after the words were spoken, the would-be escapee stumbled in place, and the centipede severed his lower leg with a single bite. As the centipede emerged from the earth, Fang Xin saw an old man and an old woman seated upon its back. Both bore grim expressions, and the elder man's mouth was stained with blood, his yellowing eyes fixed greedily on Fang Xin. Youth with a strength-type affinity, so young, your talent must be formidable. Old woman, let us drain his blood and give it to our precious grandson. It will be quite a tonic. The old woman, resembling a witch, cackled ominously. Indeed, indeed. He must have a good amount of blood. 1 bowl for you, 1 bowl for me, and the rest for our darling grandson. Beep, beep, beep. Qian Junhui looked at the alerts on his watch, his expression turning grave. 3 small red dots flashed, followed by a 4th. Level 4 Beast Master, Level 3 Witchcraft Master. Fang Xin glanced upward, only to find that Zhuge Heng had mysteriously vanished into the night sky, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. He instinctively reached for his ring. Zhuge Heng was immensely powerful, he knew where he might be. Thus, Fang Xin decided to refrain from using his killing abilities for the time being. Fortunately, he had a cloak of invisibility and a revolver in his ring, capable of taking down the Level 4 elder with a single shot. Qian Junhui and the other squad members dragged the injured teammate back. Without hesitation, they called for their superior for support, requesting backup. Please, the old woman on the centipede's back let out a sinister chuckle. Dare to call for support, and your tongue shall rot. As Qian Junhui and the others attempted to call for help, they suddenly coughed up dark blood, their faces paling. Fang Xin's brows furrowed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could the curse of a witchcraft-type ability be this wicked? The old woman's brown eyes locked onto Fang Xin, her gaze brimming with greed. You dare to hope to survive after crossing paths with us? You must be dreaming, old man. Kill him and let our precious grandson drink his blood. Chapter 27, The Brutal Slaughter. At Level 4 the massive centipede raised its upper body high. The elderly man on its back licked his blood-stained lips, evidently having just consumed human blood. His grey-blue eyes fixed intently on Fang Xin, glowing with an eerie light. With a swift motion, he struck the centipede beneath him, commanding, "Kill him." The nearly 10-meter-long centipede opened its mouth and emitted a piercing sound, lunging towards Fang Xin. Without hesitation, Qian Junhui and the others deployed their Jilian machines, assembling them into a hemispherical barrier that encased them within. Hold the barrier at all costs, call for reinforcements. Qian Junhui's words were slurred, the dark blood flowing from his mouth. The nearby team members also issued distress calls. The centipede opened its gaping maw and lunged towards the barrier, producing a deafening sonic boom. In the hands of an old woman stood a drum made from human skin, which emitted a disorienting sound as she shook her wrist. Her yellow teeth glistened grotesquely as she rasped a voice that resembled nails scraping against metal. If you don't break the barrier, your teammates will all perish. The light of the barrier visibly dimmed. Qian Junhui maintained his composure, saying, "Xiao Chang, use your mental talent to counter her witchcraft talent, attack her." Before Qian Junhui finished speaking, a young man beside him fixed his gaze on the old woman, launching a mental assault. A nearly transparent mental blade hurtled towards her head. Unexpectedly, the old woman produced a strange scarf from seemingly nowhere, draping it over her head and nullifying all mental attacks. The old woman cackled ominously, "Old man, attack from beneath the barrier." At her command, the elder rose and stomped his foot, causing the centipede to plunge violently into the ground. Qian Junhui's expression changed drastically as he shouted, "Tiles." He watched as a seemingly honest young man pressed his hands against the ground, the earth visibly hardened like iron. The centipede's head thrust upward, lifting a massive section of the ground, the very surface of the barrier. With a tremendous effort, it aimed to hurl the barrier and its occupants into the sky and crush them down. Qian Junhui's face turned stern as he fought to remain calm, glancing at his wristwatch, noticing several small blue dots rapidly converging towards them. Fangshan, don't be afraid. Reinforcements are on the way, Yu Ho. Where's Fangshan? As Qian Junhui spoke, his gaze shifted, only to find Fangshan had vanished. The other team members exchanged worried glances. Just moments ago, Fangshan had stood at the back, but in their focus on the enemy's attack, they failed to notice his absence. The barrier descended in the interim. In the distance, an elder with a beast-taming talent suddenly heard the crack of a gunshot. The elder's head was struck by a flash of fire that appeared just a meter away, exploding like a watermelon and splattering blood and flesh onto the old woman beside him. The old woman screamed in fright, "If you don't dare to remove your invisibility cloak, your entire family." Her curse remained unfinished. In an instant, Fangshan, clad in invisibility, appeared before her, twisting his waist to deliver a powerful punch. The old woman's jaw twisted, and half her teeth flew out as her body followed suit. Fangshan, endowed with immense strength due to his power talent, was a force to be reckoned with in close combat. Once engaged, he could obliterate an opponent with a single blow. Thus, the old woman flew backward like a blade of grass in the wind from Fangshan's punch. Not one to show mercy, Fangshan swiftly followed up with another punch, driving her head into the wall. "Who's cursing whose family to die? My parents are long gone, your feeble curse means nothing to me." Fangshan grumbled, feeling unsatisfied. He kicked the old woman twice more. All of this transpired with astonishing speed. By the time both the elder and the old woman met their demise, the remaining parties had only just begun to react. The colossal centipede roared sharply, seemingly provoked, twisting and colliding violently with the walls. Fangshan, still cloaked in invisibility, approached the enemy team swiftly. One punch per foe, each strike landing with brutal precision. In the blink of an eye, the remaining enemies fell one after another. As they collapsed, faint glimmers of blood emanated from their bodies, merging seamlessly into Fangshan. The events unfolded so rapidly that no one noticed anything awry. The moment the blood glow from the beast-taming elder fused with Fangshan, he felt an unusual sensation, as if he had absorbed the elder's talent, enhancing his own. Fangshan casually picked up the treasures and spatial rings from the two elders, inspecting them. The rings contained a hodgepodge of items, and a bank card from the pocket of his pajamas blinked like a strobe light. Upon examination, he discovered that the elderly couple was listed on the wanted list, yielding 450 and 350 points respectively, totaling an impressive 800 points, all awarded to Fangshan. The 5-member team, which had previously dealt 37 of the damage, alongside Fangshan's 63, amassed a total of 100 points, of which Fangshan claimed 693. His total score now reached 3,063 points, eliciting a broad smile. That was equivalent to over 30 million in cash. In the distance, a group of individuals rushed towards them, their insignia emblazoned with the character 4/6. Upon seeing Qian Junhui and his team, smeared with dark blood and surrounded by corpses, with Fangshan standing amidst them in his pajamas, grinning foolishly, they immediately assumed a combat stance directed at him. Qian Junhui hurriedly grasped the arm of the squad leader, his speech still somewhat slurred but now clearer. "Captain Zhang, he is a new student from the 9th Division." Captain Zhang stood frozen, surveying the bodies on the ground before settling his gaze on Fangshan. "Are you saying this new student from the 9th Division killed a level 4 Beast Master and a level 3 Witchcraft Master, along with an entire 5-member team?" Captain Zhang's contingent stared in disbelief at this 9th Division newcomer clad in pajamas. This was simply extraordinary. They had only heard rumors of the prodigies within the 9th Division's monster house, but a student yet to formally enroll had taken down a level 4 Beast Master, a level 3 Witchcraft Master, and an entire 5-member team. Was that not too outrageous? Is he really at level 4? Captain Zhang inquired, his throat tightening with disbelief. It was known that throughout the history of the Dragon Nation, only 2 individuals of this age had reached such a level. Fangshan tucked the card into his pocket and turned to face Captain Zhang. "It's not as impressive as you think. I was only at level 3. I could defeat them solely with the aid of artifacts." Captain Zhang could only click his tongue in astonishment. Level 3 is already remarkable. In the 9th division, you would be among the elite. Fang Shen pointed at the writhing centipede. What should we do about this? You killed the beast master, so this centipede is your trophy. How you choose to handle it is entirely up to you. Before Fang Shen could respond, a voice interjected. Do you possess beast taming talent? Would you like to subdue it? A white-haired figure materialized out of thin air, descending gracefully on an ethereal staircase until he stood 30 centimeters above the ground, hands casually tucked into his pockets. Instructor Zhuge, the team members saluted in unison. Zhuge Heng merely acknowledged them with a nod. Moments earlier, when Fang Shen faced peril, the white-haired figure had appeared above Lan City, but upon arrival, he found Fang Shen had already dispatched the elderly couple and the team, causing his lips to curl into a wide grin of delight. Fang Shen turned, aware that the white-haired figure was omnipresent, which had allowed him to remain composed and refrain from using his killing talent earlier. Upon hearing Zhuge Heng's question, Fang Shen glanced at the enormous centipede and shook his head. It's too ugly. No, thank you. Recalling the majestic Jeline mentioned in his acquired diary, he deemed the centipede insignificant by comparison. This is a level 4 mud dragon centipede. Its potential is considerable, capable of accompanying you to at least level 10. Zhuge Heng reminded him. Can I exchange it for something else? Zhuge Heng nodded. Certainly. If you truly do not want it, you may visit the Beast Palace to exchange it for something similar. As he spoke, Zhuge Heng snapped his fingers, causing the centipede to vanish from sight. The members of the 6th division looked at Fang Shen with envy. This white-haired figure was renowned as the strongest genius of the 9th division in this century, and to be under his protection foretold an immeasurable future. Oh, I almost forgot. Your beast-taming talent has yet to fully awaken. I'll take you to the Beast Palace for that. With a snap, the scenery shifted dramatically. They found themselves atop a mountain, and in the blink of an eye, the landscape morphed again. After 3 such transformations, they materialized in a lavish bedroom. On the enormous bed lay a man with a bushy beard, long hair, and a profusion of chest hair, embraced by 2 stunning women of contrasting styles. They appeared to have endured several fierce battles and were currently sound asleep. Zhuge Heng settled into a chair, pouring himself a cup of tea and sipping leisurely. From beneath the grand beard emerged a thick black mist. A massive shadow, resembling a giant python, slithered forth, revealing itself to be a large viper with a pronounced bulge on its forehead, teetering on the brink of transformation into a dragon. The viper opened its gaping maw, lunging towards Zhuge Heng. He turned his head slightly, allowing his sunglasses to slide down, revealing eyes that sparkled ominously like thunderbolts. Get lost. The ferocious viper recoiled in immediate trepidation, retreating to the edge of the bed, where it nudged the sleeping man. The man jolted awake, gazing at the relaxed Zhuge Heng, and immediately snapped to attention, exasperated yet annoyed. Mr. Zhuge, why are you here at this hour? Zhuge Heng swirled the cup lid, stirring the tea leaves before taking a sip. I have heard that the mistress of the palace possesses remarkable beast-taming talent, but I did not expect her skills in handling people to be so impressive as well. Chapter 28. The 9th level. The bearded man sat upon the bed, awakening the 2 women beside him. Upon realizing the presence of 2 unfamiliar individuals in the room, they instinctively clutched their chests and nestled into the embrace of the lady of the palace. She comfortingly wrapped her arms around them, signaling that all was well. Mr. Zhuge, what brings you to the Palace of Beasts at this hour? Zhuge Heng pushed up his sunglasses to shield his eyes. First, put away the gun. I dislike being threatened with firearms. The lady of the palace lowered her gaze and hastily pulled on a pair of shorts. She draped a golden robe over herself and stepped down from the bed. Now, could you enlighten me as to the purpose of your late-night visit? I have acquired a new student with a talent for beast mastery. He has come to the Palace of Beasts for a complete awakening, and I also intend to help him select 2 suitable ferocious beasts for contract signing. The lady furrowed her brow, glancing at Fang Shen, who was clad in sleepwear. You came in the dead of night merely for this. She took a seat. I had other matters to attend to during the day. I had no time to bring him here. As she scrutinized Fang Shen from head to toe, she noticed bloodstains on his sleeves and shoes. If he possesses talent in beast mastery and has caught your attention, that implies he must be at least S-grade or higher. Indeed, S-grade. Oh, and without the use of any potions. The lady of the palace paused, her hands halting in their motion as she tied the robe's sash. Without the use of potions, that means he possesses SS-grade talent in beast mastery? Her gaze fixed on Fang Xin, resembling a famished beast encountering fresh flesh, her eyes gleaming with hunger. Mr. Zhuge, might you allow him to join us at the Palace of Beasts? Absolutely not. Mr. Zhuge, while the Ninth Bureau is formidable, as the saying goes, each field has its own experts. When it comes to beast mastery, we at the Palace of Beasts are unrivaled. If you let him join us, I will devote all my efforts to nurturing him. The lady's gaze lingered on Fang Xin, akin to a lecherous old man eyeing a breathtaking beauty, nearly salivating. Yet, Zhuge Heng decisively rejected her plea. That won't do. What could possibly be wrong? He has talent in beast mastery, and he would be better nurtured at our palace. Zhuge Heng set down his teacup. Beast mastery is not his primary talent. An SS-grade talent in beast mastery is not his primary talent. Then what is his main talent? The lady stood up, her emotions heightened. SSS-grade talent in strength. The lady of the palace, hands clasped behind her back, circled around Fang Xin, attempting to muster a congenial smile as she patted his shoulder. Young man, what is your name? Fang Xin. The lady paused to recollect. Fang Xin? I don't recall seeing that name on the list of new students with SSS-grade talents. Zhuge Heng chuckled. Did I not mention? He did not use any potions. The lady smacked her forehead, her envy palpable as she gazed at Fang Xin. All the good talents are being monopolized by your Ninth Bureau. As she spoke, she reseated herself and poured herself a cup of tea. Mr. Zhuge, we have been friends for a long time, and you know well that I consider myself somewhat of a businessman. A businessman must always weigh the benefits before proceeding. Awakening beast mastery at our palace offers far greater advantages than elsewhere. The affinity with beasts will be significantly heightened, making future contract signing much simpler. Zhuge Heng replied bluntly, if the Palace of Beasts helps him awaken his talent, I shall share a piece of news with you. The lady protested, but you just mentioned providing him with ferocious beasts. With a snap of his fingers, a colossal centipede appeared in the bedroom. This is one he summoned. Simply replace it with a comparable one. Of course, should you wish to forge a favorable connection, you may grant him a higher grade one. I wouldn't mind at all. It all depends on your willingness. The lady smiled, casting another glance at Fang Xin, her eyes still betraying her desire to keep him at the Palace of Beasts. However, competing with the white-haired Zhuge Heng for him seemed futile, and she ultimately restrained herself. Very well, what news were you referring to earlier? As she inquired again, Zhuge Heng flashed his signature grin, revealing his pearly whites. First, let him awaken. After that, I will share the news that will ensure you have a sleepless night filled with joy. The lady rose. Mr. Zhuge, among everyone in the Shield Bureau, you are my favorite to conduct business with. I regard you as a friend, so let's proceed. Then let us prepare for the awakening. Lead the way. Zhuge Heng chuckled. How troublesome. Before he could finish, the surrounding environment blurred and distorted. When the scene crystallized once more, Fang Xin found himself standing at the foot of a mountain. A winding path ascended toward the summit, obscured by lush trees along the way. The lady of the palace clicked her tongue. The spatial talent truly ranks among the finest of all abilities. Zhuge Heng tilted his head, gesturing for her to lead the way, casually remarking, personal capability is paramount. Do not elevate it to the level of talent. The lady laughed heartily, the night breeze billowing her golden robe, revealing a chest full of hair. As they walked upward, she engaged in conversation. I have heard whispers that Mr. Zhuge is on the verge of a promotion. Is this news credible? Zhuge Heng, amused, replied, who did you hear that from? I overheard it while chatting with a few individuals from the Five Elements Alliance. Zhuge Heng ascended the steps. They offered me two choices. One to take the position of governor of the Red Lotus district in the church, and the other to select a position from any of the other 8 bureaus. The lady paused briefly before continuing her ascent. So, where did you ultimately choose to go, Mr. Zhuge? I visited the old Codger's house to sign the transfer order. After a cordial and friendly discussion, he agreed to let me remain in the 9th bureau, and I needn't go anywhere. The lady turned to Zhuge Heng. Mr. Zhuge, being appointed as governor of the Red Lotus district in the church is indeed a promotion. Zhuge Heng dismissed the notion with a wave. Those old charlatans in the church are only good at inciting public sentiment and engaging in power struggles. They are of no use to me and merely irritate me. The lady of the palace, as if struck by a jolt of electricity, covered Zhuge Heng's mouth. Mr. Zhuge, you mustn't speak so recklessly. Zhuge Heng disdainfully pushed her hand away. I said it. If they want to stir up trouble, they can come find me. The lady glanced around anxiously, concerned about being overheard, and refrained from discussing such topics further. She led Zhuge Heng and Fang Xin to the mountain's peak. At the summit lay a massive altar, and at its center stood a grand staircase, comprised of 9 steps. Upon closer inspection, one would discern the skeletal remains of a dragon coiled atop the 9 steps, with the dragon's head positioned at the apex. Zhuge Heng gestured toward Fang Xin. Ascend, reach as many steps as you can. The lady of the palace cautioned, if you feel overwhelmed once you ascend, do not hesitate to stop. Remain as long as you can on the step you can endure, but do not overexert yourself. Especially on the last 3 steps. However, given that you possess SS-grade talent in beast mastery, it should not be a problem to endure on the 8th step. What benefits are there to staying atop? Fang Xin inquired, puzzled. The lady patiently explained, you will awaken your beast mastery talent through the essence of the dragon bones. The dragon's essence will merge with your own. The longer you remain, the more essence you will accumulate within you. In the future, when seeking to form contracts with spirit beasts and even divine beasts, what takes others 3 hours will only require you 3 minutes. Fang Xin began to ascend the steps. He could indeed sense a peculiar aura that resembled the essence of a wild beast, exerting a certain pressure. He ascended 4 steps in one breath, feeling the pressure intensify, as if he were being scrutinized by the king of beasts. Yet, to Fang Xin, it posed no challenge. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 7th step. The pressure had increased significantly, but Fang Xin deemed it manageable, stepping confidently onto the 8th step. The pressure surged, nearly doubling from the 7th step, and his heart raced slightly. However, it was still within the realm of acceptability. Fang Xin glanced at the 9th step, his eyes glinting with eagerness. The lady of the palace gazed at Fang Xin with envy. It seems you have reached your limit. SS-grade talent in beast mastery is a rare gem within the palace of beasts. Should he grow, as long as no SS-grade talent appears in the palace, he is likely to become the future candidate for the palace master. Yet, no sooner had she spoken than Fang Xin stepped onto the 9th level. Chapter 29. What is he trying to do? The master of the Beast Palace exclaimed in alarm upon witnessing the scene. Zhuge Heng also wore a look of confusion. If he cannot withstand the pressure of the true dragon, he might explode, the palace mistress hastily cautioned. After a few moments of silence, Zhuge Heng remarked, since he is able to ascend, it indicates that he has already prepared himself mentally. We should simply observe quietly. But young individuals of his age often seek to prove themselves. He may not yet comprehend the power of the 9th level, the palace mistress reiterated. Zhuge Heng cast a sidelong glance at her. Old Shang, are you worried about taking responsibility if someone from the 9th level perishes here? Rest assured, I will bear the consequences if anything goes awry. The palace mistress smiled awkwardly. I am merely concerned. Such a promising talent should not be allowed to perish before my eyes. While speaking, her gaze remained fixed on Fang Xin. Fang Xin had already been on the 9th level for over 10 seconds. Although his complexion appeared rosy, as if he had just engaged in vigorous exercise, there were no apparent adverse reactions. This shouldn't be possible. Only those of SSS rank can ascend, the palace mistress pondered aloud. Zhuge Han, too, appeared somewhat astonished, for he understood the significance of the 9th level of the Beast Palace. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, perhaps, he possesses a power-based talent. The palace mistress nodded in agreement. That is the only plausible explanation. A power-based talent, especially one of SSS rank, would indeed render his physique far superior to that of an ordinary beast master. In that light, it makes sense. As time passed, Fangshan sensed a peculiar energy merging with his own. Throughout this process, he began to exhibit a more untamed and rugged demeanor, alongside an ineffable aura of kingship. What is the longest time anyone has ever spent on the 9th level in the history of the Beast Palace? The palace mistress recalled. It was our founding ancestor, who remained for a full 40 minutes. The second was our current retired master, who stayed for 32 minutes, while the third only lasted 13 minutes. All three triggered astonishing phenomena, attracting the homage of countless beasts. I possess an SS rank beast master talent, and when I attempted it before, I could only endure for 2 minutes before I succumbed. As a new student with an SS rank beast master talent and top-tier power-based talent, you should be able to last longer than I did. However, the 9th level is infused with the purest essence of the true dragon, and even the strongest physique has its limits. Zhuge Han remained silent, waiting for Fangshan. At that moment, Fangshan felt only a slight increase in his heart rate, devoid of any other negative reactions, as the energy continued to merge with him. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The palace mistress could no longer remain still, stretching her neck to look upwards, her eyes wide with disbelief. 10 minutes, how is this possible? He couldn't possibly be dead up there, could he? Fangshan, sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes to indicate that all was well. The palace mistress was momentarily taken aback. Can he hear us from this distance? Zhuge Han replied with a casual smile. I forgot to mention, he possesses S-rank perception talent without the use of any potions. The palace mistress's eyes widened even further, gazing at Fangshan with intense envy, as if she were beholding an extraordinary treasure. You have indeed stumbled upon a gem. As she spoke, she glanced at the time. He has already persisted for 11 minutes. He is about to surpass the third strongest in the history of our Beast Palace. A faint purple energy swirled around Fangshan. Many lower-ranked ferocious beasts began to grow restless, emitting low growls. 2 minutes later, the palace mistress, sitting on the stone, slapped her furry thigh and stood up. He has surpassed the third strongest of the Beast Palace. The energy surrounding Fangshan grew even more robust. Throughout the Beast Palace, the restless roars of low-ranked ferocious beasts could be heard. In the wilderness, a deer carrying a monkey raced toward them. The palace mistress turned to look. Both the deer and the monkey were fixated on Fangshan, standing on the 9th level. Moments later, the deer turned its head to gaze at Zhuge Han. Zhuge Han offered a warm smile. Good evening. The next moment, the deer spoke in a deep, alluring feminine voice. Mr. Zhuge, this is a new student from the 9th level. Both figures remained intently focused on Fangshan, who was still climbing. As time continued to pass, Fangshan had now endured for 20 minutes. The energy swirling around him grew even more substantial. The mid-tier ferocious beasts throughout the Beast Palace began to stir restlessly. The atmosphere became increasingly lively. Above the mountain, the clear night sky suddenly became shrouded in clouds. Within the mist, a terrifying presence could be faintly discerned. 20 minutes, the palace mistress gulped nervously. The roar of a tiger echoed as a majestic white tiger swiftly approached, settling not far away, its piercing yellow eyes locked onto Fangshan. Another unidentified colorful ferocious bird descended from the sky, circling above before alighting on a treetop, also fixated on Fangshan. Following closely, a wild boar, towering at human height, charged forward, its crimson eyes fixed on Fangshan. Good evening, everyone. Zhuge Han greeted the gathering with utmost politeness. A new student from the 9th level, the boar's rough voice inquired, revealing one of its tusks was half broken while the other glimmered ominously. Indeed. SSS rank beast master talent, the boar pressed further. The palace mistress, recognizing the gravity of the situation, patiently clarified, not exactly, he possesses an SS rank beast master talent, but also an SSS rank power-based talent. As half an hour approached, the faint purple energy encircling Fangshan had divided into 2 streams, joyfully swirling around him. Above in the sky, amidst the rolling dense clouds, an immense dragon head gradually emerged. A terrifying and overwhelming pressure swept through the surroundings. Roar! In that moment, all the ferocious beasts of the Beast Palace erupted into a frenzy, rousing everyone from their slumber. The palace mistress's eyes bulged like saucers. Half an hour. 31 minutes, 32 minutes, 33 minutes. At the precise moment 32 minutes was reached, the palace mistress, overwhelmed with emotion, clutched her head. He has surpassed the second strongest in the history of the Beast Palace. Others around her wore expressions of sheer astonishment. The commotion within the Beast Palace intensified, as if the very world were being boiled by the terrifying roars of the beasts. Every gaze was fixed on Fang Xin. 34 minutes, 35 minutes. The elite of the Beast Palace were focused on Fang Xin, who was on the verge of surpassing the founding ancestor of the Beast Palace. Should he truly exceed the founding ancestor, they would go to any lengths to keep this young man. 37 minutes, 38 minutes. Fang Xin's complexion flushed red. He glanced down at his hand, acutely aware that as the energy continued to merge, he could endure a bit longer. However, his murderous talent was nearing a breaking point. 39 minutes. With just 1 minute left to match the founding ancestor, Fang Xin abruptly stood up, forcibly terminating the process. The clouds churned above, and the dragon roared across the heavens. The pressure radiated in all directions. The ferocious beasts of the Beast Palace bowed in reverence. So close, just a fraction more, and he would have surpassed the founding ancestor. The palace mistress licked her lips, sweat beading on her forehead. What began as a mere favor had unexpectedly escalated into such a grand spectacle, even invoking celestial phenomena and the homage of countless beasts. The onlookers, deer, monkeys, white tigers, colorful birds, and wild boars, were all left in stunned silence, their expressions varied. Particularly the wild boar, which had begun to entertain thoughts of seizing Fang Xin. Suddenly, a sparrow fluttered down, hovering before the palace mistress. She quickly extended her hands to catch it. Old master. The sparrow scrutinized Fang Xin, then tilted its head to gaze at the white-haired, handsome Zhuge Heng standing nearby, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The next moment, a voice emerged from the sparrow, aged yet resonant. Indeed, he is a fine talent, young Zhuge. If you allow this lad to join our Beast Palace, I shall bestow upon you a divine beast of 12th rank combat power. What say you? Chapter 30, News. Zhuge Heng wore a smile at the corners of his mouth. A 12th rank divine beast, the old palace master is indeed generous. So, have you agreed? Not at all. Zhuge Heng rejected outright. The sparrow once again emitted its aged voice. A 13th rank, I shall gift you a 13th rank divine beast. You won't regret it. This young talent placed in your 9th division will be beyond the capabilities of your beast masters to educate. Such a promising seed will only be buried. Zhuge Heng continued to shake his head. I refuse. The crimson-eyed wild boar beside him, its tusks gleaming with a chilling light, exuded an aura of danger and terror. Old palace master, why waste words with him? Just take action and seize the person. The massive body of the white tiger coiled there, seemingly in agreement with the wild boar's sentiment, the king character on its forehead radiating a terrifying aura of slaughter. The colorful bird wore an inscrutable expression, while the monkey and the deer with enormous antlers appeared torn and indecisive. Zhuge Heng nodded lightly, his sunglasses slipping down slightly to reveal his eyes. Boom! In an instant, the sky was filled with flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, as if a thunder pool hung above. Zhuge Heng showed no fear, one hand in his pocket, the other raised, with a sphere of lightning swirling in his palm. The space around him began to contort and twist. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. Shall we give it a try? The sparrow coughed lightly, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. The palace master hastily interjected. Mr. Zhuge, did you not mention that there is a piece of news exciting enough to keep us all awake through the night? The old palace master, Mr. Zhuge, said that news would suffice to awaken this new student's potential. The sparrow tilted its head to look at Zhuge Heng. What news? Unexpectedly, Zhuge Heng chuckled. I've changed my mind. That news is not only to awaken his potential but also to find him a suitable spirit beast. The palace master coughed urgently, signaling, Zhuge, you did not say this to me before. Previously, your 10,000 beasts palace was not prepared to take action. I must at least compensate for the psychological damages incurred by this young lad, right? The white-haired youth. Are you here to cause a ruckus in our 10,000 Beasts palace? Have you come to the wrong place? The wild boar bellowed. Zhuge remained unfazed. Your 10,000 Beasts palace cannot stop me. It may not be able to stop you, but we can still flay you alive. You certainly cannot take away this fine seed. He is a person personally designated for cultivation by Old Master Yi. Then it seems we must have Old Master Yi come to your 10,000 Beasts palace to reclaim him. Zhuge words left the members of the 10,000 Beasts palace momentarily stunned. The sparrow in the palace master's palm shifted the topic. What news were you just talking about? Let him choose a spirit beast first. After a few seconds of silence, the sparrow waved a wing, and a flash of light appeared, revealing a small mountain suspended in the sky, teeming with numerous spirit beasts. Choose, the sparrow spoke kindly to Fangxin. Fangxin, feeling a bit anxious, was taken aback that these individuals would go so far as to fight for him. He couldn't help but glance at Zhuge. This white-haired fellow was truly formidable, boldly entering another's territory and showing no fear in the face of so many powerful beings. His gaze returned to the floating mountain, where he could see several gleaming golden characters spelling out 10,000 Beasts Mountain. This was a treasure. Fangxin was unsure of its exact grade, but he was certain it was at least as powerful as the previous aquarium. Within this treasure of 10,000 Beasts Mountain were many miniature spirit beasts. His gaze swept over them. Zhuge reminded him, choose the one you feel most drawn to. Fangxin's attention finally settled on two wolves, one black and one white. Upon seeing these two wolves, he distinctly felt his vitality coalesce towards the one with the killing runes on its paw, as if both his beast mastery and killing talents held great affinity for these two wolves. I want them. Zhuge cautioned, those two are only third rank. Select a better one. Did you not see that bear in the cave? Fourth rank peak. Its future potential is quite high, at least capable of reaching 12th rank. If you choose it, you can sign a contract with it once you achieve 4th rank strength. Hey! Little white-haired, let him choose whichever he desires. Besides, he has already made his selection. The wild boar interrupted Zhuge words. The sparrow looked at Fangxin. You have made your choice. Fangxin nodded. Yes, I have. Excellent. With another wave of the sparrow's wing, the black and white wolves materialized before Fangxin. The two wolves stood before him, merely glancing at him, seemingly affirming their choice of Fangxin. The black wolf possessed speed talent, while the white wolf exhibited mental talent. Fangxin placed his hand on the foreheads of the two wolves. Each wolf emitted a glimmer from its brow. Fangxin merged his aura with the two glimmers. In just a brief moment, he established a connection with the two wolves. Upon closing his eyes, Fangxin found he could not only control them but also switch his perspective to theirs. The sparrow, white tiger, and wild boar around him were communicating with Zhuge through the bodies of their respective spirit beasts. Normally, a beast master, upon awakening their talent, could only sign contracts with spirit beasts of first rank strength. As the strength of the spirit beast increased, so too did that of the beast master. The higher a beast master's talent, the greater the potential spirit beasts they could contract with, and they could even take spirit beasts from those with lower talents. Fangxin, already possessing third rank strength, had no difficulty in contracting with third rank spirit beasts. After everything concluded, the two wolves transformed into streaks of light and drilled into Fangxin's arm, leaving behind a fleeting wolf pattern. These two wolves seemed to resonate with his killing talent, but with so many witnesses present, Fangxin decided to investigate the matter further in privacy. Seeing Fangxin select the two wolves, Zhuge couldn't help but click his tongue. The wild boar snorted with amusement. As the sparrow waved its wings, the 10,000 Beasts Mountain vanished into thin air. The aged voice echoed once more. Young one from the Zhuge family, I have granted your request. Now it is time to discuss the news you mentioned, is it not? Zhuge waved his hand, pushing his sunglasses up to obscure his eyes that contained the essence of the thunder pool. The thunder pool in the sky gradually faded away. Does anyone still recall the number 1 project from the primordial era? Upon hearing this news, everyone in the 10,000 Beasts Palace paused momentarily. Fangxin was equally taken aback. He was aware of this, as it was precisely the subject mentioned in the scraps of newspaper and notebook. The core secrets of Project Primordial 1 have long since vanished. What is the purpose of discussing this? Zhuge Han chuckled. The professor who developed Project Primordial 1 had 3 students. When the professor was captured, one student committed suicide by poison, another fled abroad, and the professor's prized disciple went missing. The student who escaped abroad was recently extradited back to the country. According to her, her teacher had cultivated a divine beast during the development of Project Primordial 1, a creature whose power could rival that of the primordial divine beasts. Its code name, Chileen. Chapter 31, The Greeting Gift, Chileen. An ancient voice emanated from the sparrow, trembling noticeably as those 2 syllables escaped its beak. The other formidable beings of the Beast Palace stirred restlessly upon hearing these words. Continue, urged the sparrow. Zhuge Han maintained his usual demeanor. The professor's student, who was extradited from abroad, is in the hands of the church. The terrifying entities of the Beast Palace fell silent for a moment. If they are under the church's control, this could prove to be a dilemma. To their surprise, Zhuge Han chuckled. However, the individuals within the church are utterly incompetent. Their minds are consumed solely by the pursuit of fame and fortune, allowing the remnants of the Eternal Night Army to exploit the situation and abduct that professor's student during transit. As these words left his lips, an aura of dread emanated from the formidable beings of the Beast Palace. When and where? Inquired the wild boar immediately. Zhuge Han cleared his ears. That's a different piece of information. Want to know? It will cost you. Speak, what do you require? Zhuge Han pointed at Fangshan. After his enrollment, the mistress has dedicated 1 day each week to teach him. The mistress paused for a moment before replying without hesitation. Deal. Now, may I continue? Zhuge Han went on. 4 days ago, at the Dainyan Mountain, the leader of the remnants of the Eternal Night Army who seized that professor's student has the surname Ku. Ku. The sparrow's voice faltered, then exclaimed, It's him. Zhuge Han snapped his fingers. I have perused the interrogation records concerning that professor's student. The Chileen beast was discovered by her by chance, but she is certain that her teacher entrusted the Chileen to that missing favored disciple. As for its whereabouts, it remains unknown. However, she participated throughout the development of the Primordial 1, and I need not elaborate on its formidable power, do I? The assembly of formidable beings in the Beast Palace lapsed into a momentary silence, yet it was evident that each harbored their own thoughts, especially the wild boar, whose crimson eyes were laden with a single word. Seize. The white tiger and the colorful bird exchanged glances, then sought the sparrow's gaze for guidance. Zhuge Han remained unperturbed, quietly observing these beings. Fangshan watched these powerful figures with eager anticipation, feeling like a small, helpless novice amidst their presence. The most disconcerting aspect was, he was acutely aware of what they were seeking. All the formulas for the Primordial 1 were contained within the diary he had previously acquired. He was overwhelmed by a sense of guilt, akin to a commoner bearing a precious gem. Although only a few seconds of silence passed, each moment felt interminable. The sparrow was the first to break the silence. The Zhuge family's little one, this information is indeed quite valuable. Shall we depart? Wait a moment. The sparrow interjected once more. Zhuge Han halted, slowly turning his head. Old Palace Master, is there something else? The sparrow flapped its wings, and a treasure from the Beast Mountain materialized momentarily, revealing a massive white bear before Fangshan's eyes. Fangshan, is it? Yes. The sparrow replied kindly, this explosive flame bear is my gift to you. Upon seeing the bear, Fangshan realized it was the very one Zhuge Han had suggested he choose earlier. He glanced at Zhuge Han, seeking approval to accept the gift, and Zhuge Han smiled. State your terms. There are no specific terms. Consider it a means of forging a good relationship. Of course, should you encounter any disciples of the Beast Palace in trouble in the future, lend a helping hand if possible, as a gesture of goodwill. Zhuge Han tilted his head, regarding Fangshan with a smile. Say thank you. Thank you, Old Palace Master. The Old Palace Master smiled warmly. Do visit the Beast Palace often. If you have any uncertainties regarding beast taming, feel free to seek me out anytime. Certainly, Old Palace Master. Let us go. Zhuge Han snapped his fingers. In a flash, the two vanished from sight. The wild boar glared at the spot where they had disappeared, growling in frustration. we just let him take away such a fine specimen. The colourful bird's voice chimed in, if we forcibly detain him, that white-haired fellow will undoubtedly retaliate. If a confrontation ensues, while we could indeed injure him collectively, the Beast Palace would subsequently face the wrath of both the Jugar family and the Ninth Bureau. The Beast Palace cannot bear such a burden. The wild boar exhaled a frosty breath. Regarding the Chileen, the sparrow's tone turned icy. Investigate, go to Dainian Mountain, and seek clues to retrieve that professor's student from the Eternal Night Army. The primordial one is of utmost importance to our Beast Palace. The scenery shifted several times. Fangshan found himself in his bedroom. Zhuge picked up a bag of chips from the table and took a bite. I have already handed over that centipede on your behalf. Corresponding points will be credited to you. I have created a new space for the bear. Take this space orb with you. Once your level is sufficient to control it, crush the orb, and the bear will appear before you. Zhuge snapped his fingers, and a small orb of space materialized before him. Fangshan took it. If I crush this, will you appear before me? Zhuge chuckled. Are you becoming addicted to freeloading off me? Fangshan smiled awkwardly. Can't you appear precisely before me at any time? If I can ascertain your exact location and obtain spatial coordinates, then yes. Fangshan nodded. I see. Any further inquiries? None? I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. If you need anything, call. Oh, by the way, this assassination operation will last for half a month. Remember to replenish your energy during the day. I will promptly wake you at 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. With that, Zhuge vanished without a trace. Fangshan lay back on his bed, exhaling deeply. So much had transpired that night. Outside the window, sounds occasionally drifted in. Fangshan glanced at the sky, noticing that the dome which had enveloped Land City was now absent. It seemed the night's operation had come to a close. After lying still for a while, his thoughts returned to the two wolves. Previously, he had merely utilized his beast-taming abilities to control the two wolves. Yet, his slaying talent evidently resonated more profoundly with the wolves. Fangshan sat up again, raising his arm. Two beams of light, one black and one white, materialized before him. The two wolves sat before Fangshan, their heads lowered, as if they were loyal companions following him closely. At that moment, as Fangshan's palm touched the two wolves, Chapter 32, counting the spoils, the two wolves, one black and one white, trembled slightly. Immediately, two almost imperceptible beams of bloodlight pierced into the centers of their foreheads. In that fleeting moment, Fangshan could distinctly sense an indescribable resonance emanating from the two wolves. A flicker of crimson flashed in their eyes, and a rune of slaughter glimmered momentarily within their pupils. It was as if Fangshan had bestowed upon them the gift of carnage. Moreover, he could clearly foresee that after the wolves engaged in killing and subsequently devoured the power, their own strength would significantly augment. With this newfound strength, Fangshan, who originally could enhance himself through his beast mastery talent, would now become even more formidable, akin to a skill enhancement. Under the influence of the slaughter talent, the wolves' various functions would experience a remarkable boost, and their self-healing abilities would become terrifyingly potent. In other words, Fangshan now resembled the King of Slaughter, granting the two wolves a simplified version of the slaughter talent. It was evident that their aura had strengthened considerably compared to before. Interestingly, the wolves' inherent ferocity allowed them to conceal any signs of this slaughter talent flawlessly. Their former limit of level 10 had now escalated to level 12, and this trajectory promised even greater heights in the future. Fangshan was overjoyed, astonished at the newfound efficacy of his slaughter talent. With a mission looming the following night, he was eager to test it on the battlefield. Additionally, he possessed a bear gifted by the former master of the Beast Palace, and the thought of bestowing the slaughter talent upon that bear filled him with excitement. He needed to find a way to elevate his power talent to level 4, thereby allowing him to formally contract with the bear. He decided to name the black wolf Xiao Bai and the white wolf Xiao Cai. Raising his hand, he gestured towards the two wolves, who transformed into two streaks of light and darted into Fangshan's arm, manifesting a wolf tattoo that gradually faded into his skin. Upon returning to his room, he lay down, and just as he settled, the bank card from the 9th Division flickered, revealing a new change in its balance, an addition of 400 points, bringing the total to 3,463 points. Upon reviewing the details, he discovered this increment was from the centipede he had submitted. At this pace, With only a few days remaining before the training camp commenced, Fangshan could easily amass 10,000 points before the start of classes. Just as he lay down, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to rise and lay out the items he had acquired from the Beastmaster and the Witch Doctor that day. The old man's spatial ring contained few valuable items, but Fangshan's gaze was drawn to a scale. Upon extraction, he realized it was a 4th-tier defensive treasure. In addition, he found several insect eggs, some of which contained spiders. Disgusted, he quickly stuffed them into his spatial ring, intending to exchange them for points. After a thorough inspection, he stumbled upon a large red pair of triangular undergarments. Scanning it with his smart device, he was astonished to learn it was a treasure that resisted curses and insect attacks from witch doctors. To use it, one merely needed to wear it over their clothing and channel their life force. Although its appearance was peculiar, it was nonetheless a 7th-tier treasure. After scanning each item with his smart device to claim ownership, he noted the treasures were limited to these few items, alongside gold, silver, and cash amounting to approximately over 10 million. Given their identities were not to be revealed, they had deposited their funds in banks, and if their identities were exposed, their accounts would be frozen, rendering their wealth useless. Thus, they carried the majority of their riches with them. Fangshan glanced at the old woman's spatial ring. She possessed a 6th-tier scarf that could resist mental attacks. The scarf was a greyish-blue colour, slightly unkempt when worn, but its ability to shield against mental assaults rendered such aesthetic concerns irrelevant. Additionally, there was a 4th-tier human skin drum capable of launching mental attacks. The old woman's spatial ring contained only 4 million in cash, with the remainder filled with vials and jars containing various insect larvae and poisons. Among these, Fangshan also discovered a scarecrow accompanied by several needles. Studying it closely, he realized it was a 6th-tier cursed treasure. By placing an item belonging to the intended victim, such as hair, nails, or blood, upon the scarecrow and piercing it with a needle, the target would become cursed, suffering pain where the needle had penetrated, potentially leading to their demise. Even those without witchcraft talents could utilize this, albeit at the cost of their vitality. After thoroughly scanning these items, Fangshan felt quite satisfied with his abundant harvest and awaited the morrow's battlefield. Exhausted from a night of activity, he allowed himself to sleep until 10 o'clock. Upon waking, he checked his phone to find several messages from Chu Shinyao. Xiaofang, tomorrow I will be leaving Lan City. Will you accompany me for the day? Where to? Fangshan replied. To my father's place. Without pressing further, he responded, I can accompany you for a stroll, but I won't engage in any physically taxing activities. Come over, let us sit by the city moat for a while, then we can wander around the school and visit Fengming Temple. I've heard there's an old woman there who can predict fortunes very accurately. I want to draw an oracle. Fangshan glanced at the message and, not wishing to dampen her spirits, replied, all right. Then get ready now and come to my house. My mother isn't home, and once I finish my makeup, we can set off. No problem, see you in 2 hours. Xiaofang. I'll get you. After a quick shower, Fangshan changed into a fresh outfit. In the living room, Jiang Xiaoyu was playfully nagging Jiang Weidong, Dad, please give me this spatial ring. Many of my affluent classmates have one. If I wear one, they'll be envious. Don't worry, once the allowance comes in, I'll repay you double. Xiaoyu, this is just your vanity talking. That's not right. Jiang Huilan admonished. Mom, what do you mean by vanity? I'm not refusing to pay you back. Jiang Xiaoyu persisted. Dad, please give it to me. Jiang Weidong replied sternly, no, this is for your brother. Oh, Dad, why are you always favoring him? Even if you give it to him, he may not want it. If your brother doesn't want it, then it will go to your sister. I won't take it, rest assured, Jiang Xiaochar has never been one to fight for things. She listens to you. If you say to give it to me, she won't object. Why are you always like this? Noticing Fangshan preparing to leave, Jiang Weidong immediately put on a smile, standing up. Since Fangshan had joined the 9th Division, Jiang Weidong had undergone a complete transformation, becoming exceedingly accommodating. Xiaoshan, are you going out? Yes, Aunt, I won't be back for lunch, I'm eating out with classmates. Jiang Weidong continued, Xiaoshan, I bought you a spatial ring. Although it only has a cubic meter of space, it will still be quite convenient. Xiao Yu, hurry and bring the ring. Jiang Xiaoyu pouted, reluctantly removing the ring. Unexpectedly, Fangshan chuckled, I don't want it. After saying that, he exited the house. Just as he stepped downstairs, he encountered Jiang Xiechar, who was taking out the trash. Brother, are you going out to play? Uh-huh. After the testing concluded, the students would be on break, with those excelling heading to the training camp, while the others continued at school for targeted training in the latter half of the semester. Fangshan paused. Cia, let me give you something. He handed Jiang Xiechar a spatial ring. This is a spatial ring. Jiang Xiechar exclaimed in astonishment. Yes. Where did you get it? I got it from a mission with that white-haired guy. Jiang Xiechar gazed at the ring, but if you give this to me, what will you use? I still have one. Jiang Xiechar looked up at him. Thank you, brother. Fangshan playfully flicked her smooth forehead. Hurry back. In the room, Jiang Guidong stood in stunned silence, turning to Jiang Hualan. Does this child still hold a grudge against me? Considering what you've said and done, it's hard not to hold a grudge. Aunt Jiang Hualan retorted indignantly. Jiang Guidong held the ring. What should we do? This ring cost quite a bit. How about you give it to Xiaoshen? He listens to you. Jiang Hualan sighed. Xiaoshen is just like his parents, stubborn. If he says he doesn't want it, he definitely won't. Jiang Xiaoyu snatched the ring, proudly putting it on. If he doesn't want it, I will. While they were speaking, Jiang Xiechar returned from outside. Xiao, did you just see your brother? Jiang Guidong quickly inquired. I did. How was his mood? Jiang Guidong asked again. He seemed pretty good. Jiang Guidong's anxious heart eased a little. Xiao, Dad has a spatial ring for you. Xiao Yu, give the ring to your sister. I want if it's on my hand, it's mine. Jiang Xiaoyu shrieked. What is wrong with you, child? I just want Jiang Xiechar shot a cold glance at Jiang Xiaoyu. I don't want it. Humph, even if you want it, I won't give it to you. It's mine. Jiang Xiaoyu declared triumphantly. As Jiang Xiechar went to fetch an apple, Jiang Hualan glanced at her finger. Xiao, where did you get that ring? Jiang Guidong also looked over. Oh. Isn't this a spatial ring? Where did it come from? My brother gave it to me just now. The couple stared at each other in disbelief. Your brother gave it to you, then what will he use? He said he still has one. Where did your brother get it? Did you ask? Jiang Hualan pressed. He said he got it from a mission with that sugar guy from the 9th Division. Jiang Guidong slapped his thigh. Joining the 9th Division is truly remarkable. What is the space capacity of your ring? It's as big as a room. Jiang Xiaoyu's proud smile gradually froze as she looked at her own ring, which only had a cubic meter of space, bursting into tears. Fangshan arrived at the villa area of Chu Xinya's home. After the security guard received a call, he granted him access. Having visited Chu Xinya's house before, Fangshan had never met her father but had encountered her mother once, a woman who always exuded an air of superiority, leaving a less than favorable impression on Fangshan. Thus, he seldom visited her home. Pressing the doorbell, a window on the 2nd floor opened. Xiaofang, come in, just wait a moment, I'll finish my makeup shortly. Fangshan shrugged, accustomed to her routine. To his surprise, the one who opened the door was not the housekeeper, but a tall, robust man clad in a suit, exuding an air of authority. A peculiar badge adorned his lapel, featuring an eye with a sun as its pupil. The man looked down at Fangshan with a disdainful golden gaze. You are Fangshan. If you intend to fight me, I can go by the name Qin Juanhao. Chapter 33, The Old Woman. The two locked eyes. The man with golden pupils attempted to overwhelm Fangshan with his imposing presence, yet he was taken aback when Fangshan showed no reaction. In the past, Fangshan might have felt some impact from such a display, but after traveling with the white-haired warrior and encountering numerous formidable beings, this kind of intimidation held no weight in his eyes. The man's combat prowess seemed akin to that of the leader of the 7th group, Xing Qianqi, if not slightly superior. Fang Xin was increasingly perplexed about the true identity of Chu Shenyao's father. Why was he being protected by the 7th Bureau, and what mysterious organization did this 8th-level powerhouse belong to? Upon hearing Fang Xin's words, the man with golden pupils sneered, "You are but a despicable insect, relying solely on your tongue." The smile on Fang Xin's face gradually faded as he regarded the man with a frosty gaze. "Guard, clear the way." Fang Xin's command instantly caused veins to bulge on the man's forehead, his golden pupils radiating a brilliant light. However, he dared not strike, instead releasing his pressure in an attempt to intimidate Fang Xin. To his astonishment, Fang Xin withstood even the pressure from the 9th layer of the Beast Palace, rendering his feeble display of might as inconsequential as a drizzle. "Let my friend come up." Chu Shenyao's voice suddenly echoed from upstairs. Fang Xin cast a glance at the man with golden pupils, realizing that he was called Wisher. The man's golden eyes fixated on Fang Xin, and he placed a hand on Fang Xin's shoulder, declaring, "You wretched insect, you shall pay for your insolent words. Furthermore, when speaking to my lady, be mindful of your words and actions." Fang Xin smiled faintly, never one to coddle such individuals. He stepped forward, colliding shoulder to shoulder with the man. Despite the latter's high realm, his physical prowess paled in comparison to Fang Xin's level strength, causing Huoshi to stagger from the impact. Fang Xin tilted his head slightly and remarked, "A noble dog, even with a title, remains merely a dog. Its master dictates the words and actions. It is not for a dog to teach others manners." With that, he ascended the stairs. Huoshi rubbed his shoulder, moving his arms. Although he trained regularly, in the presence of someone with Fang Xin's overwhelming physical gifts, he could only suffer at such close quarters without utilizing his own abilities. The golden-eyed man glared at Fang Xin's retreating figure, veins throbbing on his forehead. Yet, remembering that Fang Xin was a guest of Chu Shenyao and a new student of the 9th Bureau, rumored to have the formidable white-haired prodigy backing him, he ultimately restrained his fury. "Xiao Fang, wait a moment while I fix my hair." Inside Chu Shenyao's room, everything was awash in pink blankets, a pink princess bed, a piano, a bookshelf, and a vanity, all adorned in the same hue. Her parents spent little time with her, opting instead to fulfill her desires through material means. Chu Shenyao tilted her head to glance at Fang Xin. Today, she wore light makeup, her hair tied in a high ponytail, dressed in a pale blue blouse paired with a short skirt and knee-high white socks, radiating youthful vitality. Chu Shenyao bit the hair tie, arranging her ponytail. After checking herself in the mirror, she turned to Fang Xin with a sweet smile, asking, "Xiao Fang, do I look different today? Did you wash your hair?" Chu Shenyao put her hands on her hips in mock indignation, pouting, "Xiao Fang, why are you always such a nuisance?" Fang Xin, seated at the table, flipped through a comic book. "SSS-level nuisance talent, born with it, nothing I can do." Chu Shenyao huffed lightly, barefoot and bouncing on the pink carpet towards Fang Xin. A delightful fragrance wafted into the air as she approached, pointing at her eyes. "Look at my eyes. Do you see any changes?" Fang Xin gazed into her beautiful eyes, seeing his reflection within them, as if peering into a mirror. He playfully adjusted his bangs. "How can I be this handsome?" Chu Shenyao poked him playfully in the stomach. "I wanted you to look at me, not at yourself." Fang Xin leaned in for a closer inspection. "You seem the same as usual." Chu Shenyao huffed again. "Didn't you notice my irises have a hint of golden yellow?" "Seems so. Did you get colored contacts?" "No, my light affinity talent has awakened." Fang Xin paused, recalling the golden-eyed Huoshi from downstairs. "Is that what happens when the light affinity talent awakens?" "Wait, is that Huoshi from downstairs also a light affinity?" Chu Shenyao chuckled, pinching Fang Xin's cheek. "When you speak, you can drive people to the brink of madness." "That Huoshi, indeed possesses a light affinity talent." "Xiao Fang, you also have a light affinity talent." A-level light affinity talent. Chu Shenyao shook her head. "No, since you haven't used any potions, you possess an S-level light affinity talent. Your light affinity talent hasn't awakened yet. Here, take this, it can help you awaken your light affinity talent. The more talents you awaken, the better your means of self-protection." As she spoke, Chu Shenyao handed Fang Xin a small 3-inch tall sculpture. It felt heavy in his hand, its material unknown, yet he could sense an indescribable power within it. During the day or night, hold it towards the sun or moon, allowing sunlight or moonlight to bathe it. Then, focus on it. You will enter a very mysterious state during your visualization, and at that moment, you will naturally awaken your light affinity talent. You're giving this to me. What will you use? Fang Shen inquired. Chu Shunyao poked his forehead with her delicate fingers. Are you foolish? I've already awakened, so I no longer need it. Oh, right, a typical light affinity talent can only awaken either sunlight or moonlight, but since you have an S-level light affinity talent, you can awaken both. Now, let us go have fun today. Chu Shunyao took Fang Shen's arm and led him downstairs. Upon seeing their closeness, Wushi immediately interjected, Miss, you are of noble. Before he could finish, Chu Shunyao interrupted, Wushi, I will leave Lan City tomorrow. My friend has taken the time to accompany me today, which is very important for me. I appreciate your protection, but please refrain from saying anything excessive and do not disturb us. Xiao Fang, let us go. After putting on her shoes, Chu Shunyao pulled Fang Shen out the door. Wushi's golden eyes brimmed with anger, yet he felt helpless, lowering his head in resignation as he silently followed behind them. The two walked side by side in the serene outskirts of Lan City, with Chu Shunyao chattering away beside Fang Shen. Time passed unnoticed until they settled side by side. Xiao Fang, we grew up together, but I never expected we would have to part ways for our futures. It feels a bit strange. Fang Shen gazed into the distance. As the saying goes, there are no banquets that do not end, yet it also states that life is full of reunions. With her chin resting on her hands, Chu Shunyao stared into the distance. Xiao Fang, what if I miss you? Just knock on the direction of Lan City, and I will feel it. Xiao Fang, Chu Shunyao tightened her grip around his waist. Fang Shen pulled out a scarf and offered it to her. This is for you. Glancing at the scarf, Chu Shunyao immediately scrunched her nose in distaste. It's hideous. I don't want it. This is a 6th-tier defensive item against mental attacks. Still don't want it. It is too ugly. Wait, Xiao Fang, do you have a spatial ring? I do want one. I'll give you one, sure, but if you give me one, what will you use? I have two. Without further thought, Fang Shen handed her a spatial ring. Chu Shunyao's face lit up with joy as she held it. Xiao Fang, you're doing well, you have 2 spatial rings. Actually, I initially had 3 but gave one to my sister. Chu Shunyao grasped Fang Shen's arm, her big eyes sparkling. Xiao Fang, you're so amazing, I'll follow you from now on. Let me cling to your leg, okay? Fang Shen pushed her head away. Get lost, Chu Shunyao giggled. Let us go, we're heading to Fengming Temple. Fengming Temple is a renowned Buddhist temple in the vicinity of Lan City, famous for its efficacy, drawing countless visitors, especially during holidays. Outside the temple, an ancient street lined with shops selling local specialties, small inns, and various peculiar items awaited. After visiting the temple to burn incense and pray, Chu Shunyao led Fang Shen to the ancient street. After wandering for several minutes, Chu Shunyao pointed to a small shop. This should be the place. My sister said that an old woman here has an excellent knack for fortune-telling. Upon entering the shop, Chu Shunyao called out, "Hello, is anyone here?" After several attempts, a door creaked open, revealing a hunchbacked old woman. "Little girl, here for a fortune-telling?" "Yes, come in." Inside was a small room, its walls adorned with an array of peculiar items. The old woman, significantly hunched, took a seat at a low table and gently pushed forward a crystal ball. "Place your hands upon it, and think about the matter you wish to inquire about." Chu Shunyao complied. The crystal ball emitted a soft glow that intensified before suddenly dimming, only to brighten again. Fang Shen realized that this old woman was a master of perceptual talents. The old woman rested her hand upon Chu Shunyao's palm and closed her eyes. Minutes passed before they both opened their eyes. The old woman smiled. "Child, your future is bright. Even if darkness appears, it shall be but fleeting." "Thank you, Granny. How much do I owe you?" "Pay what you wish, 1 coin or 1,000, it's all the same, or you need not pay at all." Chu Shunyao promptly handed over 6,666. The old woman then turned her gaze towards Fang Shen. Her eyes lacked whites and pupils, appearing entirely watery, yet they seemed to pierce into Fang Shen's soul. "Young man, let me read your fortune. I have nothing to inquire about." Fang Shen shrugged, preparing to leave with Chu Shunyao. Unexpectedly, the old woman's voice, laden with age, resonated behind him. The distant bell tolls, the horn of war resounds, the eagle surveys the earth, the vulture feasts upon the living, the ancient king descends. Slaughter, the prologue of an absurd apocalypse. Slaughter, the concluding chapter of a false golden age. Chapter 34, Grandfather's new message. Fangshan's body paused momentarily. He slowly turned his head to gaze at the elderly woman seated behind the low table. The old woman's water-like eyes remained calm as they fixed on Fangshan. If anyone else had heard her words, they might not have reacted at all, perhaps thinking she was merely pretending to utter some nonsensical phrases. However, her words compelled Fangshan to halt in his tracks. Only he and his grandfather were aware of Fangshan's prowess for slaughter. Everyone else privy to this secret had met their demise at Fangshan's hands. The reflection of Fangshan in the mirror had previously introduced himself as the king of slaughter. The old woman's words seemed to encapsulate both Fangshan's identity and his secret. Chu Xinyao did not comprehend why Fangshan had returned to his seat, yet she obediently sat to one side. "Child, what would you like to ask?" the old woman inquired, her watercolored eyes fixed on Fangshan. Fangshan met her gaze, their eyes locking. "May I ask what your words meant earlier?" The old woman chuckled softly. "It means nothing, I am but a blind woman, and blind people tend to speak foolishly." After a brief pause, she continued, "Child, give me your hand." Fangshan contemplated for a moment before extending his hand. The old woman grasped it, her watercolored gaze staring into the void. Moments later, her body trembled violently, and her hollow eyes locked onto Fangshan. "What is it?" Chu Xinyao asked, concerned. The old woman turned her head to face her. "Young lady, please step outside, I have something to discuss with him." Confused, Chu Xinyao nonetheless walked towards the exit. After confirming that she had gone far enough, the old woman turned her attention back to Fangshan. "Child, close your eyes." Fangshan complied. As he did so, he found himself amidst a battlefield, littered with corpses and drenched in blood. Countless bodies formed a mountain of death, upon which sat a throne that Fangshan recognized. It was the very throne he had seen in the mirror before. His subconscious urged him towards the throne atop the corpse mountain, yet in the next moment, a golden light pierced his heart. Fangshan attempted to turn his head but could not discern the identity of the person who had stabbed him. Their face was obscured by a mask. He sought to remove the mask, but the scene before him blurred, and he opened his eyes again, his heart racing. He pressed his hand against his chest, gasping for breath, as the old woman's soft murmurs reached his ears. "The ring of slaughter pierces through the mortal realm. The sword of hypocrisy demands a heart, the eternal night descends, you shall ultimately walk towards the throne." Fangshan leaned on the table, one hand clutching his heart, which felt as though it might burst at any moment. The old woman's hand rested gently on his shoulder, a warm current flowing into him. Gradually, he began to recover. "Grandmother, what was that just now?" Fangshan inquired, looking up at her. The old woman chuckled softly. "To glimpse the future is indeed to see the future." "I'm rather dull-witted, I hope you can elucidate further," Fangshan said. The old woman smiled kindly at him. "Child, I am a person cursed, and there are certain things I cannot say, but I can caution you to be wary of someone." Fangshan's gaze sharpened as he stared at the old woman. The reflection in the mirror had echoed this very sentiment. "Who?" The old woman produced a clean handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Fangshan's forehead, her gaze gentle, akin to a kindly elder watching over her younger kin. "As I mentioned, I am cursed, and thus cannot speak of certain matters. However, I can offer you a hint. That person stands in the light." Fangshan froze, slowly turning to look outside. "Is it her? Is the one you saw her?" Fangshan recalled the figure who had stabbed him. "I did not see clearly." "Then it remains unknown." The old woman withdrew her hand, her watercolored eyes fixed on Fangshan, her smile warm. "You should return. That lovely young girl intended to leave Lan City today, but has delayed for your sake." Fangshan stood up and pulled out his phone, transferring 6,666 to the old woman. "Grandmother." "About today," the old woman laughed. "I am but a blind woman, speaking nonsense that no one takes seriously." "Grandmother, do those with perception abilities see all of this?" "In the entire Dragon Country, only 3 can see. One is me, another is the diviner of the Dragon Country, and the last, you will encounter." Fangshan regarded the old woman in astonishment, realizing such a powerful presence existed in the small Lan City. "Grandmother, you," the old woman raised her hand, interrupting his inquiry. "All that has passed is merely a prologue. What lies before your eyes is the future, child, may we meet again by fate. Farewell, grandmother. The old woman nodded slightly. As Fanchon exited the small shop, he felt an unexpected lightness. He glanced back at the old woman's shop, having sensed no threat from her, which had prompted him to sit down, yet the visions he had just witnessed lingered in his mind. He could feel that she was a perceptive powerhouse, yet there was an underlying fragility to her presence, which began to make sense in light of her earlier words regarding her curse. Chu Xinyao poked Fanchon. Xiao Fang, what did the old woman say to you? Fanchon replied with mock seriousness. She asked whether sweet or savory tofu pudding is better. Chu Xinyao poked him again. HMPH, still hiding things from me. The old woman also mentioned you were supposed to leave today. Chu Xinyao paused. Wow. How did she know? Fanchon mused. It seems she is quite accurate. Why are there so few visitors? Chu Xinyao, hands behind her back, walked alongside him, because she only reads fortunes based on fate. She only comes when she feels up to it, and if no one seeks her out, she leaves shortly after. Hence, visitors are naturally scarce. Moreover, the nearby Fengming Temple is also quite adept at divination, drawing many people there. Wuxia followed behind them. Miss, if you seek a fortune teller, the most powerful diviner in the Dragon Country is friends with Mr. Chu, you could easily seek her. Chu Xinyao stomped her foot and looked back at Wuxia. Please refrain from interrupting our conversation. Maintain a respectful distance from us. Miss Chu, I am here to ensure your safety. Chu Xinyao retorted. Isn't Lan City safe right now? Wuxia, ever respectful, replied. Miss Chu, after your last attack, Mr. Chu was furious and proposed a decisive action. Though Lan City has been cleared once, it is better to be cautious. I am here to stop talking. Chu Xinyao cut him off immediately. Fanchon's eyes widened in shock. What the heck? So the decisive action was initiated by Chu Xinyao's father. Chu Xinyao grabbed Fanchon's arm. Xiao Fang, let us hurry and ignore him. Noticing Fanchon's expression, she asked, Xiao Fang, why are you looking at me like that? Chu Jie, I don't want to strive anymore. I seek sponsorship. Chu Xinyao smiled sweetly. All right, you can stand behind me from now on. I will be your support, your strongest backing. After accompanying Chu Xinyao throughout the day, they had dinner and then went to watch a late-night movie. Before getting into her car, Chu Xinyao waved vigorously at Fanchon. He waved back. By the time Fanchon returned home, it was already past 10 in the evening. He hurriedly washed up and returned to his room, retrieving the phone his grandfather had sent. He planned to view the messages later and then go to the bathroom to look in the mirror. However, upon opening the phone, he was astonished to discover a new message had appeared. Fanchon quickly opened the new message. Chapter 35, Visualization. Xiaoshan, during the midterm test of the training camp, be sure to visit the number 9 Demon Ruins. Remember, delete this message after reading. Do not contact Grandpa proactively. Wait for his news. Fanchon gazed at the message. Why did Grandpa specifically want him to go to the number 9 Demon Ruins? The mention of the Demon Ruins immediately conjured up thoughts of that mythical Qilin. While perusing his notebook earlier, he had come across a diary entry where a professor's student had clearly recorded how Fanchon's grandfather had assisted them. Fanchon pondered repeatedly, searching for answers. He checked the phone number from which the message was sent and discovered it originated from an unknown area. Lying on his bed, his mind was a whirl of questions. He exhaled, temporarily putting these thoughts aside. He would understand the specifics when the time came. For now, he would take another look at the King of Slaughter in the mirror. Previously, the King of Slaughter had spoken half a sentence, and today, that old woman had uttered the same warning, urging Fanchon to be wary of someone. Recalling the individual who had stabbed him, he knew he had to identify this person beforehand. After reviewing the video, Fanchon stood in front of the mirror in the bathroom. Half an hour later, nothing had changed. The figure was still absent. He returned to bed, reflecting on the triggering conditions from that day. And no matter how he thought about it, he could not pinpoint what had been lacking. Glancing at the time, he noted it was already past 12:40 in the morning. Zhuge Heng had mentioned that they would commence action at 1 o'clock. Fanchon dressed, donned a mask, and quietly awaited Zhuge Heng's summons while sitting on the edge of his bed. He heard footsteps outside. He sensed it was his aunt heading to the restroom. Sometimes, possessing a sensitivity to perception could be more of a curse than a blessing. Fang Shen had witnessed couples indulging in intimacy more than once in this building. Hence, upon returning home, he would only focus on his own room. A light knock sounded at the door. "Xiaoshen, are you still awake?" "Not yet, aunt." "May I come in?" his aunt inquired again. She had always been known for her gentle temperament and great respect for the privacy of the children. "Of course, aunt." Fang Huilan pushed the door open and stepped inside, only to find Fang Shen fully clothed and seated on the bed. "Why are you dressed? Are you going out?" "I have a mission shortly." Fang Huilan looked bewildered. "A mission? What kind of mission?" Just as they were conversing, a hand appeared from the void, carelessly groping around before seizing Fang Shen's face. He swatted away the errant hand of the white-haired figure, then grasped the hand in return to signal that all was well. The white-haired individual yanked, and Fang Shen vanished from the spot. Fang Huilan stood frozen, as if turned to stone. After a long moment, she exclaimed, "Good heavens, these awakened beings are simply incredible." In the skies 500 meters above, when the white-haired figure had grasped Fang Shen's face, some saliva had inadvertently transferred onto Fang Shen's clothing, and now, inexplicably, a crystal ball appeared in their hand. Zhuge Heng tossed it into the air. The crystal ball spun gracefully, emitting a chilling luminescence that cascaded down upon the city below. In mere moments, the entirety of the city was enveloped in a protective dome, followed by layers of light membranes encasing numerous residential buildings. Zhuge Heng, hands in pockets, yawned and lightly tapped the leg of his sunglasses, issuing the command, "Commence action." It was then that Fang Shen realized that the white-haired figure's sunglasses were indeed a treasure. Almost immediately, small teams began to emerge from within the city, sweeping through the streets and alleys to eradicate the remnants of the Eternal Night Army. "Isn't this Lan City?" Zhuge Heng remarked while clearing his ears. Indeed. In a small place like Lan City, the remnants of the Eternal Night Army wouldn't focus their efforts there, thus, eradicating them is quite straightforward. Are there any other issues? At that moment, Fang Shen was eagerly yearning to test the attack power of the two wolves. "May I act independently?" "No problem." As soon as the words left Zhuge Heng's mouth, Fang Shen was whisked to the ground. Upon landing, he immediately donned a scarf to guard against mental attacks, then threw on the bright red shorts to ward off curses over his pants, swiftly putting on stealth attire, securing a revolver at his waist, and gripping the defensive treasure scales in his hand. With everything prepared, he vanished into the night. Zhuge Heng, observing from above, rolled his eyes dramatically. Fang Shen, equipped with a smart device, was tracking the locations of the remnants of the Eternal Night Army. Initially hesitant to draw attention, he targeted a small team with only a level 3 combat strength. Upon approaching, he unleashed two wolves, one black and one white. They darted through the night sky like flashes of light. The white wolf initiated a mental assault, while the black wolf, after a brief build-up, transformed into a streak of darkness, piercing through the enemy's chest. It was a swift and lethal strike, all occurring in the blink of an eye. Both wolves absorbed the enemy's vitality, enhancing their strength, and Fang Shen too felt his own power surge, pilfering usable treasures from the fallen foes. He gathered the two wolves and continued to prowl through the urban night. By employing this method, Fang Shen accumulated an astounding 4,620 points overnight, bringing his total to 8,083 points. Fang Shen alone constituted a full team, thereby proportionally increasing the points he earned. Later that night, upon being returned home, he meticulously counted his various spoils of war, selecting a few useful items. He exchanged the rest for points, which swiftly climbed to 9,228. Containing his excitement, Fang Shen gazed out at the moonlight streaming through the window. He retrieved a small sculpture given to him by Chu Shenniao. The sculpture depicted a winged figure, seemingly a female angel. Fang Shen held the small sculpture up to the moonlight, fixating on it. Gradually, a cool luminescence emanated from the sculpture, enveloping Fang Shen, intertwining with his breath as it entered his nostrils. In his mind's eye, a colossal figure began to materialize, clad in silver armor, wielding a cross-shaped sword, and fluttering pristine wings beneath a radiant full moon. The moonlight cast a divine glow upon him, and with each flap of his wings, countless beams of light fell to the earth like stars, embodying a deity that guarded the night. or perhaps a sovereign that commanded the darkness. Yet, as he gazed, the brilliant moon above began to transform, slowly shifting to a deep crimson hue. Within the sanguine moon, a throne appeared, and on that throne, a figure could be faintly discerned, towering above the heavens with a commanding presence, surveying the world with disdain. The 12-winged deity, suspended in the night sky, gradually turned, facing the blood moon, bowing in reverence. Fangshan slowly awakened, reflecting on the figure he had just seen. The figure within the blood moon was strikingly familiar. Fangshan's instincts led him to believe this was the manifestation of his slaughter talent. He lifted his gaze to the night sky. The cool moonlight gradually seeped into his being, soothing his lungs and spirits. It felt quite pleasant. The light-based talent was divided into sunlight and moonlight. Perhaps he would try the sunlight tomorrow. The following day, as the sun hung high in the sky, Fangshan again took out the small sculpture, positioning it against the sun to begin his visualization. Gradually, a resplendent sun emerged in his mind. Beneath this radiant sun, a colossal figure hovered between heaven and earth, clad in golden armor, its immense wings unfurling. Even from a great distance, one could feel the searing energy radiating from this being, as if it could dry the vast earth in an instant. This figure seemed to embody the very source of light in the world. However, with Fangshan's visualization, the sun began to undergo transformation. Chapter 36, The Ancient Prophecy. The radiant sun, once suspended in the sky, gradually transformed into a shade of black as time progressed, as if it had succumbed to a solar eclipse. Below this darkened orb stood the Golden Warrior, an ancient deity symbolizing daylight and illumination. His golden armor began to dull, emanating wisps of black mist. Subsequently, he turned slowly, facing the direction of the black sun, his hands clasping a sword, bowing his regal head as if in submission. Following the direction of his reverence, one could discern a throne once more suspended amidst the dark sun. Seated upon the throne was a figure, languidly resting with an elbow propped on the armrest, a hand cradling its chin, surveying the realm below with a cold, indifferent gaze. With a sudden start, Fangshan opened his eyes, reflecting on the vivid imagery that had just unfolded in his mind. The figure on the throne was all too familiar. It was none other than himself. He raised a hand, the back of which bore the marks of slaughter runes. To his astonishment, this talent of carnage was remarkably formidable. The reflection he had seen in the mirror had proclaimed him as the foremost among the 7 kings, indicating that besides the king of slaughter, other sovereigns of talent existed. As his thoughts returned to the present, Fangshan felt particles of light gradually converging within him, suggesting that he too had awakened a talent of the light attribute. He retrieved his phone and activated the front camera, yet found no alterations in the appearance of his eyes. It occurred to him that his awakening may differ from others. After a moment's contemplation, he accessed his smart device to research the manifestation of light attribute talents. The results left him astounded. Light talents were categorized into solar and lunar types. Those of ordinary aptitude could only awaken one, while those with S level or higher could awaken both. The visualization process required one to hold a sculpture of the goddess of light, facing either the solar or lunar light to behold the sun god or moon goddess. However, the experience varied according to the talent level, with B level and below only able to perceive 2-winged deities, while those of B level and above could see 4, 6, 8, 10, and the highest being 12 wings. Confounded, Fangshan pondered why, despite his A-level talent indicated by the potion test, he was capable of witnessing the 12-winged deity. Could it be the influence of his slaughter talent? He continued to investigate further into the light attribute, yet found the information to be surprisingly scant. While many talents had corresponding skills and techniques documented, the light attribute seemed devoid of any skill descriptions within the smart device. After a deeper search into the scarcity of information regarding light talents, a few answers emerged. It was revealed that all resources and skills associated with light talents were monopolized by the church. As he perused this information, his gaze fixated on an image, specifically, a totem of the church. It depicted a singular eye, with its pupil resembling a sun. This emblem was eerily reminiscent of the badge he had seen on the lion dog at Zhu Xinya's residence. Thus, it became apparent that Zhu Xinya's father was affiliated with the church. Fangshan recalled a previous conversation in the Beast Palace, where Zhuge had discussed with the sect leader the church's desire to appoint the silver-haired Zhuge as the governor of the Red Lotus district, only to be met with refusal. Additionally, the professor who had developed the Primordial No. 1 project, still living, was also extradited back by the church, indicating its significant power. From Zhuge Heng's remarks, it was evident that power struggles within the church were fierce, leading to his disdain for their actions. Fangshan conducted another search on the church, but aside from what he had just uncovered, all other information remained elusive and shrouded in mystery. Upon reflection, he realized that Chu Xinya's reticence regarding her father stemmed from this very source. However, one crucial piece of information surfaced: anyone identified as possessing a light attribute talent would be forcibly taken by the church, regardless of their level. Fangshan contemplated his own light talent, which was substantial enough to have avoided the church's grasp, attributing this to his affiliation with the Ninth Bureau. While he mulled over these matters, in the imperial capital, within the ancient and grand light temple, a middle-aged man adorned with a crown and draped in a golden white embroidered cloak gazed upwards at the colossal statue of the goddess of light standing within the temple. His cloak, intricately embroidered with celestial bodies, exhibited a mesmerizing motion as if the stars themselves were in gentle rotation. Behind the statue loomed a massive sphere suspended in midair, resembling the sun, yet at that moment, it appeared as though it were experiencing a solar eclipse, gradually being consumed by darkness. The crowned man's eyes blazed with a golden radiance. The temple trembled as a figure hurriedly entered, their crimson cloak trailing behind them. Upon witnessing the scene, their pupils dilated in shock. "Your Holiness, what is happening?" The middle-aged man, fixated on the sun being devoured by blackness, murmured, "A great catastrophe is upon us. The sun is eclipsed, the balance of light and dark is disrupted, the seven kings are reuniting, and judgment is imminent." The figure behind him trembled, their voice quaking, but the gods' discord ceased less than a century ago. "Is there any means to prevent the arrival of the seven kings?" The middle-aged man turned slowly, his golden eyes radiating a terrifying brilliance. "There is a way. We can either subjugate them to serve us, or exhaust all efforts to extinguish them in their infancy." The figure shuddered again, sensing the chilling aura that now permeated the once warm temple. "Keep a vigilant watch over the remnants of eternal night, infiltrate their ranks. Should the seven kings appear, they will surely sense our approach before we can reach them. Seize them before they can be summoned. Those who align with us shall prosper, while those who oppose us shall perish." Understood. Fangshan, having rejuvenated his spirit by accumulating points throughout the evening, indulged in a bit more rest. As night fell, he persistently practiced before the mirror, yet, as expected, no results materialized. Returning to bed, he awaited patiently. When a hand materialized before him, he grasped it, and with a swift pull, he vanished into thin air. Upon surveying the city beneath him, Fangshan realized he had been transported to yet another urban landscape. Zhuge Heng tossed a spherical artifact into the sky, and the protective barrier re-engaged. "Do you have any questions?" Zhuge Heng inquired. "Could you procure some skills or techniques related to the light attribute talent?" Zhuge Heng paused momentarily. "You have awakened a light attribute talent." "Indeed. As for the skills and techniques of the light attribute, they are unlike those of other talents. While information on other talents can be found online and in the smart device, the church monopolizes the light attribute, a self-righteous bunch who consider themselves superior. Obtaining this is quite challenging, especially since the church's top figure's nephew recently had me break my leg. However, since you've asked, I'll certainly find a way. Expect it after the semester begins." Fangshan was taken aback by his friend's abilities. "Thank you." "No problem. Any other inquiries?" "Not for now." With a snap of his fingers, Fangshan reappeared on the battlefield. This night proved less fruitful than previous ones, as the beheading operations had progressed to their third day. The remnants of eternal night and the aberrants had largely fled, resulting in a significant reduction in numbers. That night, Fangshan garnered only 2,832 points, bringing his total to 12,060. Just as he reached the milestone of 10,000 points, his card flashed, displaying 2 stars. "Dear Mr. Fangshan, congratulations on your promotion to a 2-star user." In the subsequent days, Fangshan engaged in nightly carnage, harvesting points tirelessly. Members of the Shield Bureau, tasked with exterminating aberrants, became aware of a new recruit from the Ninth Bureau, clad in stealth attire, whose ruthless and decisive actions belied his pre-enrollment combat prowess of level 3. Few knew his true appearance, yet his legend spread like wildfire under the cover of night. just when it seemed everything would settle peacefully, on the final day, Fangshan encountered a wind element aberrant. A gust of wind blew, dislodging his stealth attire and revealing the red shorts beneath. This moment was fortuitously captured by a member of the Shield Bureau. Although his face was not visible, it became common knowledge that a flamboyant new recruit from the 9th Bureau, boasting level 3 combat strength, was known for his audacious red shorts. Upon returning home and lying down, Fangshan found a message from the small group of the 9th Bureau's training camp. Shitailang announced, Did you all know? Our 9th Bureau has a big shot this year, boasting level 3 combat strength before even enrolling. Zhang Yozu was the first to respond. Who is it? So strong. Unknown, the information is concealed, and those on the mission are forbidden to speak. However, a photo has circulated. As he spoke, Shitailang shared an image. The photo depicted a figure leaping high, adorned with an elderly lady's headscarf, a peculiar mask on their face, one hand wielding a revolver while the other brandished a laser sword, all while flaunting eye-catching bright red shorts embroidered with mandarin ducks. Look! Everyone is calling him the Red Shorts War God. What a flamboyant outfit. Who could it be? Could it be one of us in the group? Shitailang continued, there are 2 individuals in the group who remain silent. Could it be one of them? Bai Yulan chimed in, the photo clearly shows a male. The 2 quiet ones in the group are Fangshan and Li Bauer, and Bauer is a girl. Shitailang. Fangshan, brother Shin, is this Red Shorts War God you? Fangshan stared at the group messages and then at the photo. His trembling hand slowly typed a response. How could it possibly be me? There's no way anyone in Land City, or even the entire Red Lotus district, could be so flamboyant. Chapter 37, the 9th Division is over there. Fangshan wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. This was utterly mortifying. Shitailang replied to the message, Wow, it's quite a feat for new brother to send a message right now. The only one silent in our group is Li Bauer. By the way, did you all participate in this assassination operation in the Honglian district? Zhang Yozu inquired. Shin Yu took the opportunity to speak. This current cohort of the 9th Division has only recruited 36 new students, and it seems that this time, only the top performer from each group was selected for an early trial. I've only heard rumors, so I can't guarantee the accuracy of the information. Zhang Yozu asked, who from our group went, new brother or Bauer? Bai Yulan chimed in, Bauer sent me a message that day saying she was sent to the battlefield by Instructor Juger. Looks like Bauer is the top performer in our group. Wow, with a new brother as impressive as ours, just imagine how formidable Bauer must be. Zhang Yozu exclaimed. Bai Yulan continued, Bauer possesses the rare Blade God talent, an SSS-level Blade God talent, incredibly powerful. We attend the same school. Her score is the highest in the entire Taiyang district. Zhang Yozu was astonished. No way, there are 2 SSS-level powerhouses just in our small group. The 9th Division's Monster House is indeed terrifying. Shitailang remarked, if that's the case, if the war god in red shorts isn't Bauer, then it must be one of the other 5 with the highest overall scores. We'll find out when we get to the training camp. All new recruits of the Qiandun Bureau train in the same academy. Shitailang changed the subject. I have a little insider news, told to me by my grandfather. He said the Master of the Beast Palace will personally come to teach at our 9th Division. The Master of the Beast Palace. Someone of such status coming to teach, are you serious? Is this news reliable? It's quite plausible. My grandfather said that a few nights ago, a new student with beast mastery talent from our 9th Division was taken to the Beast Palace to awaken their talent. The result was a phenomenon that shocked the heavens and the earth, with a talent second only to the founder of the Beast Palace. The old master of the Beast Palace was alarmed, and I heard that the folks from the Beast Palace even wanted to snatch the student away. Ultimately, they were deterred by the might of the 9th Division, but the Beast Palace was very fond of that new student and specifically requested the master to come and teach. Wow! Which big shot has such prestige that the master of the Beast Palace would come personally to teach? Shitailang continued, I don't know. It seems nobody in our group has beast mastery talent, so it must be from another team. We'll find out when we report to the training camp tomorrow. Everyone should get some rest. We need to report before noon tomorrow, and the baseline test starts at 3 in the afternoon. Fang Shen set down his smart device. Although the training camp is located in the Yun city of the Hongyan district, it is not in the province where Fang Shen resides, so it will take more than an hour to fly there tomorrow. He took out his card and swiped it on the smart device. Beep, the card displayed a score of 18,328 points. This was the result of Fang Shen's relentless efforts over the past few days. Converted to cash, it amounted to a staggering $180 million. Among the treasures he scavenged over these days, only 2 caught Fang Shen's eye. One was a 5th-tier Earth Spirit Pearl, which allowed him to dive 10 meters underground and even pass through walls. The other was a 6th-tier Mask of the Seer. When worn, it could briefly blind enemies for 3 seconds upon being seen, a critical moment in the ever-changing dynamics of battle. Both items were seized from a level 4 anomalous being. All other treasures that could be exchanged for points had been converted. As for cash, Fang Shen had amassed over 230 million from various anomalous beings, many of whom, despite lacking valuable treasures, had accumulated a considerable amount of cash through their nefarious activities. However, Fang Shen's greatest frustration was the depletion of bullets for his revolver. The smart device had a dedicated marketplace for trading treasures, and he indeed found bullets compatible with his revolver. 1 bullet cost 400 points. Fang Shen asked the seller if he could spare a few, explaining that he was a student. The seller politely told him to take a hike. Reluctantly, Fang Shen spent 2,000 points to buy 5 bullets. After all, a single bullet was capable of taking out a level 4 anomalous being, and the rewards from such an accomplishment far exceeded 400 points. The next morning, Fang Shen awoke to the sound of his aunt tidying up. He glanced at the time, quickly organized his belongings, and took a shower. His aunt, Fang Huilan, was busy packing for her daughter, Jiang Xiechar, while offering her a flurry of advice. Upon seeing Fang Shen emerge, she said, "Xiaoshen, after you and your sister leave, make sure to keep in touch and look out for each other." "Got it, aunt." His aunt packed numerous items, including various clothes, and even brought along several dishes she had prepared early that morning for both Fang Shen and Jiang Xiechar. Jiang Guidong reassured her, "What is there to cry about? I heard you'll have a break after your midterms. They'll be back then." Fang Huilan gently patted Fang Shen's head and then Jiang Xiechar's, her eyes brimming with reluctance. Their younger sister, Jiang Xiaoyu, would not be reporting, as despite the reforms this year, she still needed to stay at school for a semester to study theoretical knowledge. However, Jiang Xiaoyu had already signed a contract with an organization and would receive a decent stipend during her time at school. Fang Shen and Jiang Xiechar were on the same flight, Yun City. When the plane arrived, it was already 10:30. There was a direct line to the Qiandun Academy. Fang Shen boarded the vehicle with Jiang Xiechar. The bus was filled with new faces, chattering noisily, all new recruits of the Qiandun Bureau arriving from various locales. After taking a seat, Fang Shen casually retrieved a travel guide from the pocket of the front seat and covered his face with it. However, the cacophony of new recruits was incessant. Jiang Xiechar handed him her headphones and flashed a sweet smile. Fang Shen leaned against the window, appreciating that his sister understood his desire for quiet. A girl in the front row, with a shrill voice, had been chattering non-stop since they boarded. "Honestly, I was in poor form that day, which is why I barely managed an A rank. Otherwise, I could have joined the 9th division. I was so close, but not a single person from our school was selected for the 9th division. The best among us only made it to the 6th division. I am a Wang Hui. Which division are you all from? What are your names? We'll all be classmates, so let us get to know each other in advance." She asked the few people in front of her one by one. "None of us are from the 9th division." Wang Hui sighed. "Well, that makes sense. The monster house of the 9th division isn't something just anyone can enter. This year, the Qiandun Bureau recruited over 1,800 people from 12 districts nationwide, but the 9th division only took in 36. As she spoke, Huang Hui turned to Fang Shen and Jiang Xiechar in the back row. "Classmate, what is your name? Which division are you from?" "Jiang Xiechar, from the 1st division." "The 1st division, that is great." Huang Hui looked at Fang Shen, whose face was covered by the travel guide, and reached out to lift it off his face. "Hey, classmate, what is your name, and which division are you from?" Jiang Xiechar frowned slightly. Fang Shen opened his eyes with irritation. "Qin Juanhao, from the 7th division." Huang Hui responded, "Oh, the 7th division, while it may not compare to our 6th division, it's still not bad." Fang Shen returned a forced smile and covered his face with the travel guide again to catch some sleep. Huang Hui, noticing this, scoffed, "Oh, how aloof, who knows, maybe after graduation, I'll still be your superior." The vehicle jostled along the way, and Huang Hui continued her incessant chatter. Upon disembarking, a multitude of vehicles awaited at the school gate. Curious and eager new faces filled the pathway toward the Qiandun Academy. Signs marked the 9 special operation divisions at the entrance, each registration area manned by members from their respective divisions. After Huang Hui stepped off the bus, she exclaimed, "Wow, the seniors are so handsome, so cool." Fang Shen's gaze shifted to the 9th division, where the doe he had encountered earlier was seated, handling registrations. Jian Xiaochao waved at Fang Shen, "Brother, I'm going to register now." Fang Shen replied, "If you need anything, just look for me." Huang Hui glanced at Fang Shen, "Your cousin from the 1st division is much stronger than you, Qin Juanhao." Fang Shen smiled back, while Huang Hui pointed, "Your 7th division is over there, right next to our 6th division. We re on the same route." Qian Junhui approached, and Huang Hui immediately perked up, her voice rising, "Hello, senior, I'm Huang Hui, a new recruit from the 6th division." Qian Junhui nodded and pointed towards the 6th division's registration area, "Register over there." "All right, senior." Just as Huang Hui was about to walk away, she noticed Qian Junhui suddenly stand at attention and salute Fang Shen. Fang Shen returned the salute. Qian Junhui smiled, "You're from the 9th division, your registration is over there." Chapter 38, Balance. Fang Shen nodded lightly, gently patting Qian Junhui on the shoulder. "I'll head over first." "All right." Huang Hui stood frozen in place, watching Fang Shen's retreating figure, then turned to Qian Junhui. "Senior, is he from the 9th division?" Qian Junhui resumed his cold demeanor, responding with a simple millimeter. Huang Hui stared blankly in the direction Fang Shen had departed, feeling utterly tricked yet powerless to do anything about it. Fang Shen navigated through the throng and arrived at the registration area for the 9th division. Xiaolu rested her chin on the table, dozing off. "Xiaolu Jie." Fang Shen waved his hand. Xiaolu lifted her head, beaming at Fang Shen. "Fang Shen is here, smile for the camera, let's register." She gestured towards a nearby camera. With a beep, Xiaolu extended her hand towards Fang Shen. "Welcome aboard." "Fang Shen." A voice called out. Fang Shen turned to see a chubby, fair-skinned boy standing behind him, grinning widely. The boy leaned closer, extending his hand with a chuckle. "I'm Shatai Lang." Fang Shen shook his hand briefly. "Hello, hello." Standing next to Shatai Lang was a girl with slightly darker skin, clad in sportswear, emblazoned with the words "struggle" on the front and "youth" on the back. "Shinji, can you guess who this is?" Shatai Lang asked, wrapping his arm around the girl with a mischievous grin. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Shen replied, "Li Bauer, right." The girl's dark face flushed with a hint of red as she playfully punched Shatai Lang in the stomach, then smiled bashfully at Fang Shen. "Shinji, I'm Zhang Yaozu." "You're Zhang He." "You re a girl?" Fang Shen was taken aback. "Wow, what a name you have, quite illustrious." Zhang Yaozu scratched her head, chuckling sheepishly. "My brother's name is Zhang Guangzong." Fang Shen was momentarily rendered speechless by Zhang Yaozu's revelation. He recalled this individual often bantering with Shatai Lang in the group chat, and with a profile picture of a yellow chick sporting a middle part, he had always assumed she was a boy. What about the others? They went to their respective dorms to tidy up their beds. "We were waiting for you here." Shatai Lang grinned with a somewhat lecherous expression. "Waiting for what?" Shatai Lang leaned in closer. "Aren't you curious about who the Red Underpants War God is? So many people are eager to know who that is." Fang Shen instinctively cleared his throat. "I'm not that nosy. Even if they show up, they wouldn't wear their underwear on the outside." Shatai Lang chuckled. "Actually, after thorough evaluation, we've already identified the Red Underpants War God. It's Zhang Qiang from Team 6. He holds the top comprehensive score in their team and has participated in the Red Lotus Zone's decapitation operation. Someone asked him, and he deny it. Just 5 minutes before you arrived, he checked in, and he was dressed quite flamboyantly. No one else fits the bill. Upon hearing this, Fangshan thought that if someone was willing to bear such a humiliating title, they might as well carry it. Shi Tailang continued, Shinji, before heading to the dorm, we need to pay the accommodation fee and all sorts of miscellaneous charges over there. Remember to bring your card. Zhang Meiqiu will take you to pay. The dorms for the 9th Division students are all single rooms. Shin Yu arrived early and has already cleaned up our rooms, so you'll just need to drop off your things. I'll go ahead and book a private room for us at the cafeteria. The 6 of us will have a meal together. Meiqiu, take Shinji to pay. I'll send the location in our group chat. The darker-skinned Zhang Yaozu playfully punched Shi Tailang again. You fatso, get lost. You're the coal ball, your whole family is coal balls. Shi Tailang chuckled, Shinji, I'm off now. Zhang Yaozu led the way as Fangshan curiously asked, do you two know each other? Our families are longtime friends, so I've known that fatso since childhood. Zhang Yaozu explained. Unexpectedly, at the payment station, they encountered an old acquaintance. Qin Juanhao stood among several students from the 7th Division, exuding an air of extravagance. Everyone, don't fight over it, we're all from the 7th Division, and from now on we'll be good classmates and comrades. Nice to meet you all. I'll cover all the various fees for everyone in the 7th Division. It's not much, consider it a welcome gift. As he spoke, he waved his card around. Before coming here, my dad loaded 5 million onto this card. He told me to get along well with everyone. As he swiped his card, the display showed a balance of 392. Students surrounding Qin Juanhao erupted in cheers. Qin Xiao is truly extravagant. It's just a drop in the bucket. Qin Juanhao waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Yaozu shook her head, clicking her tongue. I wonder which wealthy fool he is so extravagant. He has already swiped for many new students in the 7th Division, each costing 20,000, nearly 200 new students in total, around 4 million. Rich people really are something. Fangshan was unfazed. Qin Xiao was still desperately trying to flaunt his wealth. There were several payment windows. The 9th Division had a dedicated window, and due to fewer people, there was no need to queue. As Fangshan approached, many new students looked over, enviously glancing at the new students from the 9th Division. Those who could join the Monster House were undoubtedly geniuses. Qin Juanhao spotted Fangshan and immediately perked up. Fangshan, he called, waving. Many people around turned to Qin Juanhao, surprised. Qin Xiao, do you know someone from the 9th Division? Qin Juanhao quickly replied, of course, we both come from Land City and we're classmates, we're good buddies. The new students from the 7th Division gasped in astonishment. Qin Juanhao sauntered over to Fangshan, holding his card. Fangshan, let me pay your fees. He draped his arm around Fangshan, trying to project an image of familiarity. After all, knowing someone from the 9th Division could enhance his social standing. Do we know each other that well? Fangshan elbowed Qin Juanhao away, fully aware of his ulterior motives. Qin Juanhao made a TSK sound, maintaining his faux-friendly smile. We're from the same hometown and we're classmates. It's only reasonable that I cover your fees. Besides, after your parents passed, the inheritance they left you must be limited. For you, over 20,000 in fees is no small amount. Your aunt and uncle's meager salaries would take a long time to save up. This was yet another jab at Fangshan, and by paying for him, Qin Juanhao elevated his own image. Many students looked at Fangshan with varying degrees of sympathy, surprised to learn that this new student from the 9th Division came from such a difficult background. Zhang Yaozu frowned, inexplicably feeling a sense of aversion towards Qin Juanhao. Unfazed, Qin Juanhao lowered his head, addressing the payment staff. Teacher, I'll cover his fees. Fangshan, my dad loaded 5 million onto this card. I still have over 3 million left. That's over 300 points. You don't need to feel embarrassed. We're old classmates. Given your family's situation, it's no big deal for me to lend you a hand. Zhang Yaozu's brow furrowed tighter, her irritation towards Qin Juanhao growing as she pulled out her own card, preparing to swipe for Fangshan. Just as she was about to speak up, Fangshan, with an expressionless face, pulled out his own card and placed it on the card reader. Beep. 2 points deducted. Payment successful. Account balance, 16,326 points. Chapter 39. I cannot compete with Fangshan. A lengthy string of numbers appeared. Holding up the card, Qin Juanhao stood frozen in place, his eyes wide as he gazed at Fangshan's 5-digit point balance. This amounted to a staggering 16 million in cash. Beside him, Zhang Yaozu, who was also poised to swipe his card for Fangshan, was equally astonished, his eyes bulging in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Fangshan's card would contain such an immense number of points. Nearby, the new students who were closer also took notice, and a wave of gasps erupted from the crowd. Those who could not see hurriedly inquired about the commotion. The news spread like wildfire, creating a stir at the payment counter. Everyone was staring at this newcomer from the 9th division. It was the first time they had witnessed such a substantial point balance on a new student's card, over 16,000 points, which wealthy heir had come to play. No wonder he hailed from the 9th division, a realm of peculiarities, with an entrance unlike that of ordinary students. Even the instructor at the payment counter wore a shocked expression, glancing at Fangshan a moment longer than necessary as he handed over the bedding. Today, many affluent heirs were present, but the highest point balance among them barely reached 4 digits. Fangshan was the first new student to possess a 5-digit point total. Qin Juanhao, with his mouth agape, held aloft his card that contained a meager balance of just over 300 points, feeling utterly dwarfed by Fangshan's fortune. Where did you get so many points? Qin Juanhao stammered in disbelief. Before the semester began, I did a bit of odd jobs to earn some pocket money. Fangshan casually brushed Qin Juanhao aside, taking a couple of steps before pausing, turning his head to coldly remark, "It's understandable to seek prominence, but remember, do not elevate yourself by stepping on others' shoulders. It's quite distasteful, and also, we are not familiar with each other." With that, Fangshan turned and walked away. Qin Juanhao stood there, dumbfounded, as the surrounding new students began to point and whisper about him. Many classmates had witnessed Qin Juanhao's earlier actions and felt that his public revelation of Fangshan's background was indeed quite crass. The instructor at the payment counter rolled his eyes at Qin Juanhao. Forcing a smile, Qin Juanhao, thick-skinned as he was, slinked back to the 7th division, initially intending to swipe his card for the students behind him. However, the students promptly declared, "Qin Juanhao, I can pay my own fees. I find your money tainted." Others chimed in, "Qin Juanhao, I'll return your money." Fangshan reveled in the grandeur of Qiandun Academy. The campus spanned over 1,000 acres, immense and magnificent, primarily due to its numerous expansive training facilities. At the very heart of the academy stood a colossal sculpture, depicting several figures forged from steel. Point for figures stood in various positions around 2 in the center, one crouching with hands clasped before him, the other brandishing a shield held high, as if to resist all darkness of the world. Zhang Yaozu, eagerly trailing behind Fangshan, exclaimed, "New brother, where did you acquire such an abundance of points?" "I just found some small monsters." Fangshan deflected, opting to keep his connection to the beheading operation under wraps for the time being. This way, he could avoid being recognized as the Red Panty War god right after entering school. After all, it would be a trivial matter to lose his romantic prospects immediately, but the possibility of being dubbed Panty Brother in the future was far more daunting. If someone were to ask, "Do you know Fangshan?" the response would be, "No, but that's the Panty Brother." Contemplating this scenario sent shivers down Fangshan's spine. The dormitory of the 9th division was undoubtedly the most luxurious of all. Equipped with a plethora of amenities, Fangshan followed Zhang Yaozu to his dorm room, situated at the easternmost end of the floor, where he set down his bedding and other belongings. "New brother, I live next door. To my side is the dorm of the dead fatty, and opposite you from left to right are Li Bao, Bai Yulin, and Shen Yu." Just as he spoke, a somewhat effeminate yet rather handsome student with long hair and a feminine style stepped through the door. "Hello, Fangshan. I am Bai Yu." Bai Yulin extended a manicured hand. Fangshan paused momentarily. He distinctly recalled this student being named Bai Yulin, only to have Zhang Yaozu whisper in his ear, "New brother, this guy has a split personality, multiple personalities, to be precise. Right now, he is his sister, Bai Yu, he has a younger brother named Bai Lin and an older brother named He Yulin, with each persona representing a different talent. Fangshan's mind buzzed with astonishment. How intriguing! Suppressing his surprise, he extended his hand. Hello. New brother has arrived, another voice chimed in. Fangshan turned to see a figure at the door, who, upon stepping in, revealed himself to be a towering presence. New brother, I am Shin Yu, the newcomer proclaimed, extending a hand the size of a fan. Fangshan reciprocated the handshake, utterly astounded. Where's Bauer? Zhang Yaozu inquired. I'm right here. A soft, melodic voice responded from the entrance. Fangshan directed his gaze toward the door, where a fair and pretty girl stood, seemingly dazed and somewhat nave. She was clutching two machetes under her arms, which somewhat disrupted the atmosphere. While munching on a bag of potato chips, she wore long hair cascading down her shoulders, a white shirt, and loose-fitting sweatpants, one leg of which was cut off at the knee. New brother, this is Li Bauer. Zhang Yaozu introduced. Hello. Fangshan greeted her. Li Bauer continued to munch on her chips, appearing almost in a trance. Bauer, new brother is greeting you. Bai Yulin prompted. Li Bauer's vacant gaze refocused. Oh hello. Zhang Yaozu shifted the topic. The dead fatty has sent the location. Let us hurry and grab some food. The group followed the location to the restaurant reserved by Shitai Lang, who deftly distributed utensils and poured tea, his demeanor brimming with curiosity. I just saw Panty brother Zhang Qiang. He was over there. The door to the private room stood ajar, and Shitai Lang nodded toward a distance. The group glanced over to see a new student seated far away, clad in a floral shirt, pink pants, and golden shoes. Fangshan couldn't resist stealing a glance. Many new students were pointing and snapping photos of him, yet Zhang Qiang appeared to revel in the attention. Fangshan shook his head, thinking, if you wish to be known as Panty brother, so be it. I just heard someone say that Panty brother has a third-level late-stage combat power. During this afternoon's baseline exam, he is the most likely to pass without injury. Shitai Lang continued. Zhang Yaozu checked the time. It's past noon, let us eat quickly and rest for a bit. We need to gather at 2:30 for the exam at 3. I've heard this year's difficulty has been adjusted, making it even tougher than before. Achieving a flawless pass will be quite the challenge. I heard that in past years, seniors were severely injured and needed a month to recover. Bai Yulin remarked. I brought some medicine. I'll distribute it to everyone before the exam. Shin Yu added. Fangshan glanced at his smart connector, noticing a message from Zhuge Han. Arshin, can you come help me move some things? A location followed. Fangshan stood. Zhuge wants me to go over. You all eat first, I'll be back shortly. All right, new brother. If you can't make it back, send us a message, and we'll bring you food. Thanks. Fangshan bid them farewell as he stepped out. After Fangshan left, the others resumed their previous conversation. I heard that the top 3 who pass the baseline exam the fastest will receive point rewards. Shitai Lang sipped his tea. Pass the exam the fastest. Just making it to the designated time would be a blessing. Let us not get our hopes up. Zhang Yaozu scoffed. Bauer is a third-level combatant. She should find it the easiest among us. Unexpectedly, Li Bauer gazed blankly at Zhang Yaozu and, in a soft, languid voice, replied, I cannot compete with Fangshan. Chapter 40. Preliminary assessment. Upon uttering these words, Li Bauer was met with astonished expressions from the other new recruits in her squad. Bauer, are you saying you cannot defeat Fangshan? Bai Yulin turned to look at Li Bauer. She nodded affirmatively. Are you quite certain? Li Bauer munched on her potato chips, her voice soft and mellow. Absolutely certain. My goodness, does that mean Brother Shin is also at level 3 combat power? Shitai Lang exclaimed. So among us, there are 2 with level 3 combat power. Indeed. Brother Shin possesses an SSS grade power system talent. In retrospect, it seems rather unsurprising. Shitai Lang pondered aloud. However, that's not right. During the previous decapitation operation, was it not stated that only the top-performing squad members would participate? If Bauer cannot surpass Brother Shin, then why was it Bauer who went from our squad instead of Brother Shin? Zhang Yaozu questioned, perplexed. Li Bao lifted her head, her big eyes blinking adorably. Bai Yulin inquired, "Is this information accurate?" "I heard it." Bai Yulin rolled his eyes. "Heard information doesn't count as truth. There's a chance both Bauer and Brother Shin went from our squad." "Then why did Brother Shin not mention the decapitation operation when I asked him in the group chat last time?" Li Bao rested her chin on the table, her mouth busy munching on chips, "Because he was too occupied with slaying enemies to bother with you all." Zhang Yaozu suddenly understood. "So, do you think Brother Shin could be the infamous Red Underpants war god?" Shatai Lang immediately retorted, "You blockhead. Haven't we confirmed that the Underpants brother is Jiang Qiang? Brother Shin clearly strikes one as a person of upright character. How could he possibly have such flamboyant attire?" "You fatso, you're the blockhead." "Regardless, Brother Shin should be able to achieve a commendable score in this afternoon's preliminary exam." "Not necessarily. The preliminary exam at the 9th Division is notoriously challenging, but in any case, he is certainly stronger than I am," Shatai Lang remarked. Several trucks laden with various equipment came to a halt on the road. Fang Shen stood there in a daze, observing the white-haired individual next to him slurping noodles. "Is this what you meant by moving some things?" Zhuge Heng slurped a mouthful of noodles, resting his elbow on Fang Shen's shoulder. "What's the matter? Is it too little?" Fang Shen frowned. "I have an entrance assessment this afternoon, brother." Zhuge Heng raised his chin. "The equipment on these trucks is designated for various training venues. I have spoken to the instructors responsible for this area. If you manage to move all this equipment as required, I will grant you the status of an administrator. Others wishing to train outside the designated hours will have to pay and seek the administrator's approval, but with your new status, you won't need to." "How does that sound?" Fang Shen was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a grin. "Thank you, brother. Go on, Pikachu." Zhuge Heng gave Fang Shen a push and disappeared while slurping his noodles. Fang Shen wondered, what is Pikachu? He opened the truck door and began unloading the equipment as instructed by the supervisor. Fortunately, with his power system talent, these tasks were not overly exhausting for him. He toiled until nearly 2:30 when Shatai Lang and the others messaged to ask where Fang Shen was, as they were gathering for the exam. Just as he finished unloading from a dozen trucks, a few more arrived. Xiaolu sent a message in the group. "Fang Shen, Mr. Zhuge has informed the chief examiner that it's fine for you to arrive a bit late." Fang Shen replied with a begrudging acknowledgement. By the time he finished everything, it was already past 3 o'clock. The supervisor handed him an identity card, with Fang Shen written on the front and administrator inscribed on the back. After expressing his gratitude, Fang Shen hurried towards the examination venue. When he arrived, the examination had already commenced. The testing area comprised 9 vast arenas, and a large screen hovered above, displaying the scores of the new recruits participating in the preliminary assessment. The assessment scores were based on combat power and the time taken or duration endured during the trials. The so-called trial required candidates to first face a level 1 peak power puppet, then 2, followed by 3. After mastering level 1, they would progress to level 2, facing 1 to 3 puppets again, culminating in the level 3 peak puppets, also from 1 to 3. If a candidate failed to win, their score would depend on how long they could delay their defeat. The longer they lasted, the higher their score, though each level had its time limits: 10 minutes for level 1, 20 minutes for level 2, and 30 minutes for level 3. After the preliminary assessment concluded, the first place received 300 points, the second 200, and the third 100. Upon arriving, Fang Shen glanced at the large screen. As of now, the top score belonged to someone named Cheng Yu, who took 17 minutes and 58 seconds to complete the trial. The top 20 scores were predominantly monopolized by the 9th Division, and as new recruits from the 9th Division gradually entered the arena, they expanded their presence among the top 30, leaving others trailing far behind. In the distance, a row of leaders sat in the stands, among them a particularly conspicuous white-haired individual, who appeared somewhat relaxed compared to the other leaders, who sat upright. Most were middle-aged or elderly, making the lone young figure stand out awkwardly. Zhang Yaozu waved at Fang Shen. "Brother Shen, over here." Fang Shen hurried over, and Zhang Yaozu handed him a lavish hand-grab pancake and a cup of porridge. "Here you go." Just as Fang Shen took a sip of the porridge, a gasp arose from the crowd. Someone had shattered the record for first place. What the hell, it's Underpants' brother. Zhang Yaozu exclaimed, staring at the screen. All the new recruits began to chatter excitedly. To their astonishment, Underpants' brother not only sported flamboyant attire but also displayed astonishing combat prowess, achieving a first-place score of 17 minutes and 42 seconds. Moments later, Underpants' brother, battered and bruised, exited the examination area. Fang Shen noticed that nearly all who finished the exam were similar injuries, and a few ambulances and healers were on standby nearby. Zhang Yaozu, also sporting bruises, gazed at the big screen. Fang Shen glanced over and saw Zhang Yaozu ranked 29th. Just as he took another bite of food, an announcement rang out, "Students, please enter the examination area." Another large screen displayed several students' names, and Fang Shen's name was prominently among them. He quickly gulped down a mouthful of porridge and devoured 2 bites of pancake. Zhang Yaozu took the remaining pancake from Fang Shen. "Brother Shen, good luck, I'll warm this pancake up for you later." As Fang Shen approached the examination area, the large screen flickered once more, revealing updated rankings. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Unable to contain his curiosity, Fang Shen glanced over and saw a new name at the top. Ji Schwanzer, 12 minutes and 6 seconds. He had surpassed Underpants' brother by over 5 minutes. Yet the astonishment had not subsided when an even greater gasp erupted. The first place changed again. Li Bauer, 7 minutes and 1 second. The uproar was akin to a tidal wave sweeping through the crowd. What the hell? Is this some sort of monster house? 7 minutes and 1 second. I could barely last 7 minutes without being reduced to tears. She finished the trial in 7 minutes. Can we separate the 9th division scores from the rest of ours? It's just too demoralizing. It's like we're from 2 different worlds. 7 minutes and 1 second, this is a rarity in the history of Qiandun Academy. This surely secures her first place, 300 points in the bag. In the stands, an elderly man at the center interlocked his fingers and leaned back slightly. This Li Bauer is indeed extraordinary. 7 minutes and 1 second places her among the top 5 in the history of Qiandun Academy. Dean, this cohort of students is exceptionally talented. A middle-aged man beside him remarked excitedly. The elderly man gazed into the distance, where a charmingly naive girl emerged from the examination area, 2 machetes tucked under her arms. Is that Li Bauer? Indeed. The elderly man's face radiated pride. The youth are formidable. This lass appears to be about the same age as my granddaughter, yet her talent and combat power far exceed hers. A bespectacled elder nearby quickly interjected, "Dean, your granddaughter is no slouch either." The elderly man waved his hand dismissively, "No need for flattery. Let us be realistic, this girl is a clear-cut first. She is undoubtedly the top scorer in this year's Qiandun Academy entrance examination. Absolutely, 7 minutes and 1 second, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to surpass her." The others concurred. Zhuge Hang, with his fingers interlocked behind his head, leaned back in his chair, watching Fang Shen make his way to the examination area, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 41, I shall warm it up for him. Upon entering the examination hall, Fang Shen found himself under the gaze of a soaring owl, its eyes fixed intently upon him. New student Fang Shen at Site 9. Identity verification successful, the preliminary test commences. As the proclamation echoed through the air, the owl ascended higher, hovering like a vigilant proctor. Fang Shen's gaze shifted, and he soon realized the surroundings were transforming. The classroom morphed into an old, dilapidated neighborhood. Suddenly, a scar-faced figure emerged, surveying Fang Shen with a swaying head. Taken aback, Fang Shen was astonished by the lifelike quality of this puppet. Moreover, the environment of the examination hall was unexpectedly immersive, simulating real combat scenarios. The scar-faced assailant twisted his head and lunged at Fang Shen, brandishing a dagger, exuding peak-level combat prowess. However, in the presence of Fang Shen, such strength was hardly formidable. As the foe approached, Fang Shen eschewed elaborate maneuvers, delivering a straightforward yet powerful strike. The scar-faced puppet crumpled to the ground, motionless. The owl in midair tilted its head. The scar-faced figure rose once more, only to be joined by a long-haired youth. The duo, one specializing in strength and the other in fire attributes, coordinated their assault against Fang Shen. Without granting the puppets a moment's respite, Fangshan charged forward, twisting his waist to deliver a crushing blow that incapacitated the scar-faced puppet. He deftly evaded a fireball hurled by the fire-tuned puppet, countering with a flying knee strike that dispatched it with ease. In an instant, the two puppets reassembled, this time accompanied by a baseball-capped youth who initiated a mental attack. A nearly transparent hand reached towards Fangshan's head, rolling to the side. Fangshan, seasoned from countless battles, recalled the strategy of focusing his attacks on those who wielded mental abilities. With a swift sliding kick, he toppled the mental puppet, and an elbow strike shattered its neck. He then hurled the incapacitated puppet towards the fire-tuned adversary, sending it sprawling. Fangshan leapt forward, delivering an elbow strike that drove the scar-faced puppet's head into its chest, followed by a whip kick that neutralized the fire-tuned puppet's capacity for combat. Student Fangshan, first stage. Cleared. Time taken, 42 seconds. In a flash, the surroundings transformed again, revealing Fangshan standing at a dock. An ice spike erupted from the water's surface, with a forceful assault that shattered all defenses. Fangshan's overwhelming prowess left no room for retaliation. A powerful shoulder charge sent the ice puppet reeling. It was no exaggeration to label the strength attribute as a brute force talent, as once one's physical form reached a certain threshold, logic became irrelevant. Subsequently, a mental attack puppet and one embodying metal attributes emerged. For someone as battle-hardened as Fangshan, these adversaries were mere child's play, easily dispatched. Upon entering, he had anticipated a formidable challenge, yet found this to be significantly simpler than the decapitation missions he had previously faced. Student Fangshan. Second stage, cleared. Cumulative time for the first two stages, 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Upon entering the third stage, Fangshan encountered a Beastmaster's assault. Amused by this development, he swiftly summoned two wolves, one black and one white, to join him in the fray. Recognizing the simplicity of the test, he resolved to expedite the process, hoping to secure a notable ranking for bonus points. Outside the examination hall, Li Bao's score hung triumphantly above all others. 7 minutes and 1 second, this remarkable achievement ranked among the top 5 in the history of the Qiandun Academy. Many new students and even several instructors craned their necks to gaze in her direction. Li Bao, feeling bashful, retreated slightly behind Zhang Yaozu, scratching her head in discomfort at the attention, an incongruous sight with the two hefty sabers tucked under her arms. Shi Tailang approached, his face bruised and swollen, revealing only narrow slits for eyes. With one side of his lip puffed up, he managed to utter, "Bao is truly astonishing." 7 minutes and 1 second. The injured Bai Yulin and the dislocated armed Shen Yu soon followed. Bao is incredible. A clear first place, she finished 5 minutes ahead of second place. What about Shen Ji? Shi Tailang inquired. Just entered. Shi Tailang tightened the cap on his bottle. Bao claimed she couldn't compete with Shen Ji. If she achieved 7 minutes, how much must he have? 6 minutes, what do you think, Bao? Li Bao looked up, her expression adorably blank. I don't know, I haven't faced him. He can't possibly finish in under 5 minutes. Zhang Yaozu suggested. Shi Tailang licked his swollen lips. Under 5 minutes, Zhang Meiqiu, are you joking? In the entire history of Qiandun Academy, only 2 seniors have finished in under 5 minutes. The best historical record is 3 minutes and 39 seconds, and that was during an easier entrance test. Can't you think bigger, you fatso? Shi Tailang retorted. But you must be grounded in reality. You can't just dream and talk nonsense. You fatso only knows how to argue with me. How many minutes did our instructor Zhuger take to clear? Instructor Zhuger bypassed the training camp and joined Site 9 directly. However, with his talent, entering the top 3 would be effortless. Shi Tailang steered the conversation back. That said, Bao is genuinely impressive. Some students couldn't even last 7 minutes in the first stage, yet she breezed through in 7. Bai Yulin nodded. For those from other sides, not only did they fail to endure 7 minutes, but at least 1200 couldn't even last 3. After all, they were all students before coming here, lacking substantial combat experience. The puppets in the preliminary test were all peak-level combatants. It's quite normal for them to falter within 3 minutes. Zhang Yaozu linked arms with Li Bao, thus, it further affirms our Bao's brilliance. Has Shinji eaten half of his meal? Shi Tailang noticed the half-eaten food in Zhang Yezu's hand. Yes, he just took a couple of bites when the announcement for the exam came. I need to warm it up for him. As the group conversed, the previously boisterous atmosphere fell into an unexpected silence. Shi Tailang, glancing around with his swollen eyes, whispered, "What is happening? What is going on?" Everyone turned in unison towards the large screen displaying the results. A flicker caught their attention, and a name slowly appeared above Li Bao's. Chapter 42, record-breaking in the stands, the elderly dean wore a warm and benevolent smile, gazing from afar at Li Bao's direction. His eyes were filled with the contentment and joy of witnessing a junior surpassing their predecessors. In a moment, when we award the top 3, I shall personally present this little girl with her prize. Certainly, Dean Shu. Dean Shu clasped his hands over his abdomen. 7 minutes and 1 second. It has been many years since a new student has managed to break into the 10-minute mark. Dean, the difficulty of the entrance assessments has increased year by year, a middle-aged man nearby flattered. Dean Shu twirled his thumbs together. Doesn't this just further illustrate how remarkable this young lady is, who was responsible for her admission? Everyone turned their gaze to Zhu Gerheng. The dean, visibly pleased, patted Zhu Gerheng on the shoulder. "You always manage to surprise me." Zhu Gerheng flashed a toothy grin. "Old Shu, this is merely the beginning." The dean slightly tilted his head in inquiry. "What is the background of this young girl?" Zhu Gerheng chuckled. "There are only a handful of talented sword-wielders in the Dragon Kingdom. Her surname is Li. I dare say you cannot guess." The dean was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed in astonishment, "Is she the granddaughter of that esteemed individual?" "Indeed." The dean, exhilarated, began to flex his fingers, his face beaming with joy. "I knew it. A girl of such prowess could not possibly hail from an ordinary family." How many new students remain to finish their assessments? A nearby individual replied, "There are still over 90. The dean adjusted his attire. "Then it is a certainty that this young lady will claim the top spot this year. Come, let us prepare. I must personally award this young girl." As he spoke, the dean rose to his feet. However, as he stood, the previously boisterous students and faculty of Qiandun Academy fell silent. All eyes turned towards the large screen displaying the results. They witnessed the rankings flicker momentarily. Li Bao's first place slowly shifted to second. A name gradually appeared above hers. Student, Fangshan, 9th Division, time. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The entire assembly of over 1,000 students and faculty fell into a hushed stillness. The atmosphere was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard, as if a spell of paralysis had been cast upon them. Moments later, the academy erupted into a frenzy. "What? 3 minutes and 12 seconds? Am I seeing things? Is this real? Is this for real? Brother, you completed it in just over 3 minutes. Not only did you finish in 3 minutes and 12 seconds, but you did so without sustaining any injuries. I thought 7 minutes and 1 second was unbeatable. Who is this new contender? What do you mean by a monster room? Is this not the very definition of a monster room? This is unbearable. Over 1,200 new students from other divisions couldn't even finish in 3 minutes, and this one breezes through in 3 minutes and 12 seconds. The previous record at Qiandun Academy was 3 minutes and 39 seconds. This is a new record. The difference between first and second is just 3 seconds, while the gap between second and third is over 35 seconds. The difference between first and me is akin to that between man and dog. Stop joking. I heard there's an 8th level gatekeeper dog with B-class fire attributes in the 9th division. You might as well be that dog. This is unbearable. I strongly suggest removing the 9th division members from the list. It's too disheartening for the rest of us. Come on, don't be ridiculous. Even we from the 9th division are feeling the pressure from this result. Amidst the crowd, Qin Juanhao, battered and bruised, stood in stunned silence upon seeing Fangshan's name. Many new students from the 7th division, acquainted with him through Qin Juanhao, now regarded Fangshan's accomplishment with awe, further diminishing their respect for him. Jiang Xiaochar looked up at the leaderboard, and upon seeing Fangshan's name, adjusted her glasses and smiled sweetly. A classmate beside her inquired, "Xiaochar, what are you smiling about?" "Nothing." The dean, who had just been about to leave, lifted his head, his eyes wide in disbelief. Thinking he had misread, he rubbed his eyes, leaned forward, and stared at the results again. 3 minutes and 12 seconds. 3 minutes and 12 seconds, he stammered, pointing at the screen with trembling fingers. The other leaders of Cheondon Academy in the same row were equally astonished. A record-breaking achievement, Dean. The Dean, overwhelmed with excitement, sat back down, patted his racing heart, and wiped the sweat from his brow, his lips nearly stretching to the back of his head in a smile. His gaze shifted to the composed Juger Hang. Juger, did you foresee this? Close enough. Is this new student yet another one you brought in? Indeed. Juger Hang grinned, revealing his pearly whites. The Dean vigorously patted Juger Hang on the shoulder. You, my boy, shall receive first-class commendation. I must share this wonderful news with old Yi. While making the call, the Dean inquired, Juger, what is the background of this function? Juger Hang, with his hands in his pockets, slowly stood up, patted Dean Shu on the shoulder, and leaned in close to whisper, Old Shu, sometimes knowing too much too soon can be unwise. You will find out in due time. Dean Shu paused momentarily as the phone connected. A robust voice of an elderly man resonated from the other end. Hello. Dean Shu quickly responded, Old Yi, it's me, Shu Bushing. I have wonderful news to report. This year's top scorer in the entrance assessment at Cheondon Academy achieved a record time of 3 minutes and 12 seconds. What is the name? Fangshan. A hearty laugh erupted from the other end. Good, good. Har, I see. Is Juger nearby? Pass the phone to him. Dean Shu stood up. Juger, Old Yi wants to speak with you. Juger Hang, who had been about to leave, turned back upon hearing this. The usually arrogant white-haired youth became exceptionally polite and respectful upon receiving the call. Old Yi, how may I serve you? After a few exchanges, Juger Hang hung up the phone and handed it back to Dean Shu. Although Dean Shu wished to inquire further, Juger Hang waved his hand and vanished from sight. Dean, how shall we proceed with the awards? I will present the awards to the top 3. Shu Bushing replied, turning back, his mind racing with thoughts. Old Yi's tone suggested he was already aware of this newcomer, Fangshan, coupled with Juger Hang's earlier comments. Shu Bushing felt a stirring curiosity as he turned to contemplate the background of this remarkable youth. Fangshan emerged from the examination hall, rubbing his shoulders. New brother. Shitailang shouted at the top of his lungs, lifting Fangshan and spinning him around. New brother, you're amazing. Shitailang was nearly hoarse from shouting. Fangshan accepted the half-eaten food from Zhang Yaozu, who dazedly handed him the cake and porridge. It's still warm. New brother, you're incredible. 3 minutes and some seconds, you've broken the record. Do you realize that? Shitailang exclaimed excitedly. Zhang Yaozu interjected, you glutton, just a moment ago you claimed new brother couldn't he possibly finish in under 5 minutes. Shitailang retorted, I knew new brother was strong, but I never imagined he would be this strong. Fangshan quickly replied, it was just luck, really. It's not my strength, the assessment was simply too easy. Shitailang threw up his hands, listen to yourself, is that even a human thing to say? We can't compete against that, and it feels like we're not even allowed to exist. Just as Fangshan was about to respond, Juger Hang appeared beside him, resting a hand on his shoulder. In the next moment, Fangshan was astonished to find that the voices of Shitailang and the others became muffled, as though separated by an invisible barrier, and those individuals appeared oblivious to Juger Hang's presence. I forgot to mention something to you. Chapter 43. The awards ceremony. Fangshan looked at Juger Hang with a puzzled expression. Juger Hang placed a hand on Fangshan's shoulder. Do not go around proclaiming yourself as the grandson of the Atar Emperor. Even if others inquire, refrain from divulging that information. Although your grandfather's wrongful case has been rectified, many within the divine court were significantly wounded by him when he departed. Those individuals now hold prominent positions within the Heavenly Shield Bureau, and should they discover your lineage, you are bound to face societal repercussions. When I was investigating your background earlier, I made some alterations to your family's information. Unless one scrutinizes closely, they will not uncover anything. As of now, only Elder Yi, myself, and Xiaolu in the 9th Division are privy to your true identity. However, it is only a matter of time before your identity is exposed. Therefore, prior to that revelation, focus on enhancing your own strength. While Elder Yi and I can certainly assist in mitigating many troubles, we cannot be at your beck and call every moment. Furthermore, given your recent prominence, you are sure to attract attention. For the time being, keep a low profile and aim to secure a position within the top 10 during the midterm assessments. Fangshan quickly inquired, "Wait, don't go just yet. I have another question." "Speak, what is it?" "Could you let me see the detailed case file regarding my parents' car accident?" After a brief silence, Zhu Gerhang replied, "To be honest, the authorities have not uncovered any useful leads. The multitude of clues is a tangled mess, making it impossible to find a clear direction. Your parents' information is encrypted for two reasons. Firstly, the case is indeed peculiar and linked to other incidents from many years ago, and secondly, their prior research involved high-level secrets. Given your current low realm and position, you are not permitted to access it. Moreover, this case is under joint investigation from multiple parties, and the 9th Division does not possess absolute authority over it. Even I cannot fully intervene." Fangshan was taken aback. "You can't fully intervene?" Zhu Gerhang shrugged. "This underscores the complexity of the case, does it not? Your primary task now is to improve your strength. Once your power is sufficiently formidable, everyone will be at your command, and you can investigate whatever you wish. Since we are on this topic, I must also caution you that there may be others approaching you with inquiries regarding your parents. Speak only of what you know. If you are uncertain, regardless of how they attempt to coax information from you, simply state that you do not know, particularly when it comes to those from the church." Fangshan felt somewhat dazed. How is the church involved? Thus, it is indeed quite complex. Fangshan lowered his gaze, realizing the extent of the entanglement. Zhu Gerhang had mentioned that the case of his parents was connected to incidents from years past. Suddenly, the image of a striking young woman with ice-blue eyes filled his mind. The case involving Ellie, her parents, and her sister was also linked to his own. Previously, Ellie had mentioned having other leads. Now that both parties sought the same information, their objectives aligned. He needed to strengthen his connection with Ellie. "I'm leaving now," Zhu Gerhang announced before vanishing from the spot. The previously indistinct voices of Shatai Lang and his companions grew clearer, and the surrounding area filled with a cacophony of chatter. Zhang Yaozu waved a hand in front of Fangshan's face. "Hey, Shinji, what are you daydreaming about?" Fangshan snapped back to reality. "Nothing much, just contemplating a few other matters. They just announced that the top 3 of you are to receive your awards. Our Dean Shu will personally present them." Fangshan looked over to see the Dean of the Heavenly Shield Academy beaming at him, his gaze lingering on Fangshan and Li Bauer, clearly fond of the two new students. Li Bauer seemed a bit socially anxious, trailing closely behind Fangshan as they made their way to the stage. The third-place contestant, Ji Schwanzer, had already taken the stage. Ji Schwanzer was of average height, with thick brows and large eyes, and he smiled and nodded at Fangshan and Li Bauer as they approached. Fangshan returned the gesture with a polite smile. Dean Xu Bushang personally approached to present the awards, which included points, a trophy, a certificate, and a spatial ring. As he handed the trophy to Fangshan, he grasped Fangshan's hand and remarked, "How wonderful. Where are you from?" "Lan City." Xu Bushang nodded thoughtfully. "Lan City, indeed." His tone lingered slightly, as if pondering which powerful family or organization might have nurtured such a promising youth. He then patted Li Bauer on the head, saying, "Li Bauer, I know your grandfather. How is he doing recently?" Li Bauer looked up as she accepted the trophy, replying earnestly, "Oh, he is doing very well." "That's splendid to hear. I shall pay him a visit when I have the opportunity." Li Bauer, still looking up, earnestly stated, "Oh, my grandfather said that if anyone tells me they will visit him, I should tell them not to pretend and be insincere. They know in their hearts whether they will come or not." Xu Bushang's smile faltered slightly, but being of advanced age and possessing a thick skin, he managed to maintain a semblance of a smile. "Our Li Lao is still as spirited as ever. This month, I will indeed visit him." Li Bauer accepted the remaining awards and chimed in, "Oh, my grandfather also mentioned that if anyone specifies a particular time to visit him, I should tell them that he currently only sees me." Everyone else is deemed insincere and unworthy of his time. Xu Bushang's smile froze, but fortunately, his age allowed him to maintain his composure. What else did he say? Li Bao, with a soft, timid, yet somewhat earnest tone, responded, "My grandfather said that if the person asking is named Xu Bushang, I should inform him that if he dares to make things difficult for my granddaughter, he will find his life in jeopardy." Cough, cough. Xu Bushang's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, forcing out another smile. Li Lao is truly as mischievous as ever. Fangshan stifled a laugh, stealing a glance at Li Bao. This adorable, fair-skinned teammate was surprisingly sharp-witted, managing to make the high-ranking dean smile more out of discomfort than joy with just a few words. However, Fangshan found himself genuinely intrigued by Li Bao's grandfather, sensing that the old man must be quite an interesting character. He surely possessed formidable strength. That remark about his knife spanning half a kingdom and piercing the brow was not mere bravado. Observing Dean Shu's expression, it became evident that Li Bao's grandfather was indeed capable of such feats. What kind of strength would one need to achieve such a reputation, especially considering Xu Bushang's esteemed position as the Dean of the Heavenly Shield Academy? Fangshan watched Li Bao's profile as she offered him some chips, inviting him to share. He smiled in appreciation. Who would have thought that this exceptionally talented yet adorable teammate was also a genuine martial arts third-generation heir? Xu Bushang approached Ji Xuanzi. Ji Xuanzi bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Dean. My name is Ji Xuanzi." Xu Bushang paused, scrutinizing Ji Xuanzi. "Are you from the Ji family?" Chapter 44, Encrypted Information. Ji Xuanzi possessed thick eyebrows and large, expressive eyes. The slight upward curve at the ends of his brows lent his visage a somewhat fierce appearance. Xu Bushang clapped Ji Xuanzi on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Excellent, it is truly gratifying to witness the remarkable capabilities of your generation." Ji Xuanzi inclined his head in acknowledgement, replying, "Thank you, Dean. How is your esteemed father faring these days?" Xu Bushang instinctively inquired. Upon uttering this question, he glanced at Li Bao, who was engrossed in her potato chips, the sound of crunching filling the air. After all, Li Bao's previous remarks had quite the impact. A man of his stature had not been challenged in such a manner for a long time. Ji Xuanzi replied in a manner that was quite pleasant to hear, "Dean, my father has been in good health lately. Before the start of the term, he asked me to extend his regards to you." Xu Bushang patted Ji Xuanzi's shoulder once more, saying, "That is wonderful." The group then posed for a photograph together. Following this, all the new students lined up according to their respective units. Xu Bushang delivered the opening speech. During the address, Xiao Lu approached the new students of the 9th Division and gently advised them not to disclose their examination results to outsiders. Furthermore, all that transpired at the Qiandun Academy, including its facilities, the information of the instructors, and the details of their teammates, was to remain confidential. Any breach of this protocol would result in expulsion from Qiandun Academy as the mildest consequence, with severe cases facing potential imprisonment. As she conveyed this information, it became apparent that Sister Xiaolu was the counselor for the new students of the 9th Division. According to Shitai Lang, she appeared pure and sweet, possessing a temperament that was exceptionally amiable, resembling that of a neighborhood sister. However, her background was anything but ordinary. Her grandfather was one of the founders of the Qiandun Bureau. By the time the gathering concluded, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. As Fangshan and his companion strolled towards the dormitory, Bai Yulin suddenly halted, bowing his head, his body twitching slightly. A somewhat youthful voice escaped his lips, "Brother, let me out to play for a while." Yet, a steady voice reprimanded, "No. Can't you see our sister wants to chat with Fangshan?" "Bai Yulin, what nonsense are you spouting? I wish to converse with all my teammates, not merely with Fangshan." A distinctly feminine voice interjected, causing Bai Yulin's face to redden slightly as he cast a sulky glance at Fangshan. Fangshan felt a tightening in his chest, his heart racing at the embarrassment of the situation. Then, a rather gruff voice resounded, "What is there to talk about, you worthless bunch? With such pathetic results, how can you still have the audacity to play? Let me out, I want to challenge Fangshan to a duel." Shitai Lang leaned closer to Fangshan, assuring him, "Don't be scared, bro, this guy possesses a rather unique and even miraculous talent." When his sister's personality takes over, his body transforms into that of a girl. Fang Shen's eyes widened in astonishment. No wonder when he first met Bai Yulin at noon, the feminine tone in his voice was so natural, devoid of any pretense. The ability to switch between male and female forms was something Fang Shen had never encountered before. After a violent twitch, Bai Yulin shook his head vigorously, his unfocused gaze sharpening as he extended his hand towards Fang Shen, saying, "Hello, Brother Shen, I am Bai Yulin." Fang Shen took Bai Yulin's hand, noticing that his features had subtly altered. He had transitioned from a delicate and beautiful countenance, even bearing a hint of a domineering allure, to a more androgynous appearance. Shi Tailang proposed that once they returned to the dormitory, they should all take a shower and gather for a hot pot dinner, as their lunchtime meal had been rushed and unsatisfactory, especially with Fang Shen's absence. The individuals present were likely to form a small team after graduation, and the days ahead would be long, so it was prudent to foster good relationships from the outset. The selection of team members had evidently considered the compatibility of each individual's talents. Each team encompassed roles for command, offense, defense, control, and support. In Fang Shen's current team, it appeared that he was responsible for overall command and initiating attacks, while the melee specialist, the somewhat oblivious Li Bauer, handled close combat. The primary psychic talent, Bai Yulin with his multiple personalities, was designated for ranged attacks, the earth-type giant Shen Yu took on defense, and the healing talent, the chubby Zhang Yaozu, served as the support. It seemed that Zhu Gerheng had already formulated a strategy when selecting these new students. Upon returning to the dormitory, as Fang Shen prepared to take a shower, he received a message from Chu Xinyao. "Little Fang, you're amazing. I am now your little fan." Fang Shen was somewhat puzzled, replying, "What are you talking about?" "HMPH, you topped the entrance exam, I knew you were the best." "How did you find out?" Fang Shen inquired, still baffled, as Sister Xiaolu had expressly stated that all occurrences within the academy were to remain confidential. How could Chu Xinyao, who was not at Jiandun Academy, have learned of this? Chu Xinyao sent a voice message, her tone sweet as she said, "Little Fang, call me sister, and I'll tell you." Fang Shen pondered for a moment, now quite certain that Chu Xinyao had connections to the church. As far as he knew, the church wielded significant power, even rivaling that of the 9th Division. However, it was improbable for a newly admitted ordinary student like Chu Xinyao to access Fang Shen's results. There was only one possibility. "Did you hear it from your father?" There was a prolonged silence from Chu Xinyao. "Little Fang, how did you know?" "I guessed. HMPH, I'm angry." As she spoke, Chu Xinyao sent a series of symbols and numbers, seemingly frustrated and typing erratically. Fang Shen scrutinized the lengthy string of characters. In the past, Chu Xinyao had often engaged him in encrypted games, parsing notes in class that comprised numbers and symbols. These corresponded to strokes of Chinese characters that they had devised together. Fang Shen was already well versed in their reconstituted strokes. Upon glancing at the sequence of numbers and symbols sent by Chu Xinyao, he immediately grasped its meaning. "The church is looking for you. Be cautious, my messages are being monitored. Do not inquire further." Upon reading this message, Fang Shen's heart surged with tumultuous waves. Earlier that afternoon, after the practice exam concluded, Zhu Gerheng had specifically mentioned this matter to him, also alluding to the involvement of various forces in his parents' case, including the church, which would likely seek to question Fang Shen about certain issues. Now, with Chu Xinyao specifically messaging him about this, it was clear that this information was not widely known within the church. Undoubtedly, Chu Xinyao had obtained this intelligence from her father. Although it was uncertain what position her father held within the church, it was clear that it was significant enough to access such information. This confirmed the accuracy of the message. Zhu Gerheng had previously explained why the church sought Fang Shen, and now it was all falling into place. Chapter 45. Impersonation. Zhu Gerheng once remarked that Fang Shen's parents had discovered a substance capable of altering genes at minimal cost. Thus, the tragic car accident that claimed their lives was steeped in conspiracy. It is certain that behind what Fang Shen knows, a sinister hand lurks in the shadows. Fang Shen's thoughts return to the news regarding Chu Xinyao. It is highly likely that the information about Chu Xinyao was gleaned from her father. This prompted Fang Shen to exercise greater caution. It appears that the intentions of the newcomer are far from benign. He sent a message to Chu Shinyao, saying, "Next time we meet, I shall treat you to a grand feast. I'll hold you to that. Oh, by the way, you topped the preliminary test. My father praised your excellence. Furthermore, we had an agreement. After your midterm exams, my father wishes to invite you to our home as a token of gratitude for saving me earlier." Absolutely no problem. I'm heading to take a shower now. Great, the weather's getting chilly. Be sure to dress warmly and remember to eat on time. Don't forget to chat with me during your free time. After replying, Fangshan proceeded to take a shower. By 6 in the evening, Shi Tailang had already begun preparations for a hot pot feast in his dormitory. With an array of ingredients laid out, this fellow had somehow procured a massive iron gourd filled to the brim with liquor. Bai Yulin and Shen Yu were sipping beer, while Zhang Yaozu and Li Bao opted for juice. Shi Tailang took a hearty swig from the iron gourd, and upon seeing the astonished expressions of the others, Zhang Yaozu clarified, "Don't be surprised, everyone. This hefty fellow has an exceptional capacity for alcohol. It's a family tradition. Moreover, before he drinks, he possesses S-grade martial arts talent, and after drinking, it elevates to SS grade." Seeing everyone's astonishment, Shi Tailang declared, "Out there, I can be a big brother, but in front of you all, I am but a younger brother, especially before Shinji and Barajie, where I am the very epitome of a younger sibling." Bai Yulin inquired curiously, "Shinji, you are so formidable. Your parents or elder relatives must be equally impressive, right?" Zhang Yaozu discreetly nudged Bai Yulin under the table and shot him a warning glance to refrain from speaking out of turn. Fangshan perceived this clearly but maintained a smile, replying, "My parents have passed. I am an orphan." "Apologies, Shinji." Bai Yulin quickly responded. Fangshan waved it off nonchalantly, "What does it matter? Otherwise, how do you think I became so strong? As the old adage goes, how can one become the protagonist if one is not an orphan?" With Fangshan's words, the group shared a light-hearted laugh. "Let us eat. Let us eat." Shi Tailang urged. The meal was filled with joy and camaraderie, allowing everyone to gain a preliminary understanding of one another. After dining, Xiaolu sent a message in the group, announcing that the class schedules had been arranged. Everyone was reminded to review their respective schedules, as the awakened talents varied, leading to different mentors, and consequently, different courses. Among each individual's talents, the strongest was referred to as the primary talent, with training here inclined towards that primary talent. Besides talent-specific courses, there were also classes on combat tactics, as well as various subjects related to geography and cultural nuances, including secretive languages for interacting with different factions. Fangshan glanced at his schedule. His strength-based talents mentor was named Hua Cheng. Each mentor's profile could be accessed by clicking on their avatar, revealing evaluations from previous students. A quick perusal of Hua Cheng's reviews indicated he was a level 10 strength expert, possessing a formidable physique akin to a Varger from Buddhist law. His colleagues referred to him as Hua Jingang, due to being the 6th child in his family, and he was also known in both the legitimate and underworld circles as Hua Liuye. Not only did he serve as a mentor here, but he also held the position of group leader for the 6th group of the 9th division. Students affectionately addressed him as Hua Liu Ji, known for his notoriously fiery temper, yet equally famous for his fierce protectiveness. His students and subordinates were his alone to confront, and anyone who dared to harm them would find themselves facing his wrath first. As Fangshan perused further, he noted that several of his secondary talents had also been assigned courses. The perception talent courses were slightly less demanding than the strength courses. The mentor for the perception talent was a stunning beauty named Cheng Bingqing, with reviews from past students unanimously labeling her as a goddess. The section for light-based talents was vacant, as new students with primary light talents had been forcibly monopolized by the church. Any strong individual in the light talent category was affiliated with the church. The mentor for the mental talent was depicted as an elderly lady wearing framed glasses, engrossed in knitting. Even through the photograph, Fangshan could sense an unsettling scrutiny from her gaze. The elderly lady, named Sun Bijuan, was a level 12 mental power expert. Though not originally from the 9th division, she was invited due to her late husband's affiliation. The reviews were overwhelmingly anonymous, filled with phrases like merciless, inhumane, and a living nightmare. Fangshan scrolled through the myriad comments. Some individuals had lodged dozens of complaints, aggregating to tens of thousands of remarks, with fewer than 100 praising her. Compliments seemed to draw fierce backlash from other anonymous users. Initially, Fang Shen had presumed that the comments left by previous students were favorable, but it appeared that was not the case. Bai Yulin raised his phone, exclaiming, "The sky has fallen, brothers. Has anyone signed up for the class of the merciless lady?" Shu Tailang, having just taken a sip of his drink, choked and burst into laughter, reveling in the misfortune. "Old Bai, you're doomed, har 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 har. I have too." Fang Shen chimed in. "You both are in for it, har 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 har." Shu Tailang teased, "Shen Ji, that old lady doesn't care about your talents or your ranking in the preliminary exam. She treats everyone equally poorly. Old Bai, Shen Ji, I shall often remember you too, lighting incense and burning paper for you." Bai Yulin clung to Fang Shen, saying, "Shen Ji, we are now brothers in adversity." Fang Shen patted Bai Yulin's back. "Little Bai, you might have misunderstood. The mental talent is merely my secondary talent. Skipping this class isn't a significant issue for me. As long as I maintain perfect attendance in the primary talent classes, I'll be fine." Bai Yulin grinned with an innocent smile. "Shen Ji, while you may skip other classes without issue, the Merciless Lady's class is a different story. You must arrive 5 minutes early. If you're late, you won't have a pleasant experience." "Is that true?" Bai Yulin asked, disheartened. "My uncle was once her student, and he had the same mindset as you. Now in his 40s, having graduated over 20 years ago, he still feels anxious at the mere sight of that knitting lady." Fang Shen gazed at the photograph of the elderly lady, harboring a modicum of disbelief, resolving to witness for himself whether the tales of her severity held any truth. As he continued to scroll through the schedule, he noticed the identity of the mentor for the Beast Mastery talent was simply represented by a large question mark. Upon clicking the question mark avatar, many comments had just been posted. "Is there anyone who knows? I've heard this mysterious mentor is the master of the Beast Palace. Is that true? Can someone with 18 centimeters confirm? Don't believe everything you hear. Would someone of the Beast Palace master's stature come here to teach? Don't be foolish. I have reliable information that this mysterious mentor is indeed the master of the Beast Palace. A student from the 9th division with an exceptional Beast Mastery talent caught the attention of the old Palace Master, who is now here to teach to establish connections. Wow, another 9th division elite. Who is this giant? That remains a mystery. Regardless, anyone able to enroll in the Master of the Beast Palace's course is surely fortunate. The school is using this opportunity for us to benefit from the Master's teachings without charge. Kudos to the 9th Division elite. Which student from the 9th Division ranked highly in the preliminary tests and has Beast Mastery as their primary talent? Seems like it's Brother Kucher. Now that you mention it, someone asked Brother Kucher, and he smiled without confirming or denying. But his expression certainly suggested it. No way Brother Kucher has such an identity. Thinking back, it's not surprising that he is the Red Pant warrior. But if Brother Kucher is so formidable on the battlefield, why didn't he secure a spot in the top 3 this time? You wouldn't understand. As the saying goes, a bird that sticks its head out gets shot, and their wood that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Brother Kucher is playing the long game, laying low for now, and will later astonish everyone with a grand reveal. Besides, Beast Mastery talents tend to shine later on, while the one in first place, Fang Shen, has a strength talent, which is inherently advantageous in the early stages. That's the primary reason for his top ranking. Wow. I just asked Brother Kucher, and it turns out he indeed has connections with the Beast Palace. He let it slip during dinner that his current fierce beast was gifted by the Beast Palace. Thank you, Brother Kucher, for allowing us to benefit from the terrifying existence that is the master of the Beast Palace. Brother Kucher is incredible. Fang Shen read through the post and couldn't help but shake his head. This counterfeit Brother Kucher truly relished the art of impersonation. Chapter 46, The 5 Abnormals. Upon returning to the dormitory after dinner, it was already past 9, approaching 10 o'clock. Sister Lu sent a message inquiring if Fang Shen would like to be the representative for the freshmen and speak at the assembly in the morning. Fangshan promptly declined. As Zhuge Han had pointed out, Fangshan's top spot on the preliminary assessment had drawn the attention of many. It seemed more prudent to remain inconspicuous for the time being. Fangshan lay on his bed in the dormitory and casually took out the phone sent by his grandfather to check. It had been several days since he last heard from his grandfather, and he had no idea of his current whereabouts. As for the midterm test mentioned by his grandfather regarding the 9th demon ruins, that was still a considerable time away. Fangshan reopened the video to review it, contemplating the matter of the King of Slaughter reflected in the mirror later that evening. He stood up and inspected the dormitory, finding nothing of concern. However, for the sake of caution, he decided to be a bit more careful. He was currently in the spotlight and had drawn the attention of the church. If the King of Slaughter were to manifest in the mirror and cause a commotion, he would be in grave danger of being apprehended and dissected, which would be an unfavorable outcome. His Jillian device vibrated. Fangshan picked it up to see a message from Zhuge Han. The virtual screen displayed, "You have a package delivered, would you like to accept it?" Fangshan clicked yes. He then saw a small sculpture, less than 10 centimeters in height. Fangshan held the screen to his palm, and the small sculpture gradually materialized in his hand, resembling the one given to him by Chu Xinyao. There are 2 light-based skills within this, both of which are 9th-tier techniques. However, they will suffice for your current needs. You may find a way to adapt them. The core light-based skills are tightly controlled by the church, making them difficult to acquire. I will try to find you a couple more techniques from the church when the opportunity arises. Thanks. You're welcome. Fangshan held the small sculpture up against the moonlit sky, focusing on it intently. After a few seconds, a scene began to emerge in his mind. A blurred figure completed a swift movement under the moonlight. Divine technique, flash of light. Utilizing his light affinity, he could achieve a short-range teleportation. Due to the nature of the technique, the initial range was limited to 10 meters, with an upper limit of 5 kilometers. Compared to Zhuge Han's ability to traverse multiple districts in the blink of an eye, it was hardly comparable. Nonetheless, having it was better than not. However, as Fangshan continued to visualize, he suddenly noticed that the originally moonlit figure transformed into one almost indistinguishable from darkness, and with a swift motion, he teleported an even greater distance than before. Fangshan realized that his slaughter affinity seemed capable of enhancing this skill. Initially limited to 10 meters, he could now teleport 30 meters, and the upper limit had expanded from 5 kilometers to 15 kilometers, a 3-fold increase. He recognized that he had much to learn about his slaughter affinity. Besides the flash of light skill, there was another technique. Divine technique, Light's instant slash, depicted a figure raising both hands high, as moonlight gradually formed a cross-shaped sword in his grasp. Following this, a phantom of the moon god materialized behind him, raising its own sword in tandem. With a powerful slash, within a 10-meter radius, the blade struck with lightspeed precision, ensuring a 100 hit rate, harnessing the moon god's strength to unleash the user's peak power. As Fangshan visualized further, the moon god's figure began to alter, resembling the changes he had previously envisioned. The silver armor worn by the moon god transformed into a pitch-black suit, interspersed with flickers of blood red. Under the enhancement of his slaughter affinity, the originally restricted 10-meter range for the light's instant slash expanded to 30 meters. Fangshan exhaled slowly, astonished by the 3-fold potency his slaughter affinity could yield. His eyes shimmered with excitement. However, he realized that if someone with a light affinity were to witness him employing this skill, they would undoubtedly recognize it as not being purely light-based. Therefore, he needed to be cautious. Once activated, he must ensure that none who witnessed it survived, and to prevent the extraction of memories by those with perception abilities, he would need to obliterate their memories. As he prepared for sleep that night, Fangshan sensed commotion in the adjacent dormitory. Upon checking, he found Bai Yulin embroiled in a heated argument with himself, using various voices, expressions, and tones. Shatai Lang was nursing a wine gourd, drinking while petting it, resembling a carefree pig, muttering lines that were unfit for broadcasting. Li Bauer had 2 machetes propped up on her bed, her head resting on one while her heels rested on the other as she slept soundly. Zhang Yaozu was sleepwalking, cradling a pillow as if soothing a child, swaying as he walked. Shen Yu, the tallest among them at 2 meters 6, surprisingly wasn't he in bed but curled up on the floor, resembling a child in a human-shaped sandbag's embrace, mumbling about needing milk. Fangshan sat up, Bemused. A mere team of 6 comprised of such eccentric individuals. 5 of them were utterly abnormal. Was this not a psychiatric ward? He withdrew his perception, confining it to his own room. The following morning, a notification in the group chat announced an assembly. First, the freshman representative would speak, followed by a speech from the mentor representative. Upon arriving at the venue, Fang Shen noticed many pointing towards the front. Following their gaze, he beheld the imposter Underpants' brother, Zhang Qiang, seated at the forefront, clad in a brownish-yellow suit adorned with shiny armor pieces that glimmered in the light, paired with bright red trousers and golden shoes, his hair styled to a dazzling sheen, as if licked by a cow. His flamboyant attire made him the most striking figure of the day. After the host's opening remarks, they announced, "Next, we invite the representative of this year's mentors to the stage." A robust figure strode onto the stage, saluting the leaders and the audience below. He then proclaimed, "Good day to all students, I am Chen Yuanjue, the team leader of the 1st Special Operations Division of the Sky Shield Bureau, and one of this year's mental system mentors. It is an honor to stand here to welcome the arrival of new students. The Sky Shield Bureau was established in the early years of this century with the aim of safeguarding our nation's peace and eradicating the various societal threats posed by organizations led by the Eternal Night Army. We bear the heavy responsibility of ensuring the safety of ordinary citizens' lives and property." After an extensive speech, Chen Yuanjue continued, "I have observed that many new students seem to place great importance on their preliminary assessment results. However, this is merely a reference. Many of you may not have experienced combat prior to coming here, resulting in less than ideal scores. Yet, following the specialized training ahead, many of your results will see a qualitative improvement. Therefore, a poor current score does not reflect your ultimate potential. Of course, those with good preliminary scores should not grow complacent, as they may very well be surpassed by other diligent students in the future." Fang Shen distinctly felt the gaze of numerous individuals directed towards him. Once Chen Yuanjue concluded his speech, the host returned to the stage, stating, "We thank Teacher Chen for his insights. Next, we invite this year's outstanding freshman representative, Zhang Qiang, to the stage." As Zhang Qiang rose, he stomped his golden shoes, flicked his dazzling hair, and strode confidently towards the stage. Many students cheered. "Underpants' brother is amazing. Truly deserving of the title." The fact that Underpants' brother is the outstanding freshman representative says it all. Yesterday, when discussing the Beastmaster mentor, some argued that the Master of Beasts wasn't he aiming for Underpants' brother, yet now it seems he has indirectly acknowledged it, proving those doubters wrong. Zhang Qiang cleared his throat. "Greetings to all leaders and fellow students, I am Zhang Qiang. It is a privilege to speak on behalf of my peers as this year's outstanding freshman representative. I echo something that Teacher Chen mentioned. The results of the preliminary assessment do not determine our future achievements. Some students with good current results may not necessarily maintain that in the future. Even if they break school records, there remains the possibility of others surpassing them." Chapter 47, Never Say It Was Me. The words of the counterfeit brother Underpants immediately incited a stir among the crowd. Many instinctively cast their gazes towards Fang Shen. Zhang Qiang's remark was unmistakably directed at Fang Shen. Clearly, Fang Shen had not anticipated that brother Underpants would target him in front of so many new recruits. Zhang Qiang deliberately paused as he spoke, his eyes fixed on Fang Shen. Even the leaders and mentors seated in the front row glanced in Fang Shen's direction. The new recruits buzzed with discussion, swiftly dividing into 2 factions. One faction believed that surpassing Fang Shen was akin to dreaming grandly, with those voicing such sentiments appearing as though they had just awoken from slumber. Fang Shen had shattered the Academy's records, becoming the first in the history of Qiandun Academy to achieve such a feat in the entrance assessment, a triumph not merely born of luck but a testament to his formidable abilities. Zhang Qiang seemed to be lost in a dream, speaking nonsensically, yet others contended that Zhang Qiang's assertions held merit. Moreover, mentor Chen Yuanjue had previously articulated similar sentiments. "What are you all talking about?" Mentor Chen Yuanjue just echoed the same thoughts. "If you disagree, why not argue with him? Some people are truly infuriating." Exactly, the entrance assessment is not the same as future evaluations. Some talents inevitably falter later on. The one who ranked first in this round of assessments possesses a strength-based talent, which anyone knowledgeable would understand. Furthermore, many who performed well in past entrance assessments were eventually surpassed upon graduation. This is hardly a rarity. Why act so boastfully? I, for one, stand with Brother Underpants. Brother Underpants is personally taught by a figure of great stature, the Lord of the Beast Palace. Do you really think your voices matter? Many of you have benefited from Brother Underpants' influence, have some dignity. It's merely a better performance in the entrance assessment. It's not insurmountable. The two factions of new recruits continued to bicker incessantly. Shatai Lang, seated next to Fang Xin, glanced back and remarked, "Do these people truly lack understanding, or are they merely pretending? Do they really think they can surpass Xin Ji? Are they still half asleep?" Even Xin Ji's least impressive talent secured him a place in the 9th division. Do they think they are worthy of barking? Fang Xin, however, was not at all bothered by the skepticism. In fact, he found it advantageous for his own development. While appearing to let others surpass him, he could secretly cultivate his strength and eventually overshadow them all with his prowess. Zhang Qiang wore a smile as he surveyed the squabbling new recruits below, seemingly satisfied with the situation, as if this was precisely the outcome he desired. Casting a glance at Fang Xin, Zhang Qiang exuded a provocative air, as if to claim that he was originally the most prominent among the new recruits, only to have his spotlight usurped by Fang Xin. Fang Xin calmly regarded Zhang Qiang and returned a smile. Shatai Lang muttered in discontent, "What qualifications does someone like Zhang Qiang have to represent the outstanding new students? Why not let Xin Ji take that role?" Fang Xin chuckled, "Because I declined." The companions nearby were momentarily taken aback, then erupted into laughter, realizing that Zhang Qiang's supposed prowess was merely a result of seizing what Fang Xin had rejected. It wasn't long before the host called for silence, allowing Zhang Qiang to continue his speech. As he descended the stage, he adjusted his hairstyle, strutting as if he were a rooster that had just triumphed over a hen. By the time the assembly concluded, the debate sparked by Zhang Qiang's remarks persisted unabated. Some students, whose entrance assessment scores were subpar, fervently supported Zhang Qiang's statements, while others scoffed at them. The dispute escalated, culminating in physical altercations that only ceased when the mentors intervened. The fierce arguments spilled over onto the Qiandun Academy forum, where some individuals made bold proclamations. "We'll see at the midterm assessments whether those with good scores can truly be surpassed. Let us see how long you can remain arrogant. After the assessments, it will be time to shatter your delusions." With all due respect, the individual who ranked first in the entrance assessment will not maintain that position in the midterms. Level 3 combat strength is a critical threshold. After surpassing it, talents like spirit-based and witchcraft talents can easily rival strength-based ones. Let us wait and see. Fang Xin regarded these provocative posts with disdain. That afternoon, textbooks were distributed. The following morning featured a class on strength-based talents, followed by a class on beast taming in the afternoon. Fang Xin's phone vibrated. Someone had added him as a friend. Upon opening the request, he discovered it was from a user named Baron Qianlong. Curiosity led him to check the person's profile, which bore the signature, "Pure Love Old Boy." Just yesterday, the individual had shared daily photos, revealing that he was none other than Shang Qianqiu, the Lord of the Beast Palace. Fang Xin rolled his eyes dramatically, thinking to himself, "You claim to be pure love. If I hadn't witnessed you with two beautiful women, I might have actually believed you. Fang Xin, I will be teaching you tomorrow." "All right, thank you, Lord Shang, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to guide me." Shang Qianqiu replied with a clasped fist emoji, "I have a question for you. Is there a mentor by the name of Cheng Bingqing in your cohort?" "Yes." "Fang Xin, could you assist me with a favor? Once accomplished, I will reward you with a 4th level combat spirit beast." Fang Xin, now cautious, inquired, "What kind of favor?" Shang Qianqiu, with a broad grin, asked, "Could you provide me with Cheng Bingqing's contact information?" Fang Xin chuckled, realizing that the Baron Qianlong and Pure Love Old Boy monikers were not aimed at him but rather at his mentor, Cheng. "Isn't the contact information readily available in the mentor profiles?" "That's only accessible through your internal system. I cannot view it. Remember, I helped you awaken your talent, right? Zhugerhang is a good friend of mine, and you are his prized student, so by extension, we are also half friends. Help a friend out." Fanshan pondered for a moment, then agreed, sure. Turning to his device, he sent Cheng Juanhao's contact details to Lord Shang. Cheng Juanhao's profile picture was a charming cartoon image, which should suffice to disguise his identity. Lord Shang responded joyfully with a voice message, "Har har, thank you, my brother. Tomorrow afternoon during class, I will bring the spirit beast to you. Is there any way you could send it to me now?" Fanshan inquired, knowing that the following day would be too late. Lord Shang replied, "Unfortunately, I can't. The transmission on your end can only utilize internal channels, and I cannot send it over. Rest assured, you have done me a significant favor, and I will surely repay you. But I must go now. Your old brother is off in pursuit of love. Just don't mention that I gave you the contact information." Fanshan cautioned. "Don't worry, my friend, I would never betray you for such a huge favor." As night fell, Qin Juanhao racked his brain on how to mend relations with the students of the 7th Division, his gaze gradually settling on Zhang Qiang. Zhang Qiang's remarks during the new student assembly had generated considerable animosity towards Fanshan, and with Zhang Qiang possessing many followers, aligning himself with Zhang could help restore his reputation. While contemplating how to connect with Zhang Qiang, his phone vibrated again. Someone had added him as a friend, the note reading Lord of the Beast Palace. Qin Juanhao sat up abruptly. Chapter 48. This kid has been duped. Qin Juanhao meticulously scrutinized the other party's account multiple times. Upon accessing their profile, it became apparent from their shared daily activities that they were indeed the master of the Beast Palace. Qin Juanhao further researched the master of the Beast Palace online. Through scant descriptions and photographs, it was unmistakably the same person he was about to add as a friend, yet, a perplexing thought nagged at him. Although his family possessed a modicum of wealth, there were always greater mountains beyond the hills, and he felt insignificant in the eyes of the Beast Palace master. How could such an illustrious figure possibly wish to befriend him? Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. Rumors circulated within the academy that Brother Kucher had a connection with the master of the Beast Palace. The fact that the master was teaching there must have been in pursuit of Brother Kucher. Seizing this opportunity, he could inquire about it with Brother Kucher and, perhaps, strengthen their rapport. Without delay, Qin Juanhao sought to obtain Brother Kucher's contact information. After adding him as a friend, the moment Brother Kucher accepted, Qin Juanhao initiated a conversation. "Brother Qiang, I am Qin Juanhao, your admirer." Brother Kucher responded coolly, "Millimeter." "Brother Kucher, I have a matter I wish to consult you about. Earlier, someone attempted to add me as a friend, but I am unfamiliar with such a prominent figure. I would like to ask for your verification as to whether this is genuine or a case of impersonation." As he spoke, he sent a screenshot for Brother Kucher to review. A few seconds later, Brother Kucher's demeanor softened somewhat. "This is Uncle Shang's contact information. Who are you?" "I'm Qin Juanhao, a new student from the 7th Division, your admirer." "Who is your father?" Qin Juanhao hesitated momentarily but quickly replied, "My father is Qin Zongxing." "Very well, does Uncle Shang have any business with you?" "I presumed it was a scam and hesitated to accept, which is why I sought your counsel." With his phone in hand, Qin Juanhao felt a surge of excitement. The illustrious Master Shang had actually reached out to him. With trembling fingers, he accepted the friend request. "Hello." The moment the message was sent, the response came swiftly, "Forget the formalities, just call me Brother Shang to foster a sense of intimacy." Qin Juanhao was momentarily taken aback. "I dare not. You are the master of the Beast Palace. Referring to you as Brother Shang would be too presumptuous. I shall continue to address you as Master Shang. There is no need for such formality. Others may call me Master Shang, but you are the exception. Feel free to call me Brother Shang. If you desire an even more familiar address, you may call me Chen Qiu as well." Qin Juanhao's eyes widened in disbelief. This was simply too surreal. To address such a distinguished figure as Brother Shang seemed an audacious breach of decorum, and to call him Chen Qiu would be utterly outrageous. "I cannot, you flatter me too much. Your profile picture is charming, just like you, playful, adorable, and lively." Master Shang continued. Qin Juanhao's eyes widened even more. This compliment felt utterly peculiar. "Did you perhaps add the wrong person?" "Not at all, it is indeed you. To be candid, ever since I laid eyes on you, you have been on my mind, and I have dreamt of you on numerous occasions. The fragrance you exude remains etched in my memory, difficult to forget. Qin Juanhao felt a tightening in his chest. This conversation was taking a rather ominous turn. He possessed no such alluring fragrance. After a moment of contemplation, he wondered if Master Zhang had genuinely made an error. Master Zhang, do you know who I am? Of course, you are teacher Xiao Cheng. Your character is as pristine as your appearance. Qin Juanhao stiffened. Master Zhang, I am not the person you seek. Little rascal, trying to deceive me. Master Zhang, I truly am not the person you are looking for. You must be searching for teacher Cheng Bingqing, am I correct? There was a prolonged silence from the other end. Who are you? What is your name? I am Qin Juanhao, a new student from the 7th Division, he stated candidly. However, as soon as he uttered these words, he regretted them. He had just stumbled upon a significant secret, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead from the tension. You must not speak of today's events to anyone. Do you understand? Master Chen Qiu instructed sternly. I assure you, I have seen nothing. As he spoke, Qin Juanhao deleted the chat history and took a screenshot to show Master Chen Qiu. He swallowed hard, feeling as though he were guarding a monumental secret. At that moment, Brother Kucher inquired, what did Uncle Zhang add you for? He added the wrong person. Qin Juanhao typed a few words but then deleted them, realizing that while out in the world, one's identity was largely self-assigned. It was prudent to remain somewhat ambiguous. After careful consideration, Qin Juanhao responded to Zhang Qiang, he shared a few things with me. What kind of things? Brother Qiang, the specifics are rather inconvenient to disclose, Qin Juanhao replied mysteriously. Setting his phone aside, he recognized that he had uncovered a hidden secret of the Master of the Beast Palace. He had not anticipated that such a powerful figure would possess such a side to them. At the Beast Palace, Master Chen Qiu reclined by the pool, where a stunningly beautiful Caucasian woman was seated beside him, gently massaging his temples, resting his head on her snow-white legs. He was flanked by two other exquisite beauties, one offering him a drink, while the other fed him fruit. As he set his phone aside, Master Chen Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. What is so amusing, Master? I've been duped by that brat Fangshan, har har har. How can you still laugh after being deceived? Master Chen Qiu replied with a grin, this kid is unlike others. Any ordinary person would have readily provided Cheng Bingqing's contact information to curry favor with me for the sake of obtaining a 4th-tier battle beast, yet this lad didn't even ask. He possesses principles, and I appreciate forming friendships with individuals who have integrity. However, there is a matter that needs addressing. Please fetch me a cleansing pearl. I need it for my visit to Qindun Academy tomorrow. Just in case, I must erase the memories of that Qin Juanhao to avoid future embarrassment. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall pay that Fangshan a visit and give him a good thrashing. How dare that little rascal play tricks on me? He'll pay for this. The following morning, after breakfast, the class focused on strength-based talents, taking place in the gravity chamber. Fangshan greeted a few others as he made his way to the gravity chamber. Few attended the class taught by Master Hua Cheng, only a handful of students were present. The course was not solely led by Hua Cheng but included other instructors as well. The students in this class were primarily top performers, with most being strength-based talents. Upon entering, Fangshan surveyed the room, noting that the majority of the new strength-based talent students were muscular and robust, with each one boasting impressive physiques. Fangshan, by contrast, was on the leaner side, although he belonged to the category of looking slim in clothes but fit without them. Upon his arrival, many classmates nodded in acknowledgement of Fangshan, especially since he had topped the baseline test. Although Zhang Qiang's remarks from the previous day had sparked considerable controversy, strength-based talents were often looked down upon, relegated to the bottom of the talent hierarchy. Consequently, the new strength-based students had banded together, uniformly supporting Fangshan Chapter 49:18,000 kilograms a new GE. A group of classmates greeted Fangshan enthusiastically. Fangshan nodded in acknowledgement, and they all engaged in brief self-introductions. Including Fangshan, there were 12 individuals. As they conversed, someone entered from outside. Teacher Hua. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone immediately offered their greetings prior to class. They had all seen photographs of Hua Cheng and Hua Jingang, so they naturally recognized the individual. Standing at a height of nearly 2 meters, Hua Cheng possessed a robust and muscular physique, clad in the distinctive uniform of the 9th Division, exuding an undeniable air of authority. Reunions are fated. Former students have affectionately referred to me as Brother Hua Liu. If you don't mind, you may also call me Brother Hua Liu. Brother Hua Liu. The classmates chorused in unison. Fang Xin joined in, sensing that this Brother Hua Liu was genuinely affable, not merely putting on a facade. The positive evaluations from many graduated seniors regarding Hua Cheng were testament enough to his character. Hua Cheng removed his outer coat and draped it over nearby equipment. Let us delve directly into the subject at hand. Those who come to me possess the talent of the strength system, often derisively known as the brute talent or labor talent, which has historically resided at the bottom of the social hierarchy. However, true strength lies in disregarding the opinions of others. The most effective approach for the strong is to shatter societal prejudices and break free from the confines of labels. As the saying goes, one force can conquer 10 skills, demonstrating that in the face of absolute power, many extravagant notions are merely empty talk. Of course, when formidable power is complemented by top-tier skills and astonishing speed, our explosive combat prowess becomes unparalleled. Fang Xin. Hua Cheng suddenly called out, startled. Fang Xin raised his hand. Here. Unleash your full strength and attack me. Fang Xin hesitated momentarily, realizing that Hua Cheng intended to provide a demonstration for everyone. Without further contemplation, he charged at Hua Cheng with a fierce Iron Mountain slam. Hua Cheng remained unyielding, merely lifting a hand to press down on Fang Xin's shoulder. In response, Fang Xin swiftly altered his attack, throwing punches like cannonballs, elbows like blades, and knees like spears, employing a myriad of cunning angles to assault Hua Cheng. These techniques were honed through countless battles, rooted in the martial art taught to him by his grandfather, known as Bajikan. However, during the onslaught, Fang Xin was astonished to find that no matter how swift his attacks were, Hua Cheng's defenses were impenetrable, rendering Fang Xin's once proud strength utterly negligible. Yet, amidst the engagement, Hua Cheng could not help but smile at the corner of his mouth. The other classmates also gasped in awe. Fang Xin's strikingly powerful attacks provided them with a visual spectacle, while Hua Cheng's composure imparted an unprecedented sense of pressure. Once the demonstration concluded, Hua Cheng was the first to applaud, prompting the other classmates to join in. He patted Fang Xin on the shoulder. No wonder Zhuge valued you, you truly stand out. Did everyone see that, although Fang Xin's attacks had a few flaws, they were exceptionally commendable, as each strike aimed directly for the vital points. This is crucial in combat, where life and death hang in the balance. It's either you or your opponent. Thus, one must never overlook any opportunity to eliminate the enemy, regardless of how extravagant other talents may appear. We can topple them with a single punch. I have heard whispers from the new student assembly yesterday, claiming that reaching 3rd level combat power is a watershed moment, after which other talents can easily overpower us strength talents. This is absolute nonsense. I don't care how other strength talent students think. If you are in my class, you must understand one thing. If you are at the same level, with the same talent, and you still cannot defeat your opponent, it only indicates one thing. It's your issue, not the strength talent's fault. Today, in Long Country, there exists a terrifying figure of strength talent who pays no heed to what talent you possess. Before him, sheer force can break 1,000 shackles. A tall, spiky-haired student exclaimed excitedly, Brother Hua Liu, are you referring to the master guarding the #1 temple in the world? Hua Cheng nodded, indeed. So, everyone, do not feel inferior because of idle gossip. Let your strength crush all those who speak nonsense. Laughter erupted among the students. Hua Cheng raised a hand. Additionally, this is my rule. Now that you are my students, you must remember that regardless of what others do, if any one of you is bullied, it does not matter who the perpetrator is, the other 11 must stand together to support you. If you cannot handle it, seek assistance from your seniors. If your seniors cannot manage, come to me. If I cannot handle it, I have 5 older brothers. If they cannot manage, my father has 12 brothers who will come to my aid. But another thing you must remember, no one is allowed to bully the less fortunate, no one may oppress the weak, no one may harm the good, and no one may assault women, men are included. Do you understand? We understand, Brother Hua Liu. Fang Xin observed Hua Cheng and could not help but acknowledge the magnetic aura he exuded, feeling as if he had found a reliable older brother. With a clap of his hands, Hua Cheng declared, All right, we shall officially commence our first lesson. Many harbor misconceptions about strength talents, including all of you present. The true might of the strength talent does not merely lie in our extraordinary strength, but in our ability to explore and apply our bodies far beyond the ordinary. Long ago, our levels were not categorized as they are now, into first, second, or third. Rather, they were designated as resonance, source flow, pulsation, grounding, well observation, harmonization, and mirror breaking, among others. This classification system is more suitable for our understanding of strength talents realms. Today, we will discuss the first four realms. Resonance, as the name implies, refers to awakening the talent within you. This occurs once you have awakened. Source flow involves refining the physical body through one's talent, controlling one's vital energy to flow ceaselessly through the meridians. Pulsation is the manifestation of vital energy cultivated from blood and qi, released through the pulse in a powerful burst. This force was once known as dark energy. As he spoke, Hua Cheng placed a hand on Fang Xin's chest. Without seeing any motion from Hua Cheng, Fang Xin felt an inexplicable surge of power coursing through his limbs, causing him to stagger back in astonishment. This power was indeed formidable. Hua Cheng smiled at Fang Xin. Your combat power is impressive, firstly, due to your exceptional talent, secondly, your rich combat experience, and thirdly, your strong techniques. However, you possess little understanding of qi and blood pulsation. If you can grasp this pulsation, your combat power will soar directly to the fourth level, known as grounding. The grounding realm enhances your defensive mechanisms, allowing you to continuously refine your qi and blood, creating a protective barrier from the energy that emanates at your surface, rendering you as steadfast as a rock, ensuring you remain undefeated in this state. Now attack me again. Hua Cheng gazed at Fang Xin, who threw a punch. Almost instantly, a nearly transparent protective membrane appeared around Hua Cheng's body, preventing Fang Xin's fist from making contact with his flesh. Hua Cheng's body shook slightly, causing Fang Xin to stumble backward. Fang Xin was astounded. Indeed, the guidance of a renowned teacher was invaluable, as he would have taken ages to figure this out on his own. Hua Cheng continued, Initially, I planned to only cover the first three realms in this lesson, but due to Fang Xin's presence, we have added a fourth realm. You may now review the martial arts techniques and skills I have provided. I have grouped you based on your progress and strengths. I will conduct individual instruction moving forward. And the textbooks provided by the school, take the time to peruse them as supplementary reading. The focus should remain on my teachings. Fang Xin glanced at the martial arts techniques Hua Cheng had prepared for him. Martial skill, Ninefold Heavens Opening. This was an offensive technique capable of unleashing 9 layers of compounding force with a single punch. Martial skill, Golden Bell Shield. This second technique was a defensive skill, only accessible after reaching 4th level combat power. However, due to the surge in combat power brought on by his slaughter talent during previous missions, Fang Xin's strength had also surged, reaching the pinnacle of 3rd level combat power. Yet, he had been stuck at this peak, previously unaware of the cause. After today's explanation, he finally understood. It was due to his lack of knowledge regarding qi and blood pulsation. Hua Cheng approached Fang Xin, noticing him examining the Golden Bell Shield. This is for when you reach 4th level combat power. For now, let us focus on qi and blood pulsation. With that, Hua Cheng led Fang Xin to a power measurement device. Throw a punch. Fang Xin unleashed a powerful strike. The display screen on the measurement device flickered with numbers, quickly reaching 15,999. The other classmates gasped in astonishment, and Hua Cheng chuckled. Well done, young man. The strength of the strength talent is calculated as the current level squared, multiplied by 1,000. The pinnacle of 3rd level combat power is 16,000 kilograms, and you are just shy of it. Now, relax your mind. As he spoke, Hua Cheng rested a hand on Fang Xin's shoulder. Close your eyes and feel. Fang Xin obeyed, distinctly sensing a surge of pulsating energy transmitted from Hua Cheng's hand, causing his own qi and blood to ripple as if caught in a tidal wave, the sensation intensifying. The vital energy cultivated within him coalesced in his fist, and Fang Xin felt that with this punch, he was poised for a qualitative leap. Remember this feeling. Hua Cheng withdrew his hand and patted Fang Shen's shoulder with a smile. No need to rush. Take your time to find that sensation. Your talent is remarkable. Within half a month, you should be able to grasp this feeling and reach 4th level combat power. With his eyes still closed, Fang Shen noted that after Hua Cheng's initial guidance, his qi and blood began to surge, but as Hua Cheng withdrew his influence, the pulsation within Fang Shen diminished considerably, though it remained present. Clinging tightly to that sensation, Fang Shen awkwardly attempted to stimulate the flow of qi and blood within him. Hua Cheng clapped his hands, addressing the others. Come, Fang Shen's progress is quicker than yours. Let him find his feeling while I teach you. Fang Shen, eyes closed, initially struggled, but with Hua Cheng's earlier assistance playing a crucial role, he seized the sensation, which grew increasingly potent, as if ready to erupt at any moment. The energy accumulated from his past slaughters began to surge forth. Due to Hua Cheng's engaging nature and camaraderie with the students, the class passed swiftly. Before long, the lesson was over. As everyone prepared to leave, they noticed Fang Shen still standing before the power measurement device, motionless. Hua Cheng approached and tapped Fang Shen on the shoulder. Class is over, such things cannot be rushed. It takes time. Just as he spoke, Fang Shen suddenly opened his eyes. Hua Cheng exclaimed in surprise. Fang Shen twisted his waist and, in a flash, delivered a powerful punch. The measurement device emitted a rapid series of beeping sounds as the values surged upward. In an instant, the previous near 16,000 mark surpassed 16,000. The numbers climbed rapidly, and after a second, they stabilized at an astonishing 18,000 kilograms. Chapter 50. Will you take a seat in the front? The other students were originally about to leave, however, upon noticing the commotion over here, they all approached with curiosity. In an instant, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this not a bit outrageous? The first class commenced, yet the students appeared to be in a state of bewilderment. Many of the concepts had yet to be fully grasped, and have you already surpassed them? You shattered the record in the entrance assessment, achieving a staggering first place. Not only did you break the official historical record, but now, in this very first lesson, you've attained a 4th level combat power. Is there still any sense of law or order? How are the rest supposed to carry on? Hua Cheng grinned broadly, embracing Fang Shen. What teacher wouldn't adore such a student? It's no wonder that the white-haired figure is always keen on having this lad around. With remarkable talent, great comprehension skills, and formidable fighting prowess, one cannot help but be impressed. Impressive, impressive, impressive. Hua Cheng exclaimed, patting Fang Shen's shoulder exuberantly. The upper limit for 4th level combat power is 25,000 kilograms, and Fang Shen has just broken through, reaching an astonishing 18,000 kilograms. The other students could only feel a mix of admiration and helplessness. Fang Shen had already left them far behind at the starting line. Hua Cheng shook his head in awe, truly deserving of an SSS-level strength talent. Just a moment ago, I predicted it would take you half a month to break through, and now it seems I've been proven wrong. Fang Shen smiled. Thank you, Brother Hua Liu. If it weren't for your assistance earlier, I wouldn't have achieved 4th level combat power so swiftly. Hua Cheng responded gallantly. As your mentor, this is my duty. When my student excels, it reflects well on me too. At this juncture, Hua Cheng seemed to recall something, directing his gaze towards the other students. For now, please keep Fang Shen's breakthrough under wraps. As the saying goes, when a tree stands out in the forest, it is bound to be toppled by the wind. Fang Shen has just claimed first place in the entrance assessment, attracting too much attention. If the spotlight shines too brightly, it may invite unnecessary trouble. Let us not overlook the fact that if a loose tongue reveals this to the rogue organizations or remnants of the Eternal Night Army, they may target Fang Shen. If they set their sights on him, he could either be coerced into serving them or be eliminated outright, which would be highly detrimental for him. The students nodded in agreement. Understood, Brother Hua Liu. Hua Cheng continued, however, this does not mean you should hide away and develop in obscurity. When the time comes to reveal your strength, do not hesitate to do so. After all, some individuals are simply insufferable and deserve a good thrashing. Fang Shen beamed at this mentor. He was just to his liking. What kind of mentor wouldn't he be adored? All right, class is dismissed, it's time to eat. I have matters to attend to. but if you encounter any difficulties, whether academic or personal, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Understood, Brother Hou Liu. Oh, since today is the first day, the gravity chamber has not been calibrated yet. From the next class onward, we will begin weight training, so prepare yourself mentally. Got it? Fang Xin and a few classmates made their way to the dining hall. During lunch, they inquired about the afternoon classes. Upon learning that Fang Xin had a class in beast mastery, a student nicknamed Potlid asked while munching on his food, "Brother Xin, who is your beast mastery teacher?" "It's a question mark." Potlid replied, "That means it's the Lord of the Beast Palace. I also managed to get into his class. We are taking full advantage of his presence, as those with decent beast mastery talents have all been crammed into his class. Brother Xin, we'll be together for that." "Sounds good." "Is this settled?" inquired a tall student in a tank top named Zhang Bing. Potlid nodded. It confirmed. "Don't be fooled by how some students in our cohort appear unremarkable. Many come from impressive backgrounds, some even have connections with the Beast Palace. It's been confirmed that the Lord of the Beast Palace will indeed be here." Zhang Bing took a bite of meat. What about the rumor that the Lord of the Beast Palace is here for Brother Underwear? Is that true? It's likely true. Some have confidently stated that Brother Underwear has connections, and that his family has ties with the Beast Palace. There are also claims that he was heard on the phone with the Lord of the Beast Palace, referring to him as Uncle. Zhang Bing sipped his drink, but Brother Underwear has never explicitly mentioned his connection with the Lord of the Beast Palace, has he? Potlid picked at a fishbone, though he hasn't said it outright. What difference does that make? That's true. Yet, I must admit, every time I see that pampered Brother Underwear, it irks me. I can't quite put my finger on why. I feel the same way. Har har. Fang Xin took a sip of his drink, feeling a twinge of guilt for having tricked Shang Qianqiu just yesterday. However, this was Qiandun Academy. Surely this old lecher wouldn't come looking for trouble with him. The afternoon arrived swiftly. Fang Xin and Potlid entered the classroom together. Upon entering, they noticed Brother Underwear had already arrived, seated in the front row, dressed flamboyantly, making it impossible not to notice him. Surrounded by a throng of admirers, each calling him a Brother Qiang in flattering tones, it was evident that Zhang Qiang relished the attention. The supporters around him were primarily those who echoed his sentiments from the freshman assembly, claiming that the entrance assessment results did not predict future success and that those with lesser scores but greater talent would surely surpass him. Upon spotting Fang Xin, now a hot topic among the freshmen and a rising star, one of Zhang Qiang's entourage questioned, "Why is he here?" Others echoed the sentiment, "What is he here for?" A chubby student with acne and a perm sneered, "What else could he possibly be here for?" With so many people around, it's obvious. They're all here to bask in Brother Qiang's glory. The Lord of the Beast Palace is here for him, and now the higher-ups of Qiandun Bureau want to take advantage of this opportunity, cramming students into this class. Damn it, these people are riding on Brother Qiang's coattails, and some even dare to debate with us. They should be charged extra tuition for that. The faux Brother Underwear, Zhang Qiang, cleared his throat. "No need to pay any mind. Master Shang is here to teach, contributing to our Qiandun Bureau, which is essentially a form of networking. Since everyone is here, Master Shang will surely impart his knowledge." The acne-ridden student clapped his hands in praise. That's our Brother Qiang, always thinking big. But it's just looking down on this bunch. Exactly. Look at Fang Xin. As soon as he walked in, those people flocked to him. It's hilarious. They don't even realize who they are really here to support. Just wait until Brother Qiang's true potential is unleashed. We'll slap those faces hard, teaching them that good entrance assessment scores don't guarantee continued success. Some students spoke without any regard for decorum, even deliberately raising their voices to ensure Fang Xin could hear. Potlid glanced at Fang Xin's profile and reassured him, Brother Xin, don't mind these fools. They're just envious of you. What's so special about having connections to the Beast Palace?" "Those connections belong to Zhang Qiang, not them. Why should they be barking like this? A bunch of eunuchs worrying about the Emperor's affairs." Fang Xin, lost in thought, merely smiled in response. Just as the chatter reached a crescendo, a figure strode through the doorway. All eyes turned in unison. The newcomer had a grand beard, looking exactly like the photos found online. Master Shang. It's really Master Xiang. The classroom erupted in excitement. Brother Underwear is amazing. I must say, it's all thanks to Brother Underwear, he's managed to bring such a figure to teach us. If I may be so bold, everyone present is basking in Brother Underwear's glory. We truly must learn to be grateful. Indeed, some are nothing but ingrates, speaking ill of Brother Xiang. From this day forth, I shall be a loyal fan of Brother Underwear. The classroom buzzed with excitement. Unexpectedly, the faux Brother Underwear stood up. Stand up! With a rustle, the desks and chairs moved, and everyone instinctively rose. Good day, teacher. Everyone, please sit. Master Xiang responded, scanning the room. The faux Brother Underwear, grinning, remarked, Master Xiang, we warmly welcome your arrival. Master Xiang's gaze swept over the faux Brother Underwear, Zhang Qiang, and he smiled. It's you. Please take a seat. This statement immediately sparked a flurry of murmurs. Why, I knew it. They really know each other. No wonder Brother Underwear is so impressive. I'm exhausted from speaking. Brother Underwear is truly remarkable. Some questioned, but why say it su? What s with your ears? A toilet seat, why even ask such a question? He's obviously pretending not to know him. This is considerate of Brother Xiang, avoiding giving the impression that he's a connection-based student. Exactly. Some people really don't think, why ask such a question, idiots? Why bother responding to such people? They are clearly jealous of Brother Xiang. Just listen to how sour their words sound. As the chatter continued, Master Xiang's gaze landed on Fangxin, who sat in the back row. Fangxin! His sudden call silenced the entire classroom. Everyone turned to look. Why is he calling Fangxin? Perhaps he wants to see the top-ranked student from the entrance assessment. That's quite normal. Fangxin stood up, his smile endearing. Good day, Master Xiang. Master Xiang smiled back. Come sit in the front. Fangxin beamed. There's no space in the front. I am quite comfortable here. Master Xiang suddenly pointed at the faux Brother Underwear, Zhang Qiang, seated at the front. You shift back a bit and let him sit there. The faux Brother Underwear was momentarily stunned, his face paling in an instant. The entire classroom fell silent, as if they had misheard, seeing the old man's evident resentment. Fangxin, maintaining his innocent smile, replied, Master Xiang, everyone is seated now. Since class has already begun, there's no need for further shuffling. Please start your lecture. I can hear perfectly well from here. Master Xiang, observing Fangxin's cheerful demeanor, recalled the awkward incident from the previous day when this lad had outsmarted him, and he felt a strong urge to kick him. With a smile, he beckoned with his finger. I'm here specifically for you, the rest are merely here to audit. Why are you hiding in the back? Come sit in the front. Chapter 51. Terrifying me, the vast classroom was enveloped in an eerie silence. The stillness was so profound that one could hear a pin drop. All the students present turned their gazes towards Fangxin. The words spoken by the esteemed palace master moments ago reverberated in their ears. No one had anticipated that the illustrious palace master had come specifically for Fangxin. Moreover, it was evident to anyone with vision that Fangxin and the palace master were acquainted. Yet, it did not take long for the realization to dawn upon everyone. Weren't you supposed to possess an affinity for the power attribute? How could you possibly have the palace master of the Beast Palace come to instruct you in the art of beast mastery? Could it be that you possess dual vocational talents? A collective gasp escaped from the crowd, their astonishment palpable as they regarded Fangxin. Those who had previously derided Fangxin now felt as though their faces had been ruthlessly slapped by him. They had desperately sought the favor of Brother Zhang Qiang, flattering him by claiming to have basked in his glory, and accused Fangxin of shamelessly attending classes without so much as a word of gratitude. Yet, it now appeared that it was they who were devoid of shame, having benefited from Fangxin's brilliance. At that moment, it was Brother Zhang Qiang whose complexion was paling the most. Before the school year began, he had seized the title of the Red Underpants God of War, yet he had never admitted to it, merely dressing flamboyantly to stand out among his peers and become the center of attention for the term. His entrance scores were commendable, and he was even recognized as an excellent representative of the new students, advocating for those whose performance in the entrance assessments had been dismal. Upon learning that the palace master had come to teach, he was filled with ambition, dreaming of becoming the focal point for all. Thus, he had deliberately made it known that he was acquainted with the palace master, pretending to be casual when referring to her as Auntie Shang, all to elicit admiration. However, he was acutely aware that the palace master was not there for him, hence he never outright acknowledged it, instead offering vague hints for others to speculate. He was gambling on the hope that the palace master would not publicly disclose for whom she had come. Clearly, gambling requires caution. The students seated beside Fangshan, including Guigari and those who supported him, erupted in exclamations of excitement. The classroom was suddenly filled with a cacophony that seemed to threaten to lift the ceiling off. "Brother Shin is incredible!" Guigari exclaimed in admiration. "So it turns out Brother Shin is the hidden big shot. Zhang Qiang is just putting on a show, thinking the palace master was here for him. I almost believed it. Turns out he is a counterfeit. What about those who were fawning over Zhang Qiang just now? Keep barking. Let your master keep pretending. This is hysterical. The higher you fly, the harder you fall. Brother Zhang Qiang's sycophants should finally quiet down. With such poor entrance scores and lacking in character, how could you ever hope to surpass Brother Shin? Dream on." The taunts continued to echo throughout the classroom. Zhang Qiang's face turned ashen, yet he maintained an air of composure. The pockmarked student beside him, sporting a foil perm, inquired with confusion, Brother Qiang, what is going on? Wasn't he the palace master here for you?" Zhang Qiang feigned indifference. Did I ever say that? Have I ever acknowledged it?" The pockmarked student paused, as if realizing that all along, it had merely been Zhang Qiang's subtle hints, and the rest was the product of everyone's imagination. In an instant, the expressions of those who had supported Zhang Qiang shifted from green to pale. "Fangshan, come here." Shan Qianqiu called, clearing his throat. Fangshan reluctantly made his way to the front row. Shan Qianqiu glanced at the counterfeit Zhang Qiang, having caught on to some details from the brief exchanges, and showed no kindness towards him, daring to use my prestige for your own gain. I shall not grant you any favor. You, sit at the back. Zhang Qiang's mouth opened in disbelief, feeling insulted as never before. He wanted to retort but ultimately held his tongue, lowering his head as he walked to the back. As he brushed past Fangshan, Zhang Qiang nudged him with his shoulder and murmured, "Fangshan, let us see who fares better in the midterm test." Fangshan casually replied, "Who cares about you?" Zhang Qiang's forehead throbbed with veins. Had it merely been the palace master indicating that she was there for Fangshan, he would have only felt a bit embarrassed. However, the palace master had actually commanded him to sit at the back, yielding his position to Fangshan. This was nothing short of a profound humiliation. We shall see how this unfolds. Fangshan paid no mind and directly sat in the seat that Zhang Qiang had just vacated in the front row. The pockmarked student, who had been fawning over Zhang Qiang, approached Fangshan with a sycophantic smile. "Hello, Brother Shin. How good could it be?" Fangshan retorted. The pockmarked student hesitated, licking his lips and forcing a chuckle. "It's quite good. I am truly delighted to have you sitting next to me. You're far too early to celebrate." Shan Qianqiu observed Fangshan with an amused expression. This lad was quite the provocateur. "All right, everyone, let us get to the point. Today marks our first lesson, and I believe many of you are already somewhat familiar with the Beast Mastery attribute. The vocation associated with this talent is known as Beast Master. Initially, our combat prowess may not be exceptional, but as we elevate our realms, the stronger the beasts we nurture, the greater the feedback we receive. It is well known that our physical prowess as Beast Masters does not rival that of those with the power attribute. Click. The previously quiet classroom was suddenly broken by Fangshan's sharp sound, which echoed distinctly in the space. Shan Qianqiu smiled at Fangshan. "I'm not implying that you are a brute, rather, I mean to say that all those with power attributes are brutes." Fangshan gazed helplessly at Shan Qianqiu, unable to retaliate, and the fact that he was indeed correct only fueled his frustration. Many new students whispered amongst themselves, covering their mouths to stifle their laughter. Even the palace master had declared that those with power attributes were brutes. Shang Qianqiu continued, "The strength of the beast master is its weakness, thus we must maintain a strong resonance with the beasts we bond with, as their physical capabilities often surpass our own." Beasts are categorized into 3 types. Those with a maximum combat rating of 5 and below are referred to as ferocious beasts. Those rated 6 to 10 are called spirit beasts. Those exceeding a rating of 10, with 11 categorized as king beasts, 12 as emperor beasts, 13 as sacred beasts, and those above 13 as divine beasts. Depending on their talents, beast masters can command various types, levels, and numbers of beasts. Naturally, the higher the talent, the greater the variety and number of beasts one can control. Today, in our first lesson, we will discuss how to establish a connection with beasts and forge a contract. As he spoke, Shang Qianqiu waved his hand, and a massive lizard, over 3 meters long and nearly 2 meters tall, appeared beside him. The moment the giant lizard emerged, it opened its cavernous maw and roared at the students below. Many of those seated in the front row gasped in terror and scrambled to retreat. Only Fang Xin remained unperturbed, steadfast as a mountain. Glancing around, Fang Xin noted the chaos behind him, as students from the front to the second and third rows fled in a panic, leaving him alone in the front. Fang Xin stood up, traversed the desks, and joined his classmates at the back, patting his chest. "Goodness, that scared me to death." Chapter 52, What kind of students are you seeking? Shang Chang's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, filled with an overwhelming desire to give that young rascal a good thrashing. Initially, the new recruits were rather intimidated. However, upon laying eyes on Fang Xin, they found themselves at a loss for words. Shang Qianqiu pointed at Fang Xin, gritting his teeth. "You, come here. Sit properly." Fang Xin chuckled awkwardly and returned to the front row. The other students followed suit, eager to occupy the front seats. To their surprise, Shang Qianqiu declared, except for Fang Xin, everyone else in the front row moved to the back. The group assumed Shang Qianqiu was angry, some even speculating favoritism. But Shang Qianqiu continued, "This fire-scaled giant lizard is highly aggressive. Sitting in the front row puts you at risk of being accidentally harmed." The previously solemn new recruits burst into laughter at his words, casting glances at Fang Xin. Zhang Qiang, seated at the back, wore a broad grin of satisfaction. However, it was now Fang Xin's turn to scowl. "But, Master Shang," this Shang Qianqiu asked earnestly, "what is it? You truly are quite the mischievous one." Shang Qianqiu managed to smile. Had it not been for the crowd, he would have relished the opportunity to give that lad a good whack. Observing their banter, Zhang Qiang's amusement faded, and the new recruits began to murmur, curious about Fang Xin's background, wondering how he dared to speak to Shang Qianqiu in such a manner. The fire-scaled giant lizard bared its teeth at the students below, then, shaking its massive head, it approached Fang Xin. Many of Fang Xin's supporters grew anxious, while others, led by Zhang Qiang, wore expressions of schadenfreude, eager to witness Fang Xin's embarrassment. Some even discreetly pulled out their phones, intending to record Fang Xin's impending humiliation, planning to post it on the forum for everyone to mock him, showcasing how insignificant a brute with a power-based talent could be in the presence of a beast master. Fang Xin, eyeing the increasingly close, grotesque head, disdainfully pushed it away with his hand. "Go away, you're bothering me." The true dragon aura he had acquired from the dragon steps of the Beast Palace materialized instinctively. Instantly, the previously irritable fire-scaled giant lizard became considerably docile, its gaze softening as it rubbed against Fang Xin's palm before retreating to Shang Qiang's side. After a brief silence in the classroom, chaos erupted. What the hell just happened? No way is this really happening. Top-tier beast master talent. Goodness, could this brother be a dual-class talent? Did you all feel that pressure emanating from him? It was overwhelming. Shang Qianqiu cleared his throat, regaining control of the situation. "Quiet down, everyone, you all witnessed it. High-level beast master talents exhibit strong affinity with beasts." Returning to the earlier topic, this is a king beast with a maximum combat power of level 11. Most of you have awakened your Beastmaster talents, right? For those who haven't, other Beastmaster instructors will assist you in your awakening. Allow me to teach you the specific methods of forming contracts with beasts. As he spoke, Shang Qianqiu demonstrated the contract signing procedure for everyone. He then added, but one thing you must remember, every beast master possesses their unique innate beast slots. The higher your talent, the more beast slots you will have. However, regardless of how many innate beast slots you possess, when choosing to form a contract, you must ensure that your innate beast is not chosen recklessly, as it will determine your future potential. Some may have S-class talent, but if your innate beast unexpectedly mutates one day and becomes stronger, your talent level and upper limits will rise accordingly. Therefore, when selecting your innate beast, be sure to choose wisely. Fang Shen's mind involuntarily flickered to the divine Qilin beast mentioned in his notebook. The thought of forming a contract with that Qilin and having it as his innate divine beast was exhilarating. Although Shang Qianqiu had been put in a difficult position by the official Qian Shield Bureau, he still maintained a sense of integrity, demonstrating a genuine commitment to teaching. With 5 minutes remaining until class ended, Shang Qianqiu dismissed the fire-scaled giant lizard. Everyone, take a moment to digest what we just covered. After class, you may return. Fang Shen, step outside with me. Fang Shen stiffened at the sight of Shang Qiang's expression, realizing that the old rascal was likely going to confront him about the predicament from the previous night. Let us discuss it here. Fang Shen replied with an innocent smile. Shang Qianqiu waved him out. Come on, your instructor Zhuge has stepped out for a moment. I need to discuss something with you to pass along to him. Fang Shen followed hesitantly outside, only to have the classroom door slammed shut behind him. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, he attempted to flee, but Shang Qianqiu seized Fang Shen's arm and delivered a swift kick to his backside. You little rascal, are you trying to set me up again? Shang Qiang's robust arm clamped around Fang Shen's neck. What relation do you have with that Qin Juanhao? Fang Shen chuckled sheepishly. High school classmate. You scoundrel. Setting up 2 traps. Shang Qianqiu delivered another kick to Fang Shen's rear. You're trying to make a move on our female instructor. How could I not be concerned? Hey, you're quite the righteous one. Can't help it, it's in my nature. As they exchanged banter, a figure appeared around the corner of the staircase. It was an elderly lady, wearing framed glasses, a bag slung over her arm filled with yarn, and wielding knitting needles to craft a sweater. Upon noticing their presence, Shang Qianqiu immediately released Fang Shen, regaining his authoritative demeanor. Though he acknowledged Fang Shen as a peer and friend, in the presence of others, he still held the esteemed title of Beast Palace Master. Fang Shen straightened up upon recognizing the newcomer. It was none other than the renowned mental faculty instructor of the academy, the formidable Master Sun Bijuan. Upon seeing the elderly lady, Shang Qianqiu bowed respectfully. Greetings, Elder Sun. Fang Shen followed suit. Hello, instructor. The elderly lady frowned, her gaze towards Shang Qianqiu dripping with disdain. What brings you here? The academy invited me to teach. Without hesitation, she retorted, were there truly no better candidates from the Qian Shield Bureau? Are they sending someone like you to teach? Are they trying to mislead the students? Shang Qianqiu bore no offense, merely forcing a smile. Fang Shen's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this elderly lady truly so formidable? She disregarded even the Beast Palace Master. Who is this? The elderly lady scrutinized Fang Shen. Shang Qianqiu glanced at Fang Shen. This is my student, specifically here for his lesson. He is also a close friend. Fang Shen felt a sense of pride at the acknowledgement, but the next moment, the elderly lady's expression turned icy, scolding Fang Shen. You, a student, associating with such dubious characters. Friends with him. Fang Shen was taken aback, glancing at Shang Qianqiu, who was barely containing his laughter, realizing he had been set up. I'm not familiar with him. He's just here to teach us, not just me, but many Beast Master students. Fang Shen hastily clarified. However, Master Sun Bijuan was unmoved. Smooth talker, how could the Qian Shield Bureau recruit such dubious students associating with such individuals? What good could come of it? Fang Shen turned to Shang Qianqiu, who was nearly bursting with laughter. It was clear that the old rascal did not leave a good impression on Master Sunday. The elderly lady furrowed her brows. What is your name? Fang Shen instinctively replied, Qin. Before he could finish, Qin Juanhao, Shang Qianqiu interjected, Elder Sun, he is Fang Shen. I will go find Xu Busheng and inquire how a student like you ended up here, associating with such dubious individuals. I will have you expelled immediately. Master Sun Bijuan declared before turning to leave. Fangshan stood frozen in place. What the heck? The infamous Master Sun Bijuan had truly manifested her terrifying reputation in that moment. Shang Qianqiu go forward, slapping Fangshan on the shoulder. Brother, your days just got a lot tougher. Har har har. Fangshan scowled. Master Shang, Brother Shang, she is going to find the dean to expel me. Can't you plead my case? I've heard from previous students that she's quite troublesome. Shang Qianqiu relished the moment. Troublesome, brother, she is the most troublesome in all of Qian Shield Academy. But don't worry, Dean Shu will surely keep you around. If he doesn't want you, just come to our Beast Palace. The former Palace Master has already stated he will nurture you to be the next Palace Master. Fangshan pondered. Wait a minute, she said you were dubious, which clearly means I'm being dragged down by you. What have you done to provoke her? Shang Qianqiu glanced at the departing Master Sun Bijuan. Previously, I sought Sugar Hang for Cheng Bingqing's contact information. And then? Shang Qianqiu sighed deeply, as though recalling a painful memory. Then that white-haired fellow gave me Elder Sun's contact information. I didn't pay much attention, and after adding her, I blurted out a bunch of nonsense. I even sent a few photos. What photos? Fangshan asked curiously. Just those showing off my chest and abs. What happened next? What happened next? Shang Qianqiu smacked his lips, sighing again, seemingly haunted by past horrors. This elderly lady is a mental power practitioner. She invaded my dreams for an entire month. Every time I closed my eyes, I would see a group of old men in swimsuits dancing before me, asking if I wanted to date or have a bite. Fangshan grimaced in disgust. Shang Qianqiu patted Fangshan's shoulder, relishing the moment. This elderly lady has a very poor impression of me. You better take care. In the dean's office, Xu Bushing was sipping tea when the door swung open with a bang. The knitting elderly lady stormed in. Xu Bushing, what kind of students are you recruiting? Chapter 53, a profound change of attitude. As Xu Bushing sipped his tea, his hand trembled, causing the liquid to spill onto his trousers. Hastily setting down his teacup, he grabbed a tissue to wipe himself. Sister-in-law, whatever is the matter? Xu Bushing promptly rose and rushed to the door, peering outside before closing it again. What has caused such an uproar, sister-in-law? Sun Bijuan took a seat, and Xu Bushing quickly poured her another cup of tea. Why would we allow someone like Shang Qianqiu, who is utterly unreliable, to teach our new students? Xu Bushing explained. You see, sister-in-law, there is an exceptional talent among this year's new recruits in the beast taming department. As the saying goes, specialization is key, so we invited the leader from the 10,000 Beasts Palace to instruct our new students, which is ultimately for their benefit. Initially, it was only meant for that promising candidate, but as you may have noticed, many students with potential in beast taming are now attending the classes. After all, they rely on this for their livelihood. If our new students can learn more now, it will save them from future hardships. Someone as dubious as Shang Qianqiu is not likely to suffer in silence, Sun Bijuan retorted coldly. Xu Bushing chuckled. The details were negotiated by Sugar Hang. Sun Bijuan scoffed again. A good-for-nothing street thug, mingling with such lowly company, how fitting. Xu Bushing had no retort and could only manage a forced smile. Furthermore, there is a student named Fangshan among the new recruits. I want him expelled. Associating with someone like Shang Qianqiu is a bad influence. Xu Bushing hesitated for a moment. Sister-in-law, your words seem rather biased. I can consider expelling someone else, but Fangshan is different. Why is he different? Such a person is a menace to the Sky Shield Bureau. Sun Bijuan's voice turned icy, embodying the obstinacy of an elderly woman. Xu Bushing forced a smile and took a few steps to the door, peering outside once more before closing it, then casually set up a soundproof barrier just in case. Sister-in-law, I truly cannot expel Fangshan. You may not be aware, but he is the one who broke the campus record during the recent assessment, completing the challenge in just over 3 minutes. He is the first to do so with such a remarkable score. Sun Bijuan's brow furrowed, her movements momentarily pausing. Is it him? What good is talent if his character is lacking? Sister-in-law, this young man is under the protection of Old Yi. Sun Bijuan was taken aback momentarily but then frowned. I detest nepotism, and what if old Yi is backing him? Xu Pushang hastily added, Sister-in-law, there is one more thing I must tell you. Please do not breathe a word to anyone. Sun Bijuan remained silent, merely adjusting her sweater while awaiting Xu Pushang's continuation. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice despite the soundproof barrier. Sister-in-law, his parents were the couple who tragically died in that car accident at the Research Institute, Fang Jingping and Yi Ruzhe. Sun Bijuan's hand shook violently, and she looked up at Xu Pushang in shock, her lips quivering. The fearsome glint that once inhabited her eyes was now replaced by confusion, helplessness, and sorrow, a tumult of emotion swirling within her gaze. He is the child of Xiao Fang and Xiao Yi. Indeed. The elderly woman's previously domineering demeanor visibly deflated, her head drooping as if lost in a memory, sinking into the sofa like a wilted eggplant. She murmured softly, repeating her earlier words, he is the child of Xiao Fang and Xiao Yi. Yes, sister-in-law, Xu Pushang reaffirmed. The elderly lady bowed her head, and after a moment, a bitter yet gentle smile crept across her face. We owe that couple a tremendous debt of gratitude. Who would have thought I would meet their child here after everything that happened? Xu Pushang jested, Sister-in-law, do you still wish to expel this young man? If you do, I can process the paperwork right now. Sun Bijuan regained her icy demeanor, casting a bland glance at Xu Pushang, who immediately straightened up. Just a joke, just a joke. Tell that boy to steer clear of Shang Qianqiu. He is not a good influence and could lead this child astray. With that, she turned to leave. Xu Pushang quickly stood to see her off. Sister-in-law, there is one more thing. His identity information is encrypted, and the circumstances surrounding his parents' tragedy are quite troublesome. Please, do not. Sun Bijuan dismissed him with a scoff. I am not so indiscreet as to gossip like a gossiping old woman. Xu Pushang maintained a smile as he prepared to dissolve the soundproof barrier, which unexpectedly melted away, leaving a hole. Sun Bijuan, still adjusting her sweater, strolled confidently out. Seeing this, Xu Pushang could only smile helplessly. After escorting Sun Bijuan away, Xu Pushang exhaled deeply, closed the door, and returned to his chair. He retrieved a document from a folder, which contained Fangshan's information. Xu Pushang tapped the document with his finger. Fangshan, Fang Jingping, Fang Yingtai, someone whom old Yi is willing to protect. This young man's true identity is quite remarkable. Meanwhile, Fangshan felt a tumult of emotions. Shang Qianqiu, delighted, clung to Fangshan, eager to dine together and urging him to contact Qin Juanhao to erase any memories of the day's events. Noticing Fangshan attempting to message Zhu Gerhang, Shang Qianqiu interjected, Are you trying to contact Zhu Gerhang? That would only complicate matters. Do you not recall who provided me with the old lady's contact information? Zhu Gerhang avoids her like the plague. No worries, think of it this way. If the Sky Shield Bureau does not want you, you could always join us at the 10,000 Beasts Palace, where you would become the young master. How prestigious. Fangshan replied helplessly, This is a secure position for me. I have a steady income. Your place is a private enterprise, it's not the same. Hey, you are quite picky. If you come here, my position would be yours. I am the Sky Shield Bureau. Lacking a background means even if you excel, you might only end up as a group leader at the 9th Division or a deputy director elsewhere. Without connections, you would only be a subordinate to those with influence. I have always reserved the position of young master for you. If the Sky Shield Bureau dares to dismiss you today, I will take you away. Shang Qianqiu patted his chest confidently. As they headed towards the dining hall, they spotted Sun Bijuan exiting the administrative building. Fangshan felt a sudden pressure at the sight of the elderly woman, his heart racing. Shang Qianqiu, noticing her too, patted Fangshan on the shoulder and grinned, with her personality, even if she cannot expel you, you will not have an easy time. Fangshan nudged Shang Qianqiu with his elbow, you are the one who is sending provocative messages. I am the one facing consequences, this is unfair. Shang Qianqiu laughed heartily, delighted that he and Fangshan were getting along so well, and gleefully added, What do you have to fear? If you get expelled, I will have your back. Look, the old lady is coming toward us. Fangshan hurriedly attempted to distance himself from Shang Qianqiu, but the latter clung to him, deliberately acting overly friendly in front of the elderly woman. Sure enough, Sun Bijun approached them with a stern expression. Shang Qianqiu bent slightly to greet her senior son. Stealing a glance at Fang Xin, he was ready to break into laughter. Sun Bijun ignored Shang Qianqiu and focused her gaze on Fang Xin, her icy demeanor inexplicably softening. Fang Xin nudged Shang Qianqiu, attempting to present a humble smile. Hello, mentor. Millimeter. Sun Bijun's gaze was warm as she reached out to ruffle Fang Xin's hair. If you encounter any difficulties, just seek me out. I reside in the instructor's apartment, Building 26. Fang Xin was momentarily taken aback. Shang Qianqiu was equally stunned, questioning the sudden shift in the elderly woman's demeanor. Had she been bewitched during her trip to the administrative building? To Fang Xin's surprise, Sun Bijun pointed at Shang Qianqiu and advised, stay away from such people, they are of poor character, have vile personalities, and their lifestyles are utterly disreputable, do not associate too closely with them. Though perplexed, Fang Xin nodded, understood, mentor son. Shang Qianqiu, bewildered, remarked, elderly lady, is that evaluation a bit scram? Chapter 54. Just keep your heart clean. Shang Chang's expression froze as he watched Sun Bijun depart. Turning back to Fang Xin, he inquired, what happened with that old woman? What was said to her at the administrative building? Why the sudden change in attitude? Fang Xin let out a sigh, relieved that the tension had finally eased. She must have realized how exceptional I am when she visited the dean. After some contemplation, Shang Qianqiu found this explanation to be the most plausible. Just moments ago, he had been devising ways to make Sun Bijun's life difficult for Fang Xin, only to end up hurt himself. News of Fang Xin's prowess had already spread among the new students, placing him firmly in the spotlight, and now, his brilliance shone even brighter. Fortunately, Brother Hou had mentioned it casually, preventing his classmates from disclosing that Fang Xin had achieved a combat level of 4, otherwise, the new recruits would surely be in an uproar. Fang Xin had arranged to meet Qin Juanhao, mentioning that an important figure wished to see him, urging him not to tell anyone. Initially bewildered, Qin Juanhao quickly deduced that the significant person Fang Xin referred to was Shang Qianqiu. A mix of excitement and jealousy surged within him. During their school days, he had always felt overshadowed by Fang Xin and had tried, unsuccessfully, to undermine him. Now, it seemed Fang Xin had left him far behind, and the formidable presence he admired was approaching him for Fang Xin's sake. However, it was fortunate that the master of the Beast Palace had come to find him, which still afforded him the chance to meet someone of great importance. Although he had a hunch about the reason, excitement filled his heart as he made his way to the designated location Fang Xin had indicated. Upon their meeting, Shang Qianqiu wasted no time, grilling Qin Juanhao with questions. Once he confirmed that Qin Juanhao had not disclosed any specifics, he relaxed. Nevertheless, Qin Juanhao had mentioned to Zhang Qiang that the master of the Beast Palace had added him as a friend. Shang Qianqiu reviewed their chat history but gleaned nothing substantial from it. He then produced a pearl, waving it before Qin Juanhao's eyes, causing him to lose focus and faint to the ground. Shang Qianqiu patted Fang Xin on the shoulder, saying, I must take my leave now. When he wakes, you deal with him. Fang Xin, curious about the pearl in Shang Qiang's hand, asked, what is this? Shang Qianqiu glanced at the pearl and tossed it to Fang Xin. This is called the Zeroing Pearl, merely a 5th-tier artifact. If you like it, consider it a gift. It can erase a portion of the memories of those below level 5, but it does consume quite a bit of mental energy when used. Fang Xin toyed with the Zeroing Pearl. Thanks. Shang Qianqiu waved his hand dismissively. No need for formality. I must attend to some matters with a few leaders from your Qiandun bureau, so I'll be on my way. As he watched Shang Qianqiu depart, Fang Xin examined the Zeroing Pearl, glanced at Qin Juanhao, and deleted the chat history between them. Using Qin Juanhao's phone, he called himself. After a few minutes, Qin Juanhao shook his head and awoke, rubbing his temples and surveying his surroundings. He immediately became wary upon spotting Fang Xin and distanced himself. Where am I? Why are you here? Qin Juanhao asked. Fang Xin shook his phone. You called me here, saying you had something to discuss. When I arrived, you were lying here. I wanted to ask what you needed. Qin Juanhao slapped his forehead, feeling as if he had lost track of time. He vaguely remembered contacting Fang Xin, but the rest of his memories were hazy, his mind blank. Fang Xin checked the time. What exactly did you want? Rubbing his temples, Qin Juanhao looked at Fangshan, a flicker of jealousy crossing his eyes. I forgot what I wanted. Why did I faint? You called me, then just lay here. I've stayed with you all this time, and you can't even muster a thank you. Now you're asking me why you fainted. Are you trying to play tricks on me? Qin Juanhao stammered, I truly can't recall why I called you. Then remember, before seeking me out. I have other matters to attend to. I must leave. Initially, Fangshan had no intention of getting involved in the mess left by the lecherous Zhang Qianqiu, but ultimately, feeling indebted, he agreed to assist. Now, with Qin Juanhao having no recollection of his encounter with Zhang Qianqiu, he was only guided to remember that he had sought out Fang Xin.as for Zhang Qiang, the so-called fake underpants brother. Qin Juanhao had previously spoken to him in a vague manner. If Zhang Qiang inquired, Qin Juanhao would be none the wiser, leaving Zhang Qiang to think Qin Juanhao was merely playing dumb. On his way back to the dormitory, Fangshan was greeted by numerous new students who eagerly approached him, inundating him with requests to exchange contact information, including several strikingly beautiful female classmates. His phone vibrated incessantly, prompting him to adjust his friend request settings for a bit of peace. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found a few of his friends, including the chubby Shi Tailang, huddled together in conversation. Upon noticing Fangshan's arrival, Shi Tailang rushed over. Brother Shin, just how much do we not know about you? What is going on? Fangshan asked. Shi Tailang, brimming with excitement, replied, the palace master came for you. I can't believe it. I was just analyzing with others, speculating that it might have been the underpants brother who invited the palace master, but it turns out the true god was right beside me. Fangshan clarified, I can't be certain he came specifically for me. If I had mentioned it beforehand and he didn't show, it would have been quite awkward. Indeed, just as I expected, you're the steady one. Zhang Yaozu chuckled. That underpants brother is just too pretentious. He deliberately misled everyone into thinking the palace master was here for him, only to be thoroughly embarrassed. That big fool underpants brother has never claimed the palace master came for him. It is entirely a figment of everyone's imagination. Honestly, he is rather cunning, like a pink pair of shabby underpants trying to act superior. Bai Yulin chimed in. Fangshan observed that Bai Yulin's voice was now a deep masculine tone, his hair tied back, clad in a tank top and training pants, with muscles clearly visible on his arms. Shi Tailang remarked, Whoa, brother, while your words are rough, there is some truth to them. Zhang Meiqiu is one thing, but Bauer is still here. Fangshan realized this wasn't Bai Yulin but rather his older brother, He Yulin. Zhang Yaozu playfully punched Shi Tailang in the gut.li. Bauer munched on chips, innocently stating, my grandpa said, a little dirt in your mouth is fine as long as your heart is clean. The usually quiet Shin Yu chimed in, Brother Shin, we're heading to the multifunctional training hall. Care to join us? Sure, I'll change my clothes and we can go. Fangshan intended to practice the 2 martial arts techniques Hua Cheng had given him today, along with the 2 light-based skills from Zhuge Han. Shi Tailang checked the time. It's 6:30 now, the training hall closes at 9:30, let us head over early so we can train for a while. After changing clothes and tucking his administrator's badge into his pocket, the group made their way to the training hall. Upon arrival, the hall was bustling with activity, already filled with many people. As Fangshan scanned the room, he spotted a familiar figure. She, too, noticed him and turned around, flashing a sweet smile. Fangshan waved back as Jian Shichar banded over, her high ponytail bouncing joyfully. Chapter 55, Is There Such a Demand? Jian Shichar is stunningly beautiful, with an oval face, exquisite features, and a tall, slender figure. Although she often wears loose clothing, it is sometimes difficult to conceal her gradually developing curves at this age. In the presence of others, Jiang Shichar maintains an aloof and cold demeanor, embodying the image of an ice queen. Yet, whenever she sees Fangshan, a sweet smile inevitably graces her lips. As the training camp commenced, many classmates established a Qiansheng ranking on the internal forum to vote for the most attractive students of the current session. Jiang Shichar ranked 3rd, while Li Bear, who shared the same team as Fangshan, also made the list, albeit her appearance was rather unrefined, leading to a slightly lower score. However, her striking looks and exceptional combat skills allowed her to secure a place in the top 10. Upon Jiang Xichao's arrival, numerous classmates were drawn to her presence. Fangshan playfully flicked her forehead, and as she approached him, envy and admiration filled the eyes of many. It was surprising to see the third-ranked beauty on the Qinsheng list so closely acquainted with Fangshan. Shi Tailang, with a mischievous grin, leaned in and said, "Xinji, introduce us." Fangshan replied, "This is my sister, Jiang Xiechar." "Xiechar, this is Shi Tailang." "Hello." Jiang Xiechar responded coolly. Shi Tailang, wearing a silly grin, said, "Hey there, Xiechar, just call me Tailang Ji." Fangshan continued to introduce Jiang Xiechar to several others nearby. As future colleagues in the Qindun Bureau, it was wise to cultivate friendships. After the introductions, Bai Yulin, with a booming voice, declared, "Everyone, we must seize every moment for training and not waste time on trivial matters. Fangshan, this bunch of slackers says you're quite strong. I challenge you to a match. Let us settle this once and for all." Fangshan replied, "A match to determine who is stronger sounds fine, but to settle the matter of gender, I believe you are mistaken." Bai Yulin paused momentarily, while several friends burst into laughter. "Let me see for myself just how strong you are." Bai Yu, Bai Lin, and Bai Yulin all claim you are formidable. I refuse to believe it. If you defeat me, I will unconditionally cast my vote for you as our team leader. Fangshan scrutinized Bai Yulin, sensing a hint of insanity, even as he berated himself. Zhang Yaozu sniffled, "Xinji, he's the only one in our team who doesn't accept defeat. Make him cry later." "Very well." Bai Yulin's fists collided in eagerness, a grin breaking across his face. "Let's get started. We'll see what we're made of." As he spoke, an aura of swirling red and black energy emanated from Bai Yulin, his eyes filled with a blood-red hue. Shi Tailang exclaimed, "A berserk talent. No wonder Bai Yulin's brother always has such a bad temper." Bai Yulin grinned widely, propelling himself forward with explosive force, charging at Fangshan like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Fangshan, throwing a punch aimed directly at his face. Fangshan tilted his head slightly. Bai Yulin's fist grazed past Fangshan's cheek, the wind from the punch causing Fangshan's hair to sway. With a swift motion, Fangshan raised a hand. Smack! Fangshan seized Bai Yulin by the neck, lifting him effortlessly off the ground. The surge of energy coursed through Bai Yulin, causing his previously furious expression to dissolve, replaced by a gentle demeanor. His features softened, and it was evident that his physique transformed, his chest swelling, and his long legs slowly coming together. "Fangshan, you hurt me," a slightly aggrieved female voice emerged from Bai Yulin. Fangshan was taken aback. Zhang Yaozu was equally bewildered. What just happened? Is it over? Li Bear tilted her head, gazing vacantly. It's over. Just one move, there were no flashy techniques at all, and this is how it ends. Just how strong is he? Jiang Xiaochao's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Fangshan, her heart swelling with pride upon witnessing her cousin's strength. Fangshan realized that this was Bai Yulin's sister, Bai Yu, and promptly released his grip. Bai Yu rubbed her reddened neck, gazing at Fangshan with glistening eyes. That rascal Bai Yulin, both incompetent and playful. Fangshan, he wants me to convey that he fully concedes this time. The disparity is too great. Ordinary people see you as a frog at the bottom of a well gazing up at the moon, while awakened ones perceive you as a mayfly touching the vast sky. Fangshan chuckled, "You flatter me. I feel a bit embarrassed. Everyone here at the 9th district is exceptional, each a genius in their own right, but of course, genius is merely the threshold to meet me." The others exchanged glances. When others say such things, it feels like boasting, but when you say it, Xinji, I genuinely believe it. In Bai Yulin's words, you're akin to a top-tier spatial ring. What do you mean? Others may wish to boast but cannot, yet you genuinely can. Fangshan couldn't help but smile. All right, everyone, let us get back to training. Zhang Yaozu remarked gloomily, the doors close at 9:30. We should make the most of our time. I heard from a senior that to continue training, we need to plead with the administrator and pay extra. It costs quite a bit, 5,000 for an hour. What? So expensive, we definitely can't waste time then. The group exited the multi-person simulation training room, each heading towards individual training areas. Fangshan turned to Jiang Xiechar. "Xiechar, if you need anything in the future, just message me. Got it, brother. As Fangshan sought the training hall, the supervisor, a kind uncle named Ren Liancheng, whom he had met before, approached him. Fangshan. Ren Liancheng called out. Teacher Ren. Fangshan greeted. Did you bring your credentials? Yes, Fangshan replied, waving his administrator card. Ren Liancheng glanced at the time. I have to step out for a bit, keep an eye on things here, ensure everyone adheres to the rules. If there is any trouble, like a group causing a disturbance, you may impose penalties, barring them from the training hall for 3 days to a month. You can handle this with your smart device. Generally speaking, however, nobody has the audacity to break the rules here. Your primary responsibility is to monitor after 9:30. If anyone wishes to continue using the facilities, collect a fee of 5,000 from each, and 10% of that will be automatically credited to your account as a commission. Of course, you also have the right to bring in guests for free, just be mindful not to exceed 10 people. Understood, Teacher Ren. Ren Liancheng patted Fangshan's shoulder. I'll be on my way. All right. Fangshan found an individual training room. He had come to practice the 4 skills imparted by Huicheng and Zhugerhang. Fangshan adjusted the gravity to 4 times its normal level, having already experienced the dark force once today. Unleashing the 9-fold open heaven fist became significantly easier. After some practice, Fangshan grasped its essence. He unleashed a powerful punch, and the measuring device beeped, gradually displaying a value of 18,000 kilograms, which continued to double. The 9-fold open heaven fist could stack its power, allowing for a maximum of 9 layers of force. On his first day of training, he could currently only achieve 3 layers. However, with the enhancement of his slaughter talent, the strength of his 3-layer punch mirrored that described in the skill's introduction, yet it also increased armor-piercing damage. Thus, when he struck, the enemy's suffering was far beyond mere physical force. After some exploration of the Golden Bell shield, a near-transparent film manifested around his body. Testing its impact resistance, he found it could withstand a mid-level attack from a 4th-tier warrior. Fangshan's expression brightened. This enhancement was clearly due to the optimization provided by the slaughter talent. It was indeed powerful. Taking a deep breath, Fangshan shifted his focus to the 2 skills of the light attribute talent. Divine Skill, Light's Instant Flash, and Divine Skill, Light's Instant Kill. With the enhancement of the slaughter talent, the activation range of these skills had exceeded their original limits. Fangshan switched the training room to a combat environment suited for the light attribute talent. The skylight opened, allowing moonlight to pour in. Fangshan immersed himself in the experience. The moonlight scattered softly, enveloping his body, as his eyes transformed into a silvery hue, resembling 2 full moons. His form gradually became indistinct, akin to an eraser sweeping across the canvas of reality. In the next moment, Fangshan appeared 30 meters away. He exhaled, leaning on his knees, panting heavily, excitement coursing through him. He had succeeded on the first attempt. However, his internal reservoir of moonlight was insufficient, leaving him somewhat fatigued. Absorbing moonlight was simple, one merely needed to bask in its glow. Regaining his composure, Fangshan resumed gathering moonlight. A few minutes later, he raised his hand and grasped the moonlight. A cross sword, forged from the gathered moonlight, materialized in his grip. A training dummy appeared in the hole. Fangshan slashed at the dummy with the moonlight sword. The luminous blade reached the dummy in a heartbeat, cleaving it in 2, transforming it into shimmering particles. Once more, Fangshan gasped for breath. His moonlight reserves were still lacking, and his light attribute talent was not top tier, limiting the amount of moonlight he could store to a certain threshold, allowing him to execute 3 skills. Excluding the use of potions, his true power was merely at S level for the light attribute talent. To elevate his upper limits, the most straightforward and brutal method would be to eliminate several awakened individuals with light attribute talents and seize their power. Glancing at the time, he realized that a considerable amount had passed. 9:26. Exiting the training hall, he noted that many students had already left, exhausted from their efforts, yet a few remained diligently training. As Fangshan's gaze roamed, he spotted Jiang Xiechar emerging from the training hall, wiping the sweat from her brow. Upon noticing Fangshan, she waved and began to approach him, only to be obstructed by a group of individuals. The leader of the group held a bouquet of flowers and declared, "Xiechar, from the moment I first laid eyes on you, I fell for you. Will you be my girlfriend?" The crowd erupted in cheers, urging her to accept. Jiang Xiechar furrowed her brow. "Excuse me, could you please step aside? Yet the individual persisted, blocking her path, and his entourage surrounded her. Xiechao, my name is Yang Haozi, a new student from the 2nd district. I saw you on the day of enrollment. I knew you were my destined partner. Xiechao, I truly like you. Will you be my girlfriend? Jiang Xiaochao's expression remained icy. Move aside. Yang Haozi, grinning shamelessly, replied, not a chance. If you don't agree to be my girlfriend, I won't let you leave today. Jiang Xiaochao frowned and attempted to sidestep him, but Yang Haozi blocked her again, a wicked smile on his face. He casually snatched Jiang Xiaochao's towel and inhaled its scent, exclaiming, wow, Xiaochao, what shower gel do you use? It smells amazing. Could you not be so disgusting? Step aside. Yang Haozi persisted, unabashedly blocking her way, and then stole her glasses, putting them on himself. Xiechao, let us get to know each other better. Once you do, you'll realize how wonderful I am. Jiang Xiaochao's face remained cold. Return my glasses. Yang Haozi held the glasses aloft, tauntingly saying, call me hubby and I'll give them back to you. His friends chimed in, urging, call him hubby. Call him hubby. Jiang Xiaochao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Give them back. I heard your family isn't well off, and your parents aren't awakened beings. I overheard you chatting earlier about wanting to continue training today. 5,000 per person must be a significant amount for you. How about I cover it for you if you just call me hubby? Jiang Xiaochao's eyes reddened as she glared at Yang Haozi. Are you deaf? Return my glasses. Stubborn, I like that. The more you resist, the more I like you. If you want your glasses, remember what I said. Before he could finish, Fangshan seized Yang Haozi's wrist, and a jolt of pain surged through his arm, making him cry out in agony as he dropped the glasses. Fangshan caught the glasses and handed them back to Jiang Xiaochao. Smack! Fangshan lightly slapped Yang Haozi's cheek. If you can't speak properly, just keep your mouth shut. Yang Haozi rubbed his arm, but upon seeing Fangshan, he showed no fear, poking a finger into Fangshan's chest. What do you want to do? Play the hero. What does my confession to her have to do with you? Why the rush? Fangshan flashed a faint smile. This is my sister, stay away from her. This is your first and final warning. Yang Haozi suddenly burst into laughter, turning to his companions, who joined in the mockery. Yang Xiao, this kid is quite the show-off. Let us deal with him. Yang Haozi leaned closer to Fangshan, poking his own head toward him. Want to fight me? Go on, try it. Fangshan grinned. Is there such a demand? Very well. Chapter 56. Do not take matters to heart. Fangshan clenched his fist, swung his arm with vigor, and delivered a powerful blow. With a resounding crack, Yang Haozi's jaw shattered under the tremendous force, and his eardrum was pierced by the impact. Blood erupted from his mouth, nose, and ears. Yang Haozi staggered, his pupils dilating as he momentarily lost consciousness from Fangshan's strike, before collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing. His companions hurriedly lifted him up, and the friend who had just defended Yang Haozi pointed an accusatory finger at Fangshan, exclaiming, You're finished. Do you even know who Yang Xiao is? Do you understand the weight of his background? Our Yang family belongs to one of the most esteemed clans. Yang Xiao's uncle holds a position in the church. Do you think that with Zhuge instructor protecting you, you can rest easy? Let me tell you, even with Zhuge instructor's backing, you're done for this time. Yang Haozi struggled to throw another punch at Fangshan, who effortlessly swatted aside his fist and retaliated with a sharp slap across Yang's face. The sound echoed loudly. Fangshan dismissed any notion of Yang Haozi's so-called background, taking out his communicator and scanning Yang Haozi with it. You are prohibited from entering the multifunctional training hall for 1 month. Blood continued to flow from Yang Haozi's mouth as he revealed a sinister grin. What do you think you are to say such things? One of Yang Haozi's companions, supporting him, shouted angrily, You think the multifunctional training hall is yours? Just because you say Yang Xiao can't come doesn't mean he can't come. With a swift motion, Fangshan delivered another slap, knocking out half of the man's teeth. Reaching into his pocket, Fangshan produced an identification badge and affixed it to his chest. The multifunctional training hall may not be mine, but it is under my authority now. You. Fangshan scanned the friend who had been defending Yang Haozi with his communicator. You are barred from entry for 1 month. Everyone else barred for half a month. As he spoke, Fanshan swept his communicator over the group. He then tucked it away and looked at them with a clear and unambiguous command, leave. Yang Haoxi's companions hurriedly assisted him out. Fanshan turned to Jiang Xiaochar, asking, are you all right? Jiang Xiaochar, her eyes red, replied, brother, if they come looking for trouble. Fanshan dismissed her concerns, saying, don't worry, any trouble they cause will be their own fault. As long as I am in the right, it will suffice. The other students, witnessing the scene, began to murmur among themselves. Shi Tailang and his group approached, inquiring, are you all right, brother Shin? Shin Yu, glancing in the direction where Yang Haoxi had retreated, spoke quietly. Yang Haoxi is a tough opponent with a powerful background. His grandfather is the vice president of the White Lotus Society, and his uncle works in the church. He will undoubtedly seek revenge, given what you did to Yang Haoxi. If he causes a disturbance at the 9th Division, even if you're in the right, your background will not shield you from punishment. Shi Tailang countered, what is there to fear? Brother Shin has a background too, he has the backing of the Beast Palace. Shin Yu expressed concern, even with the Beast Palace behind him, they have the White Lotus Society and the church supporting them. Jiang Xiaochar bit her lip, on the verge of tears. Fanshan smiled as he wiped her tears, reassuring her, it's all right, didn't you hear, we have Sister Bauer to protect us, there's no need to panic. Jiang Xiaochar hung her head, I'm sorry, brother, I've caused you so much trouble. Why should you apologize? He was the one who deliberately harassed you and provoked you. He should be the one saying sorry. Now, dry your tears, and let's practice. Later, I'll take you home. Understood, brother. Fanshan proceeded to handle the paperwork for other students wishing to continue their training. In total, exactly 400 students came to resume their training, each paid 5,000, totaling 2 million for the night. Fanshan took a 10% cut, netting 200,000. Just as the money hit his account, he received 20 points of credit. His current total stood at 16,640-6. It must be said, earning money here was swift. The sum of 5,000 was considerable for students from ordinary families. Even with subsidies, they couldn't afford to come every day, so those from modest backgrounds were cautious not to waste time, while wealthy students viewed money merely as a number. The affluent could linger here indefinitely, while those from ordinary families were limited to a finite training period. Over time, students with strong backgrounds, should they work a little harder, would see their abilities diverge further from those of their less privileged peers. When their families invested resources, they would soar, naturally ascending to leadership positions within teams, ultimately monopolizing the upper echelons of the Sky Shield Bureau. For ordinary individuals, carving out a path to success would be exceedingly difficult. Fanshan picked up his communicator and noticed a message from Zhugerhang, simply stating, if you fight, then fight, eat and drink as you please, do not take matters to heart. No problem. Shortly after, Hua Cheng sent a message, saying, well done. My students must possess some backbone, they cannot be cowards. If he dares to use his family connections against you, come to me. I'll deal with it. Whoever from his family comes, I will confront them. Fanshan couldn't help but smile, appreciating Hua Liuji's loyalty. Unexpectedly, his phone vibrated again, revealing a message from Shang Qianqiu. You little rascal, not even 3 days into the semester, and you've already taken someone down, especially the grandson of the vice president of the White Lotus Society. Shouldn't I have done so? Har har har, I got the details. He was bullying your sister. If you hadn't acted, I would have looked down on you. He deserved a good thrashing. An illegitimate child born of a mistress thinks highly of himself. If he dares to have his family find trouble with you, reach out to me. I'm available 24 hours a day, I'll back you up. Fanshan chuckled, he hadn't expected this old lecher to be so righteous. Thanks, Lord Shang. No need for such formalities, call me Old Shang from now on, and I'll call you Shinzi. Thank you, Old Shang. No problem, Shinzi. Don't be so polite, when you graduate, just treat me to a big health session. Fanshan glanced at the message from Shang Qianqiu, understanding why Sun Baizhen held such disdain for him. His rather inappropriate title was earned through his own efforts. Meanwhile, Yang Haoxi, blooded and battered, initiated a video call. When the call connected, he was met with the visage of a stunningly beautiful woman, her every smile exuding a sultry charm, clad in a chapel as she played mahjong. Upon seeing young House's condition, she gasped in shock. "Son, what happened to you?" "Mom, I got beaten up." Young Housey sobbed. "What occurred? Who dared to lay a hand on my precious son?" she shrieked. Young Housey wiped his tears, explaining, "It was a scoundrel named Function. I was just joking around with a female classmate, nothing serious. I don't know what triggered him, but he deliberately sought me out and attacked me. Mom, I've lost several teeth, my jaw is fractured, and if it weren't for the healing school doctor, I wouldn't even be able to speak." Chapter 57, the situation escalates. The seductive woman was immediately consumed with fury. "How dare you lay a hand on my precious son? I want him dead. What did you say his name was?" "Function." "Just wait, I shall go find your father." As she spoke, the woman pushed aside her chair, her high heels clicking emphatically against the floor as she stormed out, tears streaming down her cheeks. "My dear son. It must hurt so much. Mommy will bring you home, we'll take care of you for a while." Young Housey exclaimed angrily, "Mom, physical pain can heal, but mental anguish takes far longer to mend. I endured countless blows today, I demand he compensates me tenfold." "All right, my son, rest assured, Mother will find a way to deal with him." With a forceful kick, the woman flung open the door to the study, where a middle-aged man was engrossed in paperwork. The seductive woman shrieked, "Yan Yangbin, are you going to do anything or not? Just look at what they've done to your son." As she spoke, she thrust her phone towards him. Yan Yangbin, puzzled, took the phone and his brow furrowed deeply upon seeing the state of young Housey. "What happened?" With tear-filled eyes and a voice choked with grievance, young Housey replied, "Dad, while I was playing with my classmates, I had a dispute with a new student. He insulted me and said the young family is nothing. When I told him to watch his mouth, he struck me. I've already seen the school doctor, if not, my jaw would have been shattered." Upon hearing this, young Yangbin's brow furrowed slightly, yet he was all too familiar with his son's nature. "Housey, are you being truthful? This isn't some provocation on your part, is it?" The seductive woman erupted with rage. "Young Yangbin, are you out of your mind? Your own son was assaulted, and you dare to question him." Young Yangbin fixed his gaze upon young Housey. "I will call my friends at the Qiandun Bureau to verify the situation. I will ask you once more, is what you say true?" Young Housey dared not meet his father's eyes. "Are you unwell, young Yangbin? Is the truth so paramount? Regardless, our son is injured. Is this how you fulfill your role as a father?" The seductive woman shrieked once more. Young Yangbin raised his head, casting a cold glance at the seductive woman, who shivered under his gaze. He then turned his attention back to young Housey. "I'm asking you a question." "Why yes, Dad, just look at the state I'm in." Young Housey stammered. Young Yangbin opened a drawer filled with several phones and selected one to make a call. After hanging up, his expression darkened completely. He snatched the phone back and glared at young Housey's image on the screen. "You flirted with a female classmate and did so in front of her brother. She's a new student at the 9th division. Why didn't you let them beat you to death? You brought this upon yourself. I sent you there for further training, not to bully others." Young Housey dared not breathe a word. Young Yangbin tossed the phone to the seductive woman. "I informed the Qiandun Bureau. They will have you apologize sincerely to that student and her brother." With tears in her eyes, the seductive woman hung up and screamed at young Yangbin, "Why should it be this way? Young Yangbin, do you even consider yourself a man? You didn't say that when you wooed me, after all these years with no recognition, and now our son is bullied, you do nothing. Apart from hitting and scolding him, have you ever taken any responsibility as a father? Do you even regard him as your own son? The other party is from the 9th division. What does it matter which division? Bullying my son is unacceptable. If you want to intervene, I will." Young Yangbin coldly regarded the seductive woman. "Su Qing, your son's character is a result of your indulgence. If you continue like this, it will lead to disaster." "I don't care. All I know is that my son has been injured by an ignorant fool." Young Yangbin warned, "The old man is in seclusion, do not disturb him." Jiang Suqing stamped her foot, turning back to glare venomously at Yang Yangbin, a cold smile gracing her lips. If the Yang family want to intervene, I will seek help from my own family. With that, she stormed out. Jiang Suqing sent a message to Yang Haoxi, "Don't worry, my darling, your father won't help, but I'll enlist your uncle's assistance." After sending the message, she called him. The moment the call connected, she burst into tears. "Brother, your nephew has been bullied and nearly beaten to death." "Who did this, Yang Yangbin?" "No, it was a new student at the training camp." "What is his name?" "Fangshan." There was a pause on the other end of the line. "Fangshan?" "Yes, what is wrong, brother?" "Well, it just so happens that our church is investigating someone named Fangshan from the Qiandun Academy. There is only one student with that name among the new entrants. It must be him. Don't worry, I'll handle this. If someone dares to lay a hand on my nephew, I'll show this insignificant insect, who lacks any background, that no matter how talented he is, he will be trampled underfoot. I'll have someone lock him up, and let Haoxi avenge himself." Jiang Suqing wiped her tears. "Thank you, brother, it's good to have family." After hanging up, Jiang Suqing called Yang Haoxi again. "My darling, I just spoke with your uncle. He said the church will soon investigate that Fangshan. His days of peace are numbered. Just wait, your uncle personally promised to have him arrested so you can take your revenge." Upon hearing this news, Yang Haoxi's face contorted with rage, and he excitedly waved his fists after hanging up. A few of his friends gathered around. "What is the news, young Master Yang?" Yang Haoxi grinned maliciously. "My uncle from the church said he would help me get revenge. That scoundrel won't have much longer to enjoy himself." Wu Zhishuan, who had been speaking on Yang Haoxi's behalf, covered his previously injured mouth. "Young Master Yang is formidable. A man must show no mercy. Make sure that scoundrel learns his lesson. What if he has good grades and talent, without any backing, he has nothing." As Fangshan struck Yang Haoxi, the situation began to escalate rapidly. Fangshan found himself once again at the center of public scrutiny, lamenting his unfortunate fate as a trending topic. Initially, many new students applauded, believing Yang Haoxi had done well. However, as time passed, various other opinions began to surface. Fangshan is finished. Yang Dieshao has not only the Yang family backing him but also the support of the other two major organizations. How many heads does Fangshan think he has to take on Yang Shao? Isn't he Brother Shen backed by the Beast Palace master? They are coming for him. Don't be ridiculous. Brother Shen has no real backing. His talent caught the attention of Instructor Zhuge, which led him to the Beast Palace master. If Yang Shao's forces come knocking, do you think the Beast Palace master would risk his reputation for a new student from the 9th division? Brother Shen's fate is sealed. Fangshan is the top scorer in the entrance exams and from the 9th division. Yang Shao's people won't stand idly by, right? Are you out of your mind? Have you seen how the church operates? They don't care about anyone, they act independently and wouldn't give the 9th division any face. Besides, how many times must I say it? Entrance exam scores don't guarantee future success. Fangshan has no backing. Even if he survives this, he will surely suffer a great loss. Chapter 58. Feel free to ask me anything if you don't understand. Fangshan merely skimmed through the comments, hardly paying them any mind. With Zhuge Han, Hua Cheng, and Shang Qianqiu bearing the brunt of things ahead, Fangshan felt no fear whatsoever. Moreover, with the esteemed Mr.Yi backing the 9th division, his trepidation diminished even further. When he escorted Jiang Shichar back, her eyes were still red-rimmed. To soothe her, Fangshan shared Zhuge Han's message, which finally relieved her worries. As he ascended to his dormitory, he coincidentally encountered the imposter brother Underpants, Zhang Qiang. As they brushed past each other, Zhang Qiang chuckled, "I was hoping to compete with you in the midterm exam, but it seems now that whether you make it to the midterm at all is another matter entirely." Fangshan cast a nonchalant glance at Zhang Qiang, retorting, "If you continue to bark like a mindless antagonist, never mind the midterm. You might not even survive the night." Zhang Qiang sensed the ominous aura emanating from Fangshan, causing the hair on his neck to stand on end. He had previously experienced life-and-death struggles during the decapitation mission, and he distinctly felt that for an instant, Fangshan exuded the same intimidating presence as those whose hands were stained with blood. Swallowing hard, Zhang Qiang dared not linger, fearing that before Yang Haozi could exact his retribution, Fangshan might send him off first, and he hurriedly raced downstairs. Upon returning to his dormitory and taking a seat, he was soon joined by Shitai Lang, Bai Yulin, Xin Yu, Zhang Yaozu, and Li Bao'er, who entered from outside. "What's up?" Shitai Lang said with a grin. "Bro Xin, we all just called our families. If that scoundrel Yang Haozi dares to trouble you, our families will step in to help. Especially my dad, I'm his only son, and if he refuses to assist, I'll smash my 2 joy beans to rob him of the joy of being a grandfather." Fangshan smiled appreciatively, feeling an unexpected wave of emotion. "Thank you, everyone." Shitai Lang pounded his chest, declaring, "We're all comrades in arms. It's only natural to support each other in times of trouble." "We are your backing." Fangshan stood up, and the group embraced warmly. "I won't indulge in sentimental words, we'll handle matters as they arise." "All right, Bro Xin." After bidding farewell to the group, Fangshan sat back down, his mind flickering with thoughts of Yang Haozi and his band of ruffians from earlier. Although Zhuge Han, Hua Cheng, and Shang Qianqiu had all expressed their willingness to assist him, Fangshan was acutely aware that their support stemmed from his considerable talent and potential. Therefore, it was imperative for him to enhance his own strength. Fangshan flipped his hand, revealing a small spatial orb gifted to him by the former master of the Wanshou Palace. With a casual flick, the orb shattered, and a bear materialized before him. The enormous white bear pounded its chest fiercely, prompting Fangshan to unleash his true dragon aura. Instantly, the bear ceased its ferocity, adopting a docile demeanor as it lowered its head and approached Fangshan. He placed his hand upon it. This great white bear, known as the explosive flame bear, possessed both fire and berserker attributes, engulfed in flames during battle, with its combat prowess increasing as its health diminished. Currently, it was at the peak of the 4th tier. Fangshan forged a contract with the bear, which affectionately nuzzled his palm. As the contract was established, a flash of crimson appeared in the bear's eyes. Fangshan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't activated his slaughter talent, yet the bear had seemingly acquired a simplified version of that very talent upon signing the contract. Stroking the bear's soft fur, Fangshan felt bolstered by the addition of this formidable ally. Now he needed to devise ways to bolster his own strength. He must elevate his worth. With sufficient power, he could secure ample protection. The simplest method for enhancing strength was through slaughter. Yet, committing acts of violence within the Qian Shield Academy was a mere fantasy. The most straightforward approach was to accept some tasks. Time swiftly passed, leading to the following day. Early in the morning, Bai Yulin knocked on the door. "Bro Xin, it's Master Extinction's class this morning. Don't sleep in. We need to enter the classroom 5 minutes early to secure seats in the back. If we're late, we'll have to sit in the front." Having just awakened from practicing the Golden Bell Shield, Fangshan opened his eyes, changed his shoes, and opened the door. "Let us go." Bai Yulin stood at the entrance, looking as if he was about to head into battle, while Shitai Lang leaned against the doorframe, toothbrush in mouth, gleefully remarking, "Safe travels, you too." "I shall fondly remember you." Zhang Yaozu and Li Bao returned from breakfast and, upon hearing that Bai Yulin and Fangshan were heading to Master Extinction's class, made the sign of the cross over their chests and clasped their hands together, a mitterpaar. "May the 2 brave benefactors be blessed on their journey to the west. The Lord will watch over you. Amen." Bai Yulin, irritated, flicked Zhang Meiqiu's forehead, exclaiming, "Get lost, get lost." On their way to the classroom, Bai Yulin handed Fangshan a small wooden plaque. "What's this?" Fangshan inquired. Bai Yulin shoved the plaque into his hands, explaining, "I got this blessed wooden plaque from a senior with a witchcraft talent. Holding this will significantly reduce the risk of being called on by Master Extinction. You must understand, if she calls on you to answer a question and you can't respond, you can forget about having a good semester." Fangshan toyed with the wooden plaque and pocketed it, recalling his first encounter with Sun Bijuan. Though initially intimidating, she had exhibited a somewhat gentler demeanor upon their second meeting. Master Sun is indeed fearsome, but she must have a softer side as well. Bai Yulin turned back to Fangshan, puzzled. "Bro Xin, what's wrong? Have you been traumatized?" Master Extinction can possess a gentle side. If she could be gentle, then even a pig could climb a tree. The two engaged in light banter as they entered the classroom. Upon entering, they noticed the vast tiered classroom, with the first 3 rows completely empty. All the students had congregated behind, with those arriving early claiming the back seats, leaving latecomers to occupy the front rows. This phenomenon was quite astonishing, as no other instance like it existed within the Qian Shield Academy. Indeed, as the saying goes, a person's reputation casts a shadow, and the fearsome reputation of the elderly son was palpable. As a top-tier figure in the Qian Shield, Fang Xin's mere presence immediately attracted considerable attention. What the hell, isn't he that Fang Xin? Why is he here for this class? How many talents does this guy have? I've heard he awakened 5 talents, the weakest seems to be an S-class mental talent. Goodness, the disparity between people is infuriating. What is the use of multiple talents? He is just inviting trouble from young Master Yang. He might as well prepare for death. He seems remarkably calm, as if nothing phases him. Should he burst into tears in public, it's definitely an act. When young Master Yang's family comes for him, he'll be pissing his pants. I asked young Master Yang, the earliest will be this afternoon, and at the latest tomorrow morning. His uncle is sending someone to find trouble with Fang Xin. I can't wait to see Fang Xin get his comeuppance. What is your problem? Why are you so eager for Fang Xin to be punished? Sorry, but the bullet always strikes the bird that sticks its head out. Why should he flaunt himself so brazenly, and those who excel in the entrance exam are rallying behind him? It is infuriating. I almost wish to see him beaten to tears by young Master Yang's family. As the murmurs of discussion swirled, a figure strode in through the classroom door. Wearing rectangular glasses and a knitted sweater, the moment she entered, the entire room fell silent. Elder Sun ascended the podium and retrieved a roster from her briefcase, closed the front and back doors. We will take attendance. Students sitting near the entrances promptly closed the doors. All the students sat up straight, holding their breaths. The oppressive aura emanating from the elderly lady was overwhelming. One by one, Elder Sun called out names. When she reached Fang Xin's name, he raised his hand in response. Elder Sun lifted her gaze towards him, her tone softening. Don't sit so far back. Come sit in the front row. At her words, the attention of the entire classroom turned to Fang Xin. Bai Yulin lowered his head, exclaiming, "Damn, the wooden plaque is useless now." Other students began whispering, creating a low hum of conversation throughout the classroom. Why did she call him? His entrance exam scores were good. Don't kid yourself. In front of Master Extinction, doesn't he care about your entrance exam scores? This lady despises students who break the rules. It doesn't matter if you're right or wrong, anyone who fights on campus is her enemy. Fang Xin hit young Master Yang yesterday. If she is targeting anyone, it's him. Har har, Fang Xin is doomed. Fang Xin is finished. He won't even get to wait for young Master Yang to retaliate before Master Extinction acts first. As Fang Xin stood up, he was taken aback by Elder Sun's unexpected maneuver. Although she had spoken more kindly when exiting the administration building yesterday, the elderly lady's past exploits were well documented, and it was impossible not to feel apprehensive. In the entire front 3 rows, Fang Xin was the sole occupant. Just as he prepared to take a seat, the elderly lady's gaze softened, akin to a relative looking upon an accomplished descendant, as she addressed Fang Xin in a gentle tone. Some concepts in the mental system can be quite challenging. Sit up front, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. Chapter 59, discovered by Yu. Fang Xin stood in a moment of astonishment. Just now, he had felt a twinge of anxiety, only to realize it had been for naught. Although he was unaware of what the elderly lady had heard from the dean in the administration building earlier, her attitude towards Fang Xin had undeniably undergone a complete transformation. Granny Sun's sudden gentle demeanor left many students below puzzled as to why she was treating Fang Xin in such a manner. What else could it be? Brother Xin excels academically, need we even speculate? Exceptional individuals attract attention wherever they go. Even the most formidable of figures would take notice. What about those who were relishing the thought of Brother Xin facing punishment? Let them keep barking. Some people are just envious of our Brother Xin. A lifetime of mediocrity. Those who had been reveling in the misfortune of others now felt as though they had been struck hard by an unseen hand, their faces burning with shame. Bai Yulin, who had been looking downcast, now clutched his small wooden plaque, exclaiming, "Har, you startled me, this little plaque is indeed useful." No sooner had he spoken than Sun Baizhun's expression turned stern again. All students who possess items blessed by the Witchcraft Department, if anyone dares to bring such items to class next session, prepare to fail this semester. Such trivial objects are of no use to me. Upon hearing this, Bai Yulin was left dumbfounded. Not just him, many students had purchased various blessed items after reading comments left by previous seniors, only to discover they were utterly useless against this formidable lady. Sun Baijun resumed her seat and continued knitting. Now, let us commence the lesson. The psychic talent possesses formidable offensive capabilities, particularly at long range, and can manipulate a person's mind, emotions, and even dreams through various means. There are 3 primary methods: sound, vision, and mental waves. Harsh sounds or melodious tones can intoxicate an individual, which is a form of mental assault. Confusing visuals, chaotic arrangements, and indistinguishable realities can lead one to lose their sense of self. At present, each of you holds an object that you have used for a long time as a reference. I will now employ psychic energy to guide you into an illusionary realm. Within this environment, concentrate your attention on your reference object and detach yourselves from everything else. As she spoke, the sound of her knitting needles scraping against each other filled the air, creating a grating noise that stirred feelings of agitation and unease. Fangshan, clutching his long-used phone, suddenly found his surroundings dimming, plunging him into an abyss of darkness. The incessant scraping sound echoed in this dark world. Fangshan's eyes darted around, alert and vigilant, catching a glimpse of a vague, shadowy figure looming in the darkness, towering as if it were an ancient demon, seated there knitting. The sound of the needles clashing was excruciating. Its eyes glowed like 2 crimson lanterns suspended in the sky. Is this the true nature of advanced psychic abilities? Fangshan pondered, shaken by the terror of it all. The cacophony intensified, and he recalled his reference object, his phone, yet now, his hands felt empty, engulfed in darkness. Taking a deep breath, he focused intently, fixating on his phone. Gradually, the overwhelming noise began to fade as he concentrated. Currently, Fangshan possessed only an unawakened psychic talent, and among his various abilities, the psychic talent was the least developed, resulting in a slower progression. As time passed, the strain of concentration caused a throbbing sensation in his forehead, reminiscent of the times he had playfully pointed at it with his finger. The more he focused, the more pronounced the discomfort became. While the chaotic sounds diminished, the darkness receded, and he began to regain a sense of touch, realizing he was indeed holding his phone. Time slipped away, and when the pressure in his forehead peaked, the darkness washed away, leaving behind a serene silence, broken only by the faint sound of Sun Baijun's knitting. Fangshan's complexion paled as he exhaled, glancing at his phone and surveying his surroundings. He was back in the classroom. Several gifted students had awakened, albeit looking drained and pale, slumped over their desks, while many others remained ensnared in the illusion, their brows furrowed in concentration. Fangshan was astounded. The terror of a psychic talent was profound. In real combat, one could be incapacitated in the blink of an eye. This was precisely why a psychic talent was essential in team battles. He lifted his gaze towards Sun Baijun, still knitting, and she smiled warmly at him. For a psychic talent to awaken in such a short span is beyond my expectations. You are doing splendidly. The few students who had regained consciousness looked on in astonishment. Had this elderly lady taken a peculiar turn today? According to tales from previous seniors, she usually arrived at work as if she had just consumed gunpowder, scolding anyone in her path, and would even resort to mental attacks when in a foul mood. Why was she being so kind to Fangshan? Could it be that he was a love child of her son? Sun Baijun continued amiably. Is your forehead feeling sore and swollen? Indeed. She explained, maintain that sensation. It is your source of psychic energy. To execute a mental assault, you must rely on it. The more energy your source possesses, the more potent your attacks will be, and the greater your endurance. This source of psychic energy is also known as the divine spring. Once you harness it, you essentially step into the first tier of psychic talent. In previous realms, this was referred to as the summoning realm. Do you know what the subsequent realms are called? Fangshan recalled what Zhuge Heng and Hua Cheng had mentioned. The subsequent realms are called source flow, pulse, grounding, viewing the well, harmonizing the path, breaking the mirror, responding to the void, and spirit platform, among others. Sun Baijun's eyes lit up, her smile satisfied. Excellent. Having attained the source of psychic energy, You have entered the summoning realm. However, the summoning realm of psychic talent does not merely allow you to summon your own psychic energy. You must also summon the psychic energy of others through relentless honing. When the energy from your divine spring overflows, you will reach the second realm. The second realm, source flow, enables your overflowing psychic energy to envelop every part of your being. Once your energy saturates your entire body, you will attain the third realm, which represents the genuine initiation into psychic talent. In simpler terms, attacks launched from the third realm will carry weight. Psychic energy can be wielded as sound, eye techniques, or mental waves to assault foes. As for the fourth realm, it allows you to manifest a protective barrier using psychic energy. Although your physical talent has already reached remarkable combat prowess among your peers, your psychic talent has merely scratched the surface. Take your time, there is no need to rush, focus on solidifying the foundation of your divine spring. I will gradually guide you through the rest. Fanxin nodded, understood. Just as he finished speaking, a blindfold appeared on the desk before him. Wear this, it will help you hone your psychic energy. Thank you, mentor. There's no need for thanks. The sound of Sun Baizhun's knitting needles resumed their irritating scrape. The few students who had awakened fell back into the illusion. Fanxin paused momentarily. Sun Baizhun inquired, "Did you pick a fight with a scion from an influential family?" Fanxin chuckled sheepishly. "He bullied my sister, so I retaliated." Sun Baizhun nodded. "If they trouble you, come to me. Even the president of the White Lotus Society would grant me some respect, let alone a mere vice president's illegitimate grandson." "Thank you, Mentor Sun," she replied gently. "No need to be so formal. I know your parents, they call me Aunt Sunday from now on. You can just call me Grandma Sun in private." Fanxin was momentarily taken aback. No wonder this elderly lady was so kind to him. She was acquainted with his parents. "All right. Continue to feel your divine spring." Fanxin closed his eyes, attuning to the throbbing sensation in his forehead. As time flowed, he felt as though he were in a wondrous space, where a spring appeared before him, slowly releasing wisps of psychic energy. Before long, the class ended. Sun Baizhun packed her belongings and turned to leave. Almost every face in the room bore varying degrees of pallor. Bai Yulin approached. "Brother Shin, let us go." Fanxin stood, and the two made their way outside. Many classmates watched Fanxin's retreating figure with a mix of envy and jealousy. "Brother Shin, why does the Witch of Extinction favor you so?" Bai Yulin mused, scratching his head. Fanxin pondered, "Perhaps it's because my name is Fanxin, so I'm favored." Bai Yulin rubbed his forehead. "Fine, I'll change my name to Bai Yushin." "What class do you have this afternoon?" "Perception." "While the class of the Goddess of the Heavenly Shield, Teacher Cheng." Bai Yulin's eye sparkled. "Brother Shin, you have no idea, I saw her in person during the start of the semester. She is stunning, the most beautiful person among all the opposite sexes I've encountered." "How beautiful can she be?" "Let me put it this way, according to my brother, He Yulin, if Goddess Cheng spit, my brother would drink it mixed with water for half a year." Fanxin looked at Bai Yulin with curiosity. "Old Bai, are you trying to shift the blame onto your siblings for your own mistakes?" Bai Yulin chuckled awkwardly. "You court me." As the two dined in the cafeteria, many students pointed and whispered, some with sympathy and others with schadenfreude. Some voices intentionally rose in pitch to ensure Fanxin could hear. "Someone's getting reported this afternoon. Young Master Yang's family is arriving. The people from the church, there will be quite a spectacle this afternoon." Chapter 60. A reunion. The din of voices was so cacophonous that Fanxin became the focal point of the restaurant. Bai Yulin turned around and shot a fierce glare at the loudest student nearby. "Shinji, ignore them," Bai Yulin consoled. Fanxin took a bite of his food and replied nonchalantly, "I initially just wanted to be an inconspicuous presence, but unexpectedly, I have repeatedly emerged as the most talked about figure among the newcomers. Those celebrities are nothing in comparison, right?" Seeing Fanxin's ease, Bai Yulin also breathed a sigh of relief. As they finished their meal and made their way back, the new students continued to cast glances and murmur in Fanxin's direction. Fanxin exhaled, recalling what Zhuge Han had previously advised him, to exercise restraint, lest he attract unwanted attention. The adage, "the bird that sticks its head out gets shot," echoed in his mind. He resolved to remain under the radar until the midterm assessments, vowing to avoid drawing attention to himself. Back in the dormitory, Fangshan lay on his bed, shutting out the world outside. He retrieved the eye mask gifted by Sun Bijun from his spatial ring and placed it over his eyes. Adjusting the mask as a reference point, he was instantly enveloped in darkness. Drawing upon his experience from the classroom earlier that day, Fangshan focused his mind. A slight pressure formed in his forehead, a sensation he could feel as a small measure of mental energy countered the jarring sounds and the surrounding gloom. With his newfound experience and a modicum of mental energy, Fangshan gradually became aware of the mask itself. Awakening from the illusion, the pressure in his forehead persisted. With his eyes closed, he sensed within his consciousness a nearly transparent mental energy emanating from the divine spring, seemingly more potent than before. Just as he prepared to remove the eye mask, he noticed that the once clear mental energy had abruptly transformed into a vivid crimson hue, resembling a demonic eye at that moment. Startled, Fangshan realized this was the influence of his slaughter talent. He removed the eye mask and slowly sat up. The talents he had already awakened, power, light, perception, mental, and beast mastery, had all been augmented by the slaughter talent, enhancing their original strengths in a manner more akin to mutation than mere enhancement. Although none of these talents, aside from power, were of SSS grade, they would still grow stronger with the elimination of others possessing similar talents. Reflecting on his beast mastery talent, Fangshan recalled that his ascent to the 9th level of the Dragon Staircase in the 10,000 Beasts Palace was partly due to his solid foundation and partly because he had slain a formidable elder in the beast mastery field prior to his arrival, thereby absorbing the elder's talent. Glancing at the time, he realized it was almost time for his afternoon class. As he made his way there, students passing by pointed and whispered about him. Some expressed sympathy while others reveled in his plight. Outside the classroom, a striking woman stood in the corridor, long, straight black hair cascading over her shoulders, her demeanor quiet yet sweet, with enchanting eyes that blinked softly, drawing the attention of many. Her long legs, clad in black stockings, were straight and slender, capturing the gaze of numerous onlookers. Inside the classroom, students clamored to sit at the front, eager and restless, as if they were livestock desperate to reach the podium, an entirely different atmosphere from Sun Bijun's class. Fangshan, the long-haired beauty, suddenly called out. Taken aback, Fangshan turned to her. Hello, Mentor Cheng. The woman smiled in return. Have you seen Xiao Bai? Xiao Bai by Yulin, he went to that shooting talent class. Cheng Bingqing shook her head. Not by Yulin. I'm referring to Zhuge Heng. Do you know where he is? I don't know, I haven't seen him these past few days. Cheng Bingqing interlaced her fingers behind her back. Could you help me find out where he is? Fangshan queried, why don't you ask him directly? He won't acknowledge me. Upon noticing Fangshan's expression, Cheng Bingqing candidly remarked, haven't you heard the gossip about us? I am his devoted fan, even the elders in the 9th division are aware. I've been pursuing him since my teenage years, yet he remains indifferent. It's a well-known secret in the 9th division. Fangshan's expression turned incredulous. He had not anticipated such gossip nor realized that the white-haired Zhuge Heng was pursued by such a beautiful woman. It was no wonder that Shang Qianqiu, that old lecher, sought Cheng Bingqing's contact information. Zhuge Heng not only refused to share Cheng Bingqing's details but had instead given Sun Bijun's. Cheng Bingqing looked at Fangshan with hopeful eyes, her hands clasped over her chest. Could you please help me ask him where he is? Fangshan hesitated before sending a message to Zhuge Heng. Where are you, bro? Did your teacher ask you to find me? Fangshan felt a bit embarrassed. Zhuge Heng truly was perceptive. Cheng Bingqing blinked her large, expressive eyes. Can I send him a message? Fangshan handed over his communication device. Cheng Bingqing, slightly nervous, took a moment before sending a voice message. Xiao Bai, please don't hide from me. It's getting cold, I bought you some clothes, can I come over to your place later to give them to you? After sending the message, Cheng Bingqing eagerly awaited a response. A few seconds later, her device vibrated. She quickly checked it. Upon reading the message, her expression reflected a mix of joy, grievance, helplessness, and determination. Fangshan couldn't help but marvel at how the goddess, coveted by countless past and present students, could appear so humble in front of the white-haired Zhuge Heng. Returning Fangshan's device, Zheng Bingqing smiled gently. All right, let us prepare for class. As Fangshan entered the classroom, the lecherous gazes of the students swiftly shifted from Zheng Bingqing to him. The goddess was a daily sight, but the spectacle of Fangshan was a rarity. The students' eyes flitted between Fangshan and a figure at the back of the classroom. Following their gaze, Fangshan noticed several individuals seated in the rear, led by none other than Yang Haozi, the one he had previously bested. At that moment, Yang Haozi crossed his arms and regarded Fangshan with a smug grin. Shinji, over here. Zhang Bing, a fellow classmate from the power class, waved him over. Once seated, the classroom buzzed with speculation. Looks like we're in for a show. Young Master Yang lacks perception talent yet still shows up here, which means trouble is on the way. Fangshan is finished. With no backing and having struck a powerful young master, isn't he just asking for trouble? Any sensible person would have compromised upon learning of his powerful background. But him, no background, no sense. He seems to think good grades grant him immunity. No matter how good his grades are, they mean nothing. Survival in this world relies on connections. Even with Zhuge Heng backing him, he wouldn't be spared this time. If he had only provoked the White Lotus Society, Zhuge Heng might have helped him, but with young Master Yang's church connections, it's a different story. Isn't he there also the palace master of the 10,000 Beasts Palace? Don't be ridiculous. The palace master was introduced to him by Zhuge Heng. Do you really think the palace master would intervene for a newcomer from the 9th division? Use your brain when you speak. The burly Zhang Bing turned around. Damn it, these people are pathetic. Fangshan shrugged. Standard practice. Zheng Bingqing gently tapped the podium. All right, everyone quiet down. Today marks our first class in the perception department. Before we begin, let me introduce myself. I am Zheng Bingqing, and I will be your instructor for the perception course. Perception is one of the few talents devoid of offensive capabilities, yet no team can afford to be without teammates possessing it. The perception talent not only allows one to detect the coordinates of enemies but also to sense danger. As your level increases, you'll even gain the ability to perceive an individual's past and future, as well as that of the world around you. Before she could finish, Zheng Bingqing frowned and glanced toward the entrance. Almost immediately, a loud, jarring sound of the door being thrust open interrupted her words. A group of individuals stood at the doorway, each clad in distinctive uniforms, adorned with a badge featuring a totem shaped like an eye, the pupil represented by a sun. They were members of the church, each bore an air of arrogance, seemingly convinced of their innate superiority. At the forefront was a middle-aged man with slanted eyes. As he slightly tilted his head, a golden-haired youth stepped forward. Fangshan instantly recognized him as Wushi, the lion dog he had encountered at Chu Xinyao's residence. Wushi retrieved a device resembling a communication tool and scanned the room, emitting a series of beeping sounds directed at Fangshan. All eyes in the classroom turned to Fangshan, realizing that this was aimed at him. Yang Haozi in the back crossed his arms, wearing a triumphant smile. Seeing Yang Haozi's expression, the students around them were taken aback. They hadn't expected the church's members to be so brazen as to barge in and apprehend someone in the midst of class. Wushi strode toward Fangshan's position, seizing his shoulder with a firm grip, lifting him effortlessly. Wushi looked down from his elevated position, a haughty expression on his face, and sneered disdainfully, "We meet again, let us take a walk." Chapter 61, Show Me. The classroom erupted in a cacophony of noise. Holy crap. They really came. Yang Xiao is incredible. The church's people have come to apprehend Fangshan. This time, Fangshan is truly doomed. Those from the church are utterly arrogant, disregarding everyone. No one can save Fangshan today. Alas, no matter how exceptional your talent or how high your grades, without a background, you are merely at the mercy of those privileged. Various voices clamored around, all eyes turning towards Yang Haozi, who sat in the back row. With arms crossed, a smile blossomed on his face, his gaze venomous, and he provocatively whistled while looking at Fangshan, inserting a finger into his mouth. Wushi yanked Fangshan along. A sudden surge of anger flared in Fangshan's eyes as he slammed into Wushi's chest. Wushi let out a grunt, his golden gaze intensifying, fixing on Fangshan. "You better behave. No one here dares to protect you today." Zhang Bing, seated nearby, abruptly stood up, his formidable physique indicative of his strength. What right do you have to take my classmate? He attempted to grab Wuxia, but Wuxia unleashed a dazzling burst of golden light, retaliating with a sharp slap that sent Zhongbing reeling. Fang Xin instantly ignited with a murderous intent, gripping Wuxia's neck tightly. Come at me, but leave my classmates alone. Wuxia was taken aback, clearly not expecting Fang Xin to retaliate. The intense aura of killing intent emanating from Fang Xin unnerved him. He pondered how a youth could possess such vehement ferocity. The brilliance of his golden aura flickered under the force of Fang Xin's push. With his golden aura surging, Wuxia's power swelled as he countered, handcuffing Fang Xin and delivering 2 forceful punches to his abdomen, leaving Fang Xin pale and breathless. Wuxia gripped Fang Xin's chin, leaning in to whisper, "Kid, don't be arrogant. Someone has personally ordered for you to suffer a fate worse than death. Ants should know their place. This time, the young lady cannot save you." With that, he dragged Fang Xin towards the exit. On the podium, Zhang Bingqing's beautiful visage turned icy as she slammed her hand on the desk. "Everyone, is it too much to come into my class to apprehend someone? Do you not regard me or the Qiandun Bureau at all?" The middle-aged man with triangular eye standing at the door smirked. "Teacher Cheng, it's a routine duty. Please forgive the disturbance." Routine. What duty necessitates the arrest of a new student? The man with triangular eyes sneered arrogantly. The church is conducting official business. No further comment. Wuxia continued to drag Fang Xin outside. The triangular-eyed man and other church members surveyed the students and teachers below with disdain. Zhang Bingqing's expression darkened. They had chosen a class lacking combat prowess specifically because of her own lower combat capabilities. She sent a message to Zhuge Han, "Xiaobai, Fang Xin has been taken by the church." After sending the message, Zhang Bingqing dashed out. The other students in the classroom hurriedly followed suit. Yang Haozi sauntered out leisurely, the crowd parting for him. Many new students fawned over him. Yan Xiao. Incredible, Yan Xiao. The church is backing Yan Xiao. Fang Xin is definitely finished. Zhongbing, who had just been struck by Wuxia, stood up, wiping the blood from his mouth and dialing a number on his comm device. "Brother Hou Liu, church members forcibly took Fang Xin from the classroom and even assaulted me. In the sensory class, they are still in the hallway." The commotion was too loud, drawing the attention of teachers and students from other classrooms on the same floor. Upon witnessing Fang Xin being forcibly removed by members of the church, many students abandoned their classes and rushed out to see what was happening. The word spread rapidly, and more students and teachers flocked to the scene, blocking the hallway. Wuxia, holding on to Fang Xin, disdainfully regarded the gathered instructors and students. The church is conducting business. Irrelevant individuals should swiftly clear the way. But the crowd only grew larger. With a mere glance, Wuxia signaled to a heavily tattooed church member standing behind him. The member stepped forward, raising a hand to grasp the air, conjuring a sword of light that sliced through the crowd, creating a path as students stumbled aside. Wuxia's golden eye surveyed the teachers and students in the hallway. "This is a warning. The church is conducting business. If you dare obstruct us again, there will be no mercy." Yet the Qiandun Bureau had its own temperaments. From the other side of the hallway, Chen Yuanjue, the team leader teaching the new students, approached with a stern expression. "Has the church come to wreak havoc in this place? Have you come to the wrong venue?" The man with triangular eyes stepped forward, raising one hand. Golden light emanated from his fingertips, and he produced an official document. "The highest commander of the church's Honglian district has personally ordered the apprehension of new student Fang Xin from the 9th Division. Do you have any objections?" Chen Yuanjue stepped closer, examining the document, noting that it bore the church's official seal. His brow furrowed in concern. The triangular-eyed man snatched the document back, a mocking smirk curling his lips. "Clear the way." Seeing Chen Yuanjue's expression shift, the new students erupted in a frenzy. "Holy crap! Yang Xiao is amazing. Such a grand display to capture Fang Xin. Having connections is truly powerful. Fang Xin is likely doomed. Let us drop the likely. It's clear that Fang Xin is finished. In 7 days, it will be his night of resurrection. Good grades are worthless. Talent means nothing without a background. you are merely an ant in the eyes of those with connections. The man known as Short's brother mixed among the crowd, reveling in the spectacle. Yang Haoxi whistled at Fang Xin, flashing a provocatively smug smile where she tightened his grip on Fang Xin's shoulder as they advanced. An insignificant ant without a background dares to dream of something with my lady. Do you now feel the disparity? What does joining the 9th Division matter? Any young master from a prominent family could easily toy with you. But just a few steps forward, their path was obstructed by a rugged man sporting a bushy beard, his slightly open shirt revealing a hint of chest hair. Everyone, this lad is under my protection. Do you have my permission to take him? The hallway erupted into chaos upon the arrival of this man. Holy crap! The Lord of the Beast Palace is here. Who said the Lord of the Beast Palace wouldn't show up? The Lord of the Beast Palace is actually standing up for Fang Xin. Short's brother furrowed his brow, a mix of envy and jealousy in his eyes. Several church members hesitated. Lord Shang, the church is conducting business, do not bring trouble upon yourself. The triangular-eyed man frowned, clearly caught off guard by Shang Chang's direct intervention. Shang Qiu grinned. This is my precious student. How am I to know if you truly represent the church? He had come specifically for this matter. The old palace master held Fang Xin in high regard, instructing him to protect Fang Xin within reasonable limits to strengthen their bond. The triangular-eyed man, exasperated, presented the document once more. Shang Qiu took it, examining it closely before pointing at the document and addressing the triangular-eyed man with a sardonic smile. It states to take away, not to capture. What is the meaning of handcuff? A colossal, single-horned serpent materialized behind him, coiling protectively. Who do you think you are speaking to? This scene drew gasps from the onlookers. Husher instinctively swallowed hard, stepping back in fear. The triangular-eyed man's expression darkened as he shot a glance at Husher. Remove the handcuffs. Husher hesitated for a moment, reluctant but eventually complied. Removing the cuffs, the triangular-eyed man stood shoulder to shoulder with Shang Qiu. Lord Shang, I've given you face. It is time to end this. I must take him away. No one can intervene today. However, just as he finished speaking, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air as a chair flew toward them, crashing into Husher's face, blood splattering everywhere. Hua Cheng, known as Hua Liu, strode forward, patting the triangular-eyed man's chest with the back of his hand. Jiang Guiji, he is my man, let's see if you can take him. Chapter 62. A clouded mind. With the arrival of Master Hua Chenghua, the atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of noise once more. Holy cow, the 9th District's Huarjing Gang, Master Hua, has arrived. Is Master Hua really that renowned? Is he renowned? What kind of foolishness is that? This gentleman possesses formidable strength, not to mention his grandfather's identity, Hua Mo, a figure we have specifically studied in our history textbooks, a terrifying presence wielding military power. One of the distinguished figures in the chaos of the gods. Goodness, is he that impressive? Why is he here to protect Fang Xin? Fang Xin's primary aptitude lies in strength, and Master Hua is also a mentor in that field. Besides, he is notoriously protective of his own. If Fang Xin is to be taken away, how could he possibly remain idle? Is Master Hua not afraid of the church? Engaging in a head-on confrontation is certainly something to be wary of, but the church's members, lacking authorization, would not dare to act against Master Hua. He hails from a legitimate and prestigious family. Moreover, the Hua family's military is renowned for its solidarity. To provoke one is to provoke them all. In that case, it seems Fang Xin does not lack support, with two significant figures backing him. It does not seem that easy for young Master Yang to exact revenge. Not necessarily. After all, the church does not regard anyone lightly. Furthermore, this is a matter of official procedure. The clamor was incessant. Yang Haoxi, mingling among the crowd, wore an expression of malice, utterly unprepared for the church's intervention, let alone the presence of two heavyweight guests. Jiang Guiji, with his slanted eyes, wore a face as grim as water, his demeanor darkening to an extreme. Hua Lao Liu. This is a matter of official business, do not overstep. Hua Cheng grinned. Official business? What official business? Jiang Guiji stepped forward, lowering his voice. Hua Lao Liu, This kid has been specifically named by higher-ups to be taken back for questioning. If something goes awry, even your venerable elder might not be able to shield you. These words ignited Hua Cheng's fury. I will stop him today, what can you do about it? Jiang Weiji's eyes glinted with menace, yet he felt powerless against Hua Cheng, resorting to producing a document and presenting it to him. Open your eyes and see for yourself if this is a document signed by the higher-ups. Is this not official business? Just as Hua Cheng was about to respond, a voice interjected. Official business, is it truly just official business? Following the sound, they beheld an elderly lady, adorned with square glasses, approaching them while tugging at her sweater. As she appeared, the entire crowd parted like the sea, as if her imposing presence surpassed that of even the most ferocious beasts. Zhang Chenqiu awkwardly adjusted his attire, covering his alluring chest hair, and respectfully stepped aside. Senior Sun. Even the brash Hua Cheng tempered his arrogance, bowing slightly, Auntie Sun. Sun Bijuan traversed the crowd to stand before Jiang Weiqi. Using the guise of official duties to pursue personal agendas, who bestowed upon you such authority? Jiang Weiqi's tone softened, as if acknowledging the elderly lady's esteemed position within the Qian Shield Bureau. Elder Sun, this matter seems unrelated to you, does it not? This child is my student. You come to apprehend my student, so tell me, does this not concern me? The crowd erupted in astonishment. Holy cow! The merciless exterminator is here to rescue someone? An unprecedented occurrence. I was already incredulous that the palace master and Master Hua would intervene, but now even she has arrived. Good heavens, is this truly the iron-faced, unyielding exterminator I remember? I feel utterly secure. After this incident, my perception of the exterminator has shifted from dark to a lighter shade. Young Master Yang is in a bind. He thought he could do something to Fangshan, but now Fangshan has summoned such prominent figures. The previously gleeful onlookers fell silent. The situation had unfolded in ways they had not anticipated. Ku Chaya stood agape, clearly astonished that three major figures had come to offer assistance. Even the exterminator herself, Jian Shijia, stood among the crowd, her expression a mix of anxiety and fury as she observed the scene. Yang Haoxi's face contorted with rage, his eyes nearly murderous. He had come to skip class and watch the spectacle surrounding Fangshan, intending to later employ extra-legal measures against him in the interrogation room, but now three formidable obstacles had emerged. Jiang Weiqi narrowed his slanted eyes, shaking the document once more. Elder Sun, even if he is your student, the higher-ups have mandated his removal. Please cooperate. Is it truly official business? Sun Bijuan inquired. Jiang Weiqi replied with a smile, Elder Sun, I assure you, it is absolutely official business. Sun Bijuan's hand, which had been gripping her sweater, suddenly paused as she turned her gaze towards Yang Haoxi in the crowd. Her cold eyes, visible through the lenses of her glasses, fixated on him as she stated flatly, speak the truth. Yang Haoxi's pupils dilated. I harassed Fangshan's younger sister, and Fangshan retaliated against me. I sought my mother's help, and she contacted my uncle. My uncle has agreed to let the church apprehend Fangshan, locking him away in a secret chamber, allowing me to exact my own form of punishment on him. After speaking, Yang Haoxi's pupils gradually refocused, his complexion paling as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. As his words hung in the air, Jiang Weiqi's face drained of color, and several church members behind him also appeared alarmed. The crowd erupted once more in chaos. Sun Bijuan's movements quickened, her eyes emitting a chilling aura. Repeat that. You claim this is official business. Hua Cheng, indignant, pointed an accusatory finger into the air. What the hell, Jiang Weiqi, explain yourself. Does the church bear the surname Jiang, using the church's banner to bully members of the Qian Shield Bureau? What more do you intend to do? If you dare to apprehend our students today under the church's flag, tomorrow you will dare to do the same to our mentors. Are you seeking to incite conflict between the church and our Qian Shield Bureau? Jiang Weiqi struggled to maintain control. Hua Lao Liu, one may speak freely over a meal, but not over words. Is this document not genuine? Sun Bijuan glowered at Jiang Weiqi. Then your use of extrajudicial measures must be genuine as well? Jiang Weiqi chuckled. Elder Sun, children often speak in anger. How can one take such words seriously? Would you not agree? If you take him away today, will that not mean anyone can come to trample the Qian Shield Bureau in the future? Jiang Weiqi's smile gradually faded. Ladies and gentlemen, I have offered my counsel. I have shown the respect due, but please do not overstep the bounds of reason. Jiang Weiqi pointed to his chest insignia. What you have all just said has been noted by my superiors. I must take this person with me today. Even if the king himself were to intervene, he could not stop me. As he spoke, the communication devices of Hua Cheng, Shang Qianqiu, and Sun Bijuan all began to ring simultaneously. Hua Cheng, frowning at the caller ID, ultimately answered the call. Shang Qianqiu and Sun Bijuan, upon seeing their own notifications, also took the calls. Hua Cheng stepped aside. What's the matter, Dad? Are you sticking your neck out for a student? Yes, has that damn church called you? They called your uncle, who advised you to let it go. Hua Cheng's brow furrowed. Let it go? You expect me to just watch as those bastards take my precious student away? This matter is somewhat complex. Rest assured, powerful figures will intervene to protect that student. After ending the call, Hua Cheng's expression turned as grim as water. Shang Qianqiu and Sun Bijuan mirrored his demeanor. Jiang Weiqi's slanted eyes glimmered with disdainful laughter. Ladies and gentlemen, is it not time to yield? As the three figures stepped aside, the onlookers erupted once more. Holy cow! The three major figures are giving way. I underestimated the church. Well, it seems Fangshan is done for now. I was short-sighted. I thought young Master Yang had no chance. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaochao's eyes brimmed with tears. Fangshan observed the power struggle between the factions for the first time, feeling acutely the importance of having a formidable background. Without one, he was merely a drifting weed without roots. Looking at the representatives of the church, then glancing at the smug Yang Haozi, Fangshan silently vowed to establish his own power. He would crush these bullies who thrived on intimidation. Huisher wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gripping Fangshan's shoulder. Do you now feel as though you are but an ant? Do you sense the disparity? Today, you are doomed. Just as Jiang Weiqi led the others to depart, a pale, naive girl emerged from the crowd, munching on potato chips. She approached Jiang Weiqi and the others directly. Many teachers and students recognized her. What the heck? Li Bear, what is she doing here? Could she possibly be trying to save Fangshan? Who knows what background Li Bear has? I don't know, but can she really challenge the church? Jiang Weiqi furrowed his brow, raising his hand to push Li Bear aside. Get lost. However, as his hand made contact, he barely exerted any force, and Li Bear fell to the ground with a thud. Oh no! I've been knocked down. Li Bear lay on the ground, pulling out her phone. Hello, Grandpa, I've been attacked. My head is spinning, my whole body aches, and I can hardly breathe. Jiang Weiqi scoffed disdainfully. Xu Buishan arrived late, and upon seeing Li Bear sprawled on the ground, his face paled, and he shouted, Do not provoke her. Jiang Weiqi disregarded him, thinking Xu Buishan was speaking to Li Bear. Completely ignoring the girl at his feet, he attempted to step over her. Xu Buishan's expression shifted, and he clapped his hands, exclaiming, It's over, this is a disaster, you've kicked a steel plate. In the next moment, a terrifying aura descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire Qian Shield Academy. The sky erupted with a thunderous crack. Following that, the void shattered like glass. A nearly transparent blade collided forcefully with Jiang Weiqi's shoulder. He had no time to react, and his body was hurled backward by the immense force, pinned against the wall by the blade. Blood gushed forth, Jiang Weiqi's eyes bulged, and under the violent impact, his complexion turned a shade of deep purple. Who dares lay a hand on my granddaughter? His furious voice echoed like thunder, resonating through the heavens. Blood oozed from Jiang Weiqi's lips, and for the first time, a look of terror crossed his face as he seemed to grasp something, shouting, Old Master Li, please, let me explain. Chapter 63. Do you dare to oppose Elder Yi? A torrent of cutting energy surged forth, filling the entire corridor with an overwhelming presence. The atmosphere was thick with dread, and every onlooker felt their heart race with fear. The oppressive aura that descended from above was so intense it was almost unbearable. Several terrifying energies emanated from the Qiandun Academy, probing the identity of the newcomer. The gathered students stood in stunned silence. What in the world is this dreadful entity? Such combat prowess. Surely at least level 13, this fearsome being can't be just anyone in the Dragon Kingdom. What is Li Bear's background? How could she have such a formidable grandfather? Did you notice that Jiang Weiqi from the church turned pale, clearly terrified of Li Bear's grandfather? Anyone with a functioning brain can see it. He nearly lost his life, of course he is afraid. Is Li Bear's grandfather truly unafraid of the church? Brother Kuchai stood agape, utterly astonished by the scene before him, staring at Li Bear, this seemingly naive girl, who possessed such an extraordinary lineage. Not just the students, but Hua Cheng, Shang Qianqiu, Sun Baizhun, and Cheng Bingqing were equally taken aback. Shang Qianqiu seemed to recognize the identity of the individual, inhaling sharply, his eyes widening in realization. It's that esteemed elder. The only one in the crowd aware of Li Bear's identity, Xu Buoxing, looked on helplessly, wearing an expression of utter disillusionment. Jiang Weiqi was pinned against the wall by an invisible blade, his face ashen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Old Master Li, this is all a misunderstanding. Didn't he touch your granddaughter? His voice thundered from above. Didn't he touch my granddaughter? Spare me your nonsense. My granddaughter has always been honest. Could it be she would wrongfully accuse you? Jiang Weiqi felt as if the sky were collapsing. Old Master Li, didn't he make contact with your granddaughter? You can ask her. Li Bear lay on the ground, her gaze unfocused, appearing injured as she spoke in a soft, plaintive voice. I can't move, my head is spinning, and my whole body hurts. Jiang Weiqi, feeling paralyzed, exclaimed, Little sister, please don't say such things. Didn't he touch you at all? Li Bear, still on the ground, lamented in a meek tone, Your words have wounded me, your aura has devastated me, your actions have offended me, and your behavior has attacked me. Jiang Weiqi stared blankly, struggling to turn towards Dean Xu Buoxing. Dean Xu, you must testify on my behalf. Xu Buoxing, maintaining a stern expression while cursing inwardly, thought, am I to be your witness for your reckless assault on our Qiandun Academy? You come here with arrogance, and now you expect my support after provoking trouble. I had warned you not to provoke her, yet you ignored my counsel. Xu Buoxing stepped forward, gazing skyward, forcing a smile. Old Li, to be honest, didn't quite see what transpired. Jiang Weiqi's eyes bulged in disbelief. Dean Xu. You clearly saw didn't touch her. Xu Buoxing's demeanor was icy. He was the dean of Qiandun Academy, a position of authority, albeit a mere bureaucrat within the wider scope of the Qiandun Bureau. Yet, he could not allow Jiang Weiqi to speak to him in such a manner. If it weren't for the complexity of this situation, would you be so brazen? I arrived late. There were too many people in front, so didn't see clearly. Jiang Weiqi attempted to defend himself, but the knife embedded in his chest twisted, causing him to cry out in agony. He smacked the badge on his chest. Bishop, save me. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a golden halo around Jiang Weiqi. The badge on his chest gleamed brightly, resembling a miniature sun. The eye within the badge seemed to come alive. Soon, a golden phantom appeared, its features indistinct, radiating a resplendent glow. Vice Captain Li, after all these years, still as temperamental as ever. Laughter resonated from the golden light, echoing like distant thunder. No wonder your subordinates are so blind. It turns out it's you, the one-eyed man. The laughter continued. For the insubordination of your subordinates in offending Vice Captain Li, I offer my apologies. As for your granddaughter, how about I present her with a superior treasure as a token of my regret? Would that suffice? My satisfaction is irrelevant. What matters is my granddaughter's contentment. The golden figure turned to gaze at Li Bear, who lay there with a pitifully helpless expression. With her adorable features and naive demeanor, it was no wonder Elder Li was seething with anger. Li Bear pointed at Fangchen. Grandpa, this is my friend. The voice from the golden light responded, Vice Captain Li, regarding your granddaughter's friend, we harbor no ill intentions. This matter is quite complex, tied to events from. I trust you understand what I mean. For the first time, Elder Lee fell silent, and after a long pause, he said, "You must promise me, do not harm him in the slightest." "Of course." "Bear, get up." "Okay." Lee Bear stood, brushing off the dust from her clothes. A sphere of golden light, the size of a fist, flew out and entered Lee Bear's spatial ring. "This is for you. Vice Captain Lee, I have fulfilled my promise." The knife that pinned Jiang Weiqi dissipated quietly, and he slumped against the wall, painting a crimson line on the ground with his back. A cold voice emanated from the golden light, "Take him away." Jiang Weiqi struggled to rise, hastily retrieving a vial of potion from his spatial ring and swallowing it without a second thought, casting a glance at Wushi. Wushi roughly grabbed Fangshan by the shoulder, preparing to leave. Hua Cheng's face darkened, and he lunged forward, his arm swirling with energy, transforming into dragon scales as he unleashed a powerful punch into Wushi's abdomen. Wushi instinctively raised a golden shield, but it shattered instantly under Hua Cheng's might, sending him crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground, spitting out blood. "Hua family brat, do you know what you're doing?" A furious voice emanated from the golden light. Hua Cheng casually flicked his wrist, unperturbed. "The documents clearly state to take him away, and you yourself said the same. Does this look like taking him away?" The figure in the golden light cast a disdainful glance at Wushi, whose head drooped under the immense pressure, unable to breathe. Wushi struggled to rise, feeling a tearing pain in his abdomen. He stood behind Fangshan, no longer daring to act rashly. "Let us go." Just as Fangshan was about to leave, Wushi's voice echoed in his mind. "Lowly insect. You won't need young Master Yang to intervene. Watch how I torment you. I'll make you wish for life but find no escape, for death will elude you. After I've reduced you to a near-death state, I'll have a healer patch you up, and we shall repeat this cycle until you understand the despair of crossing those in power." The surrounding students watched Fangshan, realizing that despite the presence of many formidable figures, he was still destined to be taken away. Once he was gone, who would believe the promises made? Fangshan would inevitably suffer, and then be healed, as if nothing had transpired. However, just a few steps later, the air rippled, and a figure emerged from the void. With a head of white hair and hands in pockets, he flashed a signature grin, revealing his pearly white teeth. "Good afternoon, everyone." With the arrival of the white-haired youth, the scene erupted once more. "What the hell? That prodigy from the 9th Division has also arrived. One Fangshan has summoned so many powerful figures. Who would dare claim Fangshan lacks connections?" A voice from the golden light responded, "Zhuge, do you wish to block our path as well?" Zhuge, hands in pockets, hovered mid-air. "I want to obstruct, but you cannot take him away. You may only question him here at Tiandun Academy. Do you truly wish to oppose our church?" The voice from the golden light thundered with indignation, causing the air to tremble and the windows to rattle. Zhuge leisurely raised a hand, pinching a token between two fingers. "Elder Yi has spoken, no one is to be taken away. Do you dare to defy Elder Yi?" Chapter 64, Do You Want to Deal with Wushi? The token hovered ominously in the air, emanating a terrifying aura that instilled fear in all who beheld it. It was evident just how formidable the figure behind this token truly was. The ethereal silhouette bathed in golden light remained silent, suspended as if in a state of idle repose. At that moment, the atmosphere itself seemed to freeze. The previously emanating presences from the Heavenly Shield Academy converged towards this location. The church refrained from taking action only because they had not received directives from their superiors now. However, with the voice from the 9th Division echoing, they had no further reservations. The members of the church had overstepped their bounds, and their energies threatened to crush them into mere pulp. Time appeared to stand still. Moments later, a voice resonated from within the golden light. "Then let us heed Elder Yi." Unexpectedly, Zhuge continued, "There is one more matter at hand. Your church has brazenly disregarded the regulations of the Heavenly Shield Academy today, violating the agreements established among our various organizations. In front of so many new students, you assaulted our new recruits from the Heavenly Shield Bureau. Shouldn't you offer some form of compensation? What do you desire? We request that you donate 10 or so techniques of the 10th Order from your Holy Light Church to the Heavenly Shield Academy." A cold chuckle emanated from the golden light. 10. You dare to ask for that? Then feel free to negotiate. 1 technique. Zhuge Heng shook his head. 10 techniques of the 10th order. A furious voice erupted from the golden light. You white-haired brat, do not overreach. Our personal grievances have yet to be settled. The white-haired youth showed no signs of fear, still grinning with his pearly white teeth. Archbishop Wu, it is currently working hours. While on duty, I am the chief instructor of the Heavenly Shield Academy, so please refer to me as Instructor Zhuge. The figure cloaked in golden light trembled slightly, clearly incensed. After a brief silence, he declared, 3 techniques, agree to that, or else, well, we may just have to settle this in court. Agreed, techniques. Zhuge Heng readily acquiesced. However, I have 2 additional conditions. Speak. The techniques must not be disseminated externally. That is the first point. The second point is that the Heavenly Shield Academy must not create any further difficulties for him. He gestured towards Yang Haoxi's direction. Agreed. 3 orbs of light flew forth from the golden light, and after Zhuge Heng inspected them, he stated, the discussion room is prepared. Let us proceed. With a snap of his fingers, they vanished into thin air. This display left many of the new students dumbfounded. Numerous newcomers had heard tales of the formidable white-haired rogue from the 9th Division, but the extent of his strength remained a mystery. The stunning snap had left them mesmerized. Many female students gasped in awe, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Cheng Bingqing gazed longingly in the direction Zhuge Heng had vanished, her watery eyes filled with adoration. Fangshan surveyed the surroundings, realizing they were in a spacious and well-lit office. Once they materialized, they all settled into genuine leather sofas. Zhuge Heng crossed his legs. Everyone, feel free to ask whatever questions you may have. Jiang Guiqi glanced around before meeting the gaze of the golden light, receiving a nod of approval. He then retrieved an orb resembling an eye from his spatial ring, tossing it lightly. The eye-shaped artifact floated mid-air. A beam of light shot forth from it, enveloping Fangshan. Jiang Guiqi regarded Fangshan coldly. I will ask, and you will answer. Understood. Zhuge Heng nodded at Fangshan. Fangshan replied, understood. Where were you when your parents had the car accident? At school. After the accident, did any peculiar individuals approach you or give you anything? Fangshan shook his head. No. Never. Fangshan affirmed, never. Did your parents ever send you anything unusual? No. Did they privately have you vaccinated? No. Jiang Guiqi glanced at the hovering eye orb, which showed no signs of abnormality. Now, let me ask you this. Before your parents' accident, did you observe any unusual behavior from them? Fangshan pondered carefully. No. Suddenly, the eye erupted with blinding light, flickering like a strobe. The golden light that enveloped Jiang Guiqi surged dramatically, illuminating the entire room. Jiang Guiqi's pupils transformed into gold. Speak the truth. Fangshan hesitated for a moment. My father never touched alcohol, but one night before the incident, he came home after drinking heavily. Continue. He collapsed upon entering. The voice from the golden light pressed urgently, is that all? Fangshan shook his head, that's all. And what happened the next day when he awoke? When I got up, he was already gone. There was a note on the table saying he and my mother had an important seminar in the morning and instructed me to eat out. After that, I had no further contact until the police notified me to go to the morgue. After a moment of silence, Jiang Guiqi resumed, after your parents' departure, did any strangers approach you with anything to say, or did they confront you with malicious intent? Yes. This declaration caused the members of the church to fix their gaze intently on Fangshan. Who? What did they look like? Do you remember their name? As he spoke, Jiang Guiqi produced a brush and a sketchpad from his spatial ring. Fangshan described, blonde hair, long hair, a bit square-shaped face, light brown eyebrows, quite large eyes, a prominent nose, somewhat fleshy nostrils, thick lips, an overall appearance that is unattractively handsome. As he spoke, the brush glided across the page, and the likeness gradually took shape, remarkably lifelike. Observing the portrait, Jiang Guiqi frowned and turned his head away. As the image formed, Fangshan added, his name is Huisher, the one sitting right next to you. Wisher's expression darkened, glaring at Fangshan with a murderous intent, as if he wished to tear him apart. Bang! Jiang Weiqi slammed his fist on the table. Are you playing with me? Fangshan replied honestly, wasn't it you who asked me? Jiang Weiqi choked momentarily, suppressing his rage. Is there anyone else? Yes, one more. What is his name? What does he look like? Yang Haozi. Jiang Weiqi was rendered speechless, putting away the brush and sketch pad, his eyes ablaze with fury. If not for Zhuge Heng's presence, he would have already resorted to extrajudicial measures. Everyone, have you finished your inquiries? If so, may we take our leave? Zhuge Heng interjected. Jiang Weiqi scrutinized Fangshan, then glanced at the figure cloaked in golden light. The golden aura shrank and swiftly vanished into Jiang Weiqi's badge. As they departed, a final remark lingered. Let us go, it seems he knows nothing. Jiang Weiqi rose, while Zhuge Heng leisurely stood up. Allow me to escort you. Before Jiang Weiqi could respond, with a snap of his fingers, he, Wisher, and the other members of the church vanished without a trace. Zhuge Heng placed an arm around Fangshan's shoulder. Today's lesson holds significant educational value. Did you feel your own insignificance? I did. Since you have felt it, endeavor to enhance your own strength. This world operates thus. From the moment humanity emerged, the law of the jungle has been ingrained in our very bones. Regardless of how civilization evolves, the principle remains unchanged, merely manifesting in different forms. At this juncture, Zhuge Heng shifted the topic. Would you like to deal with that Wisher? Fangshan grinned widely. I do. Zhuge Heng continued. Did you witness the punch that Hua Lao Liu landed on Wisher? Fangshan recalled Hua Cheng's strike, which Wisher had been unable to evade, shattering all of his golden shields with a single blow. Though the disparity in realms played a role, Wisher had been utterly powerless against Hua Cheng's might. I did. That technique is known as the Tai Ascending Dragon technique, specifically designed to counter Wisher. When mastered, it can even counter light-type abilities. After the humiliation you faced at the church today, Hua Lao Liu's temperament guarantees he will impart the Tai Ascending Dragon technique to you, enabling you to confront the church. During the midterm assessment, we will venture into the demon and deity ruins, which the church will also attend. Anyone entering those ruins with combat prowess above level 5 will be suppressed. Wisher will likewise be present, and in that realm, he will only be able to exert level 5 strength. Whether you can defeat him will depend on your own capabilities. Chapter 65. The terrifying unknown Fangshan was momentarily taken aback. Will there be no repercussions for killing members of the church? When the divine and demonic relics are activated, many so-called righteous organizations, remnants of the Eternal Night Army, and various other extraordinary factions will also enter. At that time, it will be utter chaos inside. As long as you do not slay your comrades from the Heavenly Shield Bureau, you can engage with other organizations freely, whether in alliance or in battle, including hunting down members of the church. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in Fangshan's eyes. During the testing phase, can those who are not trainees also enter? Indeed. The divine and demonic relics contain numerous treasures and rare materials, so aside from the testing trainees, others will also risk entering to seek fortune. Fangshan paused. Can one choose which divine and demonic relic to enter? Zhuge Heng chuckled. Certainly. Any particular destination in mind? I wish to venture into the 9th divine and demonic relic. Zhuge Heng tilted his head, observing Fangshan. Among so many relics, what makes you desire the 9th? My lucky number is 9. Fangshan deflected. Very well. Will Wisher definitely go? Zhuge Heng responded with an okay gesture. Count on it. Are there any other questions? Aren't you the chief instructor? Why haven't I seen you teaching anyone? Fangshan inquired off topic. Zhuge Heng, hands in his pockets, flashed a charming smile. Because, my dear friend, I am a streetwise rogue of the 9th Bureau. This answer was irrefutable. Take a look at these 3 techniques. Once you've reviewed them, remember to return them to me. I will submit them to the Heavenly Shield Bureau. 3 spheres of light flew before Fangshan, all of which he promptly stored within his spatial ring. Thank you. Just a small favor. Now, off you go to class. With a snap of his fingers, Zhuge Han made Fang Shen vanish. The new trainees continued to murmur amongst themselves. So many influential figures had stepped forward today to support Fang Shen. Even the individual behind the 9th Bureau had sent word, demonstrating the esteem held for him. Initially, it was thought that Yang Haozi would be able to take Fang Shen down, but unexpectedly, he had kicked against an iron plate. Those who had previously fawned over Yang Haozi faced a backlash from Fang Shen's supporters. What happened to those who were just flattering Yang Haozi? Speak up, have your vocal cords gone missing? Were you not singing Yang Xiao's praises? Even if the new brother possesses talent, it's irrelevant. Look at this, talent and results matter. All the influential figures are backing him. They're like rats in a filthy drain, unable to stand anyone else's success. The words they utter are merely envy directed at the new brother. This is splendid. Those who fawned over Yang Haozi are bound to feel even more sour now. Hold on, since the new brother has garnered so much support from these powerful figures, it appears he possesses some background. I heard from someone in the 7th Bureau that when new brother enrolled, he had over 10,000 points, equivalent to more than 100 million in cash. Amidst this barrage of varied commentary, those who had previously flattered Yang Haozi dared not utter a word. It was now clear to everyone that the 9th Bureau was resolutely determined to protect Fang Shen. When the members of the church departed, Yang Haozi, along with a few sycophantic friends, scuttled away with their tails between their legs. Cheng Bingqing stared vacantly in the direction Yang Haozi had left, her gaze hollow, as if she were in a trance. Zhang Chenqiu approached, rubbing his hands together like a fly. Cheng, before he could finish, Sun Bijuan cast a cool glance, her voice clear and commanding, leave. Understood. Zhang Chenqiu forced a smile and retreated several meters away. Sun Bijuan glanced at Cheng Bingqing. Minutes later, Cheng Bingqing's eyes regained their spark, though her complexion appeared somewhat pale, and she was breathing heavily. What did you see? Sun Bijuan inquired, adjusting her sweater. Cheng Bingqing gazed toward the direction Yang Haozi had departed. He intends to strike at Fang Shen on the life and death platform, utilizing the strength of others. He exhibited combat prowess at least at the mid-4th level. Sun Bijuan's movements momentarily halted, then she continued to ask, and then? Then it became unclear. I only saw someone perish, but I do not know who it was. Sun Bijuan's brow furrowed for the first time in ages. You could not discern. Cheng Bingqing nodded. It is possible that a seer with a perception-based talent cannot see, either because the opponent's realm is too high, or a high-level seer has obscured the truth, or perhaps the individual being observed is under the protection of an unknown entity. Sun Bijuan responded, so, you mean someone obscured the truth, or that there is an unknown entity shielding Yang Haozi? If a seer obscured the truth, I would sense it. Thus, there is only one possibility, either Fang Shen or Yang Haozi possesses the protection of an unknown entity. Such an unknown presence is truly terrifying. One who enjoys the protection of such an entity, if they do not perish prematurely, can reach the pinnacle and rival the divine. This statement caused Sun Bijuan to falter in her actions, her knitting momentarily halted. Can you not ascertain which of the two it is? Just as Cheng Bingqing was about to respond, an uproar erupted from the crowd. Fang Shen materialized in the corridor. Cheng Bingqing fixed her gaze on Fang Shen. Moments later, she emitted a muffled groan, her eyes turning crimson, bloodshot, and her pallid complexion drained of color, causing her to sway as if about to collapse. Sun Bijuan hurried to support Cheng Bingqing. What did you see? Cheng Bingqing, beads of sweat on her brow, her long legs slightly trembling, stammered, I saw nothing. The one under the protection of an unknown entity is Fang Shen. Sun Bijuan stared blankly at Fang Shen, equally stunned. Cheng Bingqing took a moment to regulate her breathing, retrieved a fruit from her spatial ring, and took a small bite, her complexion improving significantly, though her eyes remained bloodshot. She donned a pair of sunglasses, which bore a striking resemblance to Zhuge Han's, indicating a couple's style. Return to your classrooms, a mentor barked. The numerous trainees promptly made their way to their respective classrooms. As Fang Shen was heading back, Hua Cheng emerged from the crowd and embraced him. Meet me in the gravity chamber after class. Recalling Zhuge Han's earlier words, Fang Shen nodded, all right. Upon entering the classroom, it wasn't long before Cheng Bingqing walked in from outside. Chen Bingqing succinctly stated, "Class is about to end, so I'll be brief. Those with perception-based talents only require a perception fruit. I want to elaborate further. Our perception talent consumes mental energy, similar to the spiritual talent, and to some extent, the two are akin, albeit the spiritual talent focuses more on offense. The first realm of perception talent, the summoning realm, allows one to assess the safety within a certain range through their own visual, auditory, olfactory, and tactile senses. The second realm, source flow, involves consolidating mental energy through unique methods to create a divine spring, enhancing sensitivity and the range of perception. The third realm, pulsation, enables resonance between mental energy pulses and external airflow, merging them and significantly improving the sixth sense, thereby increasing sensitivity to danger. The fourth realm, grounding, weaves mental energy into a vast net, akin to a spider's web, capturing any imminent danger within a certain vicinity. As you are beginners, we will only discuss these four realms for now. Do not underestimate our perception talent. Every team requires our skills. With our perception, a team's chances of success multiply. No matter how great your strength, if you cannot perceive the enemy, it is futile. Fanchen clicked his tongue. What about the strength talents? Why does everyone always mention them? It's so infuriating. When will our brute force finally be recognized? Teacher, what realm is needed to foresee a person's past and future? Chen Bingqing smiled gently. That would require reaching the fifth realm. Due to Chen Bingqing's beauty, sweet voice, and amiable temperament, every minute spent in her class felt fleeting. In the blink of an eye, class ended. As everyone departed, many glanced back towards Fanchen. Today, Yang Haoxi had attempted to use the church's influence against Fanchen, and everyone had initially believed Fanchen was doomed. However, the outcome was unexpected, revealing the Ninth Bureau's strong support for him. Those who had previously fawned over Yang Haoxi now faced ridicule. Fanchen did not hasten to return to his dormitory. Instead, he followed Hua Cheng's instructions and headed to the gravity chamber. Upon entering, Chapter 66 Your uncle has agreed. Bang, bang, bang. Hua Cheng was practicing boxing against a high-level puppet. His upper body was bare, revealing well-defined muscles, each contour radiating an explosive sense of strength. Hua Cheng's body was adorned with dragon scales, akin to wearing a suit of dragon scale armor. This armor not only enhanced his defense but also bolstered his offensive capabilities. Upon hearing footsteps, Hua Cheng twisted his arm, his muscles coiling like a dragon, the dragon scale energy circulating around his arm, ultimately manifesting as 9 miniature dragons clinging to it. With a single punch, boom, the air was shattered by the tremendous force of his strike, producing a resounding sonic boom, which was followed by a deafening dragon's roar. The advanced puppet was sent flying backward from the impact. In midair, it seemed to encounter residual force, propelled further upward as if skimming across the air. Hua Cheng turned, waving his fist. Did you see that? I saw. Do you want to learn? I do. Hua Cheng grinned. That's good. If you don't learn, I might just have to beat you up. Damn that institution. I've suffered enough indignities today, and I cannot let this resentment go unchallenged. We must find a way to vent this anger. This technique is called the Tai Ascending Dragon Art, which our patriarch stumbled upon by chance. Before I teach it to you, you must promise me not to use this art to bully the weak, not to harm the innocent, and not to harm your comrades. Fanchen nodded. I promise not to use the Tai Ascending Dragon Art to bully the weak, not to harm the innocent, and not to harm my comrades. Good. Hua Cheng patted Fanchen's shoulder. As he spoke, he produced a bamboo slip. From today onward, carve out 2 hours each day to focus on practicing this technique. When the midterm assessment arrives, if you encounter anyone from the institution, give them a thorough beating. Fanchen meticulously examined the Tai Ascending Dragon Art, and after reviewing it, he felt a surge of excitement. Hua Cheng was truly straightforward. The 13th level technique was being taught without reservation. This technique balanced offense and defense, allowing the practitioner to condense dragon scales from their energy, and with mastery, their physical strength could rival that of a true dragon. Furthermore, the dragon scale armor produced by this technique could withstand light-based attacks, providing penetration and critical hit bonuses against light-based shields. Just as Zhuge Han had said, this technique countered light-based talents. He would have to prepare a grand gift for Hua. Hua Cheng continued, the two techniques I taught you earlier share many similarities with the Tai Ascending Dragon Art. Once you master the Tai Ascending Dragon Art, the other two techniques will naturally come together. However, before you begin your training, you must sense the aura of the true dragon. I have a piece of dragon bone here. Today, you should attempt to sense the true dragon's energy. Only with the true dragon's aura and its might will your combat power receive a corresponding enhancement. Fangshan gazed at the palm-sized dragon bone, and the moment his fingers made contact, the true dragon's aura erupted from within him. Hua Cheng was momentarily stunned, exclaiming in shock, "Where did the true dragon's aura in you come from?" "I obtained it when I awakened my beast-taming talent at the Beast Palace." Hua Cheng's smile widened. "I knew it. No wonder that old lecher, Shang Qianqiu from the Beast Palace, specifically applied to come to the school to support you. It turns out it was for this reason. This is splendid news. You possess the innate Tai Ascending Dragon Art Sacred Body. Train hard, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me." Hua Cheng's laughter was hearty. To be honest, Fangshan had a very positive impression of this sixth master Hua. After observing the technique, Fangshan followed what he had learned previously, channeling his energy and blood, eventually allowing a small amount of energy to emerge, wrapping around one finger, transforming it into a dragon claw. Hua Cheng adjusted the gravity coefficient to 6 times the normal level, with the 4th level combat power calibrated to 4 times the gravity. Just right. Fangshan gritted his teeth and unleashed his punch, the images of those high and mighty individuals from the institution flashing through his mind. Fangshan's eyes turned cold, his resolve growing stronger. "I must become powerful, I must become the strongest, I will shatter all the tyrannies in this world, I will eliminate all those who bully the weak and oppress the vulnerable without a trace." Initially, under the weight of gravity, even lifting his arm was a struggle, but Fangshan's gaze remained steadfast, enduring all discomfort. He mobilized his energy and blood, striking out punch after punch. Hua Cheng, watching from the side, couldn't help but break into a satisfied smile at the sight. If this determination were to continue, it seemed plausible that he could reach 5th level combat power by the midterm assessment. Meanwhile, Yang Haozi dialed a number. "Mom, that Fangshan is still perfectly fine. Not only did I fail to avenge myself, but I've now become the laughingstock of the entire school. People point and ridicule me, calling me a clown. If this continues, I might just fall into depression." On the other end, Jiang Suqing hurriedly replied, "Darling, listen to your mother. I asked your uncle, and it turns out that it's not the agents from the Heavenly Shield Bureau protecting Fangshan, but rather Fangshan himself is entangled in some secrets. Your uncle said that the reason the 9th Division is keeping Fangshan around is due to his potential value. However, he has no background, and once he loses his utility, no one will care whether he lives or dies." Yang Haozi clenched his phone, roaring, "But I want him dead now." Jiang Suqing said, "Son, don't be anxious. Let me tell you a secret that your uncle personally shared with me." "What secret?" "This time, the 9th Division is protecting that Fangshan, which has angered some people in the institution. Moreover, I've heard that Fangshan possesses considerable talent. The 9th Division is already troubled by a prodigy, Zhuge Han, and they certainly won't sit idly by for another prodigy to emerge. You know there's a life and death platform at the Heavenly Shield Academy, right? The institution will bribe a new student to challenge Fangshan on that platform, and then eliminate him." Yang Haozi replied, "Mom, that Fangshan is extremely powerful. He ranked first among the new students. Challenging him is no joke." Jiang Suqing retorted, "Son, don't be hasty, let me explain. This plan will be executed after some time. Fangshan possesses a power-type talent, and power-type talents are typically brash. After a while, he will be surpassed by other talented students. The institution will provide a treasure to the bribed student, a treasure capable of transmitting power. As long as that student was the treasure, someone with a high combat power of the same talent will transmit strength from outside the academy. To avoid raising suspicion, they will gradually set the stage to make this student's power appear to steadily increase. However, among the new students, the power enhancement should not be too exaggerated, and it will be controlled at 4th level combat power. Nevertheless, killing that Fangshan will be as easy as pie. So, my son, just hold on a little longer, and you will surely see Fangshan get killed." Yang Haozi's eyes gleamed with madness. "Mom, don't bother with any new students. Let me do it. I want to personally eliminate him." "Son, you are my precious child. Let others handle such rough work." Yang Haozi venomously replied, Mom, if I don't kill him myself, I'll forever be mocked as a clown by those students. I can't endure that humiliation, I must clear my name. Son Jiang Suqing was interrupted by Yang Haozi. I don't care, you go find my uncle and make it happen, I want to personally kill Fangshan on the life and death platform. If you don't arrange it, I'll end it all. Son, please don't be foolish, you are everything to me, I'll go find your uncle right away. After hanging up, Yang Haozi kicked a chair away in rage, his eyes filled with malice. Shortly after, the phone rang again. Son, your uncle truly cares for you, he has agreed. Chapter 67, The Desire for Strength. Boom, Fangshan's fist struck the puppet with tremendous force, the mid-level 4th tier puppet staggered back a step. Hua Cheng's eyes lit up. Fangshan was capable of delivering a punch with a force of 18,000 kilograms. The upper limit for 4th tier combat power is 25,000 kilograms. This indicates that Fangshan's actual combat strength currently rests within the early 4th tier. The fact that he could repel a mid-level 4th tier opponent at this stage speaks volumes about his innate talent. Fangshan displayed an almost instinctual grasp of this technique. After Hua Cheng demonstrated it a few times, Fangshan swiftly comprehended its essence. In a mere 2 hours, he had already mastered the ability to envelop his palm with energy, which then transformed into a dragon's claw. With a sweeping motion of his fingers, several fissures appeared on the puppet's chest. This was still under 6 times the gravity. Had they been outside, Fangshan's combat prowess would have doubled. During their training, Hua Cheng also served as Fangshan's sparring partner, pointing out various flaws in his combat technique. With a wealth of practical experience, Fangshan was quick to learn. As they exited the gravity chamber, several female students glanced over, their interest piqued. Many of these young women were far more flirtatious than their male counterparts, and given Fangshan's rising status as a prominent figure at the Qiandun Academy, this only heightened their allure, drawing the attention of many infatuated admirers. Hua Cheng glanced at the time. I need to head back now. We'll continue this at the same time every day. I've reserved this gravity chamber exclusively for you, as long as you don't overexert yourself, push your limits to the utmost. If I can't make it, feel free to message me with any questions. Got it, brother Hua Liu. Hua Cheng squeezed Fangshan's shoulder. Shin, remember, when it comes to life, you must be decisive and resolute in your intentions. Repay kindness with kindness, and vengeance with vengeance. If you cannot exact revenge at the moment, do not lament your fate. Only the weak resort to such lamentations. All the injustices we perceive stem from our own frailty. In this world, all notions of right and wrong are predicated on strength and weakness. Only by becoming powerful ourselves can we vanquish those who prey on the weak. Fangshan gazed at Hua Cheng, growing increasingly fond of his brotherly demeanor. I understand, brother Hua Liu. Hua Cheng flashed a grin at Fangshan. No need for formalities between us. In class, I am your mentor, but outside of it, we are brothers. Absolutely. I have matters to attend to at home, I must take my leave. With a wave of his hand, Fangshan bid farewell, feeling the fabric clinging to him and realizing he needed to hurry back for a shower. He also wanted to express his gratitude to Li Bauer. Today, Li Bauer had made an abstract yet impactful contribution, genuinely assisting Fangshan. Fangshan also took a moment to thank Zhuge Han, Shang Qianqiu, Sun Bijuan, and Cheng Bingqing. The concept of gratitude is not merely about reciprocating a favor with a meal or a gift. Such actions would sever future interpersonal connections. Instead, he would retain this goodwill for when they might need his assistance in the future, and he would undoubtedly respond wholeheartedly. As he walked back, a familiar, melodious voice called out from behind. Brother! Shall we go out for a meal? Fangshan turned to see Jiang Xiechar approaching, offering him a soft, fragrant towel. He wiped the sweat from his brow. I need to take a shower first. Then I'll tidy up your room. As they walked, several students cast glances in Fangshan's direction, occasionally greeting him. Has that Yang Haozi troubled you again? Fangshan inquired. Jiang Xiechar shook her head, letting out a soft sigh. When I was a student, I thought that excelling academically ensured everything would be fine. During the talent assessment, I believed good grades meant a fulfilled life. However, Today's events made me acutely aware of my own insignificance before the might of power. We who lack connections or backing feel as small as ants, easily crushed at their whim. Even as victims, they still seek to trample us. After a brief pause, Jiang Xiuchar looked up resolutely, articulating each word. Brother, I refuse to be an ant. I will not allow myself to be trampled upon again. As long as we are strong enough, lacking connections, we shall be each other's support, each other's foundation. Fangshan met Jiang Xiuchar's determined gaze with a faint smile, replying earnestly, all right. Jiang Xiuchar raised her hand, pinky swear. Fangshan mirrored her gesture, and the siblings sealed their vow with a pinky promise. After a moment's thought, Fangshan retrieved the eye mask that Grandma Sun Bijuan had gifted him from his spatial ring. This is for training your mental strength. While I practice my other talents, use this to enhance your mental prowess. Jiang Xiuchar accepted it eagerly, okay. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Fangshan knocked on Li Bao's door. Zhang Yaozu emerged from his room. Brother Shin, Bao isn't he here? She went to the training hall to practice her sword. Before she left, she said that if you wanted to thank her, there's no need. Just manage a month's worth of potato chips for her. Not a problem. Zhang Yaozu sniffled. Brother Shin, today only Bao was able to help you, the rest of us couldn't do anything. It happened so suddenly that no one had a chance to react. What about the others? Zhang Yaozu chuckled, they are all training. The church has been too arrogant today, and many are feeling fiery. When they heard that the church members would be present during the midterm tests, they are all pumped up to train hard, eager to confront those from the church. I should head over too, Brother Shin. See you later. After showering, the siblings went out for a meal. Without wasting much time, Fangshan dove into a multifunctional training room. He retrieved the martial arts manual that Zhuge Hang had acquired from the church. Upon opening the first volume, a few characters caught his eye. Chapter 68, New Developments, Technique of Light, Divine Concealment. Fangshan gazed upon the first of the techniques, which, to put it simply, was an invisibility spell. As the moonlight cascaded down, Fangshan's form gradually became indistinct. Before long, he was entirely transparent. 3 minutes later, his figure slowly re-emerged, gasping for breath, as the stored luminescence within him was not particularly abundant. This skill held an advantage over cloaks of invisibility, as it allowed for a certain degree of evasion from perception, proving to be more effective. Fangshan then turned his attention to the second skill. Technique of Light, Blazing Sun. This technique harnessed the power of light to conjure a blazing orb to launch an attack, inflicting considerable damage. However, it required the strength of the sun, yielding better results during the day. At night, one could only rely on the solar energy accumulated within. While absorbing the luminescence earlier, Fangshan noticed a small orb of light energy suspended above his divine spring. The orb, a fusion of black and white, contained specks of moonlight merging into it, along with tiny black dots. This was presumably the modified light attribute talent resulting from his slaughtering affinity. This orb was referred to as the divine source, serving a purpose akin to that of the divine spring for the light attribute. However, Fangshan was not limited to merely absorbing solar and lunar energies. When night fell, he could also assimilate the black dots. Following the usage instructions for Blazing Sun, Fangshan tapped into the solar energy amassed within the divine source. A small white orb, the size of a ping-pong ball, materialized at his fingertip. With a flick, he propelled the orb towards the puppet, which immediately bore scorch marks upon impact. Extracting a portion of the black energy, he activated Blazing Sun once more, conjuring another ping-pong-sized black orb at his fingertip. He flicked this black orb towards the puppet, which absorbed it effortlessly. Though the puppet appeared unscathed, mere seconds later, it collapsed to the ground with a thud. Fangshan rushed forward to inspect it. The puppet's mental energy had been incinerated by the black orb, while the light energy within it acted like fuel, intensifying the flames. Hastily, Fangshan extended his hand, and a fist-sized black orb emerged from the puppet. This mutated light attribute talent was astonishingly formidable, capable of incinerating not only the light energy within the opponent but also their mental energy. Every individual possesses mental energy, even ordinary people, albeit in varying strengths. Fangshan observed the black orb floating in his palm, enchanted by the influence of his slaughtering talent, rendering it a bane to both light and mental attribute talents. With a grasp, the orb dispersed and melded into Fangshan's being. The divine source, suspended above the divine spring, solidified further. Normally, the divine source of the light attribute would be either white, representing solar energy, or silver, indicating lunar energy. However, Fangshan's orb now bore a shade reminiscent of the night sky. While absorbing lunar energy, he turned his gaze towards the third technique. Technique of light, divine speed. This skill utilized light energy to enhance speed, essentially serving as a light-powered accelerator. At night, the duration could potentially double when utilizing the black energy from the divine source. Fangshan firmly committed all three techniques to memory. His power-based talent had now reached level 4, complemented by a level 4 battle prowess bear from his beast mastery talent. His mental attribute talent was just beginning, while his perception talent was currently at level 2. Although the light attribute talent's divine source had only recently coalesced, it was already capable of launching attacks, achieving an initial level 3 battle prowess. With the augmentation of black energy, it could potentially manifest mid-level 3 combat strength. Upon reaching level 4 in the power attribute, his slaughtering talent soared to level 5, yet he remained uncertain about deploying the full might of the King of Slaughter. The immediate task at hand was to thoroughly address any shortcomings and maximize the attributes of his secondary talents. There was one method to achieve this: slaughter, plunder. After a few more days of honing his skills, Fangshan planned to undertake a mission. Upon returning to his dormitory, he delivered 2 large boxes of potato chips to Li Bao's room. Shitailang had procured a projector from somewhere, and a film was currently playing. This projector could be considered a mental attribute treasure, capable of affecting one's psyche and inducing an immersive experience. "Brother Shin, come watch a movie." Shitailang beckoned. This suspense film features my goddess, the rising star Zhao Rojuan. If I could meet her, I would gladly let Zhang Meiqiu fail her midterm. Fatty, go eat shit. Fangshan glanced at the screen and noted the presence of a remarkably talented and beautiful actress. Nowadays, the selection of actors relied heavily on their performance talents, which allowed them to embody any role seamlessly. As their popularity soared, they naturally attracted a legion of devoted supporters among awakened individuals. It was said that centuries ago, those star actors could merely raise their eyebrows and count to 4 to command exorbitant fees for their performances. In today's world, to attempt such subterfuge would invite dire consequences from awakened audiences afflicted with hypermasculinity. After greeting a few friends, Fangshan retreated to his dormitory. After taking a shower and lying on his bed, he retrieved the phone that his grandfather had sent him. As he illuminated the screen, a notification indicating new messages caught his attention, causing Fangshan to sit up abruptly. Chapter 69, Mental Training. Xiaoshan, if someone with the surname Ku comes looking for you, do not be afraid, they are one of our own. The message was succinct and straightforward, and thereafter, there was silence. Fangshan turned his phone over in his hand several times, confirming that this was indeed the only new message. A person with the surname Ku, such a surname, is quite rare. Yet, his grandfather did not elaborate on who this Ku might be or what their intentions were. Could it be someone from the 9th Division? Nonetheless, the surname Ku felt oddly familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Just as Fangshan was about to lie down, a sudden realization struck him, and he sprang up from his bed with more fervor than upon receiving his grandfather's message. At last, he recalled where he had encountered the surname Ku. Previously, during his first visit to the Beast Palace with Zhuge Han, the latter had mentioned exchanging a piece of exhilarating news that would leave the Beast Palace restless for sleep in return for Fangshan's awakening there. This news had alluded to Honghuang No. 1, mentioned the Qilin, and referenced the venerable professor who had developed Honghuang No. 1, along with a living student who had been extradited back from abroad by the church. However, due to internal power struggles within the church, that student had been captured by remnants of the Eternal Night Army in Danyan Mountain. The leader of those remnants bore the surname Ku. Fangshan could not help but murmur to himself, could the Ku mentioned by his grandfather be the same individual who had taken the professor's student, as spoken of by Zhuge Han? Yet, with so many intertwined clues, skepticism was inevitable. If this were indeed true, it would mean that his grandfather was entangled with the remnants of the Eternal Night Army, an entity that held an irreconcilable enmity with the Qian Shield Bureau to which Fangshan belonged. Would he be forced to enact a tragic drama of filial piety against his own grandfather? If it were true, how could his grandfather possibly be considered one of their own? Fangshan tapped his temple lightly with his phone, sifting through all the threads of information. Years ago, his grandfather had left the Divine Court organization, even injuring several of its elders in the process. If driven by resentment, it was not inconceivable that he might have allied with the remnants of the Eternal Night Army, living a carefree life while galloping through the riches of the world. Thoughts swirled in his mind. Regardless, since his grandfather had declared them to be one of their own, there was no need for further entanglement. Enhancing his own strength was of paramount importance. Yang Hao, excessively compliant, had been humbled, and under the weight of being spoiled since childhood, he had acquired the moniker of a clown brother. This humiliation would be unbearable for him, and he would undoubtedly seek retribution against Fangshan. Putting his phone aside, Fangshan lay back down, donned his eye mask, and was once again enveloped in darkness, concentrating on breaking through IT.I. In the following days, the Qian Shield Academy experienced a notable tranquility. Students resumed their normal academic lives. Fangshan adhered to his practice of the Tai Rising Dragon technique without fail, spending his evenings in the training hall until 11:30. Hua Chen was exceedingly demanding in Fangshan's training, consistently pushing him to his limits. Although Fangshan had previously been bullied by the church, Hua Liu was even more incensed, wishing he could transfer his own powers to Fangshan so that he might wreak havoc on their adversaries. The most rapid progress Fangshan made was in his mental affinity. Initially, when he donned the training mask for mental cultivation, he needed half an hour to awaken after entering the dark space. Now he could extricate himself in under 3 seconds. The divine spring had also solidified, with a faint crimson stream of mental energy flowing forth, resembling a mystical fountain. However, this was Sun Baizhun informed Fangshan that the mask possessed 2 additional settings, one for SS-level mental affinities and another for SSS-level training. If Fangshan wished to attempt it, he could, and succeeding would significantly enhance his mental power. Of course, mental ability was merely a secondary aspect for him, so there was no need to be overly stringent. Lying in bed, Fangshan adjusted the difficulty level to the intermediate setting for SS-level mental affinity training, eager to discover the illusions that awaited him at that level. Once the mask was securely in place, he found himself in a room adorned with pink veils. Fangshan lay upon a peculiar chair, immobilized as if under a spectral weight. A beautiful woman approached him with graceful steps, tall and curvaceous, her fair skin and delicate features captivating. Dressed in sheer fabric, her enchanting form was partially concealed, with a few small flowers perfectly placed to shield her most intimate areas. As a melodious song filled the air, she began to dance, drawing closer to Fangshan with each step, a tantalizing mix of allure and shyness, her movements both delicate and fluid. Fangshan frowned. Is this the test for a young man just past 18? What young man could withstand such a trial? Is this not an invitation to error? The very essence of this temptation seemed to taint his pure soul, and yet, it was undeniably beautiful. No wonder the texts proclaim that one could die beneath the peony and still remain a romantic spirit. As the woman drew nearer, Fangshan felt a flush of warmth. It was difficult not to have a reaction in such a scenario. He never anticipated that this illusion would prove so perilous. The trial for SS-level mental affinity was indeed terrifying. The woman's delicate fingers traced his chest as she leaned in closer, blurring the lines between reality and fantasy. They say that temptation is a double-edged sword, and indeed, which young soul does not indulge in a bit of youthful folly? Yet, what lay before him felt far too real. Fangshan attempted to move, but found himself utterly entrapped. Forced to endure her advances, his clothing was slowly lifted, her fingers gliding across his chest, drawing intricate circles. He yearned to cry out, yet his voice was stifled by her touch. The woman leaned closer, her soft breath warm against him, teasingly playful. "Brother Shin, I desire you. How dare you? My heart belongs only to the organization and the people. Such trials will not daunt me." Fangshan concentrated fiercely, yet every time he gathered his focus, the woman would introduce distractions that shattered his mental clarity. He resolutely reminded himself that all of this was but an illusion. Even if it were real, it was merely a seductive spectre. This formidable physique of mine is not meant to be squandered on such frivolities. It exists to aid in the construction of a beautiful dragon kingdom. How brazen of this enchantress to disrupt my cultivation. Fangshan recalled an ancient video he had stumbled upon centuries ago, which contained a spell, regardless of its efficacy. Great might, heavenly dragon. Great Luo mantra, Prachner Buders, Prachner Barmer hung. His mental energy ebbed and flowed, coalescing and dispersing. After 2.5 arduous hours, Fangshan finally opened his eyes, removing the mask with labored breaths, feeling as though his entire being had been drained. He was drenched in sweat, the bed sheets bearing the imprint of his form. It felt as if he had fought in several fierce battles. After resting for a considerable time, he rubbed his heavy head, contemplating the frightful nature of the SS-level mental affinity trial. If the SS-level trial was thus, one could only imagine the challenges of the SSS level. Fangshan inspected his divine spring, eager to discern any progress, yet upon examination, he found himself momentarily stupefied, as if his eyes had been clouded in a tender embrace. He quickly widened his gaze to look again. Chapter 70, the 3 divine springs beside the original divine spring of Fangshan. A second divine spring had unexpectedly appeared. Fangshan scrutinized it several times, convinced that he was not imagining things. 2 divine springs, what could this possibly mean? Could this be the benefit that the elderly Sun Bijuan mentioned regarding the completion of the SS-level trial, or was it that the SS-level mental aptitude possessed 2 divine springs? Nevertheless, with the emergence of this additional divine spring, Fangshan's mental strength had indeed seen significant improvement. Utilizing his intelligence device, he delved into all available information concerning mental aptitude. He also searched for changes associated with barely passing the SS-level trial for S-level talents. The comments below were uniformly about the expansion of divine springs, indicating that the overflow of mental strength from within would be greater. However, he could not find any information regarding the existence of 2 divine springs. Fangshan refrained from extensive searching. Excessive queries on the intelligence device could attract unwanted attention. He logged into the largest Awakener website in the country using an old gaming account and a different IP. After pondering for a moment, he posted a query in the Mental Aptitude Forum section. Is there a limit to the mental strength produced by a single divine spring for mental aptitude awakeners? Could there be geniuses with 2 divine springs? After changing his bedsheets and pajamas and giving himself a quick rinse, Fangshan glanced at the forum and noticed replies to his post. Is the original poster deluded? Must be a muggle with mental aptitude. Or perhaps a muggle with very low talent. Just a fantasy of a novice. Among all the comments, a highly upvoted reply caught his eye. It was from an ID that read Spear Stabbing Poop, stating, "Stop bragging, who says a genius can have 2 divine springs? Do you believe me if I say I have 2 enormous testicles?" Below that, another popular response came from an ID named Watergun Spraying Urine, which said, "Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I have 2. Spear Stabbing Poop retorted, "Don't argue, if you really have 2 divine springs, show me the evidence, and I'll call you father." To which Watergun Spraying Urine replied, "I'm not talking about divine springs." The following comments were all responses to Watergun Spraying Urine. Are you there, Jewel Gunpee brother? Can, need. Fangshan scrolled through the comments in disbelief. One particular comment stood out, posted by an ID called Using Chest Hair for Hair Transplants. Indeed, there have been awakeners with more than 1 divine spring. In the late last century, there was a powerful figure with 2 divine springs. Since he was from the enemy faction, our officials deliberately concealed this fact, and it was not recorded. I stumbled upon this while browsing a biography. Accompanying the comment was a photo of the biography. Given its age, the image and some text were quite blurry. Fangshan opened the original image, and the photograph of the powerful figure with 2 divine springs had been stained with coffee, revealing only a semblance of a man in military attire. He appeared to be a slightly frail elderly man. The text was also partially obscured by coffee stains, allowing only fragments to be discerned. The refined details read, Yinsheng Jun, ranked 3rd among the 8 kings of the Eternal Night Army, a powerful mental aptitude wielder with 2 divine springs, possessing vast and abundant mental strength, capable of single-handedly combating numerous foes for 21 days without exhausting his mental power. Fangshan attempted to search for Yinsheng Jun but found no information. After the War of the Gods, much information regarding the Eternal Night Army had become difficult to access, seemingly purposefully obscured. Textbooks only extolled the heroes who quelled the War of the Gods, almost unanimously criticizing the Eternal Night Army, recounting mostly their inhumane deeds. When Fangshan lived with his grandfather, he indeed heard many tales about the Eternal Night Army, which aligned closely with what the textbook said. They were largely brutal, leaving devastation in their wake, akin to a locust swarm. Yet, every time the topic arose, his grandfather would sigh, gazing into the distance, lost in thought. After contemplating, Fangshan privately messaged the individual who had posted the image, "Brother, could you send me a more detailed introduction?" The response came swiftly, "Who are you calling brother?" "I am a woman." Fangshan stared at the ID using chest hair for hair transplants, in silence for several seconds. "Sister, could you send me a more detailed introduction?" "Flattering words, Aoi." The individual quickly sent a clearer photo than before. Fangshan scanned through it but found no detailed information about the two divine springs, nor was the introduction to Yin Xingjun complete. "Sister, what about the rest? Does little brother have abs?" "Why? Show me your abs and I'll share the rest with you." A few seconds later, Fangshan received the remaining information. He had to admit that Yin Xingjun was indeed formidable. Both of his divine springs were incredibly powerful, and he possessed an extraordinary precision in controlling his mental power, calculating exactly how much to use against his opponents without excess or deficiency. Moreover, with two powerful divine springs, while one was in use, the other was stored, akin to an ordinary person having two kidneys, but he had not only indestructible kidneys but also four. His phone vibrated, and using chest hair for hair transplants, messaged again, "Huff, huff, little brother's abs smell delightful. Do you want to see any other biographies? I'll send them to you as long as you share something nice with me. If you don't want to see biographies, we can exchange other things." Without hesitation, Fangshan exited the forum, adopting an attitude of a person who would abandon their pants in a moment of crisis. He was a terrifying existence who had carved his way through the SS-level mental aptitude trial. How dare a mere woman distract him from his path? Fangshan observed his second divine spring. Indeed, his mental strength had seen a considerable enhancement. If he could complete the SS-level mental aptitude trial within 3 seconds, his mental power would surely receive further augmentation. Coupled with the insights gained from Yin Xingjun's account, he could apply his mental aptitude in an undefeated manner. However, his talent remained at the S level, imposing a limit on his potential. To elevate his standing, he would need to engage in slaughter and plunder. Furthermore, his physical aptitude required practical combat experience to break through more effectively. It was time to accept missions. With no classes on Saturdays and Sundays, he could seize these 2 days to undertake tasks. Fangshan glanced at the clock. It was already 3 in the morning. Fortunately, with his physical aptitude far surpassing that of ordinary individuals, a brief rest would suffice to rejuvenate him for battle. The next day, Fangshan handed an eye mask to Jiang Xiechar, who asked curiously, "Brother, have you tried the intermediate and advanced levels of this eye mask trial?" Fangshan immediately shook his head. "No, it should be quite dangerous. You should stick to the beginner level for now." "Oh, okay." Today was Sunday, and with classes resuming tomorrow, he would have to postpone accepting missions until next Saturday. Over the past few days, Fangshan had spent each day training, apart from attending classes. They had also begun team coordination classes, and every 2 weeks there would be a team competition, meaning each squad would go out on missions, followed by evaluations of their cooperative abilities. If any team exhibited issues, the squads would be reorganized. Fangshan and his companions incorporated team training into their daily regimen. It must be said that they were perfectly matched, as they had been arranged into the same squad by Zhuge Han. Fangshan managed his time like a master, sleeping only 4 hours while dedicating the remaining hours to training various aptitude abilities. Sun Bijuan had gifted Fangshan a mental aptitude attack skill, Eye of Divine Authority. A 13th level ocular technique combining control and damage, yet, the elderly lady incessantly reminded him to hone the divine spring, emphasizing the necessity of fortifying its power to ensure greater strength and endurance in battle. Fangshan refrained from disclosing the matter of the 2 divine springs and the SS level trial to the elderly lady. Firstly, the sudden emergence of the divine spring could lead to unwanted attention and scrutiny. Discretion was of utmost importance. Secondly, the SS level trial was too embarrassing to discuss. Fangshan engaged in the SS level trial daily. The illusions within the trial evolved each day, sometimes featuring more than one female lead, with various professions and types, including mature women, lawless, the girl next door, catgirls, nurses, emotional secretaries, and aloof CEOs. Fangshan did not particularly enjoy these scenarios. After all, this was all aimed at enhancing his realm and protecting humanity, not out of lecherous intent. Initially, breaking through the illusions took 2.5 hours, but now that time was gradually shortening. When the duration compressed to under 2 hours, Fangshan was astonished to discover yet another transformation. His 2 divine springs had now become 3. Moreover, there were other anomalies as well. Chapter 71, New Mission. Fangshan sat upon his bed, his mind in a tumult. The transformation of 2 divine springs into 3 had already unsettled him significantly. To his astonishment, the radiant talent source that had been suspended above the first divine spring had unexpectedly multiplied into 2. 3 divine springs, 2 talent sources. Fangshan was bewildered. What could this possibly mean? The 2 divine springs belonging to Yin Xingjun ranked 3rd among the 8 kings of the Eternal Night Army. So how could his 3 divine springs, coupled with 2 talent sources, not place him among the ranks of the 8 kings as well? It felt as if he should rank at 2. 5. Gazing at the additional divine springs and talent sources, Fangshan recalled the textbooks which stated that each individual possessed but a single divine spring and talent source. Moreover, divine springs were nearly transparent, while talent sources mirrored the hues of the sun and moon. In contrast, Fangshan's divine springs bore a hint of crimson, and within his talent sources swirled dark energy. It was evident that this had an inseparable connection to his murderous talent. Upon further reflection, he sensed a significant enhancement in both his mental and light powers. The murderous talent acted as a formidable external aid, surpassing even the effectiveness of typical enhancements. Additionally, the surge in mental power had elevated his perceptive abilities, and Fangshan felt that his current perceptive level had reached Tier 3, with Tier 4 and the formation of a perceptive net within his grasp. Raising his hand, a sphere as large as an apple floated at his fingertips, markedly larger than the previous ping-pong-sized orb. This sphere, capable of utilizing light power as fuel while incinerating mental energy, had become Fangshan's secret weapon. He scrutinized the black sphere, acknowledging that his light talent was not particularly high, barely reaching the S-grade threshold, yet his rapid progress had propelled him to Tier 3 combat power in a short span, especially with the addition of this black sphere, which was sufficient to achieve mid-Tier 3 combat power. After much contemplation, he concluded that the reason for this advancement lay squarely in his murderous talent. Fangshan absorbed the black sphere into his body, contemplating the 3 divine springs and 2 talent sources, uncertain if they would increase further. Glancing at the time, he realized it was getting late and prepared for sleep, intending to embark on a mission at dawn. Rising early the next day, he washed up and retrieved his intelligence device to peruse the task list. Fangshan possessed a clear sense of purpose. Among his various talents, his perceptive ability was graded SS, while his light and mental talents merely reached S-grade. The awakeners of light talents had largely been monopolized by the church, making it a daunting task to enhance his light talent by targeting church members. He would have to wait for the midterm examination to venture into the ruins of gods and demons. Thus, Fangshan focused his efforts on his mental and perceptive talents. However, within the task listings, there were numerous wanted individuals whose primary talents were mental, while those whose primary talents were perceptive were considerably fewer, as those with perceptive talents were acutely aware of their fragility and tended to adopt a more cautious approach to development. After a thorough review, he ultimately settled on a wanted criminal with early tier for mental talent. Upon opening the details, he discovered that the fugitive was named Shimen Boguang, possessing early tier for mental talent, notorious for targeting solitary individuals for heinous crimes, with no particular preference for the gender of his victims, only their beauty mattered. He had been derisively dubbed a multifunctional plug. Fangshan meticulously reviewed the information, confirming its accuracy. Indeed, the individual was a genuine early tier for threat. He clicked to accept the mission. Moments later, he received confirmation. The task had been successfully accepted, with a deadline of 36 hours. Regardless of whether the mission was completed, he was required to return to school within this time frame. The rewards for the task were as follows. Reward 1:400 points, with a wanted coefficient of 2 stars, 50 points per star, totaling 500 points. Reward 2:10 mental fruits. Fangshan assessed the rewards, deeming them sufficiently generous for hunting a tier for aberrant. As for the mental fruits, these were designed to replenish mental energy after excessive consumption. However, given that he possessed 3 divine springs, their utility would be limited. With only 36 hours at his disposal and 6 hours required for travel, he would need to locate and eliminate the target within the remaining 30 hours. The option to undertake the mission anonymously was available, and Fangshan opted for anonymity to avoid drawing attention. This endeavor was not solely about fulfilling the mission, he also wished to explore the possibility of encountering the King of Slaughter in the mirror again, time permitting. Additionally, Fangshan sent a message to Ailey. "How have you been lately? Any new leads on the case?" Ailey quickly replied, "Previously, I followed another lead and captured someone. After interrogation, it was revealed that the organization responsible for abducting my sister was closely linked to a group called the Muddy Palace." "And then?" Fangshan inquired. However, the Muddy Palace was notorious for its crimes last century, and the entire organization, consisting of thousands, was eradicated. Ailey replied. Fangshan searched for information on the Muddy Palace. A notorious human trafficking organization from the last century, subsequently eradicated by the Great Pope. The information was scarce, but as he scrolled further, his gaze fixated on the final portion of the description. The photo depicted the leader of the Muddy Palace, executed by hanging, dressed in white, resembling a weather vane. In an instant, a vivid image flashed through Fangshan's mind. Both the car that had caused his parents' accident and the one responsible for Ailey's parents' accident had displayed a weather vane. Fangshan fell into a brief contemplation. Other information was nearly impossible to retrieve. Much of what had transpired prior to the divine war seemed to have been erased by an unseen hand. Current society could only glean knowledge of past events, figures, and incidents from the messages disseminated by those in power, coupled with the church's prior interest in him and Zhuge Heng's indication that Fangshan's parents' case involved significant complexities. He now felt as though he had only glimpsed the tip of an immense iceberg. Fangshan messaged back, "I will also seek ways to investigate." "Thank you." Ailey replied. "Not at all," he responded. They shared a bond of mutual understanding. Aiding Ailey was tantamount to aiding himself. To exit the school, he needed to seek the counselor. Fangshan messaged Sister Xiaolu, who promptly replied, "Are you going out to accept a mission?" "Yes." "If you require assistance, you can present your identification and contact the local Shield Bureau to request a small team from any special operations unit other than the 9th Division." "Got it, Sister Xiaolu." "Oh, and remember to disguise yourself. If Yang Haozi learns of your outing, it may lead to complications." Understood. Such privileged scions with backgrounds were not uncommon within the Shield Bureau, as they could enjoy public resources and wield power if they had achievements. Those in positions of authority within the agency often turned a blind eye, engaging in mutual benefit exchanges with major organizations, a practice colloquially referred to as PY transactions. Sister Xiaolu continued, "If you fail to complete the mission, you can return early. It's nothing to be ashamed of." Fangshan intended to reply with an OK emoji, but clicked too quickly, sending a different emoji instead. "Oh, cat's face K." He promptly retracted it and substituted it with another emoji. Xiaolu responded with an emoji as well. Husky pointing at a person. Upon exiting the Shield Academy, Fangshan donned the mask he had obtained from Ailey, capable of altering his appearance. By midday, he arrived in the city where Shaman multifunctional plug Buguang was located, Xinchuan City, a third-tier city. It was rumored that this place had been one of the main battlefields during the Divine War. Shaman Buguang typically committed his crimes under the cover of night. Nowadays, many areas enforced curfews, and even where there were none, nighttime activities were scarce. Fangshan planned to wait until evening to emerge. As night fell, the moon hung full in the sky, and the streets grew increasingly desolate. Fangshan checked the time. A curfew was in place at 10 o'clock. Before that hour, local Shield Bureau members and police would patrol the area, leaving aberrants to operate primarily after 10. As he strolled down the street, there were few people returning home, and passers-by moved hurriedly, as if haunted. Noticing Fangshan wandering alone, an elderly woman hurrying home halted and regarded him. "Child, it's late. Why aren't you home yet?" Fangshan smiled politely. "I will be home shortly, you should hurry back." The woman paused, nervously glancing around before continuing, "It's dangerous out here at night, especially for someone like you. You sound local, is your home here?" "No, I'm not." The woman quickly replied, "Child, you should find a hotel to stay in. As an outsider wandering here at night, if the authorities catch you, they might throw you in for their performance quotas. Then your family would have to pay a ransom." Fang Shen was taken aback. He realized the local security situation was so dire. "I understand, I live just ahead, I will return now." The woman pulled out her keys and headed toward a nearby shop. Fang Shen had not walked far when several uniformed individuals emerged from around the corner, their large hats clearly marking them as police officers. After scrutinizing Fang Shen, one of them commanded, "Stop. What are you doing out so late?" "I'm heading home, my place is just up ahead." The lead officer, a tall man with a long face, adjusted his hat. "An outsider, ho." Suddenly, the nearby shop door swung open, and the elderly woman rushed out, grasping Fang Shen's arm and gently patting him. "You silly child, I've been waiting for you for ages. Why haven't you returned home? My apologies, this is my nephew, he's visiting from out of town and got lost." The tall officer scrutinized Fang Shen, then turned to the woman with a smile. "Lost? An outsider, is he your nephew? Come on, tell me his name." The woman faltered. The tall officer pressed against Fang Shen, reaching into his pocket to search for identification, but Fang Shen swiftly seized his wrist. Chapter 72 Never let a person die. Fang Shen's expression was frigid. The man with the long face had his wrist firmly grasped by Fang Shen. He attempted to pull away but discovered that this youth possessed an extraordinary strength. "Hey! What the hell, you're an awakened, are you trying to defy the law? I now have reason to suspect that you are an anomalous being. Produce your identification." Several individuals nearby immediately surrounded Fang Shen. The elderly woman hurriedly interjected, "Sheriff, this child has always been stubborn, he is not defying the law. Quickly, let go of the sheriff and apologize. Apologize to your mother, I have reason to suspect you are an accomplice of the anomalous beings. You all should be taken in for questioning." The man with the long face, maintaining a cold demeanor, was about to kick the elderly woman aside. Fang Shen, unperturbed, retrieved his smart communicator and aimed it at the long-faced man. "Yu Qiang, Sheriff of Xingchuan City Police Department, badge number." Before he could finish, Yu Qiang trembled in fear. Upon seeing the smart communicator in Fang Shen's hand, and the Nine Dragons emblem representing the 9th Division displayed on it, he couldn't help but swallow hard, lick his lips, and stand at attention with a sharp salute. "I salute you, sir." The officers who had initially intended to apprehend Fang Shen and the elderly woman also snapped to attention. The privileges of the Heavenly Shield Bureau within the official system were substantial, and those of the 9th Division were even more significant. Police officers had to show deference to members of the Heavenly Shield Bureau. They could never have imagined that the youth before them hailed from the 9th Division. The elderly woman was equally taken aback. If she were to be taken in by the police and labeled as a threat to public order, an ordinary person would have to endure great humiliation, ultimately having to grovel. Thus, she had intended to assist Fang Shen, not realizing he held an official status, and one of considerable rank at that. Fang Shen pointed the smart communicator at Yu Qiang's chest. "Is this how you maintain public order?" Yu Qiang forced a smile. "Sir, you know how detestable anomalous beings are. We are merely ensuring the safety of public property. A little precaution is not a bad thing. Apologize to the elderly woman." Yu Qiang immediately led his men to bow deeply before the elderly woman, exclaiming, "My apologies." The elderly woman quickly waved her hands, indicating that it was of no consequence. Fang Shen turned his gaze back to her and smiled gently. "You should return home now." The elderly woman remained momentarily dazed, clearly astonished by the youth's high status, which compelled the police to bow and scrape. After watching her depart, Yu Qiang bent slightly. "Sir, why are you alone? Are you unfamiliar with the area? Would you like me to contact someone from the local Heavenly Shield Bureau's 2nd Division? I can guide you." "No need." Yu Qiang nodded eagerly. You must be here on a mission, I understand. I won't ask what I shouldn't. Should you require anything, we are always at your service. Continue your patrol. In this world, there are far too many injustices. Those wielding power and influence are the true rulers. Fang Shen paid no further attention to the group, holding his smart communicator as its virtual screen scanned the as if functioning like a thermal imaging device. The communicator illuminated each individual still lingering on the street. At this hour, the streets were particularly sparse. In a sprawling city, only about 100 souls populated the nighttime thoroughfares. Thus, it was easy to ascertain how many people were present. Most of those patrolling tended to congregate. The smart communicator could also analyze the abilities of each scanned individual. Given the previous modus operandi of Ximenbo Guang, it was evident that this multifaceted perpetrator operated externally, using mental attacks to control his chosen prey, subsequently toying with them before committing murder, adorning their bodies in fine clothing, and arranging them in fixed poses before making his escape. Thus far, 4 women and 3 men had already fallen victim. Truly, he showed no discrimination. Fang Shen continued to scan each person still on the street, aided by his own perception abilities, making the task relatively effortless. However, his perceptual level remained somewhat low. If he could reach level 4, he would be able to deploy a perceptual network using mental strength, making it significantly easier to investigate adversaries. After more than an hour had passed, Fang Shen's gaze suddenly fixated on a specific direction. He observed a figure stealthily carrying a woman and heading toward a familiar location, the elderly woman's shop. Through the smart communicator, he saw that the individual had already entered the store. Fang Shen double-tapped the virtual screen, revealing the figure inside the shop, which was none other than the kind-hearted elderly woman. Upon entering, she immediately collapsed to the floor. Subsequently, the person threw the woman he had carried onto the ground, seemingly hungry, and began rummaging through the store for food. Fang Shen hurried in that direction. As he walked, Fang Shen spotted the police officers he had encountered earlier, meeting up with another team of patrolling officers. Yu Qiang, with a baton tucked under his arm, was discussing where to grab a drink with several subordinates. Upon seeing an incoming team, he immediately stood at attention. Captain Ma. The leader of the approaching team acknowledged him. Did you find anything unusual? Yu Qiang shook. Thank you for your hard work. Oh, but there is something. Yu Qiang seemed to recall something. During patrol, I encountered a kid, also from your Heavenly Shield Bureau, from the 9th Division. The 9th Division. Ma Wenbing, I suspect he might be a new recruit from this year. Ma Wenbing surveyed the area. A new recruit, what is he doing here? Yu Qiang reflected. From his demeanor, it seems he is on a mission. Alone, on a mission. What kind of task could warrant a new recruit from the 9th Division to come here? One subordinate pondered. Could it be related to Ximenbo Guang? A new recruit, coming after Ximenbo Guang. This year's recruits have only been in school for 2 weeks, and you think someone can take out a level 4 fighter like Ximenbo Guang? Nonsense. Brother Ma, that's the 9th Division. Ma Wenbing scoffed. The 9th Division is also a load of nonsense. I graduated from the Heavenly Shield Academy, and I've never heard of anyone achieving level 4 within 2 weeks of enrollment. Talk about blowing smoke. Yu Qiang chuckled nervously. Brother Ma, you never know. The 9th Division is known for its legendary monster room. It is possible that among the new recruits, there is someone formidable enough to take down a level 4 fighter. Ma Wenbing rolled his eyes. Enough of this nonsense. Hurry up and patrol. After we're done, go get some rest. The 2 teams parted ways. When they reached a point 2 streets away from the shop, Ma Wenbing pulled out his phone. Oh no, I forgot to buy something for my daughter. You all go ahead, I'll call her and see what she wants. Once the call connected, a man's voice came through on the other end. Captain Ma, I was just getting ready, and your call comes in. Tonight's going to be quite delightful, just at this place called Homemade Supermarket. Come on over. Not tonight, my team says a new recruit from the 9th Division is on a mission, possibly coming after you. The voice on the other end paused for a moment before laughing. A new recruit. Coming after me? Are you kidding or serious? My team wouldn't lie, he's not deceiving me, it should be true. Use your Heavenly Shield Bureau communicator to scan and see where he is. My clearance can't scan members from the 9th Division. You should leave quickly. What? Are you afraid he can kill me? That's amusing. A new recruit couldn't possibly take me down. I survived all these years against Shimenbo Guang. That new recruit from the 9th Division won't be able to do anything to me, so don't worry, I'll handle him easily. Ma Wenbing sternly commanded, stop talking nonsense, get out of there now. If anything happens with that new recruit from the 9th Division, there will definitely be an investigation, and I can protect you. Got it. I'll leave after I finish up. Wait, it seems someone is indeed coming. Just one person, a kid who hasn't even fully matured, holding a smart communicator. He really is a greenhorn. Ma Wenbing immediately replied, I'll leave now, otherwise, it will be troublesome. Just one entrance. I can't pass through walls without Earth affinity powers. A confrontation is unavoidable. Ma Wenbing remained silent for a few seconds before saying, then engage him, but remember to exercise restraint, do not kill him. I'll bring my men over to feign a rescue. You can take the opportunity to escape, that I can still do him a favor. Chapter 73. Are you reckless? Understood. I'll knock him out and signal you shortly. However, the lady I've set my sights on tonight is quite alluring. You should join me for some fun later, Shimenbo Guang remarked, still preoccupied with his own interests. Ma Wenbing admonished him sternly, don't you dare mess this up. After the confrontation, we leave immediately. Shimenbo Guang, growing impatient, retorted, I got it, and hung up. Peering through the curtain's gap, he observed Fangshan approaching with increasing proximity. As Fangshan neared, he fully expanded his senses. Every movement of Shimenbo Guang within the store was under Fangshan's keen perception. He retrieved a revolver from his spatial ring, securing it at his lower back while donning a headscarf to resist mental attacks. To further safeguard himself, he donned a pair of bright red shorts to ward off curses, adorned his neck with protective scales, gripped the Earth Spirit Pearl capable of traversing walls, and donned his invisibility suit. Shimenbo Guang watched intently from behind the window, muttering to himself, wait, what? If you're so keen on preserving your life, then stay away. As he spoke, he swiftly retreated, producing a delicate box from his spatial ring. Upon opening it, a multitude of powder spilled forth. With a pout, he blew the powder onto the ground, creating a fine layer that filled the air with dust. A dozen short blades formed from condensed mental energy surrounded him, poised for action. Wearing a helmet resembling a coconut shell, he retrieved a small black curved dagger from his spatial ring. Bending slightly as a disdainful smile crept onto his lips, his peripheral gaze fell upon a beautiful woman lying on the ground, her dress disheveled, hem raised, revealing two perfectly sculpted, porcelain-like legs. Shimenbo Guang licked his lips, his eyes ignited with a wicked gleam, muttering, damn those new recruits from the Sky Shield Bureau, ruining my plans. Just wait, I'll make you both pay dearly. Tonight, we'll traverse both land and water, a grand spectacle. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a flicker behind him, the wall rippled, and the suspended dust stirred, revealing a shadow that vanished in an instant. Without hesitation, Shimenbo Guang sent half of his surrounding mental energy blades hurtling toward the direction of the flicker, yet, in the next moment, the blades struck nothing but air, as the figure seemed to have disappeared entirely. A potent sense of danger washed over him. A nearly transparent protective membrane of mental energy emerged around his body, but this played directly into Fangshan's hands. Utilizing the light instantaneous technique, Fangshan appeared before Shimenbo. A small black sphere pressed against Shimenbo Guang's chest, akin to a spark igniting a pool of gasoline. Instantly, black flames engulfed his protective barrier. The mental energy blades, aimed to pierce Fangshan at close range, twisted and melted under the searing heat of the black flames. In a desperate attempt, Shi Menbo Guang lunged with his black dagger, but the dark essence consumed all his mental energy, leaving him powerless. His arm felt as limp as a noodle. The force behind Fang Shen's fist, enveloped in a surge of vitality, morphed into a dragon's claw as he unleashed the Tai Yu Rising Dragon technique. The dragon's punch struck Shi Menbo Guang, sending him crashing backward against the wall and then to the ground, where he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Despite his struggles, he found no strength to rise, curling into a ball, hands clutching his head. Unable to scream amidst the agony, Fang Shen remained expressionless as he placed a foot upon Shi Menbo Guang's neck, applying pressure. A sharp crack resounded, and Shi Menbo Guang let out a whimper, his eyes bulging as blood trickled from his lips. In a curled position, he was swiftly dispatched by Fang Shen. The ease of this execution was undoubtedly attributed to Shi Menbo Guang's underestimation of his opponent. A barely perceptible blood glimmer shot forth from Shi Menbo Guang's forehead, merging into Fang Shen's palm. Fang Shen's body shook violently, acutely aware that his 3 spirit springs had more than doubled in capacity. The storage limits of mental energy within each spring were significantly enhanced. Realization dawned upon Fang Shen. Having devoured Shi Menbo Guang's talents, his own mental abilities had ascended. After a thorough inspection, he stripped Shi Menbo Guang of his spatial ring and removed the coconut shell helmet, a mere physical defense artifact, casually stowing it away. He also picked up the small dagger from the ground, discovering it possessed piercing attributes, which he likewise stored in the spatial ring. The body was to be reported, but the perception system required a probe into the deceased's fleeting memories. However, Shi Menbo Guang's mental energy had been nearly incinerated by the black essence, rendering any investigation futile, revealing only that he had suffered a mental attack. As Fang Shen prepared to transmit the body back, a sudden dark light enveloped him, whisking him away to another location. He witnessed several mental energy blades whizzing past the spot where he had just stood. As Fang Shen's body materialized at a corner of the shop, the blade spun in midair before vanishing without. With his senses fully attuned, he detected an impending threat. The blades of condensed mental energy appeared before him, poised to pierce his skull. Attempting to escape using the light instantaneous technique, Fang Shen found himself unable to move, even with his formidable physical prowess. A figure approached swiftly, a crescent moon dagger whirling in hand, aimed to sever Fang Shen's head. As the figure drew near, Fang Shen realized with horror that it was Shi Menbo Guang, despite having just slain him. With a sinister grin, Shi Menbo Guang proclaimed, surprised, my greatest talent is not my mental prowess, but the rare ability to replicate my physical form. I devoted countless efforts to recreate this body. How dare you come to kill me? Prepare to die. Fang Shen gazed at the advancing Shi Menbo Guang and retorted, a villain should really know when to stop talking. Are you courting death? As the words left his mouth, Chapter 74:2 skills. The crescent blade pressed against Fang Shen's neck, breaking the skin and allowing crimson blood to flow slowly down, yet, the curved dagger did not advance another inch. Fang Shen's 2 fingers clutched Shi Menbo Guang's crescent blade tightly, rendering him utterly incapable of pushing it forward, no matter how much strength he exerted. Fang Shen's scarlet eyes locked onto Shi Menbo Guang, his head tilted slightly. The visible wound on his neck was healing before their eyes. Upon witnessing this, Shi Menbo Guang was gripped by an unprecedented panic. How is this possible? He muttered, having paid no heed to Ma Wenbing's earlier words. He had envisioned toppling Fang Shen, indulging in his victory, and departing with a sense of satisfaction. In his mind, he perceived Fang Shen as merely a naive rookie from the Heavenly Shield Bureau, yet who could have anticipated such sinister talent from this newcomer? What kind of talent is this? Shi Menbo Guang abandoned the crescent blade. After summoning the King of Slaughter to take control of his body, this skill felt as though it had been indelibly etched into his mind. The rings of slaughter intertwined, expanding and thickening, each pressing deeper into Shi Menbo Guang's back. Shi Menbo Guang staggered, a gaping wound the size of a fist appearing in his chest. In disbelief, he looked down at the bloody hole, then turned his head slowly in Fang Shen's direction, his body wobbling as if to speak, but ultimately, he collapsed, lifeless, into a pool of blood. Fangshan approached and delivered several more stabs, then turned to vigilantly survey his surroundings. Once assured of his safety, he felt a wave of relief. A flicker of crimson light shot from Shimen Guang's brow and entered Fangshan's hand, which he could distinctly feel strengthening his divine source. He rifled through Shimen Guang's spatial ring, his disdain growing as he discovered its contents. The ring contained an array of bizarre items, with cash totaling a mere 2 million. Besides the crescent blade and a small black knife he had just acquired, there was a coconut shell helmet and an odd powder box. It was astonishing that a notorious criminal possessed so little wealth. Yet, the ring, the size of 200 square meters, was overflowing with various aphrodisiac potions, stimulating beverages, whips, ostentatious oils, and peculiar magazines detailing the intricacies of intimate encounters, alongside an assortment of toys he had never encountered before. Fangshan's innocent heart felt sullied by the collection. Shameless, despicable, utterly brazen, I must thoroughly denounce these items upon my return. Among all the trinkets, the only item that piqued his interest was the powder box. The powder within could be manipulated with mental energy, allowing it to adhere to a person, accurately locating and controlling them. Wiping the box, he noted it bore the inscription in Yarn Rang, presumably its name. He stowed the box in his spatial ring and continued to search Shimen Guang's body. There was no need to submit this corpse, for having witnessed Fangshan's slaughter talent, any discerning individual encountering it afterward might grow suspicious if he erased memories using the cleansing pearl. Fangshan concealed the body in his spatial ring and sent back the first victim, Shimen Guang. As he conducted these actions, a voice broke the silence from behind him. Fangshan turned to see the girl, previously abducted by Shimen Guang, stirring awake. She regarded him warily, retreating backward until her back hit a shelf, causing snacks to tumble down and strike her head. The girl was strikingly beautiful, with 2 expressive eyes and a delicate mouth. Fangshan remarked, "Shimen Guang is dead, you are free." To his surprise, the girl continued to retreat, her eyes wide with terror. Fangshan touched his face. Although he had disguised himself with a mask, there was nothing so alarming about his appearance. The girl curled into a ball, arms wrapped around herself, her voice trembling as she stammered, "Mirror, mirror." Moonlight streamed through the window, providing sufficient visibility within the shop. In the mirror, however, Fangshan saw himself facing him directly. The sudden sight was indeed a bit startling. Upon seeing the reflection, Fangshan was momentarily taken aback. To his astonishment, he saw the King of Slaughter in such circumstances. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. "Looking for me?" Fangshan cast a sidelong glance at the girl, noticing she remained oblivious to the conversation occurring in the mirror. To prevent her from remembering, he summoned his mental power to activate the Eye of Divine Authority, rendering her expression blank. He then produced the cleansing pearl and erased her memories, watching as her eyes rolled back and she fainted. Turning his gaze back to the mirror, Fangshan inquired, "Why do you manifest in this manner? On the night of the full moon? Is that all?" Fangshan replied, somewhat irked, recalling how he had foolishly watched his grandfather's videos every night, lingering in the bathroom for so long that Fang Huilan had grown suspicious, while Jiang Weidong had explained to her that young men often engage in such activities at a certain age, and it was best not to confront them, lest it become awkward. The reflection of Fangshan shrugged. "What else would you expect? Do you really think I should wait by the mirror every night? Surely, you're not that foolish." "Naturally, I would never do such a thing," Fangshan retorted. Unexpectedly, the reflection chuckled, "I am you, and you are me. How could I not know what you have done?" Fangshan felt a flicker of doubt. "Then you ask yourself," the reflection smiled enigmatically, "your mother is my mother. Think carefully before you speak." Fangshan swallowed the latter half of the sentence. The reflection succinctly stated, "Raise your hand and place it on the mirror. Your slaughter talent has reached level 5. It is time to awaken some skills." Fangshan pressed his hand against the glass. The moment his hand made contact, a peculiar sensation washed over him, as if not forcibly injected with knowledge but rather awakening something long dormant, akin to childhood memories buried in dust, suddenly surfacing at a pivotal moment. Two skills materialized before him, causing Fang Shen's eyes to gleam with excitement. Were these not precisely what he required at this moment? Chapter 75. The Traitor Within Divine Providence. The King of Slaughter bestows the gift of carnage upon others. Those who receive the gift of slaughter will become the generals of the King of Slaughter. Once a contract is established between them, should any general harbor even the slightest rebellious thought against the King of Slaughter, they shall self-destruct and perish. Naturally, those endowed with the gift of slaughter can also, like the king, enhance their abilities and rank through acts of carnage. However, this power is limited to controlling individuals of equal rank or those ranked below. Currently, Fang Shen can exert 5th-tier combat prowess through the gift of slaughter, signifying his ability to control beings of 5th-tier strength and below. Having witnessed the brazen demeanor of those with formidable backgrounds, Fang Shen began to contemplate the formation of his own faction. Just as he was dozing off, an opportunity presented itself. Another skill, which is, in essence, a talent, is the summoning of spirits. Simply put, it entails the art of necromancy and summoning, ranging from calling forth lost souls to invoking deities and forging contracts with summoned entities. This ability bears resemblance to a talent Fang Shen had previously encountered, that of the Vengeful Spirits. However, the Vengeful Spirit talent is restricted to summoning souls who have met unjust ends. Fang Shen, on the other hand, can summon both the virtuous and the malevolent. Those summoned through the art of spirit summoning and who enter into contracts are referred to as soul generals. Moreover, soul generals possess the ability to devour one another for the purpose of fusion. Xingchuan City was once a principal battleground during the divine chaos. Thus, the potential for various forms of undead to manifest here is substantial, and one might even stumble upon a considerable boon. However, with the awakening of this skill, a new thought took root in Fang Shen's mind. He could venture into the ruins of deities and demons, which promised even greater opportunities. It became evident that a visit to the ruins of deities and demons was imperative. As Fang Shen absorbed the intricacies of these two skills, his gaze returned to the mirror. Upon seeing the body of the King of Slaughter contort within the reflection, he recognized this as a prelude to departure. Fang Shen hastily inquired about the question that had been pressing on his mind for quite some time. Who should I be wary of, as you previously mentioned? The smile of the figure in the mirror was enigmatic. Beware of whomever stands in the light, wielding the power of illumination. Upon uttering these words, the reflection twisted again, revealing a pensive Fang Shen. Reflecting on the words of the old woman, coupled with the King of Slaughter's cryptic warning, only one person surfaced in his thoughts. However, Chu Xinyao had never committed any wrongdoing. Why should he be cautious of her? Wait, is it Chu Xinyao? Finish your sentence. Damn it, I detest two types of people, those who leave things unsaid. Fang Shen shook the mirror, and a thought gradually emerged in his mind. The previous old woman had the ability to glimpse the future, and Chu Xinyao was affiliated with the church, her father holding a prominent position within it. Given the existing animosity between the church and Fang Shen, it seemed plausible that he had subconsciously aligned himself in opposition to them. As he pondered these connections, a sense of clarity began to form. The King of Slaughter had spoken in riddles. Such an exclamation could easily be interpreted as self-derogatory. Curse you, old hag. Fang Shen's thoughts returned to the present, as he resolved to find a suitable location to practice the two newly acquired skills that night. Ma Wenbing, clutching a cigarette, glanced at the time before casting an uneasy look towards the direction of Hongmei Supermarket. He discarded the cigarette, but on the ground, twisting his foot to extinguish it, a sense of unease gnawing at him. Time had elapsed, yet Shaman Buguang had not emerged from within. Ma Wenbing, possessing some understanding of Shaman Buguang's tendencies, knew that given his nature, he would be inclined to indulge. The youth from the 9th Division was likely to be overpowered by Shaman Buguang. Should he endure the torturous ordeal of being beaten down, it could escalate into a significant issue, especially since if trouble arose within his jurisdiction, he would undoubtedly bear the consequences. Ma Wenbing's expression contorted in frustration. Adam Shaman Buguang, letting his small mind control his larger one. With that thought lingering, Ma Wenbing hastened towards the supermarket, determined to prevent the youth from falling victim to Shaman Buguang's ruthless hands. As he approached Hongmei Supermarket, he retrieved his communication device to survey the scene. However, the display only revealed 2 women lying on the ground. He could not locate the 9th Division personnel, and Shimin Buguang was absent. A jolt of alarm surged through Ma Wenbing. Where could they be? He had not seen Shimin Buguang exit. Was it conceivable that Shimin Buguang had escaped with the 9th Division student through another window? With the door slightly ajar, Ma Wenbing approached cautiously, wielding his communication device, which emitted a laser beam. As the door creaked open, he peered inside. Apart from the 2 women on the ground, there was no one else present. Pressing his back against the wall, Ma Wenbing entered the premises. After a thorough inspection, he found no signs of anyone else. Maintaining his vigilance, he approached the 2 women, a shop assistant and the one abducted by Shimin Buguang. Suddenly, Ma Wenbing stiffened, feeling a hard object pressed against his lower back. The sensation confirmed it was a gun. A genuine firearm, though he noticed the presence of someone clad in stealth attire behind him. The proximity allowed him to sense their presence distinctly. "What's your name?" a voice inquired from behind. "Ma Wenbing." "What brings you here?" "I received a report that Shimin Buguang was spotted nearby, so I came to investigate." "And you are the new recruit from the 9th Division?" Fangshan pressed the gun barrel forward once more. Just prior to engaging with Shimin Buguang, he had heightened his senses and distinctly overheard Shimin Buguang conversing outside the store. From their conversation, it was evident that there was a traitor among them. Fangshan produced Shimin Buguang's phone, dialing the last number he had called. In the next moment, Ma Wenbing's phone rang. Gulp. Ma Wenbing swallowed hard. "Who informed you? Was it Shimin Buguang?" Fangshan's voice resonated again from behind. Ma Wenbing froze, his peripheral vision catching sight of the individual behind him as the hood of their stealth attire fell away, revealing a youthful face. Shock coursed through Ma Wenbing as he realized that Shimin Buguang had likely perished at the hands of this young recruit from the 9th Division. Shimin Buguang, a formidable presence with 4th-tier strength, had been undone by a novice student. Was there no law, no order left? The 9th Division's monster roam was indeed as fearsome as rumored. As Ma Wenbing contemplated his next move, his pants unexpectedly loosened, and in the next instant, they were pulled down to his ankles. Wait, this was not right. Ma Wenbing felt a tightening in his core. "Brother, listen to me. I have money. I can pay you. I can explain about Shimin Buguang. I have hemorrhoids, brother." "Be still." Fangshan pressed the gun harder against him, devoid of any intentions of colluding. The act of disrobing was merely a precaution against escape. He had not anticipated that the internal strife within the Divine Shield Bureau would harbor connections with wanted criminals. How to resolve this issue? Fangshan resolved to consult Sugar Hang. Ma Wenbing's eyes darted, his jaw muscles twitching as he clenched his teeth. In a startling twist, his head spun 180 degrees, and he exhaled a cloud of smoke towards Fangshan. Without hesitation, Fangshan pulled the trigger, activating his lightspeed ability, propelling himself to the entrance of the store. Ma Wenbing stumbled and fell to the ground, while Fangshan felt dizziness wash over him, nearly collapsing. As a precaution, he fired another shot at Ma Wenbing's back. A voice echoed from the entrance, followed by the appearance of a pair of high-heeled shoes in Fangshan's peripheral vision, accompanied by the alluring scent of a woman. Upon focusing, Fangshan was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 76, The Second Young Master. The woman stood tall, adorned in a coffee-colored trench coat, her long hair cascading down her shoulders. She strode confidently in red-soled high heels, her elegantly long legs encased in sheer stockings, producing a rhythmic clattering sound with each step. These exquisite heels possessed an enchanting allure, capable of stirring emotions and conjuring vivid, tumultuous images in the minds of those who heard their echo. Fortunately, Fangshan wore a rather unassuming headscarf, which, combined with his strong mental fortitude, allowed him to maintain clarity amidst the overwhelming sensations. The red-soled heels came to a halt before Fangshan. He recognized the face of the approaching woman. Previously, while watching a film in the dormitory with Shitai Lang and Zhang Yaozu, they had encountered a lead actress named Zhao Rojuan, whom Shitai Lang had proudly declared to be his goddess. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the very woman standing before him. In the drama, she portrayed a naive sweetheart, yet in reality, she exuded a striking contrast. With a swift motion, one of her hands lifted towards Ma Wenbing, sending a palpable wave of energy in his direction. Ma Wenbing's body convulsed momentarily before he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He lay on his side, clutching his left chest. Damn, thankfully I moved my heart to the right side in time, or this kid would have truly killed me. Put your pants on first, Zhao Ruojuan commanded coldly. Ma Wenbing struggled to pull up his trousers. The gaping wound in his chest gradually ceased bleeding under the influence of the woman's aura, yet the pain remained, forcing him to grimace and moan softly. Zhao Ruojuan leaned slightly, fixing her gaze on Fangshan, who was leaning against the wall. So young, yet you killed Shaman Buguan and nearly took down Ma Wenbing. Impressive. Fangshan pretended to clutch his chest, ready to summon the king of slaughter. This woman's combat prowess appeared average, yet she was accompanied by a formidable bald man adorned with a rose tattoo on his head, exuding an intimidating presence. Miss Zhao, this kid is a new recruit from Division 9. Ma Wenbing stood upright, respectfully positioning himself beside Zhao Ruojuan while retrieving some fruits from his spatial ring to consume, visibly regaining his vigor. Zhao Ruojuan raised an eyebrow, her interest piqued as she turned to Fangshan. A new recruit from Division 9, young man, what is your name? Fangshan fixed his gaze on the woman. You may call me brother, but please refrain from adding the word little. Zhao Ruojuan smiled charmingly, gradually closing the distance between them to less than 5 centimeters. She exhaled gently towards Fangshan, her eyes seemingly harboring a power potent enough to ensnare hearts. Fangshan immediately sensed danger. This was likely a manifestation of her innate charisma, capable of captivating others to follow her. Zhao Ruojuan's demeanor subtly shifted, exuding a mature and intelligent aura. Fangshan realized with alarm that her charm and mental assault were distinctly different. Damn it, this woman doesn't seem trustworthy. Brother, your face is dirty. Allow me to clean it for you. Zhao Ruojuan raised her hand to wipe his face. Slap. Fangshan swiftly grasped her wrist, maintaining his composure and resisting the encroachment of her aura. Sister, that hardly seems like a mere face wipe. It feels more like an inappropriate advance. Zhao Ruojuan's eyes softened, akin to rippling autumn waters, as she gently replied, You're hurting me. Fangshan prepared himself to take Zhao Ruojuan hostage. However, the bald man with the rose tattoo seemed to sense Fangshan's intentions, glaring intensely at him, ready to spring into action. Release Miss Zhao, the muscular man bellowed, his face visibly reddening, as if about to explode from sheer anger. Fangshan cast a sidelong glance at the rose-tattooed brute, realizing he was likely Zhao Ruojuan's fervent follower. Such individuals, if placed a few centuries back, would have been labeled as diehard fans. Fangshan had previously researched this phenomenon. The antithesis of such fans were known as haters. Centuries ago, a faction named the Kunmen thrived, epitomizing the essence of such haters. Zhao Ruojuan pinched Fangshan's cheek, declaring, Inform Brother Ku that we've captured a new recruit from Division 9. Let us see how he wants to handle this. The rose-tattooed man glared menacingly at Fangshan, snapping a photo before sending it out. Upon hearing this, Fangshan paused. This woman mentioned sending a message to Brother Ku. His grandfather had previously stated that if someone with the surname Ku came looking, there was no need to worry, they were allies. After a brief moment of silence, Fangshan inquired, Is the Brother Ku you mentioned named Ku? Of course, Brother Ku's surname is Ku. Zhao Ruojuan replied, pinching his cheek once more. The Ku with the radical top. Who else could it be? Fangshan was momentarily stunned, astonished by the coincidence. Zhao Ruojuan's voice turned gentle. Brother, would you like to follow me? I am currently on the rise in my career. If you accompany me, I assure you will not be neglected. We shall discuss this later. Bold. Do not speak disrespectfully to Miss Zhao, the rose-tattooed man interjected angrily, clearly ready to attack Fangshan. Zhao Ruojuan turned her icy gaze toward the muscular man. A bow, who permitted you to speak that way? Kneel. To Fangshan's astonishment, the man immediately knelt, gazing up at Zhao Ruojuan with fervent adoration. Miss Zhao, you are all I need, do not seek other followers, I am willing to protect you with my life. Fang Shen regained his composure, scrutinizing the tattooed brute. He appeared to be a hulking figure, yet surprisingly, he was a devoted follower. Zhao Ruojuan ignored the kneeling bow, smiling warmly at Fang Shen. "Brother, if you follow me, I will reward you with foot massages every day." Fang Shen chuckled, "What do you take me for? Am I some sort of foot fetishist? Ridiculous, I'm only devoted to the people." A bow seethed with jealousy, his expression resembling that of a boiled shrimp, filled with envy and hostility towards Fang Shen, as if he were stealing his livelihood. Zhao Ruojuan's phone rang shortly after, and upon answering, a man's voice resonated from the other end. "Why are you wearing red underwear? Ask him if he goes by the name Zhang Qiang." Zhao Ruojuan gently inquired, "Is your name Zhang Qiang, brother?" Fang Shen instinctively folded his arms, "Yes." To his surprise, the voice on the phone responded decisively, "Then kill him." "Wait. No, I'm Fang Shen." The man on the other end laughed, "Have him produce his smart link device to verify his identity." After Fang Shen presented his device for verification, Zhao Ruojuan confirmed, "Brother Ku, it is indeed Fang Shen. Take him to the hotel, treat him well. I will arrive shortly." Zhao Ruojuan was taken aback but quickly responded, "Understood." She shook her wrist, still held by Fang Shen, "Brother, I've been holding on for so long, it truly hurts, how about you massage my feet instead?" Fang Shen disdainfully released her wrist. Zhao Ruojuan scrutinized him, seemingly puzzled by Brother Ku's arrangements. Fang Shen glanced at Ma Wenbingji. It appeared that Brother Ku was part of the remnants of the Eternal Night Army, and Zhao Ruojuan was similarly affiliated. Ma Wenbing also seemed to belong to that same faction. The Eternal Night Army's infiltration appeared to be more extensive than Fang Shen had initially perceived. With Ma Wenbing present, gaining access to the hotel would be straightforward. Zhao Ruojuan led Fang Shen into a room, then turned and plopped down onto the soft bed, which bounced slightly beneath her weight. She removed her high heels, massaging her feet encased in sheer stockings. She turned to Abao, instructing him to prepare food and drinks, while Abao glared at Fang Shen with hostility. Zhao Ruojuan let out a cold snort. "Are you deaf? Go prepare." Abao nodded eagerly and dashed out. Observing Abao's demeanor, Fang Shen felt a wave of disdain. Zhao Ruojuan tilted her head, gazing at Fang Shen with a playful smile, her stocking-clad feet gently swaying. "Brother, would you like to?" Fang Shen interjected immediately. "Get lost." Zhao Ruojuan's expression turned to one of disbelief. Clearly, she had not anticipated Fang Shen's rejection of her advances. At that moment, myriad questions swirled in Fang Shen's mind. He had just embarked on a mission and encountered someone with the surname Ku. Was this mere coincidence or a deliberate design? If it were coincidence, it was indeed too fortuitous, yet if it were intentional, it was utterly terrifying. Very few were aware of Fang Shen's departure from the Heaven Shield Academy. An hour later, a knock echoed at the door. Zhao Ruojuan hurried to answer it. A man in a trench coat entered, tall and exuding an air of competence. Abao immediately straightened up, bowing respectfully. "Second young master." Upon entering, the newcomer's gaze locked onto Fang Shen, who approached him with a warm smile. "You must be the grandson of old Master Fang." Chapter 77. In my name. Fang Shen heard the opening remarks of the other party, indicating that his grandfather had certainly had prior contact with him. "How should I address you?" Fang Shen inquired. The newcomer warmly introduced himself. "My name is Ku Qianlin. Those in the circle call me second young master, while close friends refer to me as Brother Ku. Since you are the grandson of old Master Fang, feel free to call me second brother if you don't mind." Fang Shen scrutinized the man before him, who walked with an air of confidence, and through keen perception, he sensed no malice. However, beneath the seemingly straightforward demeanor, Fang Shen distinctly perceived a potent aura of murderous intent. Although this intent was not directed at him, Fang Shen could sense that the man's hands were undoubtedly stained with blood. "Second brother Ku." Ku Qianlin squeezed Fang Shen's shoulder. "Have a seat, little Shen. Old Master Fang has been living in obscurity for many years, and who would have thought that upon re-emerging into the world, his grandson would be so grown up and accomplished?" Fang Shen replied with measured humility, "You're too kind." After a brief pause, he continued, "May I ask when you last saw my grandfather?" "About half a month ago. Old Master Fang met with my grandfather, and I was fortunate to be present." What did they discuss? Fang Shen probed further. Ku Qianlin replied candidly, I overheard their initial pleasantries, but as for the specifics of their conversation, I am unaware. After old Master Fang departed, my grandfather instructed me to ensure that the Ku family's men, when encountering new recruits from the 9th Bureau, should inquire before taking action. If one of them is named Fang Shen, they are to refrain from any harm. Should Fang Shen wish to join our Ku family army, he would always be welcomed. Fang Shen was momentarily taken aback. Do you know where my grandfather went? Ku Qianlin produced a pack of cigarettes, tapping it against his palm to extract two. I don't know. He disclose that information, and we wouldn't dare to ask. After all, your grandfather was once the renowned general of the Divine Court. Do you smoke? Fang Shen shook his head. Would you mind if I do? Fang Shen acquiesced. Zhao Rojuan, standing by, hurriedly approached to light Ku Qianlin's cigarette, and it was evident that her gaze towards him was filled with admiration and reverence. With the cigarette in his mouth, Ku Qianlin glanced at Fang Shen. Do you drink? Not at all. Still a virgin, I presume. I run a film company with many starlets, sensual, innocent, take your pick, or perhaps all of them, and I can arrange for you to lose your virginity. Fang Shen felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Second brother Ku, this, Ku Qianlin shrugged nonchalantly. For any awakened individual, the allure of desire is a hurdle one must confront. Many falter at this juncture, especially young boys like you, who are brimming with vigor. Some boys, by age 11 or 12, can't control their impulses, filled with fantasies about the opposite sex. Once awakened, they can easily be led astray by such distractions. Focusing solely on these matters, exposing you to this now will not only help temper any excessive fantasies about the opposite sex but also allow you to cultivate a mindset less susceptible to such distractions, enabling you to hone your skills. At this juncture, Ku Qianlin turned to Zhao Rojuan. How about you accompany him tonight? Without waiting for Zhao Rojuan's response, Ku Qianlin asked Fang Shen again, is one enough, brother? If not, I can call a few more. Fang Shen managed a slight smile. No need, I can control myself. Ku Qianlin, cigarette in hand, replied, all right, if you ever change your mind, feel free to let me know. Observing Fang Shen's expression, Ku Qianlin chuckled. Do you think I disrespect my artists? Fang Shen smiled in return. Ku Qianlin continued with a grin. I never coerce anyone. Those who partake do so willingly. They assist me, and in return, I provide them with resources to help them advance. It's a form of transaction, for this world is undeniably cruel. Everyone claims to champion equality, yet have you truly witnessed it throughout human history? When has there ever been genuine equality? Societal resources have always been unevenly distributed, concentrated in the hands of a select few. That is the reality. Equality is merely a grand illusion painted by the powerful for the weak, using their bodies to barter for opportunities to become strong. Such a path may be morally scorned, yet in the harshness of reality, it serves as a means of survival. When you reach the pinnacle, great scholars will debate your merits. Noticing Fang Shen's momentary distraction, Ku Qianlin asked, what's on your mind, little Shen? Fang Shen looked at Ku Qianlin. I see. I can't believe I actually find some validity in what you're saying. Ku Qianlin laughed heartily. No worries, you've been raised with teachings of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust, virtues that seem radical and misleading to the ears of the ordinary. Of course, you may listen to others, but do not rush to believe. You must cultivate your own capacity for independent thought and pursue what you deem right. Fang Shen examined Ku Qianlin, who bore an inexplicable aura, explaining Zhao Rojuan's admiration. Second brother Ku, if I may be so bold, you are affiliated with the Eternal Night Army, correct? Ku Qianlin flicked the ash from his cigarette and joked, indeed, I am a member of the Ku family army under the Eternal Night Army. My grandfather is the commander of the Ku family army. Why do you feel uneasy about members of the 9th Bureau mingling with the Eternal Night Army? Not at all. I have a question. You wonder how I know you're here? Ku Qianlin articulated Fang Shen's unspoken thought. Fang Shen nodded. Ku Qianlin exhaled a plume of straight smoke. Because Qian Dun Academy has our internal informant. I cannot disclose who it is at the moment. Just as suspected, Fang Shen leaned back slightly. So, you're not here to recruit me as your informant, are you? Not at all. Your midterm assessment at Qiandun Academy will take place in the Divine Demon Ruins, where members of the Eternal Night Army will also be present. Here, take this. He handed over a smooth jade token inscribed with the character Ku. When you encounter the Eternal Night Army, simply display this token, and conflicts should be avoided. Even if you cross paths with members of other organizations, they will grant you some respect upon seeing the Ku family army insignia. Is that all? You possess a power-type talent, correct? Ku Qianlin suddenly inquired. Indeed. Ku Qianlin smiled, then you've come to the right person. You must have heard that one's realm will be suppressed upon entering the Divine Demon Ruins. I have. We had a predecessor who ventured there and inadvertently entered a forbidden zone. Only those with power-type talents can withstand the excessive gravitational pressure. You might wonder if there are no awakened power-type individuals in the Eternal Night Army. While they are easy to find, an SSS-class power-type talent is quite rare. So, you mean for me to go retrieve that person? Is that the intention? Ku Qianlin clarified his ultimate goal, not to rescue. That predecessor has already perished. We hope you can bring back their remains. The remains of that predecessor are of great utility to us, but you must realize the difficulty of retrieving a corpse. Previous estimates indicated that a 5th level combatant with an SSS-class power-type talent would be required. Currently, you are at 4th level combat strength, and achieving 5th level by midterm seems quite challenging. Thus, for now, you should familiarize yourself with the area for positioning, and by the time of the final assessment, you should be able to reach 5th level combat strength and then retrieve the remains. Ku Qianlin stubbed out his cigarette. Having said all this, I don't believe I've heard your agreement. What do you say? Fangshan paused. What if I refuse? If you refuse, then so be it. There's no need for pretense. Oh, I almost forgot to mention the benefits. Upon successful completion, I will grant you a 10th tier offensive artifact. A 10th tier defensive artifact, plus a bonus of 100 million, even if you don't succeed. As long as you attempt it, you'll still receive half of these rewards. Of course, if you feel this is insufficient, you can propose additional conditions. So long as they are reasonable, I will do my best to accommodate. Fangshan waved his hand dismissively. Second brother Ku, we are all brothers here. Discussing such matters seems rather trivial. Here's my account number. Ku Qianlin chuckled. Rojuan, please note down the account number and transfer 50 million to Littleshan. Fangshan quickly retracted his card. I was just joking. I'll take a look first. If everything seems fine, I'll give you a definite answer. Is that acceptable? Absolutely. Ku Qianlin glanced at the time. It's getting late. You should rest for now. Here's my contact information. You can come find me anytime after leaving Qiandun Academy. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. Fangshan accepted a sleek black business card, and Ku Qianlin added, also, while the Qiandun Bureau appears calm on the surface, the power struggles among them are quite fierce. If you find it difficult to continue working there, the doors of the Ku family army will always be open for you. Faced with Ku Qianlin's olive branch, Fangshan replied decisively, understood. Ku Qianlin raised his chin. Staying alone at night can be a bit lonely. Should I have Rojuan keep you company? Her acting talent is exceptional, and she can embody whatever persona you desire. Rest assured, she is untouched and pure. Upon hearing this, the burly man with a rose tattoo on his head visibly flushed, but remained silent with indignation. Zhao Rojuan bit her lip, her expression complex, yet she appeared prepared for surrender. Fangshan immediately declined, recalling the tales of the perils that befell the 3 sages due to lust. No, thank you. Ku Qianlin shot a glance at Ma Wenbing, who stood quietly at the side, afraid to breathe. Ku Qianlin left with a remark about returning to the Ku family army. As he watched Ku Qianlin and his entourage depart, Fangshan exhaled deeply. The aura of the second young master was overwhelming. He toyed with the jade token Ku Qianlin had just given him, contemplating the matter of the Divine Demon Ruins. Suddenly, Fangshan sat upright, realizing that there were multiple Divine Demon Ruins. How could Ku Qianlin be certain that the place he referred to was where their predecessor had fallen? After a moment of contemplation, Fangshan stroked his chin. New opportunities were on the horizon. The truth is singular, as my mother would say. Not really, grandfather spoke of it. The jade token danced effortlessly between Fangshan's fingers. Tonight, two skills had awakened. It was a propitious night for action. Shinchin City was the ancient battlefield of the Gods' War. Let me summon a spirit to test the waters. Fangshan sliced his fingertip with a sharp edge, focusing intently. In the void, he began to inscribe intricate symbols. A blood-red ring composed of esoteric and cryptic blood runes hung suspended in the air. Fangshan spread his fingers wide and reached into the ring. In the name of my slaughter, I command the spirits of the 8 directions to appear. Time ticked by. Suddenly, Chapter 78, the Tiger Guard. Fangshan felt a tremor coursing through her body, as if an invisible force had gripped her tightly. As her hand ventured into the circular ring, she distinctly sensed a cold hand pressing against hers, intertwining their fingers. A wave of sinister energy enveloped her, casting a chill over her entire being, as if she had plunged into the depths of an abyss. A chilling wind surged forth from the blood-red ring, and a disembodied, hoarse voice echoed, "Who dares summon me?" Steeling herself, Fangshan tugged firmly towards her, and the first thing to emerge was a blood-stained, muscular arm, followed closely by a shoulder and a head, all emerging from the crimson circle. As she pulled, the figure gradually materialized, scanning its surroundings with a bewildered gaze. With another firm tug, Fangshan fully extracted the entity from the blood-red ring. Before her stood a spectral figure, towering nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust physique resembling that of an iron tower. Its expression was blank, long hair cascading over its shoulders, clad in tattered battle armor, and bearing 4 short daggers on its back, alongside a shield strapped to its arm. "Did you summon me?" it inquired. Fangshan glanced around, noting the absence of anyone else. "It appears we are alone here." The spectre regarded her with a hint of incredulity. Fangshan quickly shifted back to the matter at hand. "Please introduce yourself. What is your name? Where did you serve? What are your talents, and what is your rank?" In a deep voice, the spectre replied, "I am Mo, one of the 13 Tiger Guards under the command of General Tai Shuxiong. I possess an SS-level Berserk talent and was a peak-level warrior before becoming a spectre." Fangshan retrieved her intelligence device. "One moment, let me look you up." Logically, such an illustrious figure should have appeared in history textbooks. However, her search yielded only a sparse summary. Tai Shuxiong, commander of the white-robed army, participated in the internal strife of the church after the Gods' War, opposing the royalists, ultimately facing defeat and vanishing without a trace. Scratching her cheek, Fangshan mused how a mere line encapsulated a life filled with tumult. Yet, details about the church's inner conflicts and their opposition to the royalists remained elusive. Much of history had been clandestinely erased by unseen forces. Continuing her search for the 13 Tiger Guards, Fangshan found a similarly brief description. The 13 Tiger Guards, personal guards created by Tai Shuxiong, composed of 13 SS-level awakened beings. They achieved remarkable feats for Tai Shuxiong. Fangshan's frustration grew as she searched for more information specifically on Mo. The screen displayed a single line, "Mo, one of the 13 Tiger Guards under Tai Shuxiong." Amused, Fangshan tucked her device away and turned to the somewhat expressionless Mo. "Did the white-robed army also participate in the Great Battle of Xingshu City during the Gods' War?" Mo replied solemnly, "The white-robed army played a pivotal role in the Gods' War. But why was there so little documentation regarding their involvement?" The answer was evident. Tai Shuxiong had taken a wrong stance during the church's internal disputes and was subsequently erased from the records of merit. He had disappeared following the Gods' War, and this Mo had perished within it. Inquiring about those details would be futile. Nevertheless, Mo appeared to be quite formidable, having weathered the trials of war, undoubtedly possessing high combat prowess. His potential was ranked at level 11, though the extent to which he could exert that power was tied to Fangshan's own abilities. The moment he emerged from the blood-red runic ring, a contract had been forged, binding him as a proud spirit under Fangshan's command. "What level of power can you currently exert?" Fangshan inquired. After a brief pause, Mo responded, "My combat strength is linked to your vitality and mental fortitude. Through resonating with your condition, I can unleash level 4 strength for 10 minutes, level 5 for 5 minutes, and level 6 for 30 seconds. Observing the somewhat translucent and eerie figure before her, Fangshan noted that her own combat strength was level 4 due to her physical talent, while her killing talent stood at level 5. It seemed reasonable for Mo to be able to manifest level 6 strength for 30 seconds, yet, 30 seconds, what of it, was it not impressive in its own right? Is there anyone else among the 13 Tiger Guards still alive in Qingchu City? Or anyone stronger than you? She pressed. I am the only one of the 13 Tiger Guards present here. Any stronger specters have already reincarnated, Mo replied. Your avoidance of reincarnation suggests your strong convictions, Fangshan remarked. Indeed, all 13 Tiger Guards bear the mission of ensuring peace in the world. Until peace is restored, we shall not enter the cycle of reincarnation. Fangshan's eyes sparkled with interest. Do you know how many of the 13 Tiger Guards have fallen in battle? I am aware of 2 others. They are in different battlefields. Would you like to form contracts with them? Is that possible? Mo's face brightened with an innocent smile. I long to fight alongside them once more. Tell me their locations, and I shall visit them when I can. Zheng is at Ancient Ape Ridge, and Ali is at Chuwang Ancient Crossing. Fangshan silently noted their locations and then raised her hand toward the hovering blood-red runic ring, which began to shrink and settle into her palm. She directed her palm toward Mo, who instantly transformed into a wisp of green smoke and entered her hand, the runic ring melding seamlessly into her flesh, leaving no trace. Activating her killing talent, she summoned Mo once more, repeating the process several times. Mo looked at her with a serious expression. My lord, if you have nothing pressing to attend to, perhaps you should find some work. Chuckling, Fangshan replied, I didn't realize you had a sense of humor. Mo, maintaining his earnest demeanor, stated, My lord, I am not jesting. With a swift motion, Fangshan summoned Mo back into her possession. The prospect of signing additional contracts with such spirits was enticing. Her divine springs were ample enough to accommodate them. However, it seemed that she could only bind 3 spirits with SSS-level talents. Perhaps this limitation was tied to her possession of only 3 divine springs. If she had a multitude of spirits, it would merely mean distributing their combat time during battles. With 10 spirits, they could collectively unleash 3 seconds of level 6 strength. Fortunately, having recently absorbed Shaman Buguang's talent, she could further refine her divine springs, potentially extending their effectiveness from 30 seconds to 3 minutes. However, the process of forging contracts was quite taxing on both physical stamina and mental fortitude. After resting for over an hour, she finally sat up, rejuvenated. It was nighttime, and the supernatural beings were out and about. If she wished to expand her influence, the supernatural beings, especially those without solid roots, were ideal candidates. Tomorrow, upon returning to the Sky Shield Academy, she could have her spirit scout for suitable recruits. The next time she ventured out, she could gather them all at once, allowing her power to snowball and grow stronger. Exiting the hotel, Fangshan strolled through the dimly lit streets, scanning her intelligence device for potential targets. Among the supernatural beings, the highest talent she encountered was a B-level Berserker talent. This talent allowed its bearer to absorb the energy of ferocious beasts, converting it into their own strength. Having lingered at the 9th location for a while, Fangshan sensed a subconscious belief that many among them had strong talents. AB was still AB, but accepting a divinely gifted spirit would still grant her the killing talent, enabling her to rapidly enhance her strength through battles. She set her sights on the B-level individual. This person seemed to be in some kind of trouble, as he was sprinting away from 3 pursuers. Though the B-level individual was at the peak of level 2, his pursuers, though lacking his talent, boasted 1 at level 3 and 2 at level 2. After more than 10 minutes, Fangshan positioned herself in the path of the fleeing B. As he drew nearer, she caught a glimpse of his features, a head of curly hair, a face marked with wrinkles, resembling a pug that had somehow gained sentience. Oi! Fangshan called out. The man glanced her way, exclaiming, oh, for crying out loud. With that, he changed direction and continued to flee. Amused, Fangshan chased after him. The man clutched something tightly in his arms, running at a swift pace, yet his speed was no match for Fangshan's divine movement skill, which significantly outmatched his endurance. Running alongside him, Fangshan remarked, you have remarkable potential, you're a natural talent for martial arts, join me, and I'll help you resolve your troubles, not to mention the chance to have those pursuing you join your ranks. What do you say? He shot her a disdainful glance, snorting in derision. You think you can talk to me like that when you haven't even fully matured? I'd rather be hit by a car or beaten to death today than follow some kid who hasn't even grown up. Chapter 79. Huang Xiu'er, hey. Fangshan laughed heartily. The three pursuers behind were closing in rapidly, the distance between them now a mere 50 meters. Although the Sharpei dog boasted superior innate abilities compared to the trio trailing him, its combat prowess was only at the peak of the second level. Among the pursuers was a formidable adversary with a full third-level fighting capacity. The gap continued to narrow. Just as the distance shrank to less than 30 meters, one of the three raised his hand and unleashed a grasp towards the Sharpei dog. Vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring the dog's ankles. The Sharpei let out a furious roar, and golden fur began to sprout visibly from its body. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a striped pattern resembling that of a tiger, with a twisted king symbol adorning its brow. However, the creature bore such a striking resemblance to the Sharpei that, upon transformation, it appeared more like a hybrid of a tiger and a Sharpei, lacking any semblance of the king of beasts, and instead evoking a rather comical impression. The Sharpei dog struggled fiercely to break free from the vines, utilizing all four limbs to accelerate away, yet, the moment it was momentarily detained by the vines, the other pursuers seized their opportunity. The leader, a third-level fighter and a C-class psychic awakener, pointed his hands like swords at his temples, summoning a ghostly claw of psychic energy that lunged toward the dog's head, which was adorned with a mane of fur. The Sharpei attempted to counter with a tiger punch, hoping to shatter the psychic claw, but sadly, the force of its punch held little intimidation against psychic power. Its head was promptly squeezed, causing its eyes to bulge and its tongue to uncontrollably loll out, presenting an expression of despair akin to that of a dog under anesthesia being neutered. As the distance between them continued to close, the last pursuer pressed his hands to the ground, a chilling aura enveloping the Sharpei, forming an icy shell around it. This entire sequence of events transpired in the blink of an eye. The trio was now less than 10 meters from the Sharpei. The creature's body trembled violently, letting out a roar that shattered the ice encasing it. Sensing the imminent danger, it hastily produced a jade plate from its bosom, exclaiming, "Don't you dare come any closer. If you do, I'll destroy this. None of us shall possess it." Fury blazed in the eyes of the pursuing trio. The Sharpei glanced at the jade plate in its grasp, steeling itself, and like a discus thrower, hurled the jade plate towards Fangshan. "Brother, I'll hold them off. You take the jade plate and rendezvous at the old spot." Upon throwing the plate, the three pursuers indeed shifted their attention towards Fangshan, their eyes fixated solely on the jade plate, immediately redirecting their pursuit towards him. The Sharpei turned back to Fangshan, whistling and laughing. "Kid, if you survive, come find me. I'll take you as my little brother." While uttering these words, it scampered away, glancing back at Fangshan as it ran. However, in the next moment, the Sharpei saw Fangshan deliver a swift punch, and within mere seconds, all three assailants lay unconscious on the ground. Fangshan flashed a grin at the Sharpei from a distance, his body vanishing in a blur, only to reappear significantly closer, having closed the gap by several dozen meters. The Sharpei was taken aback, startled. It turned around to see Fangshan, like a spectre, disappearing once more from sight. As it continued to run, the Sharpei collided with something. Hastily, it turned to see what lay ahead, only to be horrified to discover it had bumped into Fangshan's chest. Fangshan wore a smile. "Watch where you're going." The Sharpei immediately changed direction. Yet, after just a few steps, it found its path blocked again by Fangshan. Just as Fangshan was about to speak, the Sharpei knelt gracefully before him. "Great brother, please allow me to pay my respects." Fangshan was taken aback, expecting to have to beat some sense into it. However, the kneeling was so smooth that he couldn't fathom what lay beneath the surface. "What do you call yourself?" Fangshan inquired. The Sharpei lifted its head. "Brother, I am Huang Darber." "Huang Darber." Fangshan retrieved his intelligence device and scanned the wrinkled face. "Brother? Are you from the Heavenly Shield Bureau, or the 9th Division?" The Sharpei licked its lips, fixating its gaze on the emblem on Fangshan's device. Fangshan raised an eyebrow. "You don't go by Huang Darber. Your name is Huang Xiu'er." The Sharpei yelped as if its tail had been stepped on. "I am Huang Darber. Huang Xiu'er is the name that old wall lamp of my father gave me. I never had the chance to change it before I became an extraordinary being." "What a filial son." Fangshan teased, noting that the Sharpei's criminal record was devoid of serious offences, consisting solely of theft. Previously, it had toiled under a particular organization, but due to a theft incident involving a treasured artifact from its superior safe, it was expelled, thus earning its place among the extraordinary. Expelled for stealing from your superior. Are you addicted to thievery, Huang Xiu'er? Fangshan lightly kicked the Sharpei. I'm Huang Darber, call me Huang Xiu'er again, and I swear I'll bow to you until you're frightened. Fangshan scrutinized Huang Darber, still an abstract performer. Huang Darber added, also, I did not steal anything from my superior, that treasured artifact was left to me by my father, the old wall lamp. Before he passed, my dog of a superior merely snatched it away. I reiterate, I am not a thief, I was merely redirecting societal resources. Fangshan regarded the Sharpei, who bore a striking resemblance to the original Huang Xiu'er, an abstract master. What about your other theft cases? Huang Darber knelt, patting the back of his right hand against his left palm. Do you believe I'll accuse you of defamation? How many times must I explain? I am an educated person. How could an educated individual engage in thievery? I will explain one last time. I am not a thief. What you term as my actions are merely the reallocation of societal resources for optimal configuration. I act not for myself, but for the positive development of society as a whole. That makes sense. So now, following me could also be considered an optimal utilization of talent resources, right? Fangshan adept turned the tables. Huh. Huang Darber stammered, realizing he had ensnared himself. Tilting his head, he assessed Fangshan. You are Lord of the 9th Division, and you want me, an extraordinary being, to follow you. Oh, so you want me to be your spy. Those extraordinary beings are my brothers and beloved friends. You need to pay me more. No, it's simply to accompany me. I'll bestow upon you a talent that will exponentially enhance your training efficiency, but you must heed my every command. Additionally, you must help me recruit new members. Huang Darber knelt, hands tucked into his sleeves. Sir, do you take me for a fool? What talent could you possibly impart, allowing me, a B-class, to achieve results with minimal effort? If you truly can, I'd follow you anywhere, even calling you father. Meanwhile, the three individuals who had been knocked out by Fangshan began to awaken, struggling to rise, exchanging glances before sprinting away. Fangshan's pupils instantly turned a vivid crimson, raising his hand, palm facing the direction of the fleeing trio. A blood-red symbol in the shape of a ring materialized in his palm, expanding until it burst forth, hovering upright in midair. The Tiger Guard emerged from within. In a single encounter, it toppled the three pursuers, dragging them back towards Fangshan. The trio, gripped by terror, crouched down, hands clasped protectively over their heads. Huang Darber observed the Tiger Guard hovering behind Fangshan, his expression frozen in anxiety as he nervously swallowed. Fangshan addressed the trio. I bestow upon you three the talent of slaughter, which will aid your training to be exponentially effective, but there is one condition. You must remain loyal to me, or you shall perish. Without waiting for their consent, Fangshan sent blood-red symbols flying from his fingertips, embedding them into the trio's foreheads. Their eyes turned crimson as well. After a brief pause, they exhibited no signs of dissent, evidently intimidated by the Tiger Guard. Fangshan then turned his gaze back to Huang Darber, raising his hand and pointing a finger at him, a blood-red symbol embedding itself into Huang Darber's forehead. Huang Darber's eyes instantly turned crimson, his head drooping as his body trembled uncontrollably. Moments later, after a violent shudder, Huang Darber exhaled deeply. The previously restrained second-level peak fighting capacity surged past its limits after absorbing an indescribable power from Fangshan, breaking through to third-level status. Huang Darber gazed up, his expression a mixture of disbelief and overwhelming excitement as he looked at Fangshan. Dad, you are my real father. Chapter 80, The Seven Kill Sect. Stop, I am not the dutiful son you envision. Huang Darber closed his eyes, once again sensing the tumultuous changes within him. The corners of his mouth stretched towards his ears. Fangshan reiterated, you must be aware that you cannot go against my wishes, otherwise. Huang Darber immediately replied, Father, how could a son defy his own father? Fangshan retorted, just moments ago, you referred to your own father as Old Wall Lamp. Did you think I didn't hear? Huang Darber, like an eager sycophant, exclaimed, that was merely an endearment. From now on, you shall be my little wall lamp daddy. Just call me leader. Very well, my little wall lamp leader. Without further ado, Fanchon kicked Huan Darper, stating, from now on, these three will follow you. You are to lead them in bringing me individuals of interest, provide me with your contact information, and at our next meeting, I will furnish you with a location for your recruits.